Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, I Am Doom. Ring ring ring. Hearing the familiar ring of my phone alarm, I slowly but surely opened my eyes. I then reached for my phone, lying on my nightstand, and then turned off the alarm. After I did, I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes before taking a look at the time. Which upon doing so, I felt a cold sweat start to run down my entire body. Since the time displayed on my phone was 7:45 a.m., and I had a final scheduled for today at 8 a.m. sharp. The final being for my last college course, which once I completed would allow me to finally grasp the doctorate I had been working towards earning for the past 10 years. From long hours of studying, to fighting to drag my ass out of bed and attend classes virtually during the COVID pandemic. All of that work was finally about to pay off. But now it might all be ruined. All since I couldn't set my alarm for the proper goddamn time. Because the teacher in charge of this final class I need to pass is a complete and utter hard ass. If you're even 1 minute late to class, she'll slam the door in your face and fail you without any hesitation. No questions asked. That's why I, and several other students, always arrived 10 minutes early to all her classes. It also might have something to do with the professor in charge being a sexy MILF, but that's a matter there is no time to discuss. Right now, I need to move. Jumping out of my bed, I quickly got dressed, gathered any and all materials I needed in my backpack, and then rushed out of my apartment like a madman. Focusing on making it to campus and reaching Professor Victoria's classroom before the exam began. The former going to be the easy part, since my apartment is only a 5-minute walk from the campus. Stepping onto the university grounds, I picked up the pace of my running speed even further, ignoring the screaming in my legs and the pain in my chest as I did. Since this final was a big make or break moment for me, and nothing was going to keep me from getting my moment. As I continued running, I slipped my phone out of my pocket and took a quick look at the time, to see how much I had left. When I did, it read 7:55. Shit! I exclaimed. Only 5 minutes left before the final begins and I am locked out and get a big fat F on it. Realizing this, I slipped my phone back into my pocket. I then changed my running direction for a section of the university blocked off with yellow tape. For it was under construction. Which is why no one was allowed to enter that section of the university. But I am going to do so. Since it will allow me to reach my destination in time. I'll deal with the aftermath of the situation later. Right now, I have a test to pass. Reaching the yellow tape, I jumped over and entered the construction zone. I then started weaving through it, heading towards my destination. Laying my eyes on it after only a minute of running through the construction zone. Yes! I exclaimed. Putting a smile on my face. For I feel I'm going to make it. Though right after I did, I heard someone shout at me. Hey, look out! Turning my head in the direction of the shout, which came from above me, I looked up. Just in time to see several large metal beams falling and closing in on my location. Then before I even had time to process what I was seeing, or get out of the way of the beams, I suddenly found myself on the ground. The pile of beams atop me. As unimaginable pain assaulted every part of my body, and my vision started fading, all I could think was one thing. I hope my friend remembers the deal we made and erases my browser history. Oh, and also this. Fuck. My vision getting weaker by the second I tried to hang on. Hoping that maybe I would be rewarded with some small miracle. Then, as if someone bitch slapped me in the face, that hope was shattered as I suddenly heard a cracking sound, and then before I knew it I was falling downward. The weight of the combined beams obviously having been too much for the sidewalk I was on to support. As I fell, my body ended up twisted, and I found my gaze pointed directly to the ground where I would hit. Naturally, I wanted to close my eyes since I didn't want what was about to happen. But my eyes didn't listen to me and instead stayed open. Them, and the rest of my body no longer under my control. So with that, I resigned myself to my impending fate. However, in the next second everything changed. Since just before I hit the ground, a giant black vortex opened up on the spot where I was going to land and swallowed me whole. Leading to me finding myself falling through a black void of utter darkness. That was suddenly illuminated by an overpowering light. One that washed over everything. Including me. I muttered. Slowly but surely opening my eyes. Which a second later I realized shouldn't have been possible. Considering what I just went through. Unless it was all a dream. As I contemplated this, I suddenly found my mind assaulted by pain. Bringing my hands up to it, I held it and ground my teeth, working to endure the pain. As well as flashes of images inside of my very mind. Though as quickly as both the pain and images began, they stopped. Once they both did, I felt at peace. Since I understood exactly what had happened to me. What happened was not some dream, or even a hallucination. I actually experienced that accident, and in the process lost my life. Only to immediately find myself with a new one. Since those images that just flashed through my mind were not simply images. No, they were memories. The memories of the person I now was. Which was none other than one of comics' greatest minds, and one of Marvel's most dangerous individuals ever, Victor Von Doom. Who also goes by another name, Dr. Doom. A man who was one of my favorite comic book characters ever. Despite the fact most of the time he was portrayed as a villain. Though I always thought of Doom as more of an anti-hero. Considering he did save the world, and multiverse several times. Now I am that man. I am Doom. Upon realizing this, it brought a smile to my face. For now I shall become the greatest Doom there ever was. Yes. It is time for Doom to rise. Chapter 2, Assessment and Execution. Doom. I am Victor Von Doom, aka Dr. Doom. Honestly, I still believe this to be true, yet I know it is. A contradiction, of course, but one not easily rectified. Yet if I am to live, survive, and thrive in this new reality I now find myself in, then I must rectify my feelings concerning this matter and fast. Otherwise they could lead to failures. Which I cannot afford. Especially with all the plans and ideas I am currently creating in my mind, and will implement when I have the first opportunity. So on that note I inhaled and exhaled several times. Using the breathing to center my thoughts and emotions. Then once I did so I began organizing the former while immersing myself in the latter. After close to 20 minutes of performing this activity I felt I had rectified any doubts I previously had. Now I have no issues in regards to the fact I am now Doom. So, on to the next thing. Getting out of my bed, since the original Victor was sleeping when the merging of our souls took place, I headed for the bathroom. Since I had business to take care of there. Easily finding my way thanks to my new memories, courtesy of the original Victor, I entered the bathroom and then handled all business I needed to attend to inside of it. Once this was done I returned to my bedroom and dressed for the day. I then headed for the kitchen to make myself a hearty breakfast. Since I had many tasks I wanted to complete before the day was over with, and I needed the energy to complete them. Finishing up my bacon, eggs, pancakes, toast, and orange juice, I cleaned up the kitchen and then headed straight for my living room. Upon arriving I took a seat on the couch and then clasped my hands together. Before fully diving into my new memories. So I could assess my current circumstances and then make moves to execute based upon them. As I sorted and examined my new memories I learned several things. First, currently I am 22 years old. My birthday being December 21st. The year of my birth having been 1980. That brings me to the second bit of information. The current year. Which is 2002. Third, I have just graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology with 3 Ph.D.s to my name. The first being in materials science and engineering. The second being in physics. While my third and final Ph.D. is in chemical engineering. Nice. Now I don't feel bitter about not earning my doctorate in my previous life. Since having Ph.D.s and being an official doctor here, with all the privileges and rights it allows me, more than makes up for it. Fourth, I know magic. Well, currently I am no master of the mystic's arts, but I do know several spells. All thanks to the books left behind to the original Victor, known to me by my mother. The Romani sorceress Cynthia Von Doom. As I recalled memories of her I felt several emotions from both happiness and love to sadness. The same in regards to my father, Werner Von Doom. Both of whom seem to have met their ends in the exact same way they did in the Earth 616 universe. Despite the fact that is not the Marvel universe I inhabit. No, based on what I know the Marvel universe I currently call home is based primarily on the MCU. Given that Captain America is Chris Evans and Tony Stark is Robert Downey Jr. However, although this universe is based on the MCU it is not the MCU. Given that I, and several other characters who were never featured in the films or the television shows exist here. Like Norman Osborn, the CEO and founder of Oscorp Industries. Who is the spitting image of Willem Dafoe. Along with Reed Richards, who was my classmate during my recent time at MIT. I also recall talk of mutants, a Dr. Charles Xavier, Bolivar Trask, and even a Dr. Richard Parker in my new memories. Along with an environmental scientist named Emily Osborn. So with that, on top of everything else, the Marvel universe I now inhabit is a combination of the MCU, the Tim Story Fantastic Four films, the X-Men Fox films, the Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield Spider-Man films, along with elements from the Insomniac Spider-Man game, and finally elements from the Marvel Earth 616 universe. Which is not bad at all. I can definitely work with this. On another note, I am curious to see which version of Spider-Man will appear in this world. But I can sate my personal curiosity regarding that matter later. Right now I have more important matters that demand my full attention. The biggest at the moment being my home country Latveria, and freeing it from the rule of that despicable piece of shit Vladimir and the rest of his incompetent and ineffectual family. The Fortunov family better enjoy the time they have left in this world, for their days are numbered. So says Doom. A little more time passed before I finished completely reviewing my new memories. Once I did, I began casting several mind-related spells. Not only to help me organize my thoughts even further, but to also protect my mind from unwanted intrusion. Given that I now live in a world where telepaths and telepathic abilities are real, in hardly any time at all I finished the business related to my mind. Having made it more secure than the world's foremost vaults, I've laid mental traps and several other surprises. So much so it would take either a world-class telepath, a cosmic being, or someone a lot of time on their hands to get into my head. But none ever shall. Now then, since my mind is secure, on to the next step. My first step to becoming the greatest Dr. Doom in my own eyes. Exiting the cab I was in, I found myself on the streets of New York City. Right outside my intended destination. 177A Bleecker Street. The New York sanctum for the masters of the mystic arts. Why am I here? Well, I thought that would be obvious. I am here to learn some real magic. It's time I became the sorcerer I know I can be. Chapter 3, Magic. A/N, hey readers. Here is another new Doom chapter. But this will be the last one this week. Since from now on I will only be posting chapters for this FIC on Tuesday and Friday. My main focus will be my Sunspot FIC. Also, if you want advanced chapters of this FIC, then go to my Patreon, where there are up to 5 advanced chapters of this story. Walking up to the doors of the New York sanctum, I knocked several times. I then stopped and began waiting. Though I didn't have to wait long, since several seconds after I knocked, the doors to the New York sanctum opened and I was face to face with none other than its current master and caretaker, Daniel Drum. Looking at me, Drum attempted to be intimidating and said nothing as he scanned me with his gaze. But to me his intimidation was nothing. Ignoring it, I stared right back at him, not flinching even once, since it would be unbecoming of a future ruler to flinch from just this much. No, it will take a whole lot more to get a reaction out of me. Soon Master Drum finished looking me over. Then once he did, he spoke up. "How may I assist you, young man?" he asked me. "I have come here seeking knowledge and guidance in relation to the mystic arts. And for the record, sir, my name is Victor Werner von Doom. A pleasure to meet you," I said. Drum getting a small look of shock on his face, which he quickly covered. But not fast enough. For even though that expression he wore only lasted for a second, I saw it, making me smile internally. "I see," Drum replied. "Well then, Victor, please, come in," he said. So I did exactly that. I entered into the New York sanctum, Drum closing the doors behind me immediately after. Once he did, he guided me to a room where he asked me to wait. So I sat down and began doing so. Then not even 10 minutes passed before the doors to the room I was in opened once more and in strolled Earth's current Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. The female version from the MCU, to be clear. Insert image of MCU Ancient One here, who I honestly prefer over the male version from the comics. A smile on her face, the Ancient One took a seat in one of the open chairs directly across from me, at the table where I was seated, the doors to the room closing on their own immediately after she did. Though I knew it was thanks to magic. "Mr. Doom, a pleasure to meet you," the Ancient One spoke. "Yes, thank you, Ancient One," I said. Though me using her title/name didn't make the bald female magician even flinch. But considering she's been alive longer than I have in both my lives, I'm not surprised. "So, you know of me?" the Ancient One asked, while using her magic to conjure forth a teapot, 2 teacups, and 2 saucers for said cups on the table in front of us. "I do," I replied. "Though not as well as you might think. Since my mother only referenced you a few times in her personal journey," I explained. Which is not a lie. Turns out in this Marvel universe, Cynthia Von Doom studied at Camartage for a few years in her youth, before returning to her homeland and starting her family. All of which was described in a personal journal of hers that the original Victor of this world read a couple of years ago. Which I know thanks to my new memories. In fact, the only lie I just told was how well I know the Ancient One. But there is no way I'm mentioning that. In fact, no one but me will ever know about my previous life. For I am not about to unleash uncontrolled chaos onto this world. A world I seek to make my own. I am not that foolish. "I see. So you are Cynthia's child?" she spoke, pouring tea from the pot into one of the cups and then placing it in front of me. "That I am," I replied. I then took a sip of my tea. Delicious," I said. "Why, thank you," the Ancient One replied. pouring herself a cup of tea. So, now that the pleasantries are out of the way, let us get down to the real business, Mr. Doom. Or do you prefer Victor? Either one is fine with me, I replied. Since unlike the original Doom, I won't nitpick every little detail, or be angered by simple slights. That was one of Doom's biggest faults. It kept him from achieving so many of his plans. But it will most certainly not be my downfall. For this Doom shall grasp all he desires. All right then, Victor. The Ancient One spoke. You are quite the interesting individual. I see potential in you to become either one of the greatest forces of good this world has never known, or a man who will cause unimaginable destruction and leave nothing but death in his wake. And now here I am, faced with the decision to either teach you or deny you. So tell me, if you were in my position, what would you do? I would trust my feelings. And then the moment I realized they turned out to be wrong, immediately rectify and fix my mistake, I replied, looking the Ancient One in the eyes. She stared right back at me. The two of us then entered a silence, the only sounds in the room, the two of us enjoying our tea for over a minute. Before the Ancient One decided to break said silence. I see. The Ancient One said. And I understand. So, does that mean you and your order will train me? I asked. Yes. It does. The Ancient One replied. Her words bringing a smile to my face. Since with this I have now taken my first significant step to becoming the Doom I envision myself being. And it feels good. After the Ancient One accepted me as a trainee of the order, the two of us made small talk as we finished up our tea. The main topic of conversation being about my current knowledge in regards to magic and the mystic arts in general. Which is not much. I only know the basics. That's why I came to the order in the first place. Other than that, we talked about my childhood, and the Ancient One even told me some stories about my mother in her youth. Stories which made my heart elate with joy. It also hardened my resolve to save my mother's soul from that bastard Mephisto. Though I know that is a task easier said than done. Mephisto is no joke. Based on what I know, he's on the same level of power as Dormammu, give or take. That means I'll need to reach the level of Sorcerer Supreme in regards to my magic before I even attempt to directly confront the Lord of Hell. But since Doom in the comics was a candidate for Earth's Sorcerer Supreme, and reputed to be one of the most powerful mystics on Earth, I know I'll be fine. Still, I am not going to rush. No matter how much I want to. Before I knew it, the Ancient One and I had finished our tea, and our conversation. Once we did, she used magic to clean up our mess. The two of us then left the room we were in and returned to the foyer, where Master Drum was waiting for us. What is the verdict? He asked the Ancient One. I will allow Victor to train with our order. The Ancient One replied. Understood. Drum replied. He then turned his gaze to me. Welcome, Victor. Thank you, Master Drum. I replied. Right after I did, the Ancient One opened up a portal to Camartage, which we then both stepped through. Once we did, she closed it. But I paid that no mind as I looked around and took in the beauty of Camartage. Since seeing it in real life is entirely different from seeing it on a screen. The movies didn't do this place justice. I take it from your expression this place is to your liking, Victor? The Ancient One asked. A knowing smile on her face. It is. I replied. Despite the old woman already knowing the answer I was going to give. But since she is going to be my teacher, I'll play along. Good. I always enjoy it when people enjoy Camartage. She spoke. Then after the Ancient One did, a new master approached us. The master in question being my boy Wong. Insert image of MCU Wong here. Well then, Victor, this is where we part for today. The Ancient One spoke. This master will show you to your quarters. Understood. I replied to the Ancient One. Who then took her leave. Meanwhile I turned to face Wong. Victor Von Doom, and you are? Wong. Just Wong. He replied. Understood, just Wong. I said. Wong then led me to my quarters. Where I made myself comfortable. In preparation for my journey into the depths of the mystic arts, which begins tomorrow. Alright. Chapter 4, 2 years. A/N, hey readers. So what I said yesterday, forget it. I changed my mind. Here is the day's chapter. Then after slipping into my new robes, which color signified me as a novice, which wouldn't last long, I left my quarters and arrived in the courtyard. After which the training shortly began. My group being led by none other than Carl Mordo. Who I learned, as the class went on, is not a bad teacher in the slightest. In fact, I'd say he's a great teacher. If a little forceful. But since I encountered teachers like Mordo in my previous life, his attitude didn't faze me one bit. Unlike some of my fellow novices who were put off guard by the slightly older master's disposition. Well, they better get used to it. Otherwise they won't make it in the order. After 2 hours passed out, physical training came to an end. Me having no problems getting through it. Since the original Victor regularly worked out. He even developed a single set of abs. The man knew how to take care of himself. Good on him. Especially with his attributes. Dark brown eyes, slightly curly dark brown hair, and a height of 1.88 meters, 6 feet 2 inches. I am not a vain person, but I have no shame in saying I look good. Means I'll have no troubles with the ladies in the future. Now back to what I was talking about. Our physical training ended. Then once it did, all of us novices headed for the library to train our minds. Since magic requires a key understanding of language. Like when creating a computer program, you need to understand how to write its code. Similar to how the Ancient One described magic in the first Doctor Strange film. Arriving at the library, I grabbed several of the largest books around, found a table to sit at, cracked one open, and began reading it. Easily comprehending the language and its meaning inside of the book. Since with my new brain power I can accomplish such a feat easily. I can even already somewhat understand how to combine magic and science. Just like the original Doom from the comics. Looks like I'm well on my way to becoming what I call a technomage. Finishing the first book I was reading, I moved on to the next one, then the next, etc. Until I was finished reading all the books I had brought with me to the table. So once I was moved to get more. Ignoring the shocked looks the other novices in the library were giving me. Getting more books, I continued reading until it was time to move a different aspect of the training. Then before I knew it, the day came to an end. I then got up the following morning and proceeded to do the same thing all over again. This went on for 3 months before I could finally cast higher levels of magic. Once I did, my novice rank was dismissed and I was promoted to apprentice. Then just before the end of the year I reached the rank of disciple. Becoming one of the few in the history of the order to ever achieve such a few in such a short amount of time. But for one such as Doom, such an achievement was a foregone conclusion. So with that I was awarded the title of Master of the Mystic Arts by the beginning of the following year. Then once I spent the remainder of the year self-studying at Camartage. Learning all I could from its ancient halls. As well as the order's ancient leader. Who took me under her wing as her personal apprentice the moment she named me a master. To say I was a little shocked wouldn't be a lie. But I quickly got over that and poured myself into my training with the Ancient One. The things she showed me expanding the power I had even further. Then before I knew it, everything was said and done and 2 years had passed by just like that. Chapter 5, Kingpin's Downfall. 2004. Stepping through the portal that I created, the Ancient One and I arrived in the New York Sanctum. As I waved my left hand to close it once we were both through, I turned in her direction, getting ready to say my goodbye. Farewell, Master. And thank you for everything you've done for me and taught me during these past 2 years. I will always be grateful. I spoke. Bowing my head slightly to her. You are welcome, Victor. And may I just say it has been a pleasure teaching someone as skilled and naturally gifted in the mystical arts as you. The Ancient One said. It's been a long time since I've felt like this. So thank you in return. She spoke. Right. Well then, I best be on my way. I said. Yes, and I the same. The Ancient One replied. She then opened up a portal back to Camartage. Oh, and one more thing. When you think your children are ready, bring them to Camartage. Since I'll be happy to instruct them in the ways of magic, seeing as you won't have much time to do that yourself. Her words making my jaw hit the floor. Since I don't have any children, nor do I plan to have any anytime soon. But since the Ancient One is telling me such things, I think that will likely not be the case, given the abilities of the time stone she possesses. However, before I could ask her to explain the words she just spoke to me, she stepped through her portal and then closed it behind her before I could even get another word in. A classic Ancient One move. I know since I've saw it several times during my training. I also know even if I follow the Ancient One and ask her to explain her words just now, she won't. So instead I'll just have to take them to heart and face them head on when the time comes. But really, me with children. I'm not saying I don't want kids. Because I do. Though given my plans for the immediate future, I can't see myself having any. I don't even has a girlfriend or lover right now. Oh well, looks like I'll just have to wait and see where this particular matter is concerned. Resolving myself to do just that, I made my way out of the New York Sanctum, in street clothes of course. Since there was no way I was going to walk around in my mystic robes in broad daylight. Even if it is highly unlikely they won't be out of place, given that I am New York City. After leaving the Sanctum, I made my way to a reasonably priced hotel and checked in. Then after doing that, I went out and bought myself a laptop and cell phone. The money I having spent on everything that I saved from my time at MIT, where I assisted on several projects according to my memories from the original Victor. Though it seems he just did it for the recognition. Not that I have an issue with that. Upon purchasing the 2 items, and some food, I headed back to my hotel room, where I then powered up the laptop and easily began spoofing its IP address. Once I did, I began writing a search program, and then once I finished, hacked into the New York CCTV system and let my search program loose. Then while it did its job, I went ahead and ate my food. I then began watching television until my search program finished running its course, which it did an hour later. Having found the person I was looking for. Wilson Fisk aka Kingpin. Insert image of Wilson Fisk / Kingpin here. As I sat at the desk and looked at his image on the computer screen, I couldn't resist putting a devilish smile on his face. Because soon that fat tub of lard would be dead, and all his riches would belong to Doom. After all, I will need capital if I am to push forward with my plans to liberate my home nation Latveria. Of course there are easier ways to earn money, I know this. But those legitimate ways would take too long. And the longer I delay, the longer my people suffer. Not to mention the incoming canon events that will likely still take place. Events Doom must be ready to confront. So in the end, using this method is the fastest and most efficient way of achieving all I want. It also has the added bonus of removing an annoying gnat from my sight, as well as save the lives of the numerous innocent people Fisk would ruin in the future should he remain breathing. So in a sense, my actions are for the greater good, along with the good of Doom. I continued using my program to track Fisk's movements for 2 weeks straight, finding out where the fat man lays his shiny bald head at night. Once I did that, I then scouted out the location using the mirror dimension, and then the night of the man's reckoning was upon him. Inside of the mirror dimension, I stood on the street in front of Fisk's current place of residence, ready for battle, as I was wearing one of my slightly darker than black tactical turtlenecks, or my tactilnecks as I like to call them. Cracking my neck from side to side, I psyched myself up. "Alright, showtime," I said. I then entered the building. Once I did so, I used my magic to form 2 ice axes, shaped exactly like the Leviathan axe from the God of War video game franchise. For tonight is going to be a slaughter. Moving through the building, I exited the mirror dimension several times and used my axes to take out any and all of Fisk's security before re-entering it to continue making my way to my primary target, who I eventually reached, after making sure everyone else in the building was good and surely dead. Inside of the mirror dimension, since of Fisk's bedroom, I walked up to the sleeping man's bedside and gazed at him. Thankful he looked nothing like Vincent D'Onofrio, who played him in the MCU, since it would leave a certain bad taste in my mouth if I had to kill a person who was the spitting image of one of my favorite actors in my previous life. I love the man's performance in Law and Order: Criminal Intent as Gorn. Though even if he did resemble Vincent, that wouldn't stop me from killing him. I'm just saying I would feel slightly bad. But that would not keep Doom from achieving his goal. But on that note, I really hope the Purple Man in this universe doesn't resemble David Tennant. For I certainly wouldn't like to kill my favorite incarnation of the Doctor from Doctor Who. Now back to business. Creating a portal, I exited the mirror dimension. I then took hold of Fisk with my telekinesis, which is magically generated, and lifted him up and out of his bed. I then arranged him in the air as if he was hanging on a cross like men being crucified. When I did this, Fisk woke up and prepared to speak. But not wanting to hear anything out of the man's mouth, I used my telepathy, which I gained also thanks to my magically training, and entered his mind and made sure he didn't speak a word. Then once that was taken care of, I ripped out all of the knowledge I wanted from bald head of his. His feeble attempts at resistance to my telepathic assault futile. For Doom shall always get what he wants in the end. Which I did. All the information surrounding Fisk operations, particularly in regards to his bank accounts. Both legal and illegal. Once I had what I wanted, I raised up both my axes in Fisk's direction, and focused the man's eyes on me. Do well and listen, fat man. For I shall do you the honor of allowing you to hear the name of the man who has taken everything from you this night, including your life. It is Doom. Now enjoy hell, bitch. I spoke. I then used my axes and slice and dice up Wilson Fisk, ending the Kingpin forever. Once I was done doing this, I used my telekinesis to throw Fisk's body parts all across the room. I then summoned forth a spell circle and unleashed a torrent of flames in the room. While walking out, I quickly did the same thing to several other rooms in the rest of the building. I then entered the mirror dimension and watched as the building burned to the ground, becoming Fisk's eternal resting place. Upon seeing my mission was accomplished, I returned to my hotel room, and disposed of my clothes and the laptop. I then crawled into bed and got comfortable, a smile on my face, since I was now a very rich man. Chapter 6, Prelude to F. New York City. June, 2004. My hands clasped behind my back, like Morpheus from the Matrix, I looked out ahead through the window right in front of me, watching as multiple fully automated assembly lines created numerous Doombots for me, and then placed them in the rows of Doombots they had previously created. The robots themselves exact replicas of the ones featured in the Fantastic Four, World's Greatest Heroes television show I watched in my previous life during my childhood. Image here. Just looking at them makes me smile. It also stirs up a fire in my chest. For they are the first piece of the force that will allow me to liberate my homeland Latveria and help the country itself shine like never before since its inception. But I am still not there yet. Despite the number of robots that have been built and are currently under my command, as well as the now immeasurable finances I have at my disposal thanks to me dispatching the Kingpin and claiming his riches for myself, the time is still not right for me to launch my campaign of liberation. The first and foremost reason being I still have not built myself armor. For what is Doom without his armor? Now I know I should be building it but I won't. Not until I hear back on a few things. But in the meantime I have plenty of other activities to keep me busy. Like making useful inventions and placing and selling them on the open market. To give myself legitimacy and clout in both the business and scientific communities. Which is going well so far. Since the inventions I have already created and are selling are doing well. The inventions being the following. The first is the incapacitating cartridge-emitting railgun or ICER from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which I have recreated and am selling to law enforcement agencies, military, and private security companies all across the globe. While the second is a portable medical scanner that can display a 3D image of person's body and display any injuries they have. The device is being eaten up by first responders such as police, firefighters, and ambulance companies. I also have many more inventions planned, which I wish to distribute to the world. However, the best of what I have will only be for my country, and most loyal compatriots. For that is the will of Doom. As the assembly lines finished producing their number of specified Doombots for the day I shut them, and everything else in the factory/warehouse down, I then made sure everything was locked up tight before creating a portal to my temporary home/base of operations. A 3-bedroom apartment on Manhattan's Upper West Side. For a man of Doom's caliber needs living accommodations to match. Closing the portal behind me I moved to my home office and dealt with any immediate business that couldn't wait. Then once I did that I prepared to relax. Ring ring ring. Only to receive a phone call from an unknown number before I could. But since it was an unknown number I immediately cancelled the call. Ring ring ring. Only for the exact same number to call back seconds after I dismissed. Seeing that was the case I decided to take it. If only to explain to whoever was calling me they had the wrong number. Yes, hello. This is Victor Von Doom speaking. I spoke. Victor. So, this is the right number for you. A female voice said. One which my memories from the original Victor told me belonged to none other than Susan Storm. The future invisible woman, and the woman who I always thought deserved better than Reed Richards in my previous life. Which now, maybe I can make happen. Susan Storm. Is that you? I asked. Despite already knowing for sure. Man, I haven't heard from you since graduation. I spoke. Since Susan attended MIT with both Reed and Victor, where she earned her own Ph.D. in biological engineering. Making her a woman with both looks and smarts. How have you been? I asked. Well. Susan replied. That's good to hear. I said. So, Susan, how can I help you? Well, it's not me actually, it's Reed. Susan said. Which instantly made a frown form on my face. Since even without the memories this universe's original Victor had with Reed Richards, even in my past life he was not my favorite person. I see. And what does Richards need from me? I asked. For that matter, why doesn't he call me and speak to me himself? To answer your second question first, Reed wasn't sure you would take any of his calls, and even if you did he wasn't sure you would truly listen to anything he had to say. Susan explained. Oh, so Reed does know how to use that organ we call a brain. I retorted. Victor. Susan said. All right. Continue. I spoke. Good. Now then, to answer your first question, Reed has a proposal he wants to run by you. One that he is hoping you might fund, given your recent success and cash flow. Susan explained. I see. So Reed wishes to use my as a piggy bank. I flatly replied. It's not like that, Victor, truly. Please, if you just hear him out I'm sure you won't be disappointed. Sue said. You know, for a guy you broke up with you're going awfully far for Richard, Susan. I said. Since the two of them have already dated and broken up. Their breakup having taken place during our final year at MIT. Yeah, I know, Victor. I am. But this isn't about Reed and I, it's about his project which actually has several merits that could alter the scientific community's way of thinking for generations to come. Sue passionately spoke. So, will you at least hear him out? Normally I would say no, but since it's you asking I will. I replied. Thank you, Victor. Sue said. No problem. I replied. Susan and I then sorted out the details, like the time and place for the meeting, before ending our phone call, leaving me both happy and irritated at the same time. Go ahead and take a guess why. Now I really need to relax. June 10, 2004. Stopping in my tracks, I found myself outside the iconic Baxter Building. Well, it's not iconic yet. Right now it's just simply the Baxter Building. It's also where I will have my scheduled meeting with Reed today to hear this proposal he wishes for me to fund, which normally I wouldn't have even considered doing. But this time there are two reasons why I have. The first is because Susan asked me, and the second is because I likely know what this proposal is about, and if I'm right I wouldn't mind funding it, since the benefits will far outweigh the cost in my eyes. If this meeting is about what I'm thinking of, well, there is only one way to know for sure. Heading through the building's front door, I quickly arrived at the elevator and took it to the top floor where Reed's lab/home was situated. Stepping out of the elevator, I was immediately greeted by the sight of two people. The first was Reed Richards. Insert image of Reed Richards here. While the second was Susan Storm. Insert image of Susan Storm/invisible woman here. Victor. Welcome. Reed said. Yes, welcome Victor. Susan spoke. Thank you both. I replied to them. Once I did, Reed didn't waste any time getting his presentation started, it being exactly what I suspected it would be about. Reed wanted my assistance and funding for a mission into space to study the effects of exposure of clouds of cosmic energy on biological samples. This being the mission that would grant Reed, Susan, and the current non-present Jonathan Storm and Ben Grimm their fantastic powers. So with that in mind, I only had answer in mind for Reed. So Victor, what do you think? Reed asked me, once he finished speaking. Sounds exceptional. I'll help you out. I spoke, grinning internally, because this would lead to be gaining some superpowered allies, as well as a possible superpowered future queen, since Doom will not allow just any women to stand by his side. Chapter 7, Job Offer. Upon hearing me agree to fund his expedition project into space, Reed put a smile on his face. He then came over and shook my hand. Thank you, Victor. Thank you so much. He spoke. Think nothing of it, Reed. I replied, ending our handshake as soon as I could. After all, what are friends for? Right you are. Reed replied. He then began talking about mission specifics. But when he did, I raised up my right hand to silence him. Let me stop you there, Reed. For before we continue, there are some things that need to be addressed. I spoke. First, you must create a clear and concise plan for this little expedition of yours. Second, you will on a budget. Third, any results this experiment of yours produces will be shared and accredited to all major participants in this endeavor. And finally, Susan is to accompany you on the mission. If she is willing to, that is. Oh, I am. And I gladly will. Susan spoke up. Right. Well, I have no objections to any of those proposals. Reed said. Good. I replied. Well then, I'll leave you two to start working on a plan for the expedition. You're not staying? Susan asked me. No. I replied. Of course I would, but I have another meeting scheduled for today that I simply cannot miss. Thus, good day. I then walked away from Susan and Reed and made my way out of the Baxter Building, mentally making sure everything was in order for my second meeting of the day, which is definitely the far more important of the two meetings in my opinion, since this one might net me my first human ally, meaning I need to make a good impression. And Doom is certainly not one to make bad impressions. Third person, POV. Finding herself standing outside the address she had been sent, Lucia von Bardas knocked on the door in front of her. Insert image of Lucia von Bardas here. Still wondering how she ended up where she is right at this moment, since her life was sure and steady. Until 2 weeks ago, when she got an email requesting an in-person interview for a job in New York City, which made Lucia extremely anxious, since she had never applied for any sort of job in New York City. She was perfectly happy and content at her current job, which was a professor at her alma mater, the University of North Carolina. So why was Lucia getting ready to enter an interview for a job she never even applied for, you might ask? Well, it's because the sender of the mysterious email she received mentioned her home country of Latvia and her past there. This set Lucia even more on edge. That's why she is where she is today, to learn and understand what the fuck is going on. A few moments after Lucia knocked, the door opened and she found herself staring at a man who was quite handsome in her opinion. But Lucia wouldn't let that distract her from the important matters at hand. Hello there, the man said. My name is Victor von Doom. So glad you could make it here today, Ms. Bardas. Victor spoke. Please, come in. Victor then stepped back and Lucia entered the apartment after him. Then as soon as both of them were inside, Victor closed the door. He then turned to face Lucia, who immediately began pointing a Glock 17 at Victor's face when he did. Okay. Here's how this is going to go. You answer my questions and maybe I don't kill you. Understand? Lucia spoke in a cold tone. Yet Victor didn't even flinch from her words, nor the situation he has found himself in. Instead he maintained a calm expression on his face while looking Lucia in the eyes. Hey, didn't you hear me? Lucia asked after a few seconds had gone by. But Victor still remained silent. All right. Death it is then, Lucia said. However, before she could pull the trigger, S figure rushed her from behind and easily restrained her, removing the Glock 17 from her grasp. The figure in question being one of Victor's fully operational Doombots. Fuck, let me go, Lucia shouted, struggling to break free from the grasp of the Doombot. But her efforts produced no results. You need to stop struggling, since it's pointless, Victor spoke, earning Lucia's gaze on him. Pending down, he picked up the Glock and instantly dislodged the magazine clip, while also making sure to get rid of the bullet in the chamber by cocking it. You're never going to be able to break free of my Doombot's grasp. Also, don't bother calling for help. For the moment you entered this apartment, signal jammers and white noise generation machines have been active, Victor explained. I see, Lucia replied. Well, in that case then just ahead and get it over with already. Put me out of my misery. Now why would I do that when I'm looking to hire you, Ms. Bardas? Victor asked her, making Lucia gain a confused expression on her face. You really want to hire me? Lucia asked. Victor nodded his head. I do. Your record is quite impeccable. Lucia von Bardas, currently 28 years old, born in Latveria, and came to the United States on a student visa at only 16. Graduated top of your class from the University of North Carolina with a Ph.D. in political science in only 3 years. You had offers not only to work for the United Nations, but also the U.S. State Department. Yet you turned them all down to teach at your college. Admiral. But we both know that's not the full story, he said. Your parents were political activists working to change Latveria from within. However, the current regime didn't like that one bit, so your parents were killed. Shortly after your 13th birthday, I might add. Once this happened, you joined the underground Latverian resistance, learning combat skills and weaponry management. Then you had the idea to come to the US, but only to further the cause of the Latverian resistance. Since you use your connections to send supplies such as weapons, food, and medicine to your comrades fighting in the homeland. A/N, since the official Marvel wiki doesn't have much in regards to Lucia's background, I made one up for her for the purposes of this story. Hearing Victor speak, Lucia couldn't help but get a shocked expression on her face. She also felt incredibly scared. For the man before her was speaking of her entire life like it was nothing at all. As Victor finished speaking, Lucia then decided to speak once more. Who are you? Lucia shakily asked. As I said earlier, my name is Victor von Doom. But my full name is Victor Werner von Doom. Like you, I am from Latveria, and like you in the resistance, I want to see our country free from its tyrannical and incompetent regime, Victor explained. And I would like you to work with me to see that happen, Lucia. Amongst other things. But those can be discussed at a later date. After our homeland is safe and secure, he spoke. And you think you can do that? Lucia questioned, snorting afterwards. You are but one man. What could you possibly accomplish that no other single man can? To Lucia's question, Victor didn't respond. Instead, he put a grin on his face. He then waved his left hand and suddenly a giant swirling portal appeared right in front of Lucia's eyes, making them go wide in shock. What? No. This is impossible. Lucia spoke. Oh, I'm afraid that is where you are wrong, Mrs. Bardas. What you are seeing is very real and quite possible, Victor said. He then stepped through the portal, the Doombot holding Lucia stepping through right after. This put Lucia in a large warehouse, where she was once again shocked as she saw rows and rows of robots like the one currently restraining her. You asked what I could accomplish that no other single man could. Well, here is your answer, Ms. Bardas. Victor spoke. Gaze upon the work of Doom, he said. This in turn caused Lucia to turn her head and look at Victor, who now looked totally different in her eyes. From the way he stood, to the way he spoke, Lucia found herself not only looking at a man, but a leader, no a ruler. Yet she has to be sure. Victor, what do you plan to do after removing the current regime in Latveria? Lucia asked. Victor smirked at her in response. Why, I would have thought that obvious, Ms. Bardas. Doom shall lead. He spoke with authority, finally cementing Lucia's thoughts in regards to Victor. I see. Lucia replied. In that case, is your job offer still on the table? She asked. It's the reason I called you here in the first place. So yes. Victor replied. Good. Then I accept. Lucia spoke. Excellent. Victor said. He then raised his left hand and the Doombot restraining Lucia let her go. Once this happened, she extended her left hand in Victor's direction and he took it with own. Shaking it. You have made a wise choice today, and I promise it will not be one you regret. Victor spoke. Delighted he had just made his first human ally. The first of many he hoped. Chapter 8, Birth of the Fantastic Four. Victor, POV. Once Lucia and I finished shaking hands, we moved into the office. After doing so, I gave her a contract to sign. A very special one. The contract itself being magical in nature, which will erase any and all of Lucia's memories in regards to me and my activities should she decide to ever betray me in any form or fashion. Because while I do want her as an ally, I am not foolish enough to blindly trust her. No, Doom is not a fool. Not protesting one bit when I handed her the contract, Lucia looked it over and then signed it. The two of us then discussed a few more things before I opened a portal back to my apartment and the two of us returned to it. Once I did, Lucia and I exchanged farewells and she left. After this happened, I decided to make myself some dinner and then celebrate by binge-watching Star Trek, the original series. Since it exists in this reality. Which is a blessing to all who live here if you ask me. 2 weeks after Lucia signed her employment/failsafe magical contract and agreed to work with me, she permanently moved to New York. Having taken care of any outstanding business she had to attend to in North Carolina. Once she did, I immediately put her to work, turning her into my own version of Pepper Potts. But more than that, I began working to earn Lucia's utmost trust in earnest. Since unlike the original Doom, I am not arrogant enough to think I am handle everything on my own. Nor will I see those I surround myself with as simply a means to an end. For the most part. No, I want true allies. But I know to gain those things I have to work for them. Which is fine by me. For Doom is not afraid of a little hard work. So with that in mind, I began noticing slow but steady results as the months began to pass. The year turning into 2005 before I knew it. My personal plans proceeding on schedule, I turned my attention to another important matter. Making sure the Fantastic Four were born. Once Lucia and I got into a stable working relationship, I focused on that project. Hammering out the details with Susan and Reed. Making sure Ben Grimm and Jonathan Storm ended up being a part of the mission itself. Which was relatively easy. Considering unlike in the original film, this time Reed's experiment would take place on a brand new space facility belonging to NASA. That had been launched to the purposes of such experiments as Reed was conducting. To see how a zero-G environment would affect scientific experiments. So after getting the mission approved, the date was set and soon the band of four were off into the stars. On their way to gaining their fantastic powers. Which I would be all too happy to help them control and master. For Doom is nothing if not generous. NASA Space Station. July 8, 2005. Third person, POV. Inside one of the labs on the new NASA space station he was currently aboard, Reed prepared the biological samples he and his team had brought for exposure to the incoming cosmic energy cloud. A smile on his face. Since Reed couldn't wait to see the results of this experiment. An experiment that might open the door to so many new scientific possibilities it wasn't even funny. As Reed continued prepping the samples, the door to the lab he was in opened up. Susan and her younger brother, Jonathan Johnny Storm, entering it. Insert image of Jonathan Storm/Human Torch here. Though Reed was too absorbed in his work to even acknowledge them. Seeing this, Susan went up to Reed and tapped him slightly on the shoulder. This in turn caused him to stop working and turn in her direction. Oh Susan, hello. Wow sis, no wonder you broke up with the guy. He doesn't even notice when you entered the room. Johnny spoke. Earning him a slap on the back of the head from Susan. Ow. Johnny exclaimed. Shut up, Johnny. Susan said. She then focused her attention back on Reed. Hard at work, I see. Of course. Reed replied. This is a momentous occasion in scientific history we're about to be, after all. The world is likely about to experience a massive change, and we're all a part of that. He said. And Victor to Reed. Susan said. Since without him we wouldn't even be here right now. She said. Given that Victor had funded this entire expedition and experiment out of his own pocket. Even if NASA had provided the space station and the shuttle, it was only because Victor negotiated a deal to make it happen. Which included making a donation to the space program itself. Yes, of course, Susan. I am not forgetting Victor. Speaking of which, when we get back to Earth I need to thank him. Reed spoke. Since he is truly grateful for the opportunity his old college classmate had made possible for him. You do. And I'll remind you too. Susan agreed. Victor, you mean the guy who was obviously trying to flirt with you, Al? Johnny said. Given that Susan had slapped him upside the head again. Johnny, enough. She told her younger brother. And whether Victor was or was not trying to flirt with me doesn't matter. Especially since it's none of your business. Susan spoke. Though internally she admitted the flirting Victor had done with her felt nice. Asterisk beep. Beep. Beep, asterisk. But right after Susan did so the klaxons throughout the entire station began going off. What the hell? Johnny shouted. Oh no. Reed said. His eyes glued to a nearby computer terminal. The cosmic energy cloud has arrived earlier than predicted. We only have minutes before it strikes the station. He quickly explained. Sue and Johnny getting worried expressions on their faces upon hearing that. Shit. Johnny exclaimed. Reed, what can we do? Susan asked. We need to get to deepest part of the station and let the shielding do its work. Reed replied. Where's Ben? He asked. Outside. On a spacewalk. Johnny spoke. The moment he did, silence enveloped the entire room. Then a few seconds passed before the three ran out of the room, heading straight for their friend Ben. Hoping they are not too late. Outside in his spacesuit, in the void of space, Benjamin Grimm was enjoying his spacewalk. Insert image of Benjamin Grimm / the thing here. Having no idea what was about to happen. A smile on his face, he looked at both the moon and planet Earth, and took in their beauty. Never gets old. He mused. Then a few minutes after Ben did, the comms in his suit came alive. Ben, can you hear me? Reed asked. Yeah, Reed. What's up? Not enough samples around for you to run your experiments on. Ben asked, joking. No, Ben. You need to get inside the station right now. The cosmic energy cloud is arriving sooner than expected. It will be here within minutes. Reed quickly explained. This sent a shiver down Ben's spine. But he quickly recovered and responded to Reed. Understood. Ben replied. He then began using his suit's thrusters to turn back in the direction of the station and fly toward it. Ben managing to reach it with no problems in the slightest. Though just as he did, the cosmic energy cloud appeared, and then passed right over the station. Irradiating everyone and everything it touched. Including the four explorers. The four having no idea just how much this moment would affect the rest of their lives. Chapter 9, Birth of the Fantastic Four 2. Victor, POV. Jumping back, I dodged a right kick aimed at my right side. Courtesy of Lucia. Standing on a martial arts map on the ground floor of the factory I am using to create my army of Doombots, dressed in white martial arts GIs, the two of us are having a sparring match to keep our hand-to-hand combat skills in shape. As well as to get in a good workout. Seeing an opening, I rushed in and threw several jabs in Lucia's direction. But using her palms, she expertly deflected each and every one of my attacks. Though given she's proficient, and holds several black belts, in various forms of martial arts, her actions don't surprise me. Especially since sparring like this has become a regular thing for the two of us. We do it at least once a week now. Which I very much enjoy. Understanding my attacks were having no effect, I backed off. But immediately after I did so, Lucia rushed in and came at me with a high left kick, aimed at my head. Bringing my left arm up, I blocked it. I then quickly wrapped my left arm around Lucia's leg and pulled her forward. Taking the two of us down to the ground. I then moved to put her leg in a lock. Only for her to slip free at the last second and then come at me with a right leg axe kick. Rolling out of the way of her attack, I too jumped back up to my feet. Just in time to take a right punch to the gut. Then a left knee to the chin. Which put me on my ass and then back again all too quickly. It's your win. I spoke. Lucia having won our sparring match today. Since per the rules we set in place, if you get your opponent fully on their back 5 times then you claim victory. And you've been practicing, haven't you? I asked. Standing to my feet. Well, how else will I break and then overtake your winning streak in our sparring sessions? Lucia replied. Find ways to distract me. I retorted. A tall order. Since I don't think much would distract a man of your caliber, Victor. Well, as you just pointed out, I am a man. And like most other men, there is one thing even I would be distracted by. I said. My gaze traveling from Lucia's sweat-covered neck to her rising and falling chest. Her martial arts GI leaving hardly anything to my imagination. Though that type of distraction will only work on me when certain women apply it. I see. Lucia replied. She then stepped closer to me and gave me a better view of her goodies. A smile on her face. So, do I fall into that category? She asked. What do you think? I asked. Turning to fully face her, and push our chests slightly together. The two of us ending up feeling each other's breathe on our faces. We stayed like that for several seconds before I decided to step back and break contact. Well, as usual, thanks for a great workout, I said. A smile on my face. Sure, Lucia replied. The same to you. And just so you know, I'm up for it anytime, and in any fashion or form you choose. She spoke, licking her lips after she did. I'll remember that, I replied. So, what's on the agenda for today? Nothing of true importance except for one matter. Which would be? The one known as Clow has finally responded to your request for meeting. Lucia spoke, bringing a smile to my face. Since right after I got my hands on the Kingpin's vast fortune, I began putting out feelers to set up a meeting with Clow. Though the bastard never responded at all last year. But now that he has, I can finally get my hands on vibranium. The key component I have been trying to get my hands on to begin building my battle armor. Though doing so with my current capabilities is not an easy task. Especially since I don't know the exact location of Wakanda. But even if I did, as I am currently going, there would be too much of a risk. However, shortly that risk will disappear entirely, and when it does, I shall deal with Wakanda and its people. For none shall be allowed to so blatantly defy the will of doom. No one. On another note, I'm also trying to get my hands on adamantium, but that stuff is even more scarce than vibranium. Plus I currently don't have time to deal with the people who I know have access to it. Meaning that metal will have to wait. Just like with you, which won't be available until the Prince of Thunder arrives here on Earth in another few years. Excellent. Set it up. And make it for as soon as possible, I instructed. Of course, Victor, Lucia replied. Once she did, we cleaned up from our sparring session. I then created a portal and took her back home to her apartment, before creating another one and heading home myself. Upon arrival, I showered and then had a meal. Then immediately after I did so, I received a call from an official at NASA, who explained to me the station Susan and the others were one had been hit by the cosmic energy cloud several hours ago. Not only that, but she and the others on board were directly hit and irradiated. The four of them having only just re-established contact and called for assistance. As the explanation went on, I simply listened, showing my concern for their situation. Then once the official finished filling me in on the details, we ended our call. A devilish grin forming on my face afterwards. For now the Fantastic Four are in play, and I will not let such an opportunity slip through my fingers. Because Doom is just that good. July 15, 2005. Standing outside the Baxter building, I saw two cabs pull up and Susan and the others get out of them. All four of them sporting haggard expression on their faces. Not that I can blame them. Since for the past week, after their failed mission in and rescue from space, they've been detained at a NASA Kennedy Space Center facility down in Florida, where they launched the mission from. Being questioned by government officials, and going through a battery of tests to determine how the cosmic radiation affected them. How do I know this, you ask? Why, I simply hacked into NASA and used my magical abilities to place several bugs and listening devices all throughout the facility down there. You know, nothing much. Now as for why the four of them are back in New York, and not still detained at the government facility down in Florida due to their powers, it's because the tests the government ran all came back negative. Simply put, they couldn't detect the four's powers. But given the level of government equipment, I'm not surprised. Especially the equipment of a civilian agency, and not one like S.H.I.E.L.D. Which happens to be a public organization in this Marvel reality, just like it was in the mainstream comics. Though from what I've been able to find out, it was founded the exact same way it was in the MCU. Moving on. As the four of them reached me, I spoke. Well, you all look like shit. Thank you, Victor. But we know. Susan replied. Of course you do, I said. But on a serious note, how are you all doing after everything that's happened? How do you think we're doing, men? Johnny sarcastically asked me. Johnny, not now. Susan told her brother. And don't take your anger out on Victor. No, Susan. It's fine. Given what's happened, I completely understand why Jonathan is angry. If I were in his position, I would feel the same. I spoke. Thanks, men. Johnny said to me. Think nothing of it, I said. So, now that you all are back, what are going to do now? We're all going to stay here at Reed's place for a while. Since he wants to run some tests of his own on us. Ben explained, as if NASA already didn't do enough of those this past week. He grumbled. Ben, my tests will be completely different, and look for things NASA likely missed or simply dismissed. Reed told his best friend. I know, Reed, I do. It's just. Yeah. I understand, Ben. Truly, I do. Reed replied. He then looked in my direction. Victor. Listen. About the mission dash. Reed, you needn't say anything more. I spoke. Cutting him off. What happened was a freak accident, and nothing you could have done could have prevented it. Sometimes bad shit just happens. But dwelling on it won't change what's already occurred. The best thing to do after an event like this, in my opinion, is learn to accept it and move forward. Right. Reed replied. Thank you, Victor. Sure. I replied. Well then, if you'll excuse me, I'll take my leave. I said. I then left the four as they entered the Baxter building. Returning home, I did some work, and then settled down for the night. That is until I received a frantic phone call from Susan at 1 a.m. in the morning. Victor, I need you come to the Baxter building immediately. Please, it's an emergency. She rapidly spoke. Susan slowed down. What's happening? I asked. Despite the fact I already likely knew. Things are weird. Johnny can become on fire, Reed can stretch, Ben is, Victor, just please come. Sue begged. It'll be all right, Susan. There's no need to cry. I'm on my way. I said. Thank you, Victor, thank you. Susan said. Anytime, my dear. I replied. We then ended our phone call. Once we did, I quickly got ready and started making my way towards the Baxter building. Already crafting plans to help the four. Just not in the way they think. Chapter 10, Acceptance and Training. Arriving at the Baxter building, I swiftly took the elevator up to Richard's home. Stepping out of it, I immediately saw Susan and the others. Their powers running out of control. Richard's was a tangled mess on the floor, Susan was fading in and out, a frightened expression on her face, Johnny was grinning like an idiot as he tried to control flames on his fingertips, while Ben was sitting in a corner of the lab with an angry and sort of hollow look in his eyes. So, it's bad. But not as bad as I thought it would be. I thought. At least none of them have left the building and are roaming the streets of the city. That would have made things harder to deal with. Especially if any of them got caught on camera or the like. That would have drawn attention none of us need at the moment. So I am glad they all stayed put. Now, to wrangle them. Oh, and on a quick note, Johnny thankfully looks nothing like Chris Evans. Good. That would have made things really strange when Roger appears in the future. But back to the matter at hand. Hello. I spoke. Drawing everyone's attention to me. Victor, what are you doing here? Reed asked. His mouth wide open and elongated as he did. Yet the words he was speaking still came out clear as day. Making it both cool and disgusting at the same time. Susan called me and asked me to come over right away. I quickly explained. And now I can see why. Looks like the cloud of cosmic energy did affect you all. You can say that again. It turned us into monsters. Ben shouted in rage. When he did, I looked directly at him. Monsters, Mr. Grimm. How wrong you are. I see no monsters here. Only those who do not yet know how to control the power they have now come to posses. I said. Now then, everyone clear your minds and concentrate. Reed, picture your body the way it was before. Susan, picture yourself solid. Jonathan, picture yourself not ablaze or aflame in any manner, and Mr. Grimm, calm yourself. Lest you break the others' concentration. I spoke. Hey, who are you to be giving us orders? Johnny asked. Jonathan Storm, just shut the fuck up for once in your life and listen. Susan shouted. Making Johnny cower slightly. Yes, sis. Johnny replied. After he did, he began following my instructions. So did everyone else. That's why within 5 minutes Reed, Susan, and Johnny were all back to their normal appearances. Good work, all of you. Now, keep focusing. For letting up for even a moment will make your powers got out of control once again. I explained to them. They nodded their heads. All except for Ben, of course. But now that the others were taken care of for a moment, I could focus my attention on him. Walking over to the man, I summoned several spell circles in the air around him that began to analyze his body. Ignoring the shocked expression Ben gave me after I did. Victor, what in the dash? Quiet, Richards. I interrupted Reed. This analysis requires my full concentration at the moment. Well, actually it doesn't. I just don't want to answer any of Reed's numerous questions right now. Deciding to heed my words, Reed closed his mouth and kept it shut. Giving me sweet and utter silence as I worked my magic on Ben. Which lasted for 5 minutes before the results came in. Being just as I suspected they would. I see. As expected. I spoke. Waving my hand to dismiss all the spell circles in the air around Ben. Who was looking at me with a curious gaze. What? What is it? What did you learn? Can you fix me with that you just did? Can I go back to being human? Ben asked, peppering me with several questions at once. I leveled a glare at him to make him stop. Which he did. Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Now to answer some of your questions. Yes, I learned something just now from the magical analysis I performed on you. Wait, magic is real? Johnny asked, ow. Only to earn himself a slap on the back of the head by Susan. All right, I'll be quiet. He said. Thank the universe for Susan. Now as I was saying, I learned something about your condition just now. I said. Next, I am not going to fix you, Mr. Grimm. At least not in the way you think. But what I am going to do is help you. Like I will help Susan and the others. And for the last time, you are not a monster. Simply a man who was gifted power and has no idea how to control it yet. But if you and the others follow my instructions, that will no longer be the case. Then you will be able to do this on your own. I raised up my right hand in front of Ben, and a spell circle appeared in front of it. A light then came out of the circle and washed over Ben's entire body, turning him back to the way he was before he was struck by the cosmic energy cloud. Proving my theory, and the analysis from the spell circles I used on Ben, correct. By learning magic, Ben can come to control his powers. Because it never made sense to me that Reed, Susan, and Johnny had the ability to control their powers, yet Ben never could. Even though they were all hit by the same cosmic energy/rays. I mean, it stands to reason he should be able to, yet never in the comics, television shows, or movies could he. As such, I decided to do a magical analysis on Ben to see if it could help. Given that it was energy that triggered his transformation, and magic is basically all about manipulating energies, I deduced it may be able to help Ben control his powers. Looks like I was right. Score another one for Doom. Whoa! Johnny exclaimed. Susan and Reed joining in immediately afterwards. While Ben simply touched himself, with a smile of utter delight on his face. Wait. That came out wrong. I'm back. Ben said. Yes and no. I said. For what I just did is only temporary. Then no sooner than I spoke did Ben revert back to his thing form, as I'm calling it from now on. What, no? He shouted. Ben then looked at me desperately. Victor, Mr. Doom, whatever. Do what you just did again and make me look normal, please. He begged. As I just told you, Mr. Grimm, what I just did is only temporary. And if I did it again, the same thing would simply happen. However, if you did it yourself, then things would be very different. You would be able to change forms at will. I explained. However, learning to do so will take time. As well as patience. Not to mention you learning to stop seeing yourself as a monster. It won't be easy. But if you can do it, then you can take control of the power you have been gifted and make it yours. So, what do you say, Mr. Grimm? I. Ben muttered. An unsure look on his face. Take your time, there is no rush. I told him. When you have come to a decision, let me know. I spoke. Now then, as for the rest of you. I turned to face them. Unlike Mr. Grimm, you can control abilities much easier. Meaning your training to fully gain control over your powers starts now. Wait a moment, Victor. Reed said. While I appreciate you helping us out, and what you're doing for Ben, there are still things we need to work out and discuss. Such as if these powers are a danger to us, what other side effects might present themselves if we continue to keep and use them. Not to mention if any of us even want to keep these powers in the first place. Speak for yourself, Reed. I'm not giving these powers up and no one can make me. Johnny said. Giving Susan a look. Not even you, sis. I'm not budging on this no matter what you say. Even if your powers cost you your life, Johnny. Susan asked. Okay, if they are bad for me, I'll give them up. But only if. Otherwise, I'm keeping them. Johnny replied. Fine. Susan retorted. She then turned to look at me. And Victor, I truly appreciate the help you've given us tonight, but Reed is correct. I never said he wasn't. I spoke. But the fact still remains, all of you need to learn control. Unless you want to lose control of your abilities out in public and risk injuring yourselves and others. Because from what I saw when I first arrived, that would be a very likely scenario, as you all are right now. Especially for you, Jonathan. Given that your abilities are flame and heat-based. So like I said a moment ago, training starts now. Unless anyone wants to make any other objections. To my question, no one spoke up. Good. Then, let us begin. I said. Thus I began teaching the F4 how to use their powers. Planting some of my seeds in their hearts that I hope would grow and bear fruit. Chapter 11, Armor. July 18, 2005. Standing off to the side I watched as Johnny, Susan, and Reed practiced with their powers. 3 days have passed since all of them manifested their abilities, and I began helping them in learning to control and eventually master them. During this short amount of time these three have made great progress. They can now activate and deactivate their powers at will. Though that was just the first step. They still have a long way to go. Especially with what I know they are capable of thanks to my foreknowledge. None of them have even scratched the surface of what they can do. But that is exactly why I am lending them all a helping hand. So they can reach their full potentials. For the most part. I am also doing this since it is benefiting me. Not only in regards to getting into the Four's good graces but in other ways as well. For instance, just yesterday Reed asked him to assist him in developing what will become his unstable molecule formula. Given how everyone's clothing suffers when they use their powers. Johnny's getting it the worst. They always end up burned to a fiery crisp, which always leaves him in his birthday suit. All his goodies on display for all to see. Let's just say that is one image I will definitely be erasing from my mind when I have the chance. The only reason I haven't yet is because it keeps happening. So until I am sure it won't I will endure such memories in my head. But the first chance I get to do away with them for good I will. As I continued watching the three in front of me practice with their powers I noticed Ben approaching me out of the corner of my left eye. When I did I turned in the man's direction just as he reached me. "Yes, Mr. Grimm?" I asked. "The offer you made the other day. Does it still stand?" he asked. "Yes it does," I easily replied. Glad Ben is finally going to give me an answer in regards to him learning magic to control his powers better. I thought it would take him longer to decide, but it looks like my calculations were off. But in a good way, so it's fine. "So, I take it you are finally going to give me your answer?" I spoke. "I am," Ben replied. "And the answer is yes. Please teach me." He spoke. "Sure," I replied. "But I won't be personally teaching you. Instead you will go and learn at the same place I did." "What so Ben gets to learn magic and we don't?" "Unfair," Johnny complained. He, Susan, and Richards, having stopped their training to listen in on our conversation. "Johnny, enough. Ben needs this. We really don't." Sue spoke up. "True. But it would be interesting to learn how magic actually functions. Given that someone won't explain it to us," Reed said, giving me a look. Which I pointedly ignored. Just like I have basically been ignoring Reed's questions in regards to magic, ever since I revealed its existence to the Four a few days ago when I used it to help Ben. Since a regular Reed Richards is already enough of a headache to deal with. But one who knows and understands magic. Yeah, fuck that noise. Doom will not be responsible for unleashing such an abomination into existence. As I have told you before, Reed magic is complex, and requires your complete attention and focus. None of which you, Susan, or Johnny can give it right now. But Ben is different. I explained once again. "Now then Mr. Grimm, sit tight while I make all the arrangements." "Right," Ben replied. His voice filling with slight hope. Good. His depressive aura was not doing him any favors. Nor will it help him in his mystical arts training. But I'm sure the Ancient One can handle it. Since given her age I'm sure she's encountered situations similar to this before. That's why I'm sending Ben to learn from her. Even if the woman herself doesn't know it yet. On that note. When Ben stepped away from me and Susan and the others went back to their training, I myself stepped away and then took out my cell phone. Dialing up the Ancient One. Since she carries an cell phone, and even gave me her personal number when I left Camartage last year. Bringing the phone up to my ear I heard it ring only once before the call connected. Then before I could even explain the situation the Ancient One spoke. "Yes. I would be more than delighted to have Mr. Grimm train here at Camartage," she said. Making me internally sigh as she once again trolled me. All thanks to the time stone. I wonder if she'd let me borrow it for a bit to do the same. A question for later. Great. That makes this all the more easier then, I said. The two of us then quickly made arrangements before ending our call. Once we did I got ready to go and inform Ben. Before suddenly getting another call. This time from Lucia. Answering it I brought the phone up to my ear. "Yes, Lucia?" I asked. Since she rarely calls me during work hours. Unless it's an emergency. Though we haven't had any of those. I hope this isn't the first. I just got a message from Klau's people. The meeting has been set. She spoke. Understood. I replied. Grinning after I did. For now vibranium would be mine. Ending the call with Lucia I then walked over to Susan and the others. "Excuse me. I'm taking my leave for the day," I told them. Why?" Susan asked. I just received a call about an important meeting I have been trying to set up for months finally being set up. So I must go and prepare. I explained. But don't worry, I won't be gone for long. This will only take me 2 to 3 days to deal with tops. Actually even less than that, but the 4 do not need to know that. Understood, Victor. Go ahead and handle your business. Reed spoke. We can manage on our own. Thank you, Reed. I said. I then bid the 4 farewell. Before heading off to claim my previous vibranium. July 20th, 2005. Illegal South American port. Dressed in a tactile-neck and military boots and pants, I stood under a full moon in an illegally built port, situated on the southern coastline of Peru in South America. Lucia standing on my left. Her face a mask. While her attire consisted of tactical clothing that accentuated her figure quite nicely. The reason the 2 of us are here? To do a deal with Clow to purchase some of his vibranium. As the 2 of us continued to wait, ignoring the looks the people passed us by were giving us, the man of the hour himself eventually showed up. Ulysses Clow. Insert image of Ulysses Clow here. Several of his men surrounding him, 2 of which were carrying a lockbox. Clow arrived in front of the 2 of us and scrutinized our faces. Likely burning them into his mind in case we tried to fuck him. Which was fine by me. Since right now Lucia and I have illusion spells cast on us. Making our appearances, height, and even our voices completely different than what they normally are. So even if we do decide to fuck over Clow, he can do nothing to us. Because the man has literally no idea who he's truly dealing with. After 5 minutes passed, Clow stopped scrutinizing our faces. Are you finished? I asked him. Wen stepped back. Because I came here to do a deal. Not have a staring contest. I spoke. You got spunk, boy. I like that. Clow told me. But you're right. We all came here to do a deal, so let's do it then. He said. Clow then snapped his fingers. After he did, the 2 men carrying the lockbox walked up and placed it on the ground in front of Lucia and I. They then opened it up. Revealing its content. Vibranium. Specifically 1 ton of it. Exactly what I came here for. There, we've shown you ours, now how about you show us yours? Clow spoke. Of course. I said. I then nodded to Lucia. Seeing it, she took the 2 black duffels she was carrying off her shoulders and placed them on the ground in front of Clow's men. Who then unzipped them. Revealing tons of cash in each of them. $2 billion altogether to be exact. A fair price for 1 ton of vibranium in my opinion. Looks like you delivered. As did you. I said. So with that our deal is done. Yes. Clow said. He and his men then left with their money. Having no idea all of their cash was laced with a special radioactive, but non-fatal, isotope that I could track no matter where it went in the entire world. The isotope itself being undetectable by normal means. Since there was no way I was simply going to let Clow slip away. He's too valuable. Especially since he knows the exact location of Wakanda. Among other things. All of which will belong to Doom when FNE time is right. But for now I have more important matters to attend to. Like finally creating the one thing that makes Doom who he truly is. Armor. Collecting the lockbox, Lucia and I left the port and ventured into the forest. Then after we made sure we weren't being tracked in any manner, I portaled us back to the factory and then without wasting a moment began work on my armor. Also yes, I have revealed the existence of magic to Lucia in its entirety. Moving on. While building my armor 2 weeks passed by in a flash. Though I didn't spend all my time working on my personal project and forgetting my other responsibilities. Unlike others, Tony Stark and Reed Richards, Doom knows how to keep his sensibilities. Thus I made sure to get Ben situated at Camartage. I also made sure to keep up with Susan, Reed, and Johnny. Helping them with their powers. Even introduced them all to Lucia. Which I noticed made Susan a little jealous. Good. But back to my point. Even while taking care of my other responsibilities, I still managed to finish my armor. Standing in front of it as it laid on a metal table before my eyes, I cried a little. Since it looks beautiful. The armor itself an exact copy of Doom's mystical armor that he created during his time in Hell. Image here. Although the classic Doom armor design is great, I prefer this one. Especially since the armor itself is partially mystical in nature. Since in addition to all the technology one used to build the armor, I have also enchanted it with several spells. Truly blending together my scientific and mystical capabilities. This right here is the first pinnacle of all my hard work, and it is glorious. Now, it just needs one more thing. Moving up to the armor, I held my left hand over it. I then conjured forth an eldritch knife and cut my left palm. As my blood touched the armor, ignoring the pain in my hand, I recited a spell. When I did, the armor itself glowed brightly with dark green energy for several seconds before it faded. Once it did, I knew my spell was complete. So I dismissed the Eldritch Knife and used a quick healing spell on my hand. I then backed up and focused on my armor, immediately feeling a direct link to it. Since that spell I just performed bound the armor to my person. Now no matter where or when I can summon it to me. Which I think I'll do right now. Focusing on summoning my armor around my person, I made it happen and found myself wearing my creation. My long badass green cape flowing down behind me. Since Doom's armor is not complete without his cape. Slowly opening and closing my fingers, I grinned. Feeling more powerful than I have since I arrived in this world and began my new life. Now I truly feel to my core that I am Doom. And it feels truly delicious. Chapter 12, Extremis. As I continued to revel in my new feelings of wholeness, I also did several movements in my armor. To get used to it. Which only took me 5 minutes to do. The armor itself feeling like it has always been a part of me. It's like a second set of skin. Sure, it's one with enough power to single-handedly destroy several small counties, or one large one, but the feeling remains the same. Finishing my movement exercises in my armor, I fired up its internal computer systems and had them begin to run a full diagnostic. To see if anything was amiss and needed my attention. As this happened, Lucia entered the warehouse. Using the normal entrance and not a magical one. Since I showed her the physical location of the warehouse some time ago. Which is just on the outskirts of Albany, in upstate New York. The factory itself having once been a lumber processing plant. But it eventually went out of business. That's when Fisk purchased it for whatever reason, and after I dealt with him found it was the perfect place to make my factory/laboratory. The moment she laid eyes on me, she stopped in her tracks. "What?" she shouted. "Lucia. Calm down. It's me. Victor," I said, using my magic to instantly make my armor's helmet appear in my left hand. "Victor," she mused, looking me up and down. "What is that you're wearing?" "Why my armor, my dear?" I replied. "For soon we will be going to war," I said. "So, what do you think?" "It suits you," she said, stepping closer until she was in front of me. "May I touch it?" "Sure," I said. "Here, let me help," I spoke. I then wrapped my free hand around Lucia's waist and picked her up and pulled her close to me. The reason I needed to pull her up being while in the armor my height becomes 7 feet. "Now then, go ahead and touch it all you want," I said to her. Swallowing a lump in her throat, Lucia carefully moved her hands all over my armor. A curious and wondrous expression on her face the entire time. Along with a hint of arousal. "Victor, the first knew you were something, but this is just incredible." "Why, thank you," I replied. "But it's still too early to be impressed, my dear. For this is only the beginning," I spoke. "Doom has many more surprises in store. In many different forms. Like this one." Leaning down, I captured Lucia's lips with my own and then dominated her mouth with my tongue. "Ah," she moaned. Deepening our kiss when she could, and trying to gain dominance in our kiss. But I would have none of that. I kept control and then broke the kiss when I wanted. Leaving a small trail of saliva between our lips when I did. "Surprise. I am an excellent kisser," I said. "I fully agree," Lucia purred. Her body squirming in my grasp. Looking into her eyes, I saw her hunger. So I did the only sensible thing. I put her down and put back on my helmet. For Doom controls his relationship and no one else. Plus, it's always good to leave the ladies wanting more. Wonderful as that was, we will need to continue later. I need to make sure there are no issues with my armor. Now then, your report. I spoke. "Everything is on schedule," Lucia replied, me ignoring the obvious disappointment in her voice. "Since she'll get her dose of vitamin D sooner than she thinks. Production of the Doombots is proceeding on schedule. So is the stockpiling of non-perishable food items, medicines, and weapons. Which are being snuggled into Latveria with no issues. I have begun digging up dirt on any within the United Nations who would try and interfere with Latveria once you assume the title of monarch and ruler. The same goes for officials posted at the Latverian embassies around the world. In accordance with your orders, I have also purchased stocks within various insurance companies and begun the process to create the one you asked me to, Sapphiro," Lucia stated. "Excellent, my dear. Very excellent," I spoke. Going over my suit's full diagnostic report at the same time. For Doom can easily multitask. Seeing that there were no issues with my armor, I used my magic to send it to the display case I had built for it. I then turned to face Lucia and pulled in for another kiss. Breaking it, I moved my hands down to her ass and gave her cheeks a squeeze. Now that business is out of the way, where were we? I asked. September 4, 2005. Turning on the vortex mixer in front of me, I watched and waited as the rack of 12's vials situated on it finished well mixing. 15 minutes passed before they did. But once they did, I turned off the vortex mixer and removed the rack of vials from it. A smile on my face. For now I had 12 vials of perfected extremis. Yes, I said extremis. Perfect extremis at that. My own version. Which was no trouble to make. Once I copied all notes and research on the serum/virus from Maya Hansen, her pathetic boss Aldrich Killian, and their think tank/cult AIM. Then fixed any and all flaws in the product. Before making my own modifications. Now here is the results of my hard work. Which once again feels glorious to see with my own eyes. So, you're probably wondering why I made my own version of extremis in the first place. By the way, while AIM, Killian, and Maya are based on their MCU origins, the extremis itself is modeled after the first version from the comics. But back to my point. I made this serum/virus so I could give myself a boost. Because for all my current power, my body and overall physical abilities are still that of a base human. Albeit one who is in peak physical condition, but still a base human nonetheless. Which in Marvel without any sort of plot armor is a quick way to die. Considering all the physically enhanced individuals currently out there in the world, or those that will appear in the future. Like Thanos. And sure, my armor is something else. But there might come a situation where it ends up being unavailable. So in preparation for such a possible event, I decided to enhance myself physically. Landing on the extremis serum to get the job done. Not to mention I am also preparing myself to flirt with the beauties of the Marvel Universe. A number of whom have enhanced physical capabilities. So if I am going to go after them and give their longing and unattended gardens a good plowing, then I need to be able to see the job through once I begin it. Because Doom has made it one of his duties to please all those booties. Just like I am now doing for Lucia. Taking one of the vials off the rack, I then picked up the sterilized syringe I had sitting on the small metal tray on my left. I then stuck it into the vial and loaded the extremis serum inside into it. Placing the vial down, I then set myself up for an injection into my brachial artery on my right arm. I then inhaled and exhaled before giving myself the injection. As I finished doing so, I placed the empty syringe back on the metal tray. I then just sat and waited for the serum to begin affecting me. Which it did, a minute after injection. Feeling my entire body grow hot from the inside out, I grit my teeth as the heat steadily increased. Rising higher and higher. Crack. Then I heard my bones starting to break. But I wouldn't let that best me. For Doom is not that weak. Nor will he ever be. So enduring the pain, I allowed my entire body to undergo the changes, feeling myself getting rebuilt. Until finally it was over. Once it was, I felt like a new man. Stronger, faster, etc. Let's make sure I don't just feel this way. I said. I then stood up to my feet and went to go put myself through a battery of tests. To make sure my original extremis serum worked like it was supposed to. Oh, and as for how the serum was supposed to affect me, I modeled my original extremis serum off of the first version from the comics, while adding the technopathic abilities and enhanced mental calculation abilities of Tony Stark's modified extremis from the comics. As I put myself through all the tests I had devised, I smiled when I finished them. For my original extremis serum worked exactly as I had designed it to. I can now easily lift 20 tons. Run up 300 mHp in 1 minute. My stamina is almost unlimited and my durability is nothing to sneeze at. I can regenerate from wounds within seconds. And though I'm not crazy enough to cut off my own limb, I feel I can regenerate them if I should need to. I have the claw-like pincers. I can breathe fire. I can even generate and throw electricity like Sidious. My mind is now capable of connecting to machinery and technology and communicating with it. While my brain now functions exactly like a supercomputer. Just like the mutant sage from the comics. Speaking of her, if she exists here, then I wouldn't mind recruiting her to my side. I'll just add that to the other long list of things I need to handle. But right now I'm just enjoying the moment. Oh, and it seems the serum had an effect I didn't intend to occur. It has made me grow taller. My height has gone up from 1.88 meters, 6 feet 2 inches, to 1.91 meters, 6 feet 3 inches. Well, it's certainly not bad. That just means there is now more of Doom for the ladies to love. So really it is a gift for some. Me included. For Doom likes his new height and all his other powers very much. If you want more, go to my Patreon, where there are up to 5 advanced chapters of this story. Chapter 13, To War. A/N, so I've decided to make Doom's harem 7 women, and 7 only. No Wanda in the harem. She will be Doom's daughter. Here is the list of them. Susan Storm/Invisible Woman. Lucia von Bardas. Celine Gallio. Medusa. Natasha Romanoff / Black Widow. Sylvija Sablinova / Silver Sable. Zora Vukovic / Victorious. February 13, 2006. Sitting on the couch, in the living room of my New York apartment, I watched a special news report. Featuring Susan and the others. Who were coming out to the world and revealing their fantastic powers. Ben having taken some time off from his training at Camartage to join the others. As for why the four of them were doing this, it is because they have decided to keep their powers. Not only that, but due to a certain incident they have decided to use their abilities for the benefit of mankind in their own little way. By the way, I had nothing to do with the incident that led them to this decision. It was simply one of those things that just happens. But to say I am not pleased would be a complete and utter lie. Especially since I am on such friendly terms with the Fantastic Four, unlike many other versions of Doom. Friendly terms I plan to keep. But should they ever choose to stand against me? Well, let's just say I hope that scenario never takes place. I continued watching the special news report for a bit longer before changing the channel. Then I idled around for a few hours before heading to Lucia's apartment to pick her up. Since the two of us have been invited to a party tonight. The location. The Baxter Building. Arriving arm in arm, the two of us met up with the four who planned this party to celebrate their coming out to the entire world. As things got into full swing, we mingled, ate, and simply enjoyed each other's company. Though I could feel Susan staring at me, no matter how hard she tried to hide it, as the night went on. Scanning her surface thoughts with my telepathy told me how she was slightly aroused while looking at me. I also felt her jealousy whenever Lucia and I showed our new closeness. Honestly, Susan is worrying her pretty little head for nothing. There is more than enough doom for women to go around. But I can't say I don't enjoy seeing her jealous side rear its ugly head. It makes her all the more cuter in my eyes. Eventually the party began winding down. When it did, I decided to speak up. "Attention everyone," I said, drawing all eyes towards me. "Thank you. Now then, I have an announcement to make. For the foreseeable future, Lucia and I will be unreachable. There is trouble in our homeland Latveria, and because of this we have both decided to return there to offer our assistance in dealing with the issues at hand. And by issues I mean the current monarch Fortunov, his family, and most of the current Latverian government. For all my preparations are finally complete. So it is time for them all to feel the full might of Doom." "Victor, that sounds dangerous. Are you sure you and Lucia should go alone? Perhaps we can come along and assist," Reed suggested. "Thank you for your offer, Dr. Richards, but that will not be necessary," Lucia retorted. "Besides, given your new celebrity status and circumstances, I doubt the United States government will allow you to leave the country to interject in another's matters. Though the offer is appreciated." "Yes. It truly is," I said. "But I do not need nor want the Four's help. Especially given what I am about to do. So that's exactly why I waited until they announced their status to the world before putting the plan to save my country into motion. Sorry, not sorry F4. But none shall stand in the path of Doom achieving his goals." "Oh. Understood," Reed replied. "I wish you luck then." "Yeah. What Stretch said." Ben added. "Good luck," Johnny said. "Yes. Good luck to you both." Susan spoke. "Once more thank you all," I said. Once I did, the party quickly ended. Lucia and I then took out leave. But before we could start making our way home, Susan came after us. Turning to face her, I looked her in the eyes. "Yes, Susan?" I asked. "Victor. Please, be careful," she said. Worry in her voice as she closed the distance between us. "Worry not, Susan. I shall be fine. But until we meet again, here is a little gift to remember me by," I said. I then leaned down and planted a quick kiss on Susan's lips, leaving her stunned. Ignoring her look of disbelief, Lucia and I then truly took our leave. For we needed to get home and get some rest. Because tomorrow we were heading for war. February 14, 2006. It's here. The day I have been preparing for the last 4 years, in earnest, has finally arrived. The day when I start my campaign to remove the rot that has taken root in my home country Latveria, and it into a shining jewel that will blind any who look upon it. Wearing my armor, my hands folded behind my back like Morpheus from the Matrix, I stood on a catwalk and stared out at the legions of Doombots before me. Lucia standing on my right. Dressed in a battlesuit, made with some of the remaining vibranium we purchased from Clow after I created my own armor. Image here. Which she's most definitely earned. "So, today is the day," Lucia spoke, breaking the silence. "Yes. Today is the day," I replied. "Now, let us begin. Time to make it a very fucking red Valentine's Day." Using my technopathic powers, I connected to every single one of the Doombots. I then raised my left hand and opened up multiple portals to various strategic locations all around Latveria. Then I gave one simple command. Forward! I exclaimed. When I did, my legions of Doombots started marching forward and entering through their designated portals. Once they were all through their portals, I closed them. I then opened up a portal behind me and Lucia, and we turned to face it. Then stepped through without any hesitation, heading to take back our homeland. Third person, POV. His hands still folded behind his back, Victor stood atop a hill. A gentle breeze blowing, he looked out at the landscape of his home country, Latveria. Taking it in. Enjoying a view he had not seen since he left of the United States almost 10 years ago at the young age of 17. A trip Victor honestly did not want to take. But he knew he had to, in order to gain the power to save his homeland, which he now had. So now it was time to get down to business. Once his nostalgia was sated, Victor became all about business. Focusing his gaze, the men eyed a collection of buildings surrounded by a barbed wire fence, where two groups of people were residing. The first group were military personnel, soldiers in the Latvian army. At least that's what they called themselves. But in reality, those so-called soldiers were nothing more than thugs that enforced the will of King Vladimir and his followers on the ordinary people of the country. Who were the second group? Consisting of men, women, children, and those all of ages. They were dressed in tattered rags. Looks of horror and anger etched onto their faces. Many of him were sickly and malnourished. But that was to be expected, given the place Victor was looking at was an internment/prison camp. One of just man Vladimir and his followers had set up around Latveria, where they would put anyone who questioned them. Not just the people they didn't like the members of the Romani Zafiro clan Victor and his parents belonged to. As Victor continued staring at the camp, a deep and primal anger bubbled up inside of him and rose to the surface. But he also felt his resolve strengthen even further. Yes. I am definitely doing the right thing. I am on the path I must take, Victor thought. Right after he did, Lucia contacted him over his comms. Victor. Everything is in place, she began. The Doombots now have control of all routes along the Latvian borders. In addition, the entire country's communication infrastructure is under our command, Lucia explained. Excellent, Victor replied. Now, this is where the fun begins. For those two things were the last items that needed to be taken care of before Victor could launch his revolution campaign in Latveria in earnest. For he didn't want any of the bastards he was going to show a fate than hell to slipping away, or calling for any outside assistance or interference. Oh no. Doom will not allow that. Those scum are going to take their punishment up the ass without any Vaseline. That's a promise. Well then, let us begin, he spoke. Doom then used his technopathy to order all his Doombots who were in attack position to mobilize. The man himself moving out as well. It was time for people to learn of the one called Dr. Doom. Chapter 14, Liberation of Latveria I. Third person, POV. Standing before a lineup of prisoners, the head of the internment/prison camp, one Captain Klaus, moved his gaze from side to side and overlooked all those in front of him. Several soldiers under his command surrounding the prisoners he was looking at. Their Russian-manufactured AK-47 rifles pointed at them. After an entire minute of looking, Klaus stopped. All right, I will only ask this once, Klaus began, speaking in the native Latvian language. One of my men had some of his food stolen, and based on the accounts of all were near him at the time the incident occurred. So I ask again, who took it? No one spoke up as Klaus finished speaking. Hey, answer the captain when he's talking to you, one of the random soldiers shouted at the people, firing his AK-47 into the air once. Ha! No. This action in turn caused the people to begin screaming in fear and cowering, huddling together for protection as well. Soldier, enough, Klaus shouted, looking the soldier who fired his weapon dead in the eye as he did. Yes, Captain. Forgive me, the soldier spoke, bowing his head in an apologetic manner. It's all right. I understand the vigor of youth. I was once young like you, Klaus replied. But don't let it happen again, he said in a cold voice. Sir. Yes, sir, the young soldier replied. He then lifted up his head and got back into position. Good, Klaus said. He then turned his attention back to the people. Hey, allow me to apologize. My subordinate got overeager. I did not mean for it to happen. Though if someone had spoken up when I asked, it never would have. So I ask you all again. Who took the food? Me. It was me, a young boy of no more than 10 said, stepping forward from the huddled crowd of people. Right up to Klaus. I see. So it was you, boy. Klaus mused. Well then, have anything else to say for yourself? Hearing Klaus's question, the boy spit in his direction. His spit landing on the captain's left cheek. Screw you, coward. The boy exclaimed. And you call yourself a soldier? You're nothing more than one of Vladimir's lapdogs. Seeing this, all of the prisoners huddled together were stunned. Meanwhile, the soldiers began looking at the boy in anger. The same as their captain, who now had a vein bulging on his neck and bloodshot red eyes. Why, you little impudent shit! Klaus shouted at the top of his lungs. He then moved to backhand the boy with his right hand. But right before he could, a figure crashed down from the sky right behind Klaus and grabbed his right arm, pulling it back, allowing an audible pop to ring out through the air. The figure having broken Klaus's right arm. Ack! Klaus screamed in agony. Holding his broken right arm with his left, the man fell to the ground and started flailing and rolling on it. Captain Klaus! All of the soldiers who were present shouted. Meanwhile, the prisoners/civilians all remained stunned. Even the boy who stood up to Klaus was left speechless by what just happened. Klaus continued rolling around for another minute before stopping. When he did, he heard a male voice speak to him. Pathetic. It said. But then again, I would expect no less from worthless trash. Hearing those words, Klaus felt his anger rise again. So with that, he fought through the pain of his broken arm and turned to face the direction of the male voice. Why, you dash, Klaus began. Only to stop when he saw who he was speaking to. A towering figure, with a long dark green cape flowing behind its back. Just looking at the being before him, Klaus felt the cold embrace of death. Any words he had were caught in his throat. It seems you know when to shut up when your betters are before you. Good. The men said. Being none other than Doom. You, what, are? Me. Doom interrupted. Why, it's quite simple. I am your end. I am Doom. He exclaimed. Victor shouted, drawing the attention of the entire camp to his direction. From the remaining Latvian soldiers to the other prisoners, soon all eyes were on him. Then once they were, Victor picked up his left foot and slammed it down onto Klaus's chest, sending it straight through it, literally crushing the army captain under his foot. Before Klaus even realized it, he was dead. As the light faded from his eyes, Victor removed his foot from his chest and then lightly kicked it to throw off any blood, bones, or body parts that gotten stuck on his armor due to his actions, since he would not allow such filth to remain on his armor. Once his foot was clean, Victor placed it back down on the ground. Though immediately after he did so, several of the soldiers began firing at him. Die fucker. You killed our captain, you bastard. This and several other profanities in varying languages were all shouted at Victor as a hail of bullets from several directions came towards him and struck him. Yet they did absolutely nothing. Upon noticing this, the soldiers became utterly shocked. For no matter how many of their bullets hit Victor, he remained entirely undamaged. From his armor to his cape, he was perfectly and utterly fine. What? One of the soldiers cried out. How is possible? Simple. It is because I am Doom. Victor replied. Now, let us end this. I have better places to be and more important things to do. He spoke. A moment after he did so, Victor used his technopathy to contact the small force of Doombots he had brought with him to this internment/prison camp and ordered them to attack. Several seconds later, they began executing their creator's order. Appearing in the air over the camp, using the jets installed in their feet, the Doombots flew into the camp and started massacring the soldiers without any hesitation. From ripping them apart using their pincer-like claws, to blasting them away using their energy cannons and rockets, within just a few moments the Doombots made short work of any and all threats. Then after doing so, they began gathering up the bodies and collecting anything of value inside of the camp. All on Doom's orders. Meanwhile, their creator was standing in front of the prisoners of the camp, who were slowly but surely gathering around him. Once they were all present, the murmurs in the crowd stopped, and then one man asked Victor a question. Who are you? As I have said, my name is Doom. And like you, I was born and raised in this land. I love it and cherish it. And I hate to see what it is becoming under the leadership of that fool and tyrant Vladimir and his ilk. So with that in mind, I have decided a change is needed. That is why I have come to liberate our people. As well as turn the country we all call our motherland into something else. Something better. No, something the world has never seen before. Victor spoke passionately. All eyes on him as he did. That is my mission. And now I ask all of you to help me with that. For a country is nothing without its people. Vladimir does not understand this. But I do. So, will you all stand with me? Will you all stand with Doom? Victor said. He then began waiting for a response to his words. Though the only thing he got in return was a deathly silence. That lasted until one voice broke it. I will. I will stand with you. It was the voice belonging to the young man who had stood up to Klaus, and was going to pay for it before Victor had intervened and saved him. Stepping forward, the young boy looked Victor in his eyes, Victor doing the same to the young man. Seeing fear in them. But also a fierce determination and an intelligence. Intriguing. Victor thought. Tell me, young man, who are you and why have you decided to stand with me? Victor asked. Curious about this young boy's motivations. Sir. My name is Christophe Renard. And the reason I seek to stand with you is because I believe in what you are saying. But also for revenge. I want to see Zorba Fortunov dead. For he is the reason my mother is. The now named Christophe spoke. A few tears beginning to leak out of his eyes as he did. Which didn't faze Victor in the slightest. What did, however, was the boy himself. Considering he was now face to face with one of the characters in the Marvel Universe that had one of the most intimate relationships with the original Victor Von Doom. The man having taken Christophe in as his adopted son in the comics. After Zorba Fortunov killed his mother. Similar to the current Christophe situation. But really. To think I would meet him under these circumstances. Not to mention his mother is already dead. Victor thought. Meaning Christophe likely had no family left. And given the way he's acting for a 10-year-old kid, Victor is sure this Christophe likely has the same level of intelligence as the one from the comics. So taking that and everything else into account, Victor is sure of what he must do. So this is what my master meant by my children, huh? Victor thought. A wry smile on his face under his helmet. Internally he shrugged his shoulders. Since it looks like this is fate's plan for him, and it's not a bad one at all. I see. Victor replied to Christophe. Well then, Christophe, I welcome you, and thank you for your assistance in making my plans into a reality. He said. Now, wipe the rest of your tears away. For crying when in battle can lead to horrendous mistakes. Save them for after we achieve victory. Understood, sir. Christophe replied. He then used his hands to wipe away the rest of his tears. Christophe then stepped forward. Seeing this, several other people also did. Since most of them couldn't very well let a young boy step up to fight for their country alone. If they did, it would put them to shame as adults. A shame none of them wanted to feel. As those several people stepped up, more and more did. Until eventually the entire prisoner population of the camp was standing with Doom. Ready and willing to follow him. Seeing this, he smiled proudly under his mask. People of Latveria, I thank you for this, and I promise you will not regret your decision this day. Doom loudly exclaimed. Now then, let us go and take back our country. Yeah. The people surrounding Doom began to shout. Victor having begun to reignited their wills, passions, and fighting spirits. Which he planned to do from the beginning. Since without the people on his side, how could he truly call himself their leader? For Victor would be no tyrant, but a true king. After the people settled down, Victor began implementing some of his pre-planned strategies with the assistance of the Doombots he had brought with him. Giving weapons to those able-bodied enough to use them. While also securing the protection for those who could not fight. He also contacted Lucia and scheduled a rendezvous. Once Victor left the prison camp. Christophe and his fellow countrymen marching right behind him. Taking their first steps to a true liberation of their homeland Latveria. Chapter 15, Liberation of Latveria 2. Victor, POV. After me and the group I was leading left the prison camp, I began leading them to the rendezvous point where we would not only meet up with Lucia but others. Including prisoners from other camps my Doombots had liberated during this first wave of attacks, along with several members of the Latverian resistance, whom also assisted my Doombots in their attacks during this first strike, from what Lucia informed me during our brief communication earlier. As my group continued its trek, I had the Doombots who were with us constantly arranged in a defensive formation around the people. For as the one who asked them to join me in this fight, and as their future leader and ruler, I will allow no harm to come to them. While my robotic soldiers handling that, I chatted with the people themselves. Wanting to hear and learn about exactly what they have been experiencing under the rule of Vladimir and his ilk. But when I got them to open up and speak to me, the more I heard, the angrier I became. So much so I almost started to see nothing but red, and got the idea to simply fly to the Latvian capital and rip Vladimir off his throne with my bare hands. Before starting to inflict the pain on him he had so casually caused to so many others. Though I didn't. Since that would be worse for the country in the long run. No, if I am going to do this I need to do it the right way. No matter my personal feelings on the matter. So with that in mind I reined in my anger and fury, and instead put it towards completing the plan for my country I had already set in motion. Where when all was said and done Vladimir would truly end up experiencing a fate worse than death. A moment I can hardly wait to see. Moving on. 2 days after we left the prison camp we reached the rendezvous point. An entrance in a mountain that led to a series of former underground mining shafts that the resistance had converted to use as their primary base of operations. Arriving at the tunnel entrance, I stepped forward first. Immediately after, I did several figures, wielding automatic rifles, stepped out of the shadow of the tunnel. Their weapons aimed directly at me. "Halt!" one of them exclaimed. "Lower your weapons. I am Doom," I said. "And if you do not know the name, then contact Lucia von Bartas and she will explain to you who I am." I spoke. "That won't be necessary." Lucia herself spoke up, stepping out of the shadow of the tunnel and right up to me. "Victor. Good to see you are in one piece." "The same to you, my dear," I said. Then once we exchanged pleasantries, the other resistance fighters lowered their weapons. Once they did, everyone began entering through the tunnel entrance. We were then escorted through the tunnels by the resistance members who had been sent to meet up, eventually arriving in a huge underground cavern, where I saw multiple people about, from resistance fighters to refugees. I even noted a medical station and food distribution station, as well as several of my Doombots patrolling about. "Victor, if you'll follow me please. There are some people who would like to meet you," Lucia said a moment after we arrived. "Of course," I said. I then bid a quick farewell to those who I had been leading, and began following Lucia, Christoph following right behind me. Since although it has only been about 3 days since we met, the young boy and I have bonded quite a bit, due in a large part to me being able to keep up with Christoph's intellect. For just like in the comics, the boy is a gifted super genius. I've explained to him a few advanced theories relating to several sciences over the past couple of days, and after just a small bit of help from me, he's already started to comprehend them, telling me that with the right guidance Christoph can become something magnificent. So that is why I have already decided to be the one to give him that guidance. Because I want to see a young man like Christoph reach his full potential. Noticing him, Lucia gave Christoph a passing glance but chose not to say anything, which I appreciated. Because if I thought for a moment he would get in the way of this meeting she is leading us to, I would have asked him to remain behind. But I can tell he won't. Which is why I am letting him tag along. In no time at all, the three of us reached a large tent, with 2 guards posted out in front of it. Upon seeing us, they opened the flaps of the tent, allowing us entry. So the 3 of us headed inside. Once we were, I took a look around and immediately realized we were in the Resistance Command Center. There are maps posted up all around, attached boards, photos showcasing strategic spots around Latveria, which I investigated myself before coming here, not to mention the big table in the middle of the room with several people standing around it. You would have to be a fool to not realize this is the Resistance Command Center. The moment the 3 of us entered, everyone around the table stopped talking and turned their gazes in our direction. A moment of silence then passed before one of the people stepped forward and looked right at me. He is an older man in his 50s, with a full head of white hair and a full white beard. Looking at him, I immediately knew who he was thanks to the memories of the original Victor of this world. Boris. A member of the Zafiro clan my parents belonged to, and the men who raised me after they passed away and before I left the United States to gain the power I needed to return to Latveria and free it from its oppressors. "Victor, is that you?" Boris asked. Not saying a word, I used my magic to teleport my helmet into my right hand and then simply nodded, a smile on my face. "Yes, Boris, it is I. Just like I said all those years ago when I left, I have returned," I spoke. For the original Doom of this world did promise such a thing. Now I am making good on that promise. "Oh Victor, look at how much you've grown," Boris happily spoke. He then rushed up to me and hugged me. Me returning it. As he separated, his gaze turned to Christoph. "Oh, who is this, your son?" he asked. Boris having northwest idea how close he was to the truth. "No Boris, he is not," I replied. "Well, not yet officially. Since I have already decided to adopt Christoph after this entire ordeal is over. His name is Christoph Renard. One of the prisoners I rescued and brought here," I explained. "Good to meet you, sir. Once again, my name is Christoph Renard." Christoph spoke to Boris. "So well-mannered, and you have that same curious look in your eye that Victor did when he was a child. It feels as I have just become 10 years younger in an instant." Boris happily spoke, a smile on his face. "While that is all well and good, Boris, let us get our business concluded first before you continue with your reunion." A female voice spoke up. When she did, I looked in her direction, finding myself gazing at a woman my own age, with long dark brown hair and matching dark brown eyes. "Yes, you are right," Boris replied. He then walked back over to the table, me joining him, walking right up to the woman who just spoke. "Victor Werner von Doom. A pleasure," I said, taking her right hand in my grasp and planting a quick kiss on the back of it before releasing it. "My, what a gentleman you are, Victor," the man replied. "And it is a pleasure to meet you as well. My name is Zora Vukovic." Leader of the Latvian resistance as your service. She revealed. Me keeping my face impassive, while inside I was smiling. Since Zora Vukovic is yet another character from Marvel who has a special relationship with Doom. She was his fiancée, and even his herald when he obtained the powers of Galactus. She was also a champion of the people of Latveria. Looks like she already has the latter part well in hand. Lucia has spoken highly of you over the past couple of years. Nice to finally put a face to the name. The feeling is mutual. I replied. Given that Lucia had told me about the Latvian resistance but never in too many details. Even less about their leader. All she said was that they were a great warrior, and standing in front of Zora now I can see those words to be true. So, shall we get to it? I asked. What is this you speak of? A man suddenly spoke up. When he did I turned in his direction and saw an angry and frustrated expression on his face. Torvald, not this again. Boris said. Giving the man named Torvald a stern glare. A/N, Torvald is not an OC but an actual character from the comics. Which he didn't seem fazed by. No Boris, I will not sit by and idly watch as this man who ran away simply comes in and tries to act as if he's some great savior. Torvald retorted. He hasn't been here fighting. He hasn't been here shedding blood or sweat. He's been America, safe and sound. What right does he have to come in here and think he can lead us? Huh. He exclaimed. Sending the entire tent into utter silence. Which I let sit for a few seconds before breaking it. Torvald, is it? I asked him. He nodded his head. Okay then. Well, on some of the things you have just said I have to agree with. I spoke. It's true. I did leave our homeland. I have been in America. I admitted. Making Torvald smirk. However, let's get one thing clear. I began. Excluding some of my magic power into the air. I have not been idle. I went to America to gain the power that was needed to finally free our people. To finally help them achieve all that they can be. And don't you ever again question me again in that regard. For if you do I won't hesitate to end you. Do you understand? Sweating a bit, the smirk now gone from his face, Torvald nodded. Good. I said. Reigning in my power. Now then it is true I plan to lead our people once this is all over. If you have an issue with that then that is your opinion. All I ask before you cement it is that you watch my actions a bit. To see if I am truly unfit to rule. I spoke. Now then, let us get back to business. Well said, Victor. Zora spoke. Thus the meeting itself finally got underway. Which was a planning session on how the resistance should move thanks to the huge victory they just accomplished with the aid of me, Lucia, and my legions of Doombots. Naturally I gave my thoughts and opinions. Which were well received, even by Torvald. So in the end everyone agreed to go with the plans I had suggested. Exactly as I had planned. Once we did the meeting was adjourned. Leaving me time to finally catch up with Boris. A man who was family. Chapter 16, Liberation of Latveria 3. Latveria. September 13, 2006. Third person, POV. Seated inside one of the numerous meeting rooms located within the royal palace, several individuals were having a heated discussion. The individuals in question being the leaders of the country of Latveria itself. Including its current monarch and King Vladimir Forodnov. Along with his two sons, and heirs to the throne. Rudolfo Fortunov, the crown prince of Latveria and Vladimir's eldest son, and Zorba Fortunov. Rudolfo's younger brother, and the second son of King Vladimir. Now, as for what the group was discussing, it was the current state of their country. Namely the fact that all of them were in danger of being ousted from the positions of power they held within the country. Because for the past 7 months the internal state of Latveria had been undergoing a change. To put it simply, it was currently in the midst of a revolution. A revolution that was bent on getting rid of Vladimir and his allies. The king and his allies having come to realize this several months ago when the group that called themselves the Latvian resistance, though Vladimir and his ilk simply called them terrorists, had made a change in their tactics. No longer now did they simply attack, and then slink back into the shadows. Instead now they proudly fought out in the open. Assisted by weaponry and robots that put the Latvian military to shame. But that wasn't what truly frightened Vladimir, his family, and their supporters. No, what truly scared them all was the emergence of a new central figure and leader of the Latvian resistance. A man who called himself Doom. An apt name. Considering over the past 7 months since he appeared, Doom had sent many of Vladimir's, and by extension the royal family's, biggest supporters to meet their doom. By his hands. Like death incarnate he ended the lives of those he sought out as easily as breathing. Which Vladimir and his remaining supporters hoped would allow them to paint Doom as the villain. But they never even got a chance to try their plan out. since the people of the country had come to love Doom and see him as a savior almost immediately after he appeared. Now after all these months were completely rallied behind the men. Which thanks to that, and several other factors, had allowed Doom and those who follow him to effectively take Latveria for themselves. Now Vladimir's regime only still had control of a very small portion of the country, centered around the capital city where he and those remaining loyal to him are currently located. But they know Doom and his followers are coming for them. Hence the meeting. Flee. We must flee. A general of the army spoke up. Coward. A different general shouted. To flee from simply one man is pathetic. I agree. Rudolfo spoke up. Instead of fleeing from this Doom, let us throw everything we have at him and finally put an end to his existence. For once he falls, then so shall this so-called resistance, and the people will come back to their senses. Lest we need to remind them why we rule in the first place. He said. So foolish, brother. Zorba said. Do you not see your plan would turn Doom into nothing but a martyr? Then things would get even worse. Then what are we supposed to do, brother? Rudolfo shouted. Negotiate. Don't make me laugh. I think we all know Doom is not a man who will want to negotiate with us. I was not going to suggest that. I was going to say we call upon our allies for assistance. Zorba suggested. Getting murmurs of agreement from those inside of the room. Not to be rude, my prince, but do you really think that is the best option? An advisor questioned. Considering how this resistance has been one step ahead of us at every turn. He said. Which was true. For ever since the Latvian resistance changed its battle tactics, they had been tearing apart Vladimir's forces, hitting their supply convoys, and liberating one camp or prison after another. It was almost like the resistance knew their plans almost immediately after they made. But Vladimir had checked for spies, and had found none. After disposing of any he thought might be coarse. He even ordered a search for any surveillance technology, but had found nothing. Yet the resistance still knew of his and his people's plans. Infuriating the men to no end. How? How is this happening? Vladimir angrily thought. He was king. This was his country and his people. Yet none was taking everything that belonged to him. Doom. When I get my hands on you, I'll make sure you'll be begging for the sweat embrace of death before I am done. Vladimir seethed. A look of pure anger on his face. High unlikely. Considering what you just spoke of, Vladimir, will be happening the other way around. A voice suddenly spoke in the room, shocking everyone inside of it. Since they all knew who that voice belonged to. They had heard it on the radio, and on the television screen. It was the voice of Doom. Doom, here. How did he get in? Summon the guards, quickly. The advisors and generals inside of the room shouted out orders, and fell into complete chaos. Until Vladimir spoke up. Silence. He shouted. Quieting all present in the room. Immediately after he did so, the flat screen on the back wall of the room turned on, and showcased an image of Doom, who was sitting on a throne, his hands clasped in front of him. Seeing this, those inside of the meeting room began to murmur, and feel dread. Since they all recognized the throne Doom was seated on. It was the one in the throne room of the castle they were in. You dare? Vladimir shouted. Doom does dare you, pathetic men. Doom replied. For this is no longer your throne, but mine. He said. Guards. To the throne room. Go and bring me the disrespectful peasant so that I may deal with him myself. Vladimir shouted. Yet no response came. Guards. Guards. Vladimir shouted several more times. But got no response no matter how much he yelled. Which led to him getting out of his chair and heading over to the door to open it. Only as soon as Vladimir got close enough, the door swung open and hit him square in his face, breaking his nose. Ack! Vladimir shouted. Falling on his back. Blood flowing out his broken nose. While this happened, several people, and Doombots, entered into the room and surrounded Vladimir, his sons, and his advisors. Shocking them all. For the people alongside the Doombots were those from the Latvian resistance. Including one of their leaders, Zora Vukovic. Standing above Vladimir, she had a serene smile on her face. Just as she kicked the man right between his legs, using her left foot. Ack! The man screamed, as his nuts were destroyed. But Zora cared not for his cries of pain. Instead, she hoisted him up and threw up back into his chair. Before smacking him across the face with the butt of her Glock 19 pistol. She then spoke. Watch the screen and listen. Don't speak. Zora ordered. Yet Vladimir ignored her. He tried to speak. Only to get smacked in the face with the butt of Zora's gun again. Which she continued to do until Vladimir followed her instructions. To shut up and listen. Once he did, Doom, who had been watching events transpiring, finally spoke up again. Good. Victor said. Now to get down to business. Business? What business could we have with terrorists like you? Rudolfo asked. Only to get slapped in the face by a Doombot. You are mistaken, you pathetic worm. It is you who are the terrorists. While me, and those who follow and stand beside me, are in the right. Doom explained. And since that is the case, there is only one thing left to do. Rid our country of you lot once and for all. You. Do you think you'll get away with this? Zorba shouted. Killing an entire royal family of a country. The world will come for you, head. He exclaimed. No, I think not. Doom replied. A moment after he did so, multiple new and smaller windows then opened on the flat screen. Some displaying videos, while others displayed bank account records. Leading to Zorba shutting right up. Along with his father, brother, and the rest of their closest allies in the room. For the videos on display on the flat screen showcased those under their command committing atrocities. Such as killing innocent civilians. Along with numerous other crimes. While the displayed bank record statements showed almost everyone in the room that allied with Vladimir and his family, including they themselves, had taken money and been involved in various illegal dealings. As you can plainly see, I have records of the crimes you so-called leaders have committed. Not simply against your own people but against the world. And I am not trying to bluff, all this information is entirely accurate. Which is why I will be handing it over to the United Nations as soon as this is all over. So that no issues may arise as I start my new life as Latveria's monarch. Doom spoke. For he was all set to become king. Those in the resistance had agreed to help make him so. Given the leadership and ideas she shared with them for Latveria, ever since he joined them back in February. No. This can't be. Vladimir spoke. Stop deluding yourself. This is real, and it is happening. Doom spoke. Along with this. He said. Then a moment after Doom spoke, another set of new windows opened up on the flat screen. This time showcasing live video feeds. Feeds which detailed the people of Latveria marching on and taking down any strongholds in the country that still remained loyal to Vladimir and his faction, with the assistance of Victor's Doombots, of course. There was even a group marching on the capital itself. No, 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 no. Vladimir screamed. Yes. Victor said. Now you know the power Doom possesses. He spoke. Relishing in the fear and despair he saw in the eyes of Vladimir and his allies. Making Victor feel once again how it is to be Doom. Chapter 17, All Hail Doom. Third person, POV. On the night of September 13, 2006, King Vladimir Fortunov, his family, and any and all of their supporters were finally completely removed from power within the country of Latveria. Thus clearing the way for its greatest monarch ever. Victor Werner von Doom. A man who would not only change his country, but in time the entire world. September 16, 2006. Victor, POV. Two Doombots following behind me, I walked through the halls of the castle I was in. Noting any and all damages I spotted. While several other Doombots surveyed the rest of the castle, and its immediate property up to a 15-mile radius in each direction. Why, you ask? Because I am going to repair this castle and make it better than it ever was. For it is going to be my new home. I've even already given it a new name. Castle Doom. Of course that's the same name this place had in the comics, but as the old saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. A rule I am also applying to the rest of Latveria. Having already renamed the capital city Doomstadt. In honor of my mother Cynthia. Whose soul I plan on saving as soon as I can. But there is still much to do and preparations to be made before that. After all, only 3 days have passed since Vladimir, his family, and the rest of their supporters were permanently ousted from power and I became king of Latveria. Right now the country is in a time of transition, which can be when one is in the most danger. Thus for my homeland's sake, and those of the people who helped place me squarely upon the throne, I must remain cautious and vigilant. As well as responsible. I continued my person survey of the castle until I finished. My last stop being the throne room. Where I happened to spot Boris and Christoph. Along with Lucia and Zora. All four having accompanied me during my trip here. The former two because I invited them. While the latter two invited themselves. Stating they could not allow me, their new king and ruler, to undertake such an endeavor alone. Really, those two are worrying for nothing. But I guess since given their new positions, which have them working for me and Latveria as a whole, they have grounds to worry a bit. Lucia and Zora new jobs being the following. The former I have named my prime minister, just like she was for Latveria in the comics. Only unlike in the comics she's not working with American supervillains. Though Lucia has already begun working on a plan to completely overhaul the government and our foreign relation policies in concert. She's also working on cleaning up the Latverian diplomatic corps. Because we cannot have snakes out there ruining the new Latveria new name. Now as for Zora, given her experience in leading the now former Latverian resistance for years, I have named her Latveria new Minister of Defense, who is already working on building a new and proper Latverian defense force. For although my Dumbots are great, I do not want them to become Latveria main army. I want the people themselves having a say in how their country is protected. Thus the plan I have in place is for half the LDF, Latverian Defense Forces, to be made up of flesh and blood soldiers and half to be made up of my robotic creations, satisfying everyone's needs. The soldiers who join the LDF in particular, since it will give them a purpose and a steady source of income. Two things many of my fellow countrymen desperately need right now. But only for right now. Because once several of my plans come to fruition, my people will never have to worry about such trivial things again. Though one step at a time here. Joining the others, they also slightly bowed to me, making me sigh. Since I have told them all time and time again not to bow to me outside of official ceremonies, even though I am now the king of the country. Yet they do it anyway. It's a corny joke, but with them I don't mind. Greetings, Victor, Zora said. After all four of them stood back up. Hello everyone, I said. So, what are your opinions of my new home? I'm curious to hear what you think. It's a dump. But if you fix it up, Mr. Victor, then I'm sure it will end up being amazing. Christoph bluntly spoke. Which I appreciate. I find his straightforward answers refreshing. Thank you for that, Christoph, I told him. And I assume the rest of you share the same opinion. The others nodded their heads in agreement. Well then, guess that means I better get to work on my home improvements, I said. Don't you mean having your Dumbots get to work on your home improvements? Lucia jokingly spoke, eliciting a laugh from all of us. Touché, I said. Anyway, on a different note, Christoph, may you come with me? There is a private matter I wish to discuss with you. Sure, he replied. So with that, the two of us walked off from the others, me leading the young Bernard to one of the balconies with a view of Dumstadt. The moment we arrived, he got a look of childlike wonderment on his face. Beautiful sight, isn't it? It is, Christoph replied. He then turned to face me. So Mr. Victor, what did you want to speak with me about in private? Your future, I said. The truth is, Christoph, you remind me a lot of myself at your age. A young man gifted with incredible intelligence beyond his years, as well as a boy who lost his family far too early. Sure, I had Boris and the other members of the Zafiro clan, but they truly could never replace my mother and father. Just like I know no one will ever be able to replace your mother. But if you're up for it, I would like to make you a part of my family. What are you saying? He asked. I'm saying I would like to adopt you. I want you to formally become my son. I finally spoke, feeling now is the right time to ask him. Christoph's eyes went wide at my proposition. Are you sure? Yes, I easily replied. It's one of the fewest things I have ever been entirely sure of in my life. I want you to become my son. But the choice is entirely up to you. And just so you know, should you accept my offer, you will have responsibilities, I said. Like facing danger. For as the son of Doom, Christoph will end up with a target on his back. Yet even with that being the case, I still want him as family. For if anyone tries to harm him, I kill them quickly. Because I will do anything for my family. Of course you don't have to answer now. Take some time and think about it, I said. No, I've already decided, Christoph said, looking me in my eyes. I want to be your son. Well then, all right. Welcome to the family, I happily spoke. Having just become Daddy Doom. Never thought this day would come so quickly, but oh well. After Christoph agrees to my proposal, we return to where the others were and told them the news. All of them congratulating us. Victor. To think this is the kind of man you've become. If your parents were here, I'm sure they'd be very proud. Boris spoke. Thank you, Boris, I replied. So, having not even taken a queen, and our new king already has an heir. Zora mused. Well, if you're offering to fill the position, I'll take you up on it, I replied. Oh my, what a tempting offer, your majesty, Zora replied. Okay, you two, enough flirting, there are things that need to get done, Boris spoke. Interrupting our flirting. But that's fine. There will be plenty of time for it in the future. But Boris is right, there are things that need to get done. Like preparing for my coronation and announcing to everyone there is a new monarch in town. Yours truly. So getting in a move on, our little group left Castle Doom and returned to the old royal palace, which will now function as the new central government building of Latveria. Since unlike the original Doom, I see no reason to blow up a perfectly good building. After making our return we got back to work. Planning my coronation, while also making sure Christoph became my son in every sense of the word legally. Which didn't take too long at all. Thus we found ourselves fully focusing on the coronation event. Until eventually a month passed and the day of the promised time finally arrived. October 30th, 2006. Third person, POV. Standing within massive crowds and groups all over their country, the people of Latveria focused their attention on giant flat-screen monitors that had been set up. All to witness the day's events, which the entire country had heard about. The coronation and crowning of their new king and ruler, Victor Werner von Doom. A man who has helped to bring down Vladimir and his regime. A man who had been providing aid in the form of food, clothes, medicine, housing, etc., ever since he arrived in Latveria all those months ago. A man who was already working to truly better Latveria. The people had heard of and seen his dads firsthand. So with trepidation they waited for the broadcast that would truly signal the end of the old age of Latveria and the beginning of the new one Victor had begun. As the clock struck 12 p.m. sharp, the moment everyone had been waiting for began. The screens all across the country buzzed to life, showcasing Victor, dressed in his armor, with an extravagant cape bearing the flag of Latveria imprinted on both it reading on his shoulders. He was standing on a makeshift stage, surrounded by Boris, Zora, Lucia, and several other high-ranking members of the former Latvian resistance who were now part of the new legitimate Latvian government. All of them dressed in formal attire. There were also two others on the stage, Rudolfo and Zorba Fortunov. Both men were on their knees, wearing full body sets of chains. Several Dumbots surrounding them, ready to strike if the brothers so much as even sneezed wrong. The two former royals looked worse for wear. Heavy bags under their eyes, unruly hair, full untouched bears, and their muscles looked diminished. Seeing people in such a state would normally elicit some sympathy. But the people of Latveria had none for their former princes, given all the atrocities they had committed against them. So with smiles on their faces the people of Latveria cheered at the current states of Rudolfo and Zorba. Though they quieted down as Doom stepped forward. People of Latveria. You might already know my name by now, but for those who don't, it is Victor Werner von Doom. Like many of you, I was born and raised in this country. And also like many of you, suffered under the impression of the Vladimir regime. But I am here standing before you today to inform you that time is now over for good. I stand before you today not only as your fellow countryman but as your new king and leader. I am grateful you have entrusted me with such a position. And I will do my best to live up to your expectations. And should I ever end up turning into something similar to Vladimir, I ask that you rise up again and stroke me down. For without its people a country is nothing. Victor spoke. A lesson the Fortunov royal family never seemed to learn. So now they shall pay for their arrogance and callousness with their lives. Victor then raised his right arm into the air after she finished speaking. Once he did, two Dumbots, both wielding swords, each took up a position behind the two former princes. Upon seeing this, Doom swung his right arm downward. When he did, the two Dumbots decapitated both princes without any hesitation, ignoring any and all of their protests. As the heads of Rudolfo and Zorba hit the stage, the people watching, and who were actually present, were stunned into silence. That is until one person spoke up and broke it. Yeah. All hail Doom. A random guy shouted. Once he did, another said the same thing. Then another, and another, until the entire crowd present physically at the coronation/execution began chanting the very same thing in unison. All hail Doom. All hail Doom. All hail Doom. Their chants grew louder and louder. But they were not the only ones who got this way. All across the country everyone began chanting that phrase. All hail Doom. Music to the one in question's ears. Now he was truly Latveria king. And it felt good. While Latveria celebrated a new era, so was someone else. But this person was entering an era of hell. Chained up in a cell, Dumbots forcing him to watch the flat screen feed in front of him, Vladimir Fortunov was a wailing and crying mess. Having just witnessed his own sons getting executed. Make it stop. Make it stop. He cried. Yet no one could hear his screams, nor would they answer his prayer. Because now his very existence belonged to Doom. Truly a fate worse than death. Chapter 18, World Reactions. January 4, 2007. New York City. Third person, POV. Making herself some breakfast, Susan Storm let her mind drift. Mainly on her current station in life. Here she is, almost 2 years after gaining fantastic powers, a superhero. Alongside her ex-boyfriend, her younger brother, and her ex-boyfriend best friend. Who is now dating her own, one Alicia Masters. Since his fiancée dumped him after Ben and the others came out to the world about their powers and became the Fantastic Four. Which was great. Though Susan could do a little less without all the crazy adventures they end up on. Mostly thanks to Reed. But she takes the good work the bad. Especially since she is now a worldwide celebrity, whose fame has allowed her to bring issue to cause she always thought were important. Not to mention becoming a role model for women of all changes to look upon. Susan loved it. Yet there was one thing she couldn't let go of. The kiss Victor gave her when he and Lucia left for their home country Latvia, which had taken place close to a year ago. And there had been no contact from either of them since. Which worried Susan to no end. So much so she has tried to use her new connections as a member of the Fantastic Four to get information on the current state of Latvia. Unfortunately, that didn't pan out either, since the country was under a total information blackout, which only increased Susan's worry. She had half a mind to simply go to Latvia herself, but held back, for she knew her actions would cause trouble not only for herself but for the rest of her team. And Susan couldn't and wouldn't do that to them. Not without a very good reason. So all she was left with was waiting. Damn it, Victor. Please be okay, Susan thought, her mind instantly going to the kiss on the night Victor left. Getting a light blush on her face, Susan shook her head. No brain. Don't go there, Susan thought. After all, that kiss likely meant nothing, since it was obvious to her Victor was with Lucia, and she wouldn't get in between them, no matter how much her body ached for another kiss from Victor. Deciding to get her mind off things before she full went down the rabbit hole, Susan focused all her attention back on cooking. Holy shit. That is until she heard Johnny screaming from the living room. Once she did, Susan headed in there, an annoyed expression on her face. Johnny, it's too early for all that yelling, she told her brother. Actually, Susie Matchstick has a reason to shout this time, Ben spoke, pointing a rocky finger at the television. When Ben did, Susan looked at it. Reed walking in and joining them, doing the same thing a moment later. Thus all the Fantastic Four focused their attention on what was playing on the television, which was breaking news and a special report. All focused on the nation of Latvia, a country which was being reported had been in a revolutionary war for the past year, to do away with their monarch, royal family, and top government officials who had been war crimes against their people for decades. But now all of that was over, since the revolutionary had at last triumphed over their corrupt regime and had put together a new government. They had even named a new king to lead their people. One Susan and the others recognized immediately. Victor. Upon learning all this, everyone became utterly shocked. Susan especially. At least her mind wasn't focused on her kiss with Victor any longer. Triskelion, Washington, D.C. Sitting behind the desk in his office, a bald African-American man with an eye patch watched the special new report being done on Latvia on the flat-screen television in front of him. The man in question being one Nicholas J. Fury, the current director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention and Espionage Logistics Division, or SHIELD for short. Insert image of MCU Nick Fury here. A world-sanctioned peacekeeping force that deals with all manner of threats. As Fury silently watched the report, his mind was racing, going over all the information he had on Latvia. Since the World Security Council and the United Nations had tasked Fury and SHIELD to do a threat assessment on the country. Now that their regime had changed, it was nothing SHIELD or Fury hadn't done before. But what made this different for Fury was one single thing. Victor Von Doom. After learning about him, Fury couldn't help but raise the threat level of Latvia. Because in his long career as an intelligence operative, Fury had seen several men like Doom. Which is why he knew just how dangerous they truly were capable of becoming. Like in Victor's case already, Fury had managed to learn he not only created the robots that had helped the revolutionaries overthrow the country's former regime, but he did it all under the radar, without anyone learning of his actions until after the fact. Just from this one action, Fury knew he needed to tread lightly when it came Latvia new king, lest he caused the men to send the world into chaos. Simkaria, Aniana. Sitting in his private office, the current king of Simkaria, Stefan, watched the special news report about Latvia playing on his television screen, finding it intriguing, especially given that Simkaria and Latvia have been allies for decades. Yet seeing the contents of the special news report, Stefan now understood why that alliance had diminished in recent times. But now with this Victor Von Doom in charge, maybe our relationship can be repaired, Stefan thought. After doing so, he turned his gaze to the only other person in his office. A female with silver hair and eyes. Her name, Silvija Sablinova. Otherwise known by her codename Silver Sable. Insert image of Silvija Sablinova / Silver Sable here. A special agent for the Simkarian government and a close confidant and friend of Stefan's. Sable, what do you think of Latvia and this man they now call their king, Doom? Stefan asked. Unsure, my king. I would need to go there and assess not only Latvia itself but this man Doom with my own eyes to give you an accurate assessment. Sable easily replied. Understood. Stefan said. So then, let us get you into a position to do just that. Thus Simcaria and Silver Sable set their sights on Latveria and Victor. Undisclosed location. Sitting alone in a room, a figure cloaked by shadows stared at the television in front of them. Playing the special news report about Latveria. I see. The person mused. Revealing their voice, which was male. Seems I need to strange strategies. He mused. For the glory of Hydra. He finished. Continuing to silently watch the special news report after that. Chapter 19, To Hell. January 10, 2007. Latveria. Victor, POV. Slap slap slap. Sitting comfortably in a special-made cushion chair, created by yours truly, I sat in the center of a group of monitors. Supported by beams, they surrounded me in a dome shape from all 360 degrees. Each of the monitors displaying different pieces of information from all across the world. The device itself modeled after the one Doom created in the mainstream comics, during his time with those mystic monks in the Himalayan mountains. Which allowed him to monitor all radio, television, satellite, and internet transmissions no matter where they originated from. Remaining completely undetectable as he did. And seeing as it worked out so well for that Doom, I decided I should have one as well. Since I subscribe to the age-old saying, knowledge is power. The more I know, the better off I am. For no one is going to get the drop on me. Slap slap slap. Getting out of my thoughts, I turned my attention to the person seeking it. Yes. She exclaimed. Appreciating the shot I just gave her. All in a day's work for a doctor such as I. Once Lucia recovered, I gave her several more shots of vitamin D before our checkup session ended. As it did, I gently lifted her off me and then used some magic to clean us up. Once I finished this, I sat back down and held Lucia in my arms, giving her some cuddling. While we did so, I began reviewing the new information in my head I had learned from the monitors earlier. First, the United Nations is seeing fit to send an investigation team here to Latveria. That's fine. Because no matter what they do, their actions won't interrupt my plans. Plus it works in Latveria's favor to play nice with the UN. For now, that is. Second, it seems the UN and the World Security Council have ordered SHIELD to do a threat assessment on Latveria and more specifically me. Once again, that's fine. Since in the long run it changes nothing. Third, it looks like Simcaria wants to re-establish the strong diplomatic ties it once had with Latveria, which Vladimir and his regime basically ruined while they were in power. To that end, they are soon going to request for a diplomatic party to come and visit my country. Led by none other than Silvija Sablinova, aka Silver Sable. One of the Marvel Universe's most badass non-superpowered femme fatale. As well as one of the many women Peter Parker / Spider-Man could never close the deal with. Oh, and speaking of old Pete, I have decided I'm going to help the kid out. Partly because Spider-Man is one of my favorite heroes, and partly because I don't want his life to turn into the dumpster fire it was in the comics. Because seriously, Spider-Man's life was basically just one shit show after another. In part because of those words Uncle Ben spoke to Peter before he died. The man has no idea how much his final piece of advice acted as chains to weigh his nephew down. If not for that, Peter might have become like Tony Stark. A rich and beloved public hero. Instead, he usually ended up worse for wear, and working for Jameson. Ugh. Don't even get me started on that man. I have no idea how Peter worked for that man when he verbally abused him all the time. Unless Spider-Man was slightly masochistic. Food for thought. But back to the main point. I'll keep an eye out for Spider-Man, and once he comes along he'll gain a mentor and friend in me. Fourth, elements of Latveria, neighboring country to the northwest Sokovia, seem to be planning to infiltrate and gather intelligence on the state of our country. In preparation for an invasion. I have no idea why yet, but I will soon find out. For no one shall conquer this country now that I rule. Instead it will be the other way around. Looks like I just found my next target. Sokovia better get ready. Because Doom is coming for it. I reviewed the rest of the information in quick succession. Once I did, I picked Lucia up and we exited the monitoring dome and left the room it was in. Which is located in Castle Doom. The renovation and repairs of my new home having been completed a week ago. Construction goes after when you have a tireless robotic army under your command after all. Taking Lucia to one of the many guest rooms, I placed her in a bed. I then left to go and check on Christoph. In his personal room. Arriving, I found him sound asleep. A smile on his face. Seeing this, I smiled as well. Leaving him for my next destination. My personal lab. Which was located in one of the castle many ceilers which I had converted for my own use. Reaching my lab, I headed inside. Enjoying the sight of my advanced equipment and bookshelves stocked with magical tomes. Image here. For my lab combines both sorcery and science. But tonight I am focusing on the latter. Summoning my armor around myself, I walked to the spell circle I had drawn on the floor in the center of the room. Reaching it, I moved the dead center of it. I then summoned several magical circles in the air around me and began chanting, pouring my magical energy into the spell circle on the floor. When I did, the circle started to shine in a blood-red circle and leak a blood-colored mist. Despite this, I continued with my actions until the spell circle was filled with enough magical energy and activated. When it did, I was engulfed in a swirling vortex of blood-red mist. As it died down, I found myself in the dimension called Hell. As fire burned all around me and human skulls littered almost every inch of the ground as far as my eyes could see, I paid no attention to that. Instead, keeping my focus on the being sitting on the throne before me, the ruler of this land and the bastard who currently has my mother Cynthia Von Doom's soul. Mephisto. Insert image of Mephisto here. His eyes on me, he put a wide grin on his face. "Why, hello there, traveler, and what can I, Mephisto, do for you today?" he asked, his voice sounding like a nail scratching a chalkboard. "My name is Victor Werner Von Doom," I spoke. Mephisto's smile getting even bigger when I did. "Cynthia Von Doom, little boy, all grown up. Now this is a surprise. But certainly not an unwelcome one," Mephisto said. "Yes, I'm sure," I replied. "But let's cut to the chase, Mephisto. I have come here today to bargain for my mother's soul. So, let's see if we can make a deal," I said. Thus I began negotiations to make a deal with the literal devil. Chapter 20, and back. Third person, POV. "A deal, you say?" Mephisto asked Victor. "Yes, that's right." Did I stutter? Victor replied. Well, color me surprised once more." "This day is just full of surprises," Mephisto said, the devilish grin on his face getting bigger. Yes. "Now if you are done getting off, let us get down to it," Victor said. "Tell me, what will it take for you to return my mother's soul to me, and repair the damage you have inflicted upon it since it came into your possession? That is the question, isn't it?" Mephisto replied, lazily tapping a finger from his left hand against his chin, pretending to be deep in thought, as if finding it hard to reply to Victor's question. But Victor himself knew what Mephisto was doing at the moment was all an act, likely meant to infuriate him or throw him off guard. And if he was the original Dr. Doom, that might have worked. But on the Doom standing in front of him, not so much. So completely and utterly calm, Victor waited for Mephisto to respond to him, the demonic being taking a whole 5 minutes to do so. "I've got it. How about this? You and I fight, and if you win, I'll return your mommy to you good as new," Mephisto said. "But should you lose, your people that you now rule over will come to hate you and see you as a monster. And since I am such a generous guy, I'll make this deal a yearly thing. So, what do you say?" "No," Victor immediately replied, erasing the grin on Mephisto's face. "No. That's right, no." Once more did I stutter. Victor replied. "I thought you came here to save your mother," Mephisto said. "I did," Victor replied. "But I can't put that over the responsibility I have to those I now lead. Besides, my mother would never forgive me if she learned I saved her just at the expense of your homeland. So once more, demon, no deal," he spoke. Victor not going to budge, no matter how much he wanted to save his mother. Since he has already said many times he is not going to make the mistakes of the original Doom, who ended up taking Mephisto's deal that he just rejected. Honestly, Victor has no idea why Doom in the comics did this. Unless he had a sort of mother complex. Yeah, no. Victor is not touching that with any sort of pole. Moving on. Mephisto had begun to think and began getting a little serious. Since he was sure Victor would take the deal he came up with, he didn't expect him to reject it so easily. Now things are getting truly interesting, Mephisto thought. "I hear you, Victor. But your rejection means we'll have to come up with another deal. Since I can't just return Cynthia's soul to you for nothing. I have a reputation to uphold after all," Mephisto said. "Right," Victor replied. "In that case, I have a deal to offer you." "Oh. I'm listening," Mephisto said, curious to see what kind of deal Victor had managed to come up with. "In exchange for you healing my mother's soul and returning it to me exactly as it was when you obtained it. And you swearing to never interfere with us directly or indirectly ever again, unless we choose to deal with you, then I am prepared to collect 3 souls and give them to you to do what you will. And these won't just be any old souls either, but the souls of violent and horrid individuals that I'm sure you would delight in tormenting for the rest of eternity." Victor spoke, Mephisto liking what he heard. "My, that sounds very wonderful," Mephisto spoke. "Though my standards are very high, Victor. Even if you bring me a soul, that doesn't mean I'll accept it as one of the 3 mentioned in this deal you are offering me." Please. I would never be so worthless as to not bring you souls you would like. In fact, here is a little taste and a testament to my skills. Victor spoke. He then snapped his left fingers. A moment after he did the spell circle under Victor's feet, which he had used to travel to Mephisto dimension, and acted as a barrier of protection against the demonic being himself, glowed. Then a second after it did, Vladimir Fortunov appeared inside of the spell circle, wearing full body chains. But he didn't stay there for even a minute before Victor used his left foot to kick him out of it, applying enough force with his kick for Vladimir to land right in front of Mephisto's throne. Once this happened, Mephisto looked into Vladimir's eyes and literally began peering into his very soul. Yes. Oh yes. Mephisto began speaking and moaning. The more he examined Vladimir's soul. Oh fuck yes. Mephisto shouted. Once he did, he turned his gaze away from Vladimir and to Victor. Victor, my boy, to think you would bring me such a tasty little morsel like this one. Seems you aren't just all talk. But of course. Victor replied. So then, Mephisto, do we have ourselves a deal? He asked. Oh yes. We do. Mephisto replied. Then the moment the demonic being did the magic of both Victor and he reacted, sealing the contract between them, and making sure if either one broke it they would suffer dire consequences. Feeling this, Victor smiled beneath his mask. Since this entire meeting had gone exactly as he planned. Of course he knew there was a chance Mephisto would refuse to accept his deal. But Victor was willing to take that risk, which has paid off in the end. Now he'll be able to save his mother without giving up the love of his people like the original Dr. Doom did. Perfect. A pleasure doing business with you, Mephisto. Victor spoke up. Once the deal between them was sealed. Same to you. Now then, off with you. I have a new toy to break in, Mephisto said. The demonic being then licked his lips before snapping his fingers. A second after he did, Vladimir found himself completely naked, his butt facing outward, his wrists and ankles bound with leather straps that held him on an X-shaped wooden post. Next to said post was a table filled with sexual tools. A ball gag, a riding crop, a whip, some candles, etc. No, no. Vladimir shouted at the top of his lungs. His fear beyond anything he has ever felt once he realized the situation he was in. Bad boy. When you scream you're supposed to call out yes. Mephisto said, standing up from his throne. Looks like you need some training, he said. Mephisto then began approaching Vladimir. Seeing this, Victor poured his magic into his magic circle and began his return trip home. Since he did not need the image of Vladimir taking Mephisto backshots in his head. That was a scenario too terrifying to even imagine. Yet it was happening. Victor would almost feel bad for Vladimir. Almost. If the man wasn't getting exactly what he deserved. Now he going to see how it felt to be someone else's bitch for all of eternity. A fitting end for such a king. Chapter 21, Future Projects. Victor, POV. As the red swirl of mist, and the light of the spell circle, died down, I found myself right back where I started. My personal laboratory within Castle Doom. Seeing that was the case, I stepped out of the spell circle and then sealed it. Not only in case Mephisto tried to use it to fuck with me, but also so nothing else could use it to fuck with me. Given how many horrifying interdimensional beings there are out there. Once the spell circle was locked down, I used my magic and sent my armor back to its clear display case in the corner. After I did so, I headed over to my desk to review some paperwork in regards to the production of two new inventions I have just finished. The first is a gas mask which can detect heartbeats. The second is the Medigel from the Mass Effect series. I have recreated it, which with my brain power was easy to do. Plus the Mass Effect franchise doesn't exist in this reality, so there will no issues in regards to copyrights and the like. Seeing that all the paperwork was in order, I nodded. It means soon the production of the two products will begin, and once this happens, Latveria will be raking in the cash. Well, even more. Since after I became king I made it so the ICER and medical scanner I created while in the United States are now exclusively produced in Latveria. Which will be the same for the other two inventions I have created. Why, you ask? Simple. Money. Latveria desperately needs it. Given how Vladimir and his regime completely destroyed the country's economy while they were still in power. It's a wonder there was even an economy left after those bastards butchered Latveria finances. Hence the need for fast cash inflow, so that my nation's economy not only stabilize but grow. And what better way than producing exclusive and highly sought-after products? Finishing up reviewing the paperwork, I filed it away. Just as I did, my technopathy alerted me to the arrival of 3 Doombots I had dispatched to gather certain items for me. Let's see what they've got. Looking up, I leaned back in my chair as those 3 specific Doombots entered my laboratory. All right then. Show me what you've got. I told them. When I did the first one stepped up and produced several small vials. The vials themselves containing Pym particles. Because honestly I think Hank Pym is a fool for not using this invention to change the world. The Pym particle could have revolutionized healthcare, physics, space travel, infrastructure, etc. Yet all its creator did was use it to play hero. I'm not saying Hank didn't do good work. I'm saying he could have done more. Oh well. You snooze you lose. Don't worry Hank, I'll put the Pym particle to better use for the world's sake in your place. Much more than that self-absorbed idiot Darren Cross ever could. Though I am curious to see how Hank's daughter would use the Pym particle if the man wasn't so closed off to them. Also yes, I said daughters. As in plural. Since in this Marvel universe Hank has 2 children. The first is Hope Pym from the MCU. While the second is his daughter from the comics, Nadia. Seems in this reality a few years after Janet died, Hank ended up getting together with a woman named Maria Trovea. Then long story short Maria ends up getting pregnant, decides to keep the child, then dies in childbirth. Leaving Hank to raise 2 daughters alone. Though from the information I have they have both turned okay. Seems they both inherited their father's genius. So now we have 2 contenders for the title of Wasp running around. I can't wait to see how that turns out. Moving on. After inspecting the vials of Pym particles I nodded. Seeing this the Doombot who stepped forward retrieved them, and then went to put them into proper containment. Since I do not things suddenly growing and shrinking. Including myself. After the first Doombot with the Pym particle vials stepped away the second Doombot stepped up and presented me with 2 vials of blood. The blood itself belonging to Isaiah Bradley. The US second successful super soldier who they never acknowledged publicly simply because of the color of his skin. Sad. So anyway, I wanted samples of his blood so that I could recreate my own variant of the SS serum. Not for me of course. I'm perfectly happy as I am right now with my armor, magic, and extremist-based powers. No, the SS serum wouldn't be for me but for my comrades. Present and future. Of course I could just give them the extremist serum I created but I like having options. After checking out the vials of blood I handed them back to the second Doombot who went to go put them into storage. Once this occurred the last of the 3 Doombots stepped up. It then presented me with a hard drive and 2 clear cylindrical containers. Each own containing a spider. The 2 spiders themselves being from Oscorp batch of genetically engineered spiders Richard Parker made before he disappeared and went into hiding. Since I found traces of the man being alive, and am in the process of tracking him down. Not only for his scientific expertise, but for the brownie points I'll get with Peter upon returning him with his daddy. Oh, and speaking of the future wall crawler, he's the spitting image of Tom Holland but was born the same year as he was in the Andrew Garfield films. Which means by the time canon gets into full swing we'll have an older Peter Parker running around. Also yes, pun intended. In addition the Aunt May in this reality is the young hot one from the MCU. Something I salute them for doing. Uncle Ben is also young in this reality. Now, as to the reasons I had the Doombot collect these 2 spiders, it's because I want to unlock their secrets and be able to use them to create my own spider-based superpowered individuals. Since the powers of Spider-Man are nothing to sneeze at. Especially the powers of other spider people like Miles Morales and Miguel O'Hara. 2 of my favorite spider people by the way. So yeah, having access to those kind of abilities would be amazing. As for the hard drive, it contains a complete record of all information on the Oscorp Industries servers and from Norman's personal one. Since I would love to see what that company is currently working on. Considering my plans pertaining to Norman Osborn. Seeing the spiders and hard drive I nodded. I then reached for the drive, and commanded the last Doombot to place the spiders in proper containment using my technopathy. As it moved to do this I stood up from my desk and headed over to a workstation, where I plugged up the hard drive and immediately began delving into its content. Upon doing so I found Oscorp was working on the OZ formula, the exosuit and glider from the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man films, the exosuits from the Amazing Spider-Man films, and even the GR-27 from the Insomniac Spider-Man game. They are also getting ready to assist Dr. Otto Octavius with the construction and production of his artificial son. Learning all this and more I nodded. Then after I finished my review of the data on the hard drive I started working on several of my own projects. Including 3 I can't wait to see come to fruition. Project Primarchs. Project Cabal. And finally Project Sovereign. Though despite my excitement to see my projects turn into reality I know rushing will do no good. That's why I am going to move steadily and methodically. So that when all is said and done Doom stands above all others. It's a day I can't wait for. As I continued working I suddenly stopped when I heard a knock on my lab doors. So when I did I turned to face it and when it opened up Christoph was standing there. Yes Christoph. Are you okay? I spoke. I am father. Christoph replied. Since he had decided to start calling me that ever since I formally adopted him. I just came to inform you it's time for breakfast. He said. Ah, I see. I replied. Understood. I said. I then stopped working before putting everything in order and then leaving my lab with Christoph. So we could go enjoy a family breakfast. An event I want to be a part of. Which is why I told Christoph, and the others close to me, to come and interrupt me for such things unless the task I'm working on is deathly important. Since I want to spend time with those I care for. I will not become some neglectful man who prioritizes his own interest over his family and friends. I mean, it's not like I'm Reed Richards or Vegeta from the Dragon Ball series. No, I am Victor Werner von Doom. A man who cares. So that is why it's now family time. Chapter 22, Meetings. Arriving in the main dining hall with Christoph, the two of us went to take our seats at the table. Where Boris was already seated and waiting for us. Since the man is a permanent resident of Castle Doom. Because since he is basically a second father to me, there is no way I'm going to let him live anywhere else. Plus I enjoy his company, and the advice he gives me where certain matters are concerned. He's actually one of my top advisors. Once Christoph and I arrived, the staff began serving us our food. All of the staff being people Boris hired. For he was sure of their loyalty. Even so, I still had all of them sign the magical contract like Lucia did when she first agreed to work for me back when we were in US. Because I am not that trusting. I can't afford to be. I know I sound slightly paranoid, but it's not paranoia if people are actually out to get you. And people are out to get me. Plus this is a Marvel universe, so it's better to be paranoid than sorry. Brecht went off without a hitch. Then once it was over, I bid farewell to Christoph and Boris. The former heading for lessons with personal tutors. Since although Christoph, I realized immediately after we met, the boy had never had any sort of formal education. Which I decided to rectify as soon as possible. Because he couldn't move on to bigger and brighter things without a proper base. While the latter is heading to the central government HQ to help in the reconstruction and revitalization projects for Latveria. Which is where I am also headed. So Boris and I journeyed there together. Then after we arrived, we went our separate ways. Arriving at my personal office, I entered it. Where several of my advisors were waiting. Including Zora, Lucia, and Torvald. Yes, Torvald. Despite his initial hostile attitude toward me when he first met a year ago, he since then lost it, and during the revolution became a trusted friend and ally. Which is why after assuming the throne I named him Latveria's new Minister of Education. Since before he joined the revolution he was a teacher. So the job fits him perfectly. Not to mention he isn't afraid to disagree with me and voice his opinions straight to my face. I like that quality in him. As everyone greeted me, I greeted them as I walked over to my desk and then took a seat behind it. All right. Let's get started. I spoke. Yes, sir. Lucia replied. First off, the renovations on the factories and warehouses which will be used to produce and store the products you have designed are proceeding smoothly. Based on everything, the manufacturing aspect of the venture should be up and running by the end of next month. She explained. Excellent. I said. Next item. Of course. Lucia replied. The second time. Both the United Nations and our neighbor Simcaria have requested to send observation teams to our country. She said. TCH. Torvald clicked his tongue. The damn United Nations. They did nothing while Vladimir and his people ravaged our homeland for years, and now that we have finally taken it back they dare interfere. He passionately spoke. Others in the room agreeing with Torvald. Everyone calm down, please. I too share your outrage at this. I said. Getting all eyes on me. You do, my king? Torvald asked. I nodded my head. I do. But given our nation's current status, antagonizing the United Nations is not something we can afford to do right now. So for now let's play nice. But when the time comes, the United Nations will be kissing Latveria and its people's asses. King Victor is right. Zora added. Having a group boasting such large manpower and resources angry at us right now is unacceptable. She explained. Especially when we do not even have a truly functional military force yet. On that note, how is the development of the defense forces going? I asked. Very well, my king. The conversion of the former regime prison camps into military bases and facilities is proceeding smoothly. As well as the revamping of the War College and its curriculum. We are also getting a steady number of recruits signing up. Zora explained. Good. I said. So Torvald, how is your major project coming along? I asked. All well and good. But we're missing key personnel to make the project truly work. He explained. Oh, I know. And don't worry about that. Just leave it to me. I said. The meeting then continued and my advisors and I discussed many other things. including the fact we would delay the United Nations team visit and instead accept the diplomatic envoy from Simcaria first. Since it would be very disrespectful to our longtime allies if we didn't give them the proper attention they deserved while in our country. They don't need to be competing with no thirsty thoughts. Thus my advisors made notes to set up the Simcaria visit first. They also informed me our embassies worldwide were undergoing the renovations I had requested. Lucia also mentioned she was training new diplomats to replace the old ones, since all of them were loyal to Vladimir and his regime. After 3 hours passed, the meeting came to an end. So I let everyone get back to their other business, save for Lucia, Zora, and Torvald. I asked them to stay behind. Then shortly after I did, Boris arrived. Once this happened, I used my technopathy and locked down my office, activating signal jammers, white noise generators, and any other anti-surveillance device you can think of. I even activated some magical defenses, since you never know who could be watching or listening. Constant vigilance. Victor, why did you call me here? Boris asked. Yes, my king, what is this? Zora asked. I needed to discuss some matters with you four in private, I replied. First off, the representative Simcaria will be sending to Latveria is Silvija Sablinova, I revealed. The Silver Sable, Torvald exclaimed. Since Sable reputation precedes her. Victor, how do you know this? Boris asked. The machine I showed you all some time ago, I replied. Since I showed Boris and the others my surveillance dome as soon as I completed it, because I know I have their undying trust and loyalty. Even Torvald's. I knew you said it was for surveillance, but to think it would even allow you to learn information such as that. Torvald mused. Oh Torvald, my friend, you have no idea, I said. On that note, thanks to the machine I also learned elements of the Sokovian armed forces are in the midst of prepping an infiltration mission into Latveria, so they can gather information on us in order to prepare for a full-scale invasion, I explained. Everyone getting looks of disgust and anger on their faces as soon as I finished speaking, mirroring my own emotions on the matter. Trust me, I am outraged too. But let that not cloud our view of the situation. For this is an opportunity, I said. How? Torvald asked. You're planning to annex Sokovia and make it an extension of Latveria. Zora spoke, as if reading my mind. Zora, my dear, you are correct, I said. Truly, Victor, is that your plan? Boris asked me. It is, I replied. Firstly, because Sokovia is planning to do the same thing to us, so it's only fair we turn the tables on them. Secondly, Sokovia reminds me a lot of Latveria, a powerful dictator oppressing his people and the rest of the world ignoring their cries. Well, I won't. And I hope you all won't either. I will follow you, Victor, Lucia said. As will I, Zora added. My boy, I trust you, Boris spoke. Well, you're going to do this anyway, so I'll come on willingly instead of being dragged, Torvald said. Thank you all, I said. The 5 of us then had a quick planning session before I let them all leave my office. Then I got to work. Latveria itself then fell into a comfortable rhythm for over a month, until the day the diplomatic entourage from Simcaria arrived. Time to meet the fabled Silver Sable. Chapter 23, Representatives from Simcaria. February 18, 2007. Dressed in one of her silver pantsuits, Silvija Sablinova, aka Silver Sable, opened the door of the SUV she was in and stepped out. As she did so, the rest of her diplomatic entourage did the same, getting out of their SUVs. For they had arrived at their destination, Castle Doom, within the country of Latveria, where they would be staying during their diplomatic mission in the country, being hosted by none other than the new king of Latveria himself, and from what Sablinova could find out before arriving, the men who single-handedly changed the course of the Latverian Revolution, Victor Werner von Doom. The moment Sable heard about this arrangement, back in her home country Simcaria before departing for this diplomatic mission, she grew suspicious at Victor's actions, but didn't object, since she wanted to see what his game was. Who are you really, Victor von Doom? Sablinova thought. She was determined to find out. Once all of her people were out of their vehicles, Sablinova began walking towards the castle entrance, her people following right behind her, including one of the generals who helped Sablinova lead the Wild Pack, a reputable mercenary group she has inherited from her father, and one of her most trusted friends, an African-American man who only goes by the name Romeo, who honestly Sablinova did not want to be here. But after telling her generals what Stefan had requested of her in regards to Latveria, none of them would budge on one of them accompanying her. And Romeo ended up drawing the short straw, so to speak. In no time at all the group reached the front doors of Castle Doom, where they found several individuals waiting for them. one being Victor von Doom himself, dressed in a green suit. Two were females, who Sablinova easily identified as Lucia von Bardas, Latveria new Prime Minister, and Zora Vukovic, Latveria new Minister of Defense. Other than them there was an old man and a young boy who looked to be about 10 or 11. Along with several robots, which Doom created and called Doombots. Seeing them up close for the first time, Sablinova quickly thought up several ways to defeat the robots under Doom command, along with the man himself and his allies. Eventually Sablinova stopped looking over the group in front of her. When she did, Doom stepped forward, gently took her left hand in his own, brought up to his lips, and then gave it a quick kiss before releasing Sablinova's hand, looking her in her eyes after he did. "Greetings, Miss Sablinova. My name is Victor Werner von Doom, the King of Latveria and your host for you and your people stay here in my home country. It's a pleasure to meet you," Victor said. "Likewise, King Victor," Sablinova replied. "And on behalf of myself and my government I thank you for hosting us during our stay here. My government also appreciates you accepting our request in regards to this diplomatic mission," she spoke. "Of course," Victor replied. "It was no trouble at all. Especially since I seek to repair the damage the former King Vladimir and his regime did to the relationship between our two countries. For I want us to have a long and fruitful relationship," he explained. "Now then, allow me to introduce you." Victor walked back over to his little entourage and began introducing them to Sablinova and the other Simkarians. "First we have our Prime Minister, Lucia von Bardas," Victor spoke. "Good to meet you all," Lucia said. "Next we have our Minister of Defense, Zora Vukovic," Victor said. "Greetings. Like Victor the First, hope your visit here will go a long way to repairing the broken relationship between our two countries," Zora spoke. "Then finally we have a personal advisor of mine, Boris, and my son Christoph," Victor spoke. "Good day," Boris said. "Hello," Christoph spoke. "You have a child?" Sablinova asked Victor, since she hasn't heard anything about Doom having children. "Well, we're not related by blood. He's my adopted son. But just because we don't share blood doesn't mean I don't care for him as if he is not my own," Victor quickly explained. "Understood," Sablinova replied. Once she did, the two groups entered Castle Doom. They then split apart as several servants escorted Sablinova and her entourage to what would be their living quarters during their visit. Upon arriving at them and getting settled, Sablinova felt she now knew Victor von Doom just a bit better. But she wanted the whole picture. Thus she knew she had her work cut out for her. But never let it be said that Silver Sable doesn't love a challenge. As her SUV came to a stop, Silver Sable exited it, finding herself standing before a factory. It was the following day after she and her diplomatic entourage had arrived in Latveria. After a rather delicious formal dinner with King Victor and his own entourage last night, Sablinova and her people then turned in for the night. Then after a delicious breakfast, she and her people had left to begin their tour of Latveria itself, being escorted around by Boris. Getting out of the same SUV Sablinova did, since the two were sharing it, Boris moved to stand by her side. Then once everyone was gathered, he stepped forward. "Miss Sablinova and company, what you see before you is one of Latveria's newest production factories," Boris explained. "And what exactly will this factory be producing?" one of the diplomatic entourage asked. "One of the inventions King Victor created," Boris replied. "Of which there are currently 4. Which he has decided will be made exclusively in Latveria," he said. "Can we go and take a look at the factory itself?" Sablinova asked. "Yes, of course. Just follow me," Boris said. He then started walking towards the factory, Sablinova and her people following right behind him. In no time at all their group reached the factory itself. Once they did, the Doombots guarding it allowed them entry. As Sablinova did, she immediately began looking around and making observations, including the smiles on the workers' faces and the concentration they were putting towards their tasks. Sablinova sensed no deceit or anger in their actions. She actually noticed how the workers were enjoying themselves. Making a note of this, Sablinova then returned her full attention to the tour Boris was giving her and her people. Then once it was over, they left the factory and continued their tour of Latveria. This went on for several days. As it did, Sablinova felt herself getting a true sense of who Victor was. He was a man who cared for his people and his country, and wanted to make them better as a whole. The evidence being his actions. From developing factories to produce products he had created in order to boost his nation's economy, to putting together an entirely new national education system. To say nothing of this Werner Academy Latveria Minister of Education Torvald told her about during their brief meeting. Sable even noted how Victor was putting in efforts to create a competent national defense force, and not leave the protection of his country entirely up to machines. While Sablinova took no issues with machines, she would never rely on them solely for protection. Since there is no better weapon than the human body itself in her opinion. Moving on. Before Sable knew it, 2 weeks had gone by and his diplomatic mission in Latveria was reaching its end. As she sat in the guest room in Castle Doom, she had been provided with Sable typed out a clear report for her own government officials to review once she retired home. While she also organized her own thoughts regarding Latveria and found the right words to say to King Stefan in person. Eventually Sable stopped doing these two things. She then got ready to turn in for the night. Only to hear a knock on her door. "Yes, who is it?" Sable asked. No, to get no answer. Thus she got up and went over to open the door. Only for her years of instincts and training to kick in at the last minute before she could. Once more, "Who is it?" Sable asked. Only to get no response again. This only made the bad feeling she was experiencing grow worse. Thus Sable moved over to her suitcase. But before she could reach it, her room door swung open and 2 men rushed inside, slamming it shut behind them. Out of the corner of her eye, Sable noticed them. She then jumped, putting distance between the 3 of them. Only to then find herself staring down the barrel of a gun, equipped with a silencer. Held in the hands of one of the men who had just forced their way into her room. Men Sable recognized as members of her own diplomatic entourage. Shocking her. But before Sable had time to even process this, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air between her and the 2 men. Who Sable immediately recognized. It was Victor, wearing his armor. And although Sable was not facing him, she could tell Doom was pissed. Which was true. In fact, he was fucking livid. Chapter 24, Conquering Sokovia I. Third person, POV. Staring at the 2 men before him, Victor wanted to ground them into dust and make them beg for death. For they not only had the audacity to attack someone under his protection, but to do so in his home. They had crossed a line none should ever cross. Now they were about to face the consequences of their actions. Raising his left hand in the men's direction, Victor telekinetically pulled the pistol equipped with the silencer out of the hands of the man who was holding it. Pulling it into his own. Once he had the gun in his grip, Doom squeezed without any hesitation. Destroying the weapon in an instant. Then as he dropped it to the ground, he used his telekinesis to grab hold of the 2 men and slightly lift them up into the air. Victor then telekinetically snapped both men's arms and legs. Then before they could even scream because of the pain he had just inflicted them, Victor put them to sleep using his telepathy. Once he did this, the door to Sable room opened up and 2 Doombots entered it. Victor having used his technopathy to call them inside. As the Doombots reached the 2 unconscious men, Victor placed them in the robot's grasps. "Take them to the dungeon," Victor ordered. He got confirmation from the 2 Doombots, who then carried the 2 men away. Once they out of the room, Doom turned around to face Sable. Getting a nice view of all she had to offer, since she was wearing a grey nightgown. Moving on. "Miss Sablinova, are you okay?" Doom asked. "Yes. I am," Sable replied. "Also, thank you for your assistance." "No thanks is necessary. For you are a guest in my home and thus under my protection," Doom retorted. "And do not worry about the rest of your entourage, for before I came to your assistance I dispatched Doombots to attend to them," he explained. Along with bots to protect Christoph and Boris. Especially since Victor had no idea if any more members of the Simcaria entourage were not what they appeared. That's why as soon as one of the security measures he has installed throughout the castle had alerted him to Sable's predicament, he put his entire home on lockdown. Because one incident was already enough, and Victor was not going to have another. "I see," Sable replied. "Then you have my gratitude," she said. "As well as my apologies. I did not mean to bring strife into your home. Nor your country. As I have just said, you have no reason to apologize, Miss Sablinova," Victor said. "I can reasonably conclude this incident is not of your making. And that you are just a victim in it. So you are not to blame for this. No, that honor belongs to another. Who Victor will make wish they were dead the moment he got his hands on them. But first he must deal with the immediate issues before him. Namely the enemies in his castle." "Excuse me," Victor said. He then left Sable's room, and closed the door behind him as he did. Namely so she could get properly dressed. But also so he could begin dealing with the rats infesting his home. Moving with no hesitation in his steps, Victor quickly arrived in the palace's throne room. He then moved to take a seat on his throne, and clasped his hands together in front of him. Beginning to wait as his Doombots escorted everyone he wanted to see to the throne room. Including Silver Sable. Who, although Victor had left alone, was still being monitored by the security measures of the castle and a Doombot, just to be on the safe side. Because even though he had seen no deception in Silver Sable's actions, nor in her thoughts when he telepathically scanned her mind a few moments ago, he wanted to err on the side of caution. For no one will fool Doom more than once, if they even get a chance to fool him at all. 20 minutes passed, before all those Victor wanted to see were assembled in the throne room. Having been escorted there by his Doombots. Which was the entirety of the rest of the Symkarian diplomatic party. Including Sable. Once everyone was there, Doom didn't hesitate and used his telepathy to delve into each of their minds. In doing so, finding one more hostile individual like the two men from earlier. A young female aide, who was doing her best to look and act scared. But her thoughts betrayed her. Literally. Since the woman was already planning to go through with some sort contingency plan as soon as she left the throne room, and simply kill Sable before taking herself out. Using the cyanide capsule embedded in one of her teeth. A good plan. But in front of Dr. Doom it was less than nothing. Using his telepathy, Victor quickly knocked out the hostile woman. As she fell to the ground, the rest of the Symkarian entourage turned in her direction. They then got ready to move to her aid, before Victor spoke up. "Halt," he said, drawing all eyes to him. "That woman you are about to help is a traitor who was planning to kill Miss Sablinova before herself." He quickly explained. "And where is your proof of this?" Romeo asked. Victor expecting that question. He then got ready to answer. Only for Silver Sable to speak up. "Romeo, there is no need to doubt Victor," she said. "He just saved my life, and protected me from two of our own. The ones who are missing right now. I trust him. So if he says the girl is a traitor and a danger, then I for one believe him." Slightly surprising Victor. Since he not think Silver Sable would defend him so easily. But sometimes it pays to be wrong. Hearing Sable speak, the others in the entourage stood down. Even Romeo. Showing Victor just how much respect and trust Sable received from her comrades. He liked that. It also made him like her even more. "Your confidence where this matter is concerned is appreciated, Miss Sablinova." Victor spoke up. "Now then, take her away." He ordered his Doombots. Pointing to the unconscious woman. So they did as instructed and took her away. Victor making sure to instruct his Doombots using his technopathy to remove the woman's cyanide, and search her in case she had any other methods to suicide. He also ordered the same for the two other prisoners. Then once he did that, Victor began promptly explaining what had occurred earlier in regards to Sable. How he intervened and saved her from would-be assassins. Hearing the story, the remaining members of the Symkarian entourage were filled with anger. Romeo in particular. "Now you see why I instructed my Doombots to bring you all before me," Victor said. Once he finished telling the story. "And to that end, until I know what exactly is going on here, none of you will be leaving the throne room," he said. "Except for Miss Sablinova, who will accompany me as I interrogate the prisoners." "What, but they're Symkarian citizens?" A member of the entourage spoke up. "You can't simply just interrogate them." "I can and I will," Victor immediately replied. Leaving no room for objection to his words. "For they may be your fellow citizens, but they committed a crime in my country, no my home. And for that they shall face my punishment," he explained. Victor then stood up and walked up to Sablinova. "If you would, follow me, Miss Sablinova." Victor spoke. "Of course," Sable replied. "For I too wish to get to the bottom of this." She spoke. Sable then turned to the others. "Let us do as King Victor asks." Hearing this, the entourage agreed. Seeing this, Victor then began leading Sablinova out of the throne room. Leaving the entourage there, several Doombots watching over them. While the pair who walked the castle halls eventually reached their destination. The dungeons. Where several Doombots were waiting. Who then formed up around Victor and Sable the moment they arrived. "So, I see you did not tell your fellow countrymen about the abilities I have displayed thus far. Nor do you yourself seem disturbed by them." Doom spoke. Wanting to address that particular issue before proceeding ahead with the interrogations. "Given what I do, and how long I have been doing it, I've seen many things. Even other individuals with extraordinary powers such as yours." Sable spoke. "I also don't see a reason for my countrymen to know of your abilities since you aren't using them against us. At least as far as I know. You are placing a great amount of trust of me. Even though we just met a short while ago." Victor spoke. "True," Sable replied. "But you don't get to be where I am without learning how to see the true intentions of a person a few minutes after meeting them, and I have seen your intentions, Victor. You seek to help your people and your country. And will not go looking for enemies, but if come looking for you, then they'll wish they hadn't. I can respect a man like that. As well as put my faith in him. Then again, I could be wrong." "I assure you are not," Victor retorted. "Well, I have to see that with my own eyes," Sable replied. Victor simply nodded his head at her words. Once he did, the pair got moving again. Arriving at the cell where the three hostile individuals were waiting, their bodies chained to the cell wall, Victor woke them up using a burst of telepathy. Then before any of them could even utter a word, he delved into their minds and took what he wanted. For this was an interrogation Dr. Doom style. In no time at all Victor found what he was looking for. The information on who gave the three before him their orders. The person in question being none other than Symkaria's own, and current, Klaus Limke. But those orders were only in regards to sabotaging the diplomatic visit, and making sure Latverian and Symkarian relations completely fell apart. In regards to who gave the order to have Silver Sable killed, it came from the three hostile individuals' true leader. One Baron Wolfgang von Strucker. A man who is one of the current heads of HYDRA. The three people before him Hydra agents. After learning this, and several more interesting bits of information, Victor stopped telepathically probing the minds of the three prisoners and then put them back to sleep. He then turned to Sable's direction. Miss Sablinova, do not be alarmed at what is about to happen. I am simply sharing with you what I have just learned. Victor spoke. The men then did just that, and shared all he had just learned telepathically from the prisoner's mind with Sable in her own. When the mind transfer of information was finished, and Sable had a minute to process, she went through a slew of emotions within seconds. Disgust, fear, disappointment, but most of all pure anger. Victor sharing the same sentiments. For HYDRA had tried to fuck with him, and now they will pay the price. Miss Sablinova, I think given what has happened, a face-to-face meeting between King Stefan and I is prudent to discuss our two countries' movements in dealing with this situation going forward. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. Sable replied. Excellent. Victor spoke. Putting a devilish smile on his face under his mask. For it seems Sokovia will enter his grasp sooner than anticipated. Chapter 25, Conquering Sokovia 2. I'm back. Since I really love this story and want to finish it. Even if it might take me a while. So enjoy. Third person, POV. Sleeping soundly in his bed, King Stefan's eyes shot open when he felt a touch on his shoulder. He got ready to scream, but then immediately halted his actions when he saw who was standing above him. Silver Sable. But wait. This doesn't make any sense. Stefan thought. Because Sable was still supposed to be in Latveria on her diplomatic mission. So there should be no way for her to be standing in front of him right now. Unless, I am dreaming. Stefan thought. This is no dream. I can assure you of that, Your Highness. Sable spoke. Knocking Stefan out of his own thoughts. So it really is you, Sable. Stefan mused. But how? With a little assistance from someone who you must urgently speak with. Because it concerns the state and future of Symkaria itself. Sable spoke. A serious expression on her face. More serious than Stefan ever rarely saw on his ally and friend. Telling him this was a life and death matter she was talking about. Realizing this, he fully woke up. I understand. Stefan replied. Good. Sable replied. Now then allow me to introduce you to the King of Latveria. Victor Werner von Doom. She said. Sable then stepped to the side, and that when she did, Stefan saw the new King of Latveria sitting in one of the chairs in his room. Dressed in a strange-looking armor, with his helmet off and sitting atop his lap. Greetings, King Stefan. A pleasure to finally meet you face to face. Though I wish it were under better circumstances than those that have brought me here tonight. Victor spoke. But Stefan barely let the words he heard settle in his mind before questions he had exploded out his mouth. What? How are you here? Why are you are? How did you get past my security? Really, will someone tell me what is going on here? Stefan spoke. An exasperated look on his face. Which Victor expected. Since even though Stefan was a king and ruler, he was still a man. A relatively ordinary one at that. So if he were in the man's position, he would likely be having the same response. That's why Victor said nothing until Stefan finished speaking. Once his fellow monarch did, Victor started talking once more. To answer some of your questions, King Stefan, it is as Miss Sablinova said earlier. I am here tonight to discuss an important matter that concerns the current state and future of both our countries. And as for your other questions as how we got here and got past your security, let's just say I am a man of many talents and leave it at that for now. Victor said. Now then, let us begin. He said. Then before Stefan could even utter another word, Victor telepathically transferred all pertinent information he wanted to convey directly into King Stefan's mind. From the attempted assassination attempt against Sablinova back at Castle Doom in Latveria, to how he intervened and stopped it, to how his Prime Minister Klaus Limke was involved. Though just like with Sable earlier, Victor didn't give King Stefan any knowledge pertaining to Hydra's part in this plan, nor about Baron von Strucker. Since he needed to be very careful about who he told about Hydra at this point in time. Given he did not yet have all he needed to crush that disgusting cult in one blow. So in regards to them, he was playing a bit of a long game. That is until Victor had all he needed to wipe them from the face of the earth. Then once he did, all bets were off. Though in regards to Strucker that would not be the case. Since the man is most definitely going to pay for thinking he can harm Latveria. For as the country ruler, Victor is not about to let that shit slide. In under a minute the telepathic transfer was complete. When it was, Stefan got a furious expression on his face. Limka. He growled. The king then took a moment to rein in his anger before he focused his gaze on Victor. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, King Victor. It was no trouble at all. Victor replied. After all, Latveria and Simkaria have been allies for years. Despite how Vladimir and his regime sullied that bond. Even so, you didn't break off ties with my nation, and even gave us a chance to show you that we have changed. So in that regard I refer to the old saying. One good turn deserves another. He spoke. And on that note, let us keep strengthening our renewed friendship by dealing with this Limka matter together. I already have a plan. So, what say you, King Stefan? I say, you have yourself a deal. Stefan replied. Since from what little he had just seen of Victor he wanted the man as a friend and nothing else. Hearing his fellow king's words, Victor smiled. Excellent. He said. Victor then stood up and walked over to Stefan to offer him his hand. Which the king of Simkaria took and shook. Officially sealing their deal of cooperation in regards to Limka. Now Victor could truly get to work. As the beams of sunlight entered through his window and touched his face, the Prime Minister of Simkaria, Klaus Limka, stirred from his sleep. He then took a few minutes to truly wake up before getting out his bed and throwing his robe over his body and tying it up. Completely ignoring the bodies of the passed-out young female escorts in their 20s who he had been lying in bed with. Since Limka only saw them as tools for pleasure, and nothing else. Stretching his arms up into the air for a few seconds, Limka then stopped, and got ready to start his day. But before he could even take a step forward, suddenly a magic portal opened up underneath him and he fell through it. Ack! Limka screamed. Due to the suddenness of the event he had just experienced. Then before he even had time to process what had happened, he hit the ground. As pain began to assault his body, Limka didn't have time to process that either before he found himself suspended in the air, and his body forced into a T shape. Once this happened, Limka finally had a moment to process all the events that had just taken place in quick succession. Then when he did, he found himself angry. Though before Limka's anger could build any further, he noticed two people standing before him. The first was someone he recognized and hated. Silvija Sablinova, a bitch who called herself Silver Sable. A woman who had the king's ear. A job that should only belong to him. As for the second individual, Limka took a moment to realize who it was. The new so-called king of Latveria, Victor Van Dam or something. Limka didn't really care. Hey! Limka shouted. But before he could get any further, Victor used his telepathy to make him silent. He then went into the man's brain and began draining it of any knowledge he found valuable. In doing so, Victor found out how truly disgusting Klaus Limka was. From sleeping with underage girls, to facilitating the sale of weapons and drugs not only with his own country but internationally to other third-world countries, to planning the death of Simkaria's former king Philip. Also, he could turn Stefan into his perfect little puppet as he assumed the throne. Now Victor might be a bastard, but at least he had certain lines he would never cross. But it seems Klaus Limka had no such lines. Making knowing what was going to happen to him after all was said and done all the more satisfying for Victor. Disregarding the disgusting and depraved things Victor found while looking through Klaus Limka's mind, he also found exactly the information he was looking for. His relationship in regards to Wolfgang von Strucker and Sokovia. Turns out Klaus was one of the three heads of a major drug and arms trafficking ring. The other two heads being von Strucker, and the tyrannical ruler of Sokovia, General Kamil Novody. The weapons and drugs themselves were manufactured in Sokovia, then sent to Simkaria where distribution would take place. Latveria's role in the whole operation being nothing more than a waypoint for the goods themselves. Given how unstable the country was in the past. But all that changed now that Victor had become king. Meaning everything now made sense to him. Von Strucker wanted things to go back to the way they were before. So he had ordered his agents to kill Silver Sable, hoping it would either ruin relations between Latveria and Simkaria permanently, or more than likely spark war between the two nations. Given how beloved Sable was to the people of Simkaria, Victor can only assume Strucker hoped for the latter. Since that would ensure he could go back to conducting his business in peace. Or maybe the men hoped Sokovia could annex both Latveria and Simkaria when the dust settled. Victor didn't really care. All he did care about was giving Strucker a fate worse than death now more than ever. Once Victor finished collecting all the information he wanted out of Limka's mind, he stopped digging through it, and then transferred all the information he wanted to from the mental probe into Sable's mind. When he finished, Victor dropped Limka on the ground. Where Sable started walking towards him, having pulled two knives from their sheaths on her leg holsters. Then just as Klaus regained his senses, Sable was upon him. What? No, stay back. Sable, I said stay back. No, no, no. Limka shouted at the top of his lungs. Ignoring this without any difficulty, Victor began crafting a plan inside his mind on how to integrate the people of Sokovia into Latveria, since in his mind they were already his citizens and subjects. Chapter 26, Conquering Sokovia 3. Here's a second chapter today for me being gone. Third person, POV. Stirring awake Helmet J, Zemo quickly got his bearings, after which he began to examine his surroundings. Insert image of MCU Baron Zemo here. Immediately after doing so, he began thinking up various plans in relation to escape, since the Sokovian soldier quickly realized he was chained up inside of a dungeon cell, meaning he had been captured, most likely by members of the Latverian armed forces, since he and his subordinates had been sent on a mission to infiltrate Latveria and assess the country's overall situation, now that they had a new government and monarch. In Zemo's mind, this mission was an easy one. Still, he didn't let that stop him from taking every precaution. But even with precautions and planning, here he was, telling him Latveria was much more a threat than he initially assumed. A threat he must inform his leaders about immediately. Hence why he was in such a hurry to get out of his current situation as a prisoner. But as Zemo was thinking exactly how to do this, he stopped and turned his attention to the cell door, since it was opening. When the cell door finished fully opening, two Doombots entered and then took up positions on either side of Zemo. Then once they had done this, Victor, in his armor, entered the cell, his hand clasped behind his back. Seeing the new monarch of Latveria standing before him, Zemo had to admit the man was impressive. Even so, the Sokovian colonel was not going to be so easily intimidated. Thus he looked Victor right in his eyes and didn't shy away from his gaze. An action Victor quickly noted. Quite the brave man you are, Colonel Zemo. Victor began. To display such a defiant look in your eyes while chained up, at the mercy of the leader of the country you and your men infiltrated in preparation to invade it. He spoke, the expression on Zemo's face not changing a bit at the revelation of this information by Victor. But on the inside he was worried, since this told Zemo Latveria had somehow managed to obtain highly classified information that was only known to a select few within the Sokovian government and military. Him being one of them. Given he was put in charge of the infiltration mission, it should have been nearly impossible for Latveria monarch to know this. Yet here he was, speaking on the subject easily, telling Zemo his nation likely had a traitor in their midst. For he couldn't think of any other likely way Latveria could have obtained such knowledge. You are wrong, Colonel Zemo. There is no traitor working with us in your government or military. Victor spoke. Hearing this, Zemo finally got a shocked expression on his face, which Victor completely ignored. The reason I know all I do is simply due to my own efforts, he explained. Now then, enough useless chatter. Let us get down to business. Unfolding his hands from behind his back, Victor stepped forward and then grabbed a hold of Zemo's face with his left. He then easily lifted the man slightly into the air and slammed his back against the cell wall. At the same time Victor did this, he began using his telepathy and wormed his day into every nook and cranny of Zemo's mind. Once he did, Dr. Doom began absorbing all of Zemo's knowledge in regards to the man's military experience. From his skills with firearms, to his hand-to-hand combat techniques, to even the man's knowledge in regards to torture and interrogation. Victor took it all. Then once he was done absorbing Zemo's knowledge in regards to his military experience, he then absorbed all knowledge pertaining to the interworkings of Sokovia. Once that was completed, Victor then went to work, molding Zemo's mind so the men could be a benefit to him and him alone. Since Victor decided Zemo was too valuable a man to simply kill, given all the talents he possessed. Not to mention the fact he single-handedly caused the MCU version of the first superhuman civil war all on his own, showcasing just how dangerous of a man Zemo truly is. A man Victor wants at his beck and call. So he kept Zemo's ruthlessness and then increased it even more. He kept the man's love for his family, along with the love he held for his country people. In fact, the only thing Victor really changed in Zemo's mind was where his loyalties lied. Instead of to Sokovia, Victor made it so that Zemo was loyal to him, and his ideals and plans, alone. When Victor finished up inside Zemo's mind, he telepathically put the men to sleep, so the mental programming he just did could set in. Setting Zemo down on the floor, Victor released him from his grasp. He and the Doombots who were in the cell then left. Victor having just completed Phase 1 of Latveria annexation of Sokovia. Now it was on to Phase 2. March 5, 2007. Sokovia, Novigrad. Sitting in his private office, behind his desk in his chair, General/Dictator Kamil Novody had an angry expression on his face, due to the information he was reading off the papers in his grasp, which was an intelligence report he had just received from one of his undercover agents in Simkaria, stating that the crimes of Prime Minister Limka had been discovered by King Stefan and those loyal to him. As such, the men had been arrested, and it seems all those related to his illegal dealings were being rounded up as well, along with all their belongings, including the shipments of drugs and guns Navidi and his associates in Sokovia had sent Limka and the rest in Simkaria. Fuck! Navidi shouted, slamming his fists down on his desk. Since not only did he just learn he lost a huge amount of money, but that Simkaria now has evidence Sokovia was involving itself in their affairs. Because the general knew how spineless Limka was. That little bastard is likely telling them everything as we speak. Kamil thought, knowing the Simkarians would soon be pestering him. And if that wasn't bad enough, so would the Latvians. Since just before Navidi received the news regarding Limka, he got a report from the leader of the team he assigned on an infiltration and assessment mission of Latveria, of which he was apparently the only survivor, given the rest of his unit was wiped out by the robots created by Latveria new leader and king. An outcome Navidi couldn't have even fathomed. But given the report was coming from Helmut J. Zemo, a man who has served under him for many years, General Kamil knew the description of events to be true. For Zemo was not a man to embellish, or one to flee unless the situation was extremely dire. Which it definitely was. Given the medical report on Zemo, Navidi got along with the colonel's after-action report on the Latveria operation. So now 2 countries would be out for Sokovia blood. But Navidi was not going to simply sit by and let those weak nations try and destroy everything he had built. Everything he had strived and fought for. No matter what anyone said. Not even Baron Strucker. No one will take what is mine. Navidi spoke. He then called for his advisors and told them to schedule a meeting between him and his FOP military personnel. For he was going to show Latveria and Simkaria the true might of Sokovia. Victor, POV. Sitting within my personal lab within Castle Doom, I leaned back in my chair and simply watched as Kamil Navidi ranted and raved upon a holographic screen. Courtesy of a video feed I was receiving from a bug I planted in the man's office. The man talked about the greatness of his rule and the might of Sokovia. Blah, blah, blah. I tuned out the man's ranting until I heard him, in not so many words, declare war on both Latveria and Simkaria. Making me smile. Since that means everything was going according to plan. Navidi still has absolutely no idea he's being strung along. So with this phase 2 of the Sokovian annexation plan has been completed. Now it's time for phase 3. The funnest part in my opinion. Blowing shit up. Time for Kamil Navidi to learn what happens when you fuck with Dr. Doom. Chapter 27, Conquering Sokovia 4. March 25, 2007. Sokovia. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. Fall back. Fall back. Retreat. Save me. Someone. Advanced. For Latveria/Simkaria. These cries and other noises, such as bomb blasts and gunfire, rang out through the air. The air itself being filled with smoke and several legions of flying Doombots, who were working to utterly decimate the Sokovian forces. Right alongside members of the reformed Latverian Defense Force and members of the Wild Pack from Simkaria. Since 2 weeks ago the countries of Latveria and Simkaria had launched a combined offensive military campaign against Sokovia. Upon both countries' highest officials learning how much of a hand the leader of Sokovia, General Kamil Navidi, had been damaging them behind the scenes. Including the arrangement he had with former Simkarian Prime Minister Klaus Limka. To traffic firearms and drugs through both their nations' borders. When this was revealed, people began crying out for blood. Which is exactly what they got. All courtesy of Dr. Doom. Victor having already created a plan to conquer and annex Sokovia. Having worked out all the details of undertaking the endeavor with King Stefan and Silver Sable behind the scenes before it was revealed to the rest of both their governments. Now said plan was underway, and it was going smoothly. Supported by Doombots, members of the LDF and the Wild Pack had been taking and securing the nation of Sokovia piece by piece. Their enemies unable to match them. Specifically, they were unable to match the Doombots Victor had sent out, who were easily keeping the Latvian and Simkarian solidars alive while decimating the Sokovian forces' numbers. Really, for Sokovia it was a losing battle. In more ways than one. Since while the combined offensive campaign had been sweeping across Sokovia, those a part of it had been rendering aid and assistance to the civilian populace of the nation. Giving them food, clean drinking water, and medicine. Much more than Navidi, and those that followed him, did. Thus the people had slowly began siding with the invasion force. Aiding them any way they could. Thus Sokovia's future had already been decided. Even by those who couldn't, or rather refused, to see it. April 7, 2007. Sokovia, Novi Grad. No, no, no. This is impossible. Kamil Navidi thought. Sitting in his personal office, within a military bunker located within the city of Novi Grad. The place he and the other high government officials, had moved to after they realized the war against the combined Latverian/Simkarian forces was not going in their favor. Damn it! Navadi shouted, slamming his right fist atop his desk. Right after he did, someone knocked on his door. What? Navadi shouted at the door in anger. General, there has just been an important development. You're needed in the war room immediately. The person on the other side of the door replied. Understood. Navadi retorted. He then walked over to his office door and opened it, revealing none other than Zemo, dressed in his full military fatigues, waiting outside and standing at perfect attention. Since after returning from his infiltration mission in Latveria, and recovering from his injuries he had sustained during the mission, Navadi had decided to induct Zemo into his inner circle. Closing his office door behind him, Navadi started walking, Zemo following in step behind him. The two men reaching the war room a few minutes later. Once they did, Navadi stepped up and pushed open the doors to the room, getting a shocked expression on his face a second later. Since when Navadi opened the doors to the war room, he was greeted by the sight of all his top officials, seated around the room's circular table, dead. Bullets having been put in all of their heads. Navadi only took a second to recover from his shock. However, before he could do anything else, a hole appeared in his head, and the light faded from his eyes. The hole in question having been made by a bullet, courtesy of a gun equipped with a silencer, wielded by none other than Zemo. Falling forward, Navadi's head slammed into the edge of the war room table. Yet this didn't faze Zemo in the slightest. He simply continued staring at Navadi, a blank expression on his face. Listen well, Camel Navadi. This is the fate of all those who dare incur the full wrath of Dr. Doom. Zemo whispered. He then put his gun away and closed the war room doors, so he could handle some business. All in service to his glorious leader, Victor von Doom. A man who was on his way to truly changing the world. In his full armor, Victor stood atop a hill, two of his Doombots flanking him on either side, his eyes focused on the structure before him. The HYDRA research base, run by Baron Wolfgang von Strucker, one of Hydra's highest leaders, and the men who established the research base in the first place. He is also a man who saw fit to try and lay his hands upon what Victor holds dear. Now he will pay the price for his actions. Using his technopathy, Victor made sure all the Doombots he had brought with him for this raid/execution mission were all in position. Finding out they were, he did a curt nod. Victor then got ready to move out, only to stop when he was contacted by Zora. Yes, Zora. Victor said. Forgive me for disturbing you, my king. But you told me to inform you when Zemo contacted me. He has. Zora explained. Her and Lucia knowing exactly what Victor had done to get Zemo on their side. Neither woman having a problem with it. In fact, when Victor told him of his mental reprogramming of Zemo and how he bent the men to his will to use as a weapon, he ended up sensing both women became slightly aroused. A fact he found himself enjoying. And what is his status? Victor asked. He has successfully completed his mission. Navadi and all of highest personnel within the Sokovian military and government area dead. Zora replied. Excellent. Victor said. You know what to do from here. Of course, my king. Zora replied. The communication was then cut off. Once it was, Victor took a moment to savor his victory over Navadi and Sokovia. Then once he was done, he returned his full attention to the matter at hand. Dealing with Baron Strucker, and gaining his first victory over HYDRA. So just as before, Victor got ready to move out, and this time no one and nothing impeded him. Thus he began his attack, getting ready to show Hydra a force they had never faced before. Chapter 28, a force named Doom. Standing within the security room of his personal research base, Baron Wolfgang von Strucker had both his eyes trained on the multiple monitors in front of him. Insert image of MCU Baron Strucker here. As did the other Hydra agents in the room with him. The monitors themselves all showing the same image, just from different angles. It was of Victor, who was wailing through the forest, making his way to the research base at a leisurely pace. Like he didn't have a care in the world. Seeing this, Strucker could only sneer. The fool. He spoke. I do not know how he located us, but it matters not. For in doing so he has forfeited his life. Eliminate him. He said. Yes, Baron Strucker. The HYDRA agents inside of the security room chorused in unction. Several of them who were seated in front of the control panels, located right in front of the monitors, began pressing buttons on them. This in turn activated the defenses Hydra had set up within the forest surrounding the research base. While continuing his walk, turrets soon popped out of the ground and began firing at Victor. Yet the shots that hit him didn't slow him down in the slightest. They didn't even do the slightest bit of damage to his armor. Seeing this, Strucker got a curious expression on his face. Well, it seems this man isn't a total fool after all. He admitted. His armor can at least take some punishment. Makes me wonder what it is made out of. The HYDRA leader mused. He then got an idea. Change of plans. I want you to send out our forces and tell them to capture that man alive. Or least his armor intact. He ordered. Yes, Baron. The HYDRA agents replied. They then relayed Strucker's orders to the rest of their forces on the base. Once this happened, it only took them a few moments to fully mobilize. Soon fully armored Hydra agents carrying energy weapons, tanks, and heavy-duty tactical vehicles equipped with machine guns began heading towards Victor's position. Within 10 minutes they met. Yet despite seeing all the firepower before him, Victor never stopped walking forward. Which was just fine with the Hydra agents, who all aimed their weapons at Victor. Open fire. One of the Hydra commanders yelled. When they did, a powerful salvo of energy shots, machine gun fire, and tank shells all began racing towards Victor. But none of them even came close to touching him. All fire stopping a meter, 3 feet, from his position. Courtesy of the force field Victor had activated the moment he was fired upon. Though the Hydra forces didn't know this. That's why they continued firing upon Victor. Despite the fact none of their attacks were reaching him. This continued until Victor was right in front of the Hydra forces. Once he held out both his hands in its direction and unleashed powerful blasts of electricity into it. Ack! The blasts in question striking the Hydra soldiers, the tanks, and the heavy-duty tactical vehicles. In turn easily killing the former, and heavily damaging, and even in a few cases, destroying the former too. Upon learning all the enemies in front of him were dead, Victor stopped his electricity blasts and lowered his hands. He then started walking again. Stepping over the dead bodies, and the charred and destroyed remains of vehicles he had created without any problem at all. Back in the security room of the base, having witnessed what just occurred, Baron Strucker and the Hydra agents with him were all left speechless. That's impossible. Simply impossible. Strucker cried, getting an angry expression on his face. No man is that powerful. Attack him again. This time full force. I want him dead. Yes, Baron. The HYDRA agents replied. Though not with the same vigor as before. Since after seeing what Victor just did they had lost it. Still they began executing their leader's commands. They dispatched more of their forces to confront Victor. While also launching missiles at the men from the missile launchers they had installed on the outer edges of the base. As they raced through the air, the missiles eventually reached Victor's position and began bearing down on him. But before any of them could make contact, his force field stopped them. So despite being engulfed in an explosion, when the smoke cleared, Victor was still perfectly fine. As well as still continuing walking towards the base. But just as he was before, he was soon encountered by Hydra forces. Yet unlike before, Victor went on the offensive immediately. Raising the points of his fingers in their direction, Victor unleashed beams from each of them. His 10-finger lasers easily destroying all Hydra forces in his path within a matter of minutes. Thus unlike before, Victor did not have to stop walking. No, no, no. Strucker cried. Enough of this. He said. Call in all our forces. I want this armored man destroyed, and I want him destroyed now. Contact everyone. Even those not at the base presently. The HYDRA leader ordered. Yes, Baron. The HYDRA agents with him in the security room replied. They then went to work executing Strucker's orders just as before. However, unlike before, this time a problem arose. Baron. One of the Hydra agents seated at the control panel spoke up. We have a problem. He began. Our signals are all being jammed. I can't send 1 hour, nor am I receiving any. The HYDRA agent explained. No, that can't be. Strucker said. Oh, I'm afraid your agent speaks the truth, Strucker. A new voice suddenly spoke up. Surprising Struck and his Hydra agents. What, who said that? Strucker asked. Show yourself. He demanded. Quiet down, fool. The voice instantly replied. And for your information, I have already shown myself. You're looking at me right now after all. The voice said. It then only took Strucker and his Hydra agents a moment to understand. Turning their attention back to the monitors, they saw Victor waving lightly at them. Hello there. Victor said. You. Strucker cried. Yes, me. Victor replied. One of the men who rules one of the kingdoms you and your pathetic cult decided to try and lay your disgusting hands on. Dr. Doom. He explained. Wait, you are the new king of Latveria? A Hydra agent questioned. That I am. Victor replied. As well as the one who will send you all to the afterlife. He spoke. Enough of your useless bravado. Strucker spoke. Give up now and we may show you some semblance of mercy. But continue on your current path and you shall know a fate far worse than death. For you do not know who you toy with, you foolish king. No, it is you who do not know who you are messing with. Victor exclaimed. You dare demand a surrender from me? You dare try and claim any dominion over me? Fool. I am as far above you as a cockroach. I am Doom. He shouted. And now you will know my wrath. Victor then stopped in his tracks. Since he was now squarely in front of the research base. Raising his hands, Victor then aimed them in the direction of the base and began unleashing 2 powerful blasts at it, destroying the building with ease. As he did, Strucker and the others inside felt it. For the building began to shake around them. Get me out of here. Strucker shouted. Yes, Baron. The HYDRA agents replied. They then formed a protective circle around Strucker and the group left the security room. Once they did, they began moving through the halls of the research base towards one of the many secret escape tunnels Strucker had installed when he had the base constructed. Arriving, Strucker put a triumphant smile on his face. Looks like that Dr. Doom was just all talk. Which I knew, of course. Now when we next meet I'll show him the true meaning of the word despair. Strucker thought. Then just after he did, several shots came out of the tunnel and struck each and every one of his men, killing them. Seeing this, Strucker moved to pull out his weapon, only to fall to his knees when he suddenly felt something heavy touch his left shoulder. Turning around to see what it was, Strucker found his gaze on none other than Victor. Hello, Strucker. Victor spoke. Are you ready to experience despair? He asked. Then before Strucker could respond, Victor began electrocuting him. Ack! Strucker's pain screams filling the air, which were music to Victor's ears, leading to a smile to form on his face under his mask. For Strucker was now experiencing the first-hand the wrath of Doom. A feeling he won't soon forget. Victor, POV. I continued shocking Strucker for a few more moments before I stopped. Since the bastard had passed out, and I didn't want to kill him. Oh no. That would be him getting off too easy, and we can't have that. Plus I still need to extract all the information he has in that shiny bald head of his. So after I let go of the man, and his unconscious body fell to the floor, I opened a portal under him and sent him to a cell back at Castle Doom, where I had 2 Doombots standing by waiting to show him some generous Latverian hospitality. Once I finished with that, I used my technopathy to contact some of the Doombots I had stationed around the facility and ordered them to move in and begin searching the place. Me doing the same. Since although this place is a Hydra base, it is also a treasure trove of useful information. One I am not about to leave unattended. So with that, I, and several of my Doombots, began searching the facility. In doing so I found plans for tech, some stolen tech, and other goodies. But the piece of resistance was when a Doombot contacted me, and informed me it had found people still alive. Children to be exact. So when it did, I rushed it to its location. Then upon my arrival I found myself face to face with teenage versions of Wanda and Pietro Maximoff. Insert image of Wanda Maximoff / Scarlet Witch here. Insert image of Pietro Maximoff / Quicksilver here. Also known in the future as Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. The 2 of them definitely being the biggest and best discovery of the day. Chapter 29, The Maximoff Twins. Wanda and Pietro Maximoff. I can't believe it. I mean, I accounted for the possibility the twins might already be present at Strucker's facility when I attacked it, but to see them before me in the flesh is wonderful. For I was hoping meet and then bring them both to my side. Partially to keep them out of clutches of groups like Hydra and Magneto's Brotherhood of Idiots, and partially so I could give them comfortable lives. Since with all the shit they went through during their early years in both the MCU and the comics, they deserve it. Eyeing me with suspicion and fear, Wanda and Pietro tightly held onto each other. The former's eye slightly flickering between her natural brown and a deep red. Me sensing Wanda's immense magical energy reserves when her eyes flickered red. But considering she is the fabled Scarlet Witch, that doesn't surprise. Her potential is something I cannot even fathom. Just thinking about it sends a shiver down my spine. Especially with my foreknowledge of what she can potentially do. Both the good and the bad. The latter I want to prevent at all costs. Since when Wanda Maximoff loses her shit, the whole of reality ends up in danger. Both in the MCU and especially the comics, this was showcased well many times. So I want to work with Wanda to make sure none of those events ever come to pass. Ever. So it's time to take my first steps towards making that goal a reality. I took a step forward in the direction of Wanda and Pietro. No. Stay back. Only to stop in my tracks when Wanda shouted at me and raised her left hand in my direction. When she did, I felt a force trying to push me back, telling me she, and likely Pietro, already have access to their powers. Despite the fact Strucker hadn't yet acquired Loki's scepter, which housed the Mind Stone that helped the twins unlock their powers in the MCU. Meaning their origins in this world are probably closer to the comics and X-Men television shows. Like X-Men TAS or X-Men Evolution. Especially given the twins' age. The two of them looking to be about either 12 or 13. Just a bit older than Kristoff, who is currently 11 years old. Though following that logic I can't help but wonder if the twins' father is Magneto. Just like it was before the comics reconned it. Which I always found to be a horrible mistake and made no sense whatsoever. I mean that change ruined so many storylines for me. But it is what it is. Though I really do need to learn whether Magneto is the father of the Maximoff twins. For that will affect several of my plans. Listening to Wanda, I stopped in my tracks. When I did, she lowered her left hand and I felt the force trying to push me back. Stop. Not that it was really affecting me at all. Hey, it's okay. I am not going to hurt either of you. I spoke. Then as a show of good faith I reached up, pulled down my hood, and then slipped off my helmet. So the twins could truly see my face. I just want to help you both. Like the people here helped us. Pietro angrily asked. No, not like them. Never. I said. What I want to do, if you both will allow me, is to truly help you. I took a step forward and extended my right hand. My name is Victor, and if you both come with me I make you this promise here and now that no one will ever hurt you again like they did at this place. A silence filled the air after I spoke. The twins looked at my extended hand, curious expressions on their faces. This went on for close to 5 minutes, before finally a change took place. Standing to their feet the twins slowly approached my outstretched hand, and then Wanda took it. Thank you for trusting me. I told them. I meant what I said earlier. You will never regret doing so. By the way, would you both mind telling me your names? Wanda. Wanda spoke. Pietro. Pietro said. Wanda and Pietro. Nice to meet you. I said to them. I then introduced them to the Doombots. Which made both children get stars in their eyes, and for a moment dropped the guard they had been putting up. Seeing this I nodded. Then after I did I used my technopathy to inform the other Doombots of Wanda and Pietro existence. I also told them to pick up the pace in collecting all they could from the base. Because even though we are in control of all signals the base is transmitting and receiving, and have the surrounding area locked down in a 10-mile radius in all directions, I would rather not stay here longer than I have to. Having received my orders my Doombots picked up their pace. As they did I made small talk with Wanda and Pietro to get a better sense of the both of them. In doing so I found out how they ended up here at Strucker's facility. Apparently a few months ago both twins started displaying their powers. When Strucker got wind of this he sent his agents to retrieve them. Their mother Magda, ending up killed in the process. Then the twins were brought here where Strucker and his people performed dangerous and unethical experiments on them to test the limits of their powers. As well as to see if they could be replicated. While the Maximoff twins recounted events both of them got years in their eyes. I could also sense their fear, pain, and anger. Due to this I said nothing and let them tell their tale. Then when they were finished I got on a knee in front of them and pulled them both into a hug. Since they definitely needed it. Reciprocating my hug the twins leaned into me and cried. This went on for 5 minutes until they finally stopped. When they did I pulled away, and then gently patted them both atop their heads. You children have been very brave. Braver than others your age should have to be. But it's all right now. For I am here. I spoke. Also, what of your father? Since during the twins' entire story they never once mentioned him. We never met him. Wanda said. Yeah. Pietro added. Our mom told us he died before we were born. He explained. I see. I replied. Though that just gives more credence to the idea that the twins are Magneto biological children in this world. Though without a DNA test I can't be sure. Better get one of those pronto. I also need to look out for Lorna Dane. Since if old Buckethead sired Wanda and Pietro then it's a good chance Polaris is walking around this Marvel universe somewhere. As I thought on the matter I was interrupted as my Doombots contacted me. Informing me they had finished acquiring anything of value in the base. They had also set the explosive charges I provided them at the base's key structural points. For I am not letting this place continue to stand in what is already essentially Greater Latveria. Replying using my technopathy I instructed all the Doombots to gather at the front entrance of the base. Once I did I put my helmet back on. Come children. Let us leave this place. I spoke. Wanda and Pietro nodded. Upon seeing this I started walking, the Maximoff siblings following right behind me. Along with the Doombots that were present. Our group eventually reached the base's main entrance. When we did we then began to wait, until all other Doombots in the area arrived. Once they did I opened 2 portals. One to a meeting room in Castle Doom in Latveria. while another was to a secure storage facility in Latveria I had set up. For when I made acquisitions like all I took from Hydra today. When the portal opened, the Doombots carrying the items they had procured from Strucker's base walked through the secure storage facility portal. Whoa, so cool. Pietro mused. How is this possible? Wanda asked in wonder. Magic. I told the both of them. I then continued watching the Doombots trek through the storage facility portal. Then once all those who were meant to pass through it were on the other side, I closed it. I then ushered Wanda and Pietro through the portal linked to Castle Doom. The remaining Doombots accompanying them. Once all of them were through, I used my armor to activate the remote detonators on the explosives. I then walked through my portal, an explosion going off behind me as I did. Always wanted to try that. Once through, I slammed the portal shut. My mission having been accomplished and then some. Chapter 30, Conference Call. As Wanda and Pietro looked around the meeting room, curious expressions on their faces, I sent off one of the Doombots to collect some members of the castle staff. Along with someone I really want Wanda and Pietro to meet. While the twins continued to look around, I took a seat in one of the chairs. I then used my armor's comm system to contact Lucia. While I also put up a small silencing spell around my immediate person. Since I did not want mine and Lucia's coming conversation overheard. Yes. Hello, my king. Lucia spoke. Her voice extremely professional. As it should be. Since right now we are in the roles of king and prime minister. Not lovers. Though seeing as how her performance in her duties has been nothing less than exceptional, I'll make sure to give her an extra special reward later when I have a chance. Since I am nothing if not a generous lover. Give me an update on the war effort. I commanded. Yes. Of course. Lucia replied. Currently our, and the Simkarian, forces have taken control of 70% of Sokovia. The remaining 30% of the nation estimated to be under our control by the end of the month. In a large part due to Zemo's efforts. On that note, I wish to inform you that Zemo successfully made his escape. He and his family reached the extraction point without encountering any issues, and are now en route to Latveria as we speak. She explained. Most excellent. I replied. On all accounts. Zemo has just proven himself to be the asset I knew he could. Having taken out Navati and his loyalist followers, who were the government of Sokovia in every sense of the word. Now with them gone, the country is firmly within my grasp. Especially with there now being no Hydra in the country to interfere. Though since I have taken out Strucker, I know those tentacle cult bastards won't stay idle for long. Which is why Sokovia must be secured before they make any sort of move in regards to Strucker. Lucia, I've decided to send another legion of Doombots to Sokovia. And I want the former country firmly under our control in 2 weeks. Not by the end of the month. I spoke. Yes, my king. Lucia replied. I'll coordinate with Minister Zora, the Simkarians, and our forces in country and make it happen. She spoke. Good. I said. Now then, what news do you have for me in relation to our other ongoing matters? I asked. Since although Latveria is fighting a war, it does not mean all of our attention is focused solely on that matter. That would just be horribly irresponsible. First, the factories set to produce the products you created have been successfully restored and are now operational. Currently their workforces are being trained, and all the ones currently active have begun production. Secondly, several orders have already been placed with us in regards to the Medigel and gas mask. Mostly from countries belonging to the European Union and in South America. But both South Korea and Canada have also placed orders with us. All of them have also already sent some form of advanced payment. Which is being distributed to the various governmental departments and programs you have created, as we speak, just as you instructed to happen. Lucia explained. Good. I said. The money has finally started to trickle in, and now that it has, I'll make sure it doesn't stop. Yes, it is. Lucia agreed. Now then on to the third matter. The construction of the Werner Academy has finally been completed. Fourth, the reconstructions of our various embassies abroad has also been completed. Fifth, the United Nations is strongly recommending you come and attend the next General Assembly meeting. Which will take place during the beginning of June. She explained. My brow twitching at what Lucia just informed me about in regards to the United Nations. Me knowing, strongly recommending, is their way of saying come speak to them or else. If I do attend the General Assembly meeting at the United Nations at the beginning of June, what kind of backlash could we expect? I asked. Since I have no time to dance around this annoying topic. At best, various sanctions. At worst, they could disavow your monarchy and declare the government you've created a rogue state. This it would give them cause to send in their peacekeeping forces if they saw fit. Lucia explained. Me grabbing and squeezing the arms of my chair after she finished. Those self-serving bastards think they can threaten me. They have no idea who they're trying to fuck with. So I guess they need an example of what happens if they try. Lucia, set up a visit for me to our New York embassy and inform the UN I shall be there at the start of the next assembly in June. I calmly spoke. Of course, my king. She easily replied. And ask when there that you don't slaughter the entire UN assembly. No promises. I replied. Understood. Lucia retorted. Now then, there is one more item on the agenda. And I saved it for last since it was the most important. Plus I knew it would put you in a good mood. I've managed to make contact with the Black Widow. She said. Upon hearing this, a smile formed on my face. Lucia having been absolutely right in her judgment of that little piece of information. It has put me in a good mood. Since before S.H.I.E.L.D. sinks their teeth into Natasha, I mean to recruit her myself. Because doing so will help me advance so many of my plans. You're right. That news has put me in a good mood. I spoke. And just for that your reward is going to extra special later tonight for sure. Victor, please. We are handling business. Lucia replied. Actually, our business has just been concluded. I retorted. Well then, continue your good work. I said. I then ended the communication between Lucia and I and brought down the silencing spell I put up. Immediately after I did so, the doors to the meeting room opened and several members of the castle staff walked into the room. Along with Boris, and the person I wanted Pietro and Wanda to meet the most, Christoph. Considering all three of them have a similar background. I think he's just the person to help them come to terms with their current situation. I also hope the three of them will become friends. Considering Christoph doesn't have anyone his own age he can call one. Given his status as my son, a prince of the nation, and his genius-level intellect. It makes it hard for him to socialize, and I want to rectify that sooner rather than later. Since the son of Doom will not be socially awkward. As soon as Christoph and the others entered the room, Wanda and Pietro stopped looking around it and focused their attention on them. When they did, Christoph walked up, a smile on his face. Greetings to you both. I'm Christoph Renard Doom, and who are you? He spoke. Wanda Maximoff. Wanda replied. Hey, I'm Pietro. Pietro replied. Nice to meet you. The same. Christoph replied. Everyone, Wanda and Pietro will be our guests going forward. I spoke. Drawing all eyes in the room to me. So make them comfortable. I added. Will do, father. Christoph replied. Father. So Victor is your dad? Pietro asked Christoph. Yes, he is. Christoph replied. He and Pietro then started chatting. Wanda soon joining in. Seeing this, I nodded. I then went over to Boris. I leave them in your capable hands. You can count on me, Victor. Boris replied. Oh, I know I can. I said. I then excused myself. Since although the news I just received from Lucia was great for the most part, minus the United Nations bullshit, there is still much work to be done. Yes, still much. Heading down to the castle dungeon, I soon found myself standing in front of the cell where Baron Strucker was chained up. Upon noticing me, he looked up, a murderous expression on his face. Too bad for him, his dream was never going to come true. Now then, let's see what secrets that shiny bald head of yours holds. I spoke. I then went to work on Strucker's mind. Showing the men exactly how worthless he truly is. Chapter 31, Expanding Latveria. 2 hours. That's how long it took me to extract all the knowledge I found relevant from Strucker's mind. From the location of other Hydra bases, to the true identities of other prominent figures in HYDRA, to even information I didn't even know I wanted. I claimed it all. Then once I was finished with the men, I immediately took him to hell and handed him over to Mephisto, as the first of my 3 sacrifices, as part of our deal to get my mother's soul back. Since based on what I saw while in Strucker's mind, there was no greater punishment I could inflict on him than handing him over to Mephisto. Because fuck. That man had committed so many atrocities, so many taboos, in the name of Hydra and his own self-serving goals and interests, that I was at a loss for words on how to describe the disgust I felt upon seeing it in his mind. After I was done, I felt like I needed to bleach my brain. No. Actually, I felt I needed to give myself a lobotomy. That's how horrid Strucker's mind was. But it wasn't all bad. Since now that I've gone through Strucker's head, at least I have some idea of what it will be like when I go through the minds of the other leaders of Hydra in the future. If necessary. That is if I don't rip their guts out, and make them watch as I do it. Because again, fuck. Alone at my desk in my personal lab, I simply sat in silence, and allowed myself a few moments to process what had just transpired. Then once 5 minutes had passed, I stood up and put it out of my mind. For dwelling on such a matter for too long is unbecoming of a man such as myself. Besides, there is still much work that needs to be done. So with that in mind I opened up a portal and walked through it. Heading to my next destination, to take care of the next matter on my very long to-do list. Once through the portal I closed it. I then focused my attention on what was in front of me. Which is a 2-story cabin with several of my Doombots guarding it. The moment I appeared they turned their attention to me. But upon seeing me, their creator and master, they simply went back to what they were doing. As they did I walked past them and entered through the front door of the cabin. The inside of it having every modern convenience you can think of, and then some. Because even though this cabin in one of several safe houses I've established in Latveria to house certain guests, that doesn't mean it needs to be uncomfortable. No, rather I want the guests who stay in these safe houses to be comfortable. Since depending on certain factors it may be the last bit of comfort they will ever get. Like the person I have stashed at this safe house. Sitting in one of the chairs positioned in front of the flat-screen television, the person in question turned their head in my direction. It being one Alois Dens. A legendary Sokovian general and political leader. Who is one of the only people who had their heads on straight in that whole damn place. He was a man who could have united his country. Which is exactly the reason why Novity placed him as a political prisoner in a deep dark hole the first chance he got. A place General Dens remained for 3 decades. That is until I had my Doombots rescue and extract him during the start of the Sokovian invasion. Why you ask? Simple. I wish for him to work towards making my goals a reality. I wish for him to serve Doom. Upon seeing me Dens used the remote to turn off the television. As he did I walked over to the chair situated opposite of his and sat in it. General Dens. I began. Looks like you are doing much better than the last time I saw you. I spoke. Since when I did Dens was mostly skin and bones. He had various wounds on his body, and he smelled worse than horseshit. Though given where he spent his days for the past 30 years that didn't surprise. Now though he looks absolutely healthy. I also know that he is, given all the surveillance equipment and passive scanners that are installed inside of the cabin. I am. He replied. All thanks to the treatment you provided me with. He said. But I know you didn't simply come here to check up on my well-being. So let's cut the small talk and get down to business, shall we? Sure. I replied. Finding myself liking Dens's attitude. Put simply, by the end of this month your home country of Sokovia will no longer exist. I revealed. General Novity and his loyalists, followers, and highest-ranking officials are all dead. I know you know what that means. As for why I am telling you this, it's because I want your assistance in helping your people through the transition from being Sokovian to becoming Latverian. Since it has already been decided Sokovia will become a part of Latveria. You fucker. Dens shouted at me. A look of pure anger and rage on his face. Which I expected, given what I just informed him about in regards to his homeland. If I was in his shoes I would likely be having the same reaction. The difference between Dens and I is that I would have the power to do something about a potential annexation of my home country. While he does not. You save me only for you to tell me you are doing away with my homeland and taking it for yourself. Yes. I easily replied. Because if I didn't, Sokovia would eventually face annexation anyway. Only likely not simply by one state, and instead multiple. Making its lands even worse than they already are. At least doing things my way your people will survive and gain better lives than they have right now. But at the cost of our freedom and independence. Dens retorted. Sorry to say, General, but Sokovia and its people lost that a long time ago. I stated. War, after war, its resources being stripped by outsiders like large private conglomerates, dictators like Novity, and let's not forget the influence of foreign powers, most prominently from the West. Honestly, I find it miraculous Sokovia has existed for as long as it has. Though your nation's time is now over. It is now a part of Latveria. But just because your state is gone doesn't mean you have nothing left to fight for, to protect. I speak of the people, General Dens. Yes, the people. Which is why you started fighting in the first place. So I ask you this, join me and continue fighting for the people that made you what you are today. What say you? While I spoke, Dens was still naturally angry and upset. But slowly he began calming down, and then got a curious expression on his face. Using my telepathy I could tell he was thinking about my offer. But he was also greatly conflicted. Given his loyalty to Sokovia. So I did him a favor and tweaked his thinking a bit. Now I didn't brainwash him like with Zemo, just to be clear. Instead I made him just a bit more open to my suggestion. After 10 minutes of silence, Dens gave me his answer. King Victor, I've come a decision. I'll do it. I'll join and assist you. Dens said. Excellent. I replied. Smiling underneath my mask. For once again everything is going my way. April 23, 2007. Third person, POV. So with Alois Dens now firmly on his side, Doom focused his attention on completing the annexation of Sokovia. A goal he accomplished within 2 weeks. Just as he wanted. Naturally, after he did this, he then announced the annexation plan to both his people and the Sokovians. The former of whom were mostly happy, while the latter were outraged. At least until Colonel Zemo and General Dens came forward and fully supported Victor's idea. Faced with this, many in Sokovia began turning to his side, leaving on the most extreme opponents to the annexation proposal, who were swiftly eliminated by Victor the first chance he got. Thus Dr. Doom changed the world once again in a short time, turning Sokovia in a greater part of Latveria, having taken the first step in expanding his kingdom. The first of many. Chapter 32, Back to New York. June 4, 2007. United States of America, New York City, John F. Kennedy International Airport. Victor, POV. Finishing off the glass of whiskey in my left hand, I looked out the window situated on my right, watching as the tarmac of the private airstrip got closer and closer, as the Gulfstream G-150 I was in descended closer and closer to it, until finally we made touchdown. Now officially on American soil. Given my jet just landed at JFK in New York City, a place I haven't been to in over a year, since Lucia and I returned to Latveria to see its revolution to finality, as well as put our homeland on the path to greatness. My, how time flies, I thought. As the G-150 came to a full stop, my vision was filled several black SUVs sitting on the airstrip, all of them flying the Latvian flag. I also saw several people in suits, with earpieces standing around said vehicles, along with several of my Doombots, all of them being my personal security, given my status as not only royalty, but as the leader of a foreign nation. It would be insane if I did not have my own security detail. As to why there are actual living people included in it, and not just entirely Doombots, it's because I'm trying to placate any voices that would scream bloody murder if I only had robots that only followed my orders guarding me. For now, that is. But this placating is only temporary. Other than my security detail, I also noted several reporters and new crews, who had formed a mob and were trying, and utterly failing, to get close to my G-150. The security detail doing their job. Quite the crowd you've attracted. The person sitting with across from me in the plane cabin spoke. It being none other than Silver Sable herself. Since I hired her, and by extension the Wild Pack, to augment my security detail while I am here in the US dealing with this whole UN annoyance. I having requested Sable be my personal bodyguard during my time here in the States. A request she agreed to. She didn't even charge me any extra like I hear she normally does for those that request her personal bodyguard services. So score one for me. Through no fault of my own, I can assure you. I guess I'm just that popular, I replied. Well then, let's get this show on the road, I spoke. I then unbuckled my seatbelt and stood to my feet, Sable doing the same. As she did, the cabin door was open from the outside. Once it fully was, Sable moved to stand in front of me. From now on you stay behind me, she instructed. Yes ma'am, I replied. You're the security expert here, so whatever orders you give I'll follow, I replied. For the most part was left unsaid. Sable knew this, considering the flat look she gave me after I spoke. Right, she mused. Sable then turned around, giving me a ice view of her toned ass. A view I enjoyed as we made our ways to the cabin door. But then once we reached it, I moved my gaze upward and put my best fake smile on my face, since I knew if I didn't give the vultures something to feed on they would continue pestering me, which I did not want, nor need. So as Sable and I exited the plane, I smiled and waved at them. Tuning out the questions, profanities, and even a few sexual comments they shouted at me as I walked to the SUV I would be taking directly to the New York Latvian embassy. Reaching it, Sable opened the door and then stepped aside so I could get in. Then once I did, she climbed in after me and closed the door. After we did, the rest of my security detail quickly got themselves in order, and soon we were on the move, away from JFK and towards the embassy. When I was sure we were, I dropped the smile from my face, wondering how politicians and actors pull off such shit all the time without their faces freezing. As I contemplated this, Sable suddenly decided to ask me a question. So, was my ass an enjoyable sight? When I heard her say this, I turned my head in her direction and saw a smirk on her face. Seeing this, I knew exactly how to respond. Why yes, it certainly was. Upon hearing this, Sable lightly chuckled, telling my answer was the correct one, as well as how Sable didn't mind me getting an eyeful of her butt. Good to know. Coming to a stop, the SUV I was in pulled up to iron black gates, which then slowly began to open for it. Since after an hour and a half driving on the streets of New York we had reached our destination, the New York Latvian embassy. When the gates were fully open, the SUV I was in was driven through it, the rest of our entourage driving in right behind us. while the Doombot simply landed on the ground. Since they had been following along with us by flying using their jet thrusters. As the SUV came to a stop in front of the embassy's main doors, I exited it. Sable right behind me. The two of us were then greeted by the embassy staff. "Welcome, King Victor." The man in charge spoke to me. "Thank you," I replied. I then dismissed the embassy staff and had them return to their regular duties. Once they did, I also sent Sable on her way. Given that we were on Latverian soil, and that any attack against me here would mean war. Plus I had things to take care of. Heading to the office I would use during my stay in New York, I went to sit behind the desk. I then used my technopathy to activate all of the room's installed counter-surveillance measures before activating a secure video uplink to Latveria, using the monitor on the office's back wall. When it connected, I was greeted to the face of Lucia. "I'm glad you made it safely to New York, King Victor." She spoke. "Thank you, Lucia," I replied. "So, how goes things in the homeland?" I asked. Even though I spent every last moment I could making sure things were as secure as possible before I left it 2 days ago to begin my journey here to the Big Apple. Still, anything can happen. That's one of the reasons I decided to check in on home as soon as I made it to the embassy. Not to mention the fact our country basically tripled in size overnight with the annexation of Sokovia. "Everything is well," Lucia replied. "The rebuilding of Sokovia's former infrastructure is proceeding on schedule. The former members of their military who decided to join the LDF are integrating well. In no small part to the efforts of General Zemo," she explained. "Also yes, I promoted Zemo to the rank of general. Since I know for certain he would never betray me. As for the general populace of the former nation, thanks to the efforts of General Dens, they are integrating smoothly with native Latverians, and they have no large qualms about now being citizens of our nation." "Excellent," I replied. Once I did Lucia and I then discussed a few more things. Including Christoph and the Maximov twins. Who have struck up a friendship, just as I wanted. Seems they're all doing well. Hearing that made me smile. Soon I ended my video conference with Lucia. Then once I did, I portaled to my personal lab in Castle Doom and got back to work on my main project at the moment. Recreating the super soldier serum from the samples of Isaiah Bradley's blood. Which is going quite well. Seeing as I've already isolated the unique components of the formula within the samples of the blood. Now all I have to do is break down each individual component, then I can alter the serum as I please. Then all that's left is synthesization and viola. I'll be able to create my own army of super soldiers at will. Standing at one of my lab's many workstations, I went over the data my lab equipment has been collecting during the entire process of me reverse engineering the serum. Well, this version of the serum at least. Considering the others out there. I continued working for several hours, at least until an alarm went off. That in turn told me it was time to turn in for the night. So with that I tied it up a bit before portaling back to my office at the New York Embassy. Not worried at all about my personal lab, since no one is allowed inside of there without my express permission. The defenses I have in place on it making fucking sure of that. Closing my portal behind me, I disengaged all the counter-surveillance measures. I then left the office and headed for my personal quarters. After arriving I changed and went to the gym for a quick workout. I then had a quick meal before turning in for the night. Considering what lied in store for me tomorrow. June 5, 2007. As the SUV we're in came to a stop, Sable and I exited it. Finding ourselves standing right outside the United Nations headquarters. For today is the day I make myself known as their General Assembly. Time to show them, and the rest of the world, exactly who Victor Werner von Doom is. Fixing my tie I then began heading inside, Sable flanking me. Feeling ready to bitch slap all those present here today. Chapter 33, Addressing the United Nations. Upon entering the UN headquarters, my security detail and I were immediately met by UN building security. The leader of which then stepped up to me. "King Doom, first off, welcome to the United Nations. We've been expecting you. Secondly, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to leave. Your robot company's outside," he told me. "I'm very sorry, but they're just too big of a security risk. First off, thank you for the welcome. Secondly, I'm afraid your request is impossible to fulfill," I easily replied. "For you see, those robots are not only the property of Latveria, but also essential to my personal security. So they stay. End of story," I spoke. Looking the man in charge of the security team directly in his eyes. Which made him back down, and keep whatever words he was about to reply to me with firmly in his mouth. A good move on his part. "Understood," he finally said after a few seconds passed. "I'm glad we understand each other," I told him. Flashing a smile on my face. Once I did, he and the rest of the UN security team that had been sent to meet us escorted me, Sable, and the rest of my security detail to a waiting room, where I then got comfortable. But not before using my technopathy to access any and all systems and electronic devices within the United Nations headquarters. Public, private, or governmental. It mattered not. I wormed my way into them all. I then began searching for interesting bits of information. That is until someone came to escort me to the General Assembly Hall. Whereupon arrival Sable, who had come with me without taking no for an answer, began waiting outside, while I went inside and found my assigned seat. Which was easy to do, considering it had a plaque with the name, Latveria, imprinted on it, situated directly in front of it. Sitting down, my seat located amongst the Eastern European states grouping, I leaned back in my chair and began waiting for the show to get on the road. Going back to using my technopathy to root around all available systems and electronic devices as I did, where I began finding juicy blackmail material. When I ordered those systems and devices to send copies, if they had the capability to do so, of all said material back to a secure laptop I had set up at the Latvian embassy for just such occasions. As I did this, the General Assembly Hall began filling up with delegates, until eventually everyone had arrived. When they did, things finally got moving, and the current UN Secretary-General called the meeting of the General Assembly to order. Talks and discussions on issues then began, which I didn't care for. So instead I only partially listened, while the rest of my brain was focused on other actually important matters, like constructing blueprints for Latveria's very own satellites. That is until I was called out by the UN Secretary-General. And now the floor would like to welcome its newest member, the new king of the nation of Latveria, Victor von Doom. Please, grace us with a few words. The Secretary-General spoke, who was a female. When they said my name, I focused all my attention back on the situation before me. Ignoring how all eyes turned to me, and began staring, I stood up from my seat and made my way to the podium located at the very front and center of the Assembly Hall, the Secretary-General having already left the stage when I arrived. Reaching the podium, I looked out at all the faces before me. I then leaned in a bit closer to the microphone. Greetings. I am Victor Werner von Doom, the new king and ruler of Latveria. I spoke. I then leaned back and got ready to return to my seat, only for one of the delegates to speak up. Wait, King Doom. Is that all you have to say? Upon hearing this question, I stopped in my tracks, and then leaned back into the microphone. Yes. I have nothing more to say. So you do not wish to speak about the actions in which led you to becoming the current ruler of Latveria, nor about you and Simkaria's hostile takeover of Sokovia, which Latveria has decided to annex? The delegate from Germany asked me. When he spoke those questions, I leveled my gaze directly onto him, all too ready to strike him down. But I restrained myself. Not only because I promised Lucia that I would, but the time to take such actions has not yet arrived. Though that day is coming, and soon. It's why Project Sovereign exists in the first place. In regards to both of those matters, I say it is none of this assembly's business. I spoke, ignoring the shocked, and few angry looks, on some of the delegates' faces at my words. But I care not. Yes, you heard me right. And I say this because for years this institution, this body, did nothing as both my homeland and Sokovia were trapped in needless cycles of violence and disarray. You all sat here, turning your gazes away from both situations, and now you have the audacity to question my actions. You have no right. I exclaimed. But to placate your feelings, I shall grace with a form of explanation in regards to my actions in regards to Latveria, and then in regards to Sokovia. First, in Latveria, I simply liberated my homeland from the tyrannical rule of Vladimir Fortunov and his ilk, who were unfit to call themselves royals, seeing as how they served themselves and not the people. People like my mother and father, who the Fortunovs killed, leaving me alone without their warmth and comfort as I grew up in a hell. One I sought to change. And I did. Now Latveria is under my rule, under my protection, and I say now it will never experience such times as the reign of the Fortunov family again. Secondly, Sokovia was in much the same situation as Latveria before I helped to liberate it. Not only that, but its former leaders were planning an invasion of my country, along with our longtime ally Simkaria. They wanted both nations destabilized so they could claim them for their own. Unfortunately for them, Latveria and Simkaria got wind of this plot and struck first. And seeing how ravaged Sokovia was, I knew it was dead already. So I put it out of its misery. I let it rest, so that what remained behind could be turned into something new. Something better. And that is all I have to say about those two matters. Good day. I finished. I then walked away from the podium and returned back to my seat, ignoring the whispers and murmurs going on around me. Eventually the assembly got back on track, and the session came to an end. When it did, I was one of the first ones out the door of the assembly hall. Meeting up with Sable, I headed back to our waiting room and retrieved the rest of my security detail. We then called for our rides. Since I told them we were leaving. That bad, huh? Sable whispered to me, as we stood in a parking lot waiting for our SUVs to arrive. They had the gall to ask me about my actions in regards to Latveria and Sokovia. I quickly replied. Still seething in anger from the questions themselves. They had no right. I see. Sable replied. She then said nothing else. I'm thankful for that. Soon the SUVs arrived and we filed in. They then immediately took us back to the Latvian embassy. Me having calmed down on the ride back. Which I needed to be because as soon as I arrived back at the embassy I was escorted to a waiting room, where some guests I had called to come today were situated. As the doors to the waiting room opened I was greeted by the sight of Susan, Johnny, and Ben. 3/4 of the Fantastic Four. Hello everyone. It's been a while, hasn't it? I spoke. A smile on my face. Chapter 34, Rebirth of the SS. After greeting Susan, Johnny, and Ben, I took a moment to look all of them over. Before focusing my attention back on the entire group. You all are looking well. I said. Especially you, Ben. Since Ben is standing before me in his human form. I take it the lessons at Kamartaj are going well. I asked rhetorically. You can see the results yourself. Ben replied. A smile on his face. Victor, let me just say thank you once again. Seriously. I really appreciate all you've done for me. All you've given me back. He spoke. I shook my head. No, Ben. I just got you through the door. Where you are right now is due to your own hard work. I retorted. So on that note, I'd love to hear about some of the adventures you all have been on. But first, where's Reed? Because even though I don't care that he is not present, I did invite him along with the others to the embassy today. So I have to ask about his absence as a courtesy. Reed decided to stay behind at the Baxter building to work on some big project he couldn't tear himself away from. Something about opening a door to another dimension. That's all I caught from Reed's technical science talk. Johnny told me. Telling me that Reed currently has his sights likely set on the negative zone at the moment. Which means Blastar and Annihilus might soon be pieces on the game board. Good to know. Well, that sounds interesting. If you can when you return, please have Reed contact me so we can discuss this other dimension in detail. I spoke. So, about those adventure stories. Hold on, Victor. Before we say anything, you've got some explaining to do. Susan spoke up. About what, Susan? I asked. Despite already knowing what she's referring to. But I decided to play dumb and flashed her a cheeky grin. Only to earn a deadpan stare in return. Victor, the last time we saw you, you said you were returning to your homeland to deal with a few issues. Now here we are a year later and you're now the leader of your birth nation, royalty, and you just finished annexing another nation to grow your own. Susan spoke. Stating the obvious. Well, when you put it like that, I can see your point. I conceded. But there's not really much to tell, Susan. My nation, my people, they were in trouble, and since I had the power to do something about it, I did. And as I just explained to those at the United Nations General Assembly, Sokovia was planning to attack Latveria, and our ally Simkaria. So all we did was launch a preemptive strike. Nothing more and nothing less. Okay, but that still doesn't explain the annexation part. Susan retorted. Sokovia was already dead. It's just that no one wanted to admit it. I said. After the war was over, I was certain the country would likely cease to exist anyway, and given what the people who called that nation home had already been through, I decided I couldn't sit back and watch them suffer. So I gave them my protection. A decision I don't regret. So, does that answer all your questions and concerns, Susan? For the most part. I just have one more. She replied. How is Lucia doing? Good. She's good. I replied. As you likely know, she's now Latveria's Prime Minister and is currently back at our shared home keeping things together until I return from this trip. I explained. Now then, about those adventure stories. Susan sighed, but she did so with a smile on her face. All right, Victor. You win. She conceded. Once she did, she, Ben, and Johnny stated telling me about some of the adventures they've been on during this past year. Usually as a result of Reed's bullshit. Honestly, that man is too dangerous to be kept alive. The only reason I haven't ended his life yet is because I want to get Ben, Johnny, and Susan firmly in my corner first before dealing with the walking catastrophe that is Mr. Fantastic. But once I accomplish my goal, his rubbery ass is grass. As the three of them continued telling me about their adventures, Ben also happened to mention he was now dating Alicia Masters. Who is African American in this universe, by the way, and the spitting image of Kerry Washington from the Tim Story film. I just thought it'd be something I'd mention. In the end, 3 hours passed before they finished telling me their tales. Wow, you guys have already been through so much. I spoke. And it sounds amazing. Thanks for telling me. No problem, Victor. Susan said. Yeah, what Susie said. Ben added. It's all good, my dude. Johnny spoke. Right. I replied. Once I did, we talked for a bit more before one of the embassy staff came and interrupted us. Since it was time for lunch. Because I'm not the kind of host that would let guests such as these leave on an empty stomach. So with that, the four of us left the meeting room we were in and headed to one of the embassy's dining halls, where a full spread was waiting for us. A thing both Johnny and Ben loved. As they moved to dig in, Susan walked up to me. Victor, thanks for lunch. She said. No problem, Susan. I replied to her. Oh, and one more thing. I began. I then leaned in and whispered. If you ever want to pick up again where we left off that night a year ago, simply say the word. Because I am ready to go anytime you ask. I spoke. I then leaned back and caught a blush forming on Susan's face. A good sight for my eyes. Putting another cheeky smile on my face, I left Susan's side before she could retort to my words and joined Johnny and Ben at the table for lunch. Susan joining us shortly after, giving me sideway, which I easily ignored. All the way until the three of them left the embassy. Though we did exchange contact information, and I got them to promise to visit Latveria in the near future. So for the most part, today was a good day. After my speech at the United Nations, I spent a few more days in New York before returning home, during which the UN informed me they were rescinding their request to send an investigation team to Latveria. A fact I enjoyed. What I did not enjoy was the fact I discovered the World Security Council had tasked SHIELD with infiltrating Latveria. The push for the action coming from the two tentacle cult worshippers on the council, Alexander Pierce and Gideon Malik. Though considering Hydra had tried, and spectacularly failed, at infiltrating and gathering any concrete information on Latveria, and our ally Symkaria, ever since I became king and ruler of the former, it's no wonder they're trying to use every resource at their disposal to their advantage. Especially since they have finally started to investigate what happened to Baron Strucker, and are making no headway because of me. Yeah, I'm fucking with them like that. But they brought it upon themselves. Plus it's fun as hell. Moving on. In my personal lab within Castle Doom, I stood before a chemical synthesizer machine I had built myself, waiting until it finished running. When it did, I removed the vials I had placed inside of it earlier. Holding them up in the air, I couldn't help but release a slightly evil laugh. Considering what I held in my hands was my own personally created variant of the Super Soldier Serum, which interacted with the user's physiology the exact same way Wilfred Nagels did in the Marvel miniseries Falcon and the Winter Soldier, in that the serum gave those who took it all the enhancements without any of the outward physical changes like Steve Rogers. Meaning I can turn anyone into a super soldier now, and one would know what they were except anyone who was aware that they had taken my serum. Yes, oh yes, I exclaimed. Now I have two perfected superhuman serums in my grasp. And this is only the beginning. My laughter and excitement subsiding, I lowered the vials of my SSS from the air and then went to place them on a vial rack. I then moved to put them in one of my secure laboratory freezers. Then after doing so, I went over to my desk and went to work on my computer, taking the completion of the SSS of my to-do list. I then pulled up my next big project I wanted to focus on. The Werner Academy. Time to get the ball rolling in earnest on that. But first, contacting Lucia, I asked her to come down to my lab. Since I've decided she is going to the first, in what will be a long line, of a new breed of super soldiers. It's time she get an upgrade. Chapter 35, Recruitment Drive. After calling Lucia and asking her to come down to my lab, I went and retrieved one of the vials of my SSS from the laboratory fridge I had placed it in. I then prepped it to inject into Lucia. Just as I finished, she opened the door to my lab and stepped inside. Victor, I'm here. She spoke. Yes. I can see. Please, come in. I replied. So she closed the door and walked deeper into my lab, her eyes looking over everything as she walked up to me. Which is to be expected, since she's never been in here before. No one other than me and my Doombots have. I was serious when I said that before. Because one wrong move in dealing with some of the stuff I have stashed in here could result in all of Latveria getting blown up. I kid you not. That's why this place is my sanctuary. Eventually Lucia reached me. When she did, I held up the syringe that held the SS serum I was going to give her. Noticing it, Lucia gave me a curious look. Victor, what exactly going on here? And what is in that vial? I'm glad you asked. I replied. To answer your first question, I have called you down here to bestow upon you superhuman powers. Given the loyalty you've shown not only Latveria but me, as well as the way you've excelled in your duties, I explained. As for your second question, what is in this vial is what you give you those superhuman abilities I mentioned. Which is my own version of the legendary super soldier serum. Now then, let me ask you a question. Do you want the powers? I do. Lucia instantly replied. And thank for this, Victor. Thank you for this so much. I promise, the trust you have placed in me is something I shall never betray. She spoke. Both professionally and privately. She added. Before coming closer and laying a kiss upon my lips. One which I eagerly reciprocated. Though I broke it off after a few seconds. Because if Lucia and I continued, then we would end up doing more than kissing. All night long at that. Which I am not opposed to in the slightest, but first there is business to be handled. Then we can focus on pleasure. Glad to hear it. I spoke. Now then, time for your injection. Right. Lucia replied. But wait, how did you even recreate the super soldier serum in the first place? I thought its secrets were lost when Captain America died. Yes and no. I instantly replied. The secrets of Dr. Abraham Escrine version of the super soldier serum were lost when Captain America died. I spoke. Lying through my teeth. Even though Steve isn't dead and is currently just taking a very long nap. But I can't reveal that yet nor do anything about it until my power base is just a little more secure. However, once it is, I wouldn't mind going to wake up the old man. But as you well know, Lucia, humans are greedy creatures. We crave power, and since the super soldier serum gave it, there was no way it was simply going to be allowed to die. Ever since World War II ended, there have been numerous attempts, not only by the United States, to recreate the serum. One of which was even successful. And thanks to that success, the serum is now in our hands. I spoke. Wait, someone actually managed to create another super soldier? Lucia asked. I nodded. Yes. Unfortunately, due to prejudice and several other factors, the super soldier's story was erased from history. I then told Lucia the Cliff Notes version of the life of Isaiah Bradley, who had a disgusted look on her face by the time I was finished. I know. And believe me, I share your outrage. But right now we are in no position to really do anything about it. However, I can see that you want to. So all I ask is that you wait a bit, and once things are in place you can have it the matter without any restraint. Okay. All right. Lucia said. Good. I spoke. Now enough talk. Time for your shot. I said. When I did, Lucia rolled up her sleeve. After she did so, I found a vein, sterilized the injection site, and then injected her with my SS serum. When the syringe was empty, I removed the needle from within her arm. The small wound instantly healing. Not surprising me. Since I boosted the healing factor aspect within my SS serum to the level within my personal extremis serum. Because after all, who doesn't love a good healing factor? It can get you out of a lot of shit. Just ask Wolverine and X-23. Though to make sure the healing factor of my SS serum was working as intended, I extended one of the pincers on my fingers and scratched Lucia. Her wound closing within seconds after I did. Okay. Looks like the healing factor aspect is working as intended. I spoke. Ignoring the flat look Lucia was giving me. Now let's move on. I spoke. Hit me. I said. Then without any hesitation, Lucia threw a punch at my face. A punch I decided not to dodge. Since I was testing to make sure the serum worked as intended. So taking the blow to the face, I felt the increased strength behind it. As Lucia pulled back, I nodded. Okay. Your strength has definitely increased. I spoke. Now then, let's see what you can really do. I spoke. Lucia and I then ended up in a sparring match, where I pushed her to the limits of her new abilities. Finding how my SS serum had enhanced her exactly as I intended to on individuals. Once I discovered this, Lucia and I decided to shift our sparring to the bedroom, where we ended up breaking the bed frame, making me make a note to myself to replace all bed frames in Latveria with adamantium the moment I acquire it. June 22, 2007. Miami, Florida. Entering her apartment, Dr. Maya Hansen used her free hand to stifle a yawn. Insert image of Maya Hansen here. After doing so, she closed the door to her apartment and locked it. She then began heading towards her bedroom. But right as she passed her living room, a light inside of it came on, stopping Maya in her tracks and causing her to get a fearful expression on her face. However, before she could do anything, she suddenly found herself levitated into her living room and placed on its couch, along with her daughter, Ruri Hansen. A/N, yeah, I know the MCU now has their own version of Ruri Williams. But until she gets more screen time, I'm making my own version. As mother and daughter found themselves stunned by what just happened to them, they also found themselves looking at a man who was seated in the chair in front of them, opposite of the couch. A man both Ruri and Maya recognized, since they had seen him on television. It was Victor Von Doom. "You're Victor Von Doom." Maya spoke. "That's my name, Dr. Hansen. Don't wear it out." Victor replied. "Anyway, excuse me for intruding into you and your daughter's home like this, but there is an urgent matter I needed to speak with you about that simply couldn't wait," he explained. Victor then opened a small portal and pulled a file through it before closing it. Seeing this, Maya was shocked, while Ruri had stars in her eyes. "Wow, Mr. Doom, how did you do that?" Ruri asked. "Magic," Doom replied. "Doing jazz hands." "Cool," Ruri exclaimed. "Ruri, Mr. Doom is obviously joking. Since magic doesn't exist." Maya spoke. "No, Dr. Hansen, it does." Victor immediately spoke. "But we can talk more about that later. Right now I would like to focus on the matter at hand," he said. Victor then looked at Ruri. "Miss Ruri, do you mind giving me and your mom a few moments alone?" he asked her. "Sure thing," Ruri replied. She then got up and headed to her room. After she did, Victor returned his gaze to Maya. "What a good daughter you have there, Dr. Hansen," he spoke. "I know," Maya replied. "So, what matter was so urgent you needed to discuss with me that you broke into my home?" she exclaimed, anger in her voice, which Victor completely understood, given his actions at the moment. But he simply didn't care. "Why, the safety of you and your daughter," Victor said. He then used his telekinesis to float the file in his hand over to Maya, and placed it in her lap. "That will explain everything." Looking down at the file on her lap, and then back at Victor, for several seconds Maya finally focused on the file. Picking it up, she opened it, getting a shocked and horrified expression on her face the moment after she did. Since what was inside the folder, Victor gave her detailed crimes her boss and friend, Aldrich Killian, had committed. From illegal human experimentation to terrorist bombings all across the United States. The more Maya read and learned, the sicker she became. Eventually she could no longer continue looking at the file and tossed it on the floor. Once she did, she turned her gaze towards Victor. "Why? Why did you show me that?" "To show you exactly what kind of man Aldrich Killian truly is," Victor easily replied. "A psychopath with delusions of grandeur, who won't hesitate to get rid of anything in the way of his goals. Which might one day include you and your daughter, Dr. Hansen. But I don't wish for that to happen. Hence I am here to make you an offer. Come and work for me. If you do, I promise not only protection from Killian and anyone else that would seek to do you and your daughter harm, but also that you can continue your work on extremists and make it into what you truly envision it to be. A product that can help all of mankind." "And if I say no?" Maya questioned. "Then I will leave your house tonight and you will never hear from me nor any of my associates ever again," Victor replied. "But if I do, that means the deal I am offering you goes with me." "And how do I know you'll even honor this deal you're offering if I accept it?" Maya asked. "Believe me, I will," Victor said. "Because if I wanted to do harm to you and your daughter, Dr. Hansen, there is nothing you, nor hardly anyone else, could do to stop me," he spoke. Victor then put a devilish smile on his face. As he did, Maya found herself finally understanding she was being offered a deal by a devil. But after what he had just shown her, what other choice did she have? Going to the authorities might make the situation worse, and there was no way she was going to the father of her child for help. Given the way he acts. There's a reason Maya hasn't told Ruri her father is Tony Stark. So after thinking for several minutes, Maya finally gave Victor an answer. "Okay. I accept your deal," she spoke. "But if any harm comes to me or especially my daughter, I'll do all I can to make you regret it." "Well, then I have nothing to worry about. Since that will never happen," Victor replied. Happy that he has not only secured Dr. Hansen to his side, but also the potential future Iron Heart of this universe. Since he knew Tony was Ruri's father. And he couldn't wait to see the look on Iron Man's face when he learned the truth one day. That is a moment Victor wouldn't miss for anything. Anyway. The deal with Maya Hansen done, Victor took his leave from her apartment. Happy that his first recruitment talk went well. Now it was on to the others. Chapter 36, Recruitment Drive 2. Near Lake Baikal, Russia. "Higher, big brother, higher," a 6-year-old girl happily exclaimed. After she did, the man holding her did as she asked and lifted her higher into the air. Which was easy for him to do thanks to his large frame. As for the name of this man, it is Pyotr Rasputin. Insert image of Pyotr Rasputin / Colossus here. Who is only 16 years old. Despite the fact his appearance does not match his age. For he truly is a big boy. His height already reaching 1.98 meters, 6 feet, 6 inches. He is the older brother of the girl in his arms. Whose name is Ilyana Rasputin? Insert image of Ilyana Rasputin/magic here. Smiles on their faces, the brother and sister pair continued to play outside on the front lawn of their home, which was a farm. That is until Victor, wearing his armor, with several of his Doombots accompanying him, descended from the sky and began hovering in the air right in front of the Rasputin siblings. The instant this happened, Pyotr out Ilyana down, pushed her behind him, and got a serious expression on his face. But before Pyotr could do anything, Victor raised up his left palm in his direction. At ease, young Pyotr. I did not come here to fight you. He spoke in perfect Russian. I simply came to meet with you and offer you a better life. What do you mean? Pyotr asked. I am the king of my own country, a place called Latveria. But I am also many other things as well. But let's not get into that right now. The point is, a while back I happened to come across reports of a metalman defending the farmers who decided to make their homes near Lake Baikal, and so intrigued by these reports I did some investigating and discovered this so-called metalman was no myth. But you, young Pyotr. And the moment I learned this, I began making preparations so I could come here and see you. For I am opening up an institution I feel you would be the perfect fit for. One that will truly allow you to be all you can and then some. Victor explained. I see. Pyotr replied. It sounds marvelous. But unfortunately I will have to decline your invitation. I have too many responsibilities here. He spoke. If you're worried about your family and the other farmers in the area, then there is no need to be. Since I also planned on asking them to accompany us to where the institution I want you to attend is located. Which is in my nation, Latveria. A place I will make you all full citizens of if you agree to my offer. I will also provide all necessities such as food, clothing, and the like. Victor explained. You won't even have to pay to attend the institution I am asking you to become a student at. He added. So, what do you say, young Pyotr? Looking at Doom, Pyotr couldn't say anything. Since what Victor had just offered him sounded too good to be true. Thus he was conflicted. So much so he didn't even notice he and Ilyana guardians, their grandparents, exit the house and walk up to the group. Pyotr, what is going on? His grandmother asked. Yes, what is happening? Who is that strange metalman floating in the sky, with those machines? His grandfather asked. Greetings, I am Victor von Doom, King of Latveria. Victor spoke. And there is no need to be alarmed, I was simply explaining the key points of the offer I just made your grandson. He explained. Victor then told Pyotr and Ilyana's grandparents about the offer he just made Pyotr, who upon hearing the specifics added in their own 2 cents. Pyotr, I think you should accept the deal. His grandmother spoke. Yes. I too agree. His grandfather added. Truly, Grandpa and Grandma. Even though we know next to nothing about this man called Victor. He asked. Pyotr, can't you see if King Victor wanted to hurt us he would have done so by now? His grandfather reasoned. Yes. His grandmother added. So since he hasn't, I don't think he will do us any harm. He also seems like a good man. Even so, if I accept his offer we will have to leave our home. Pyotr said. Oh Pyotr. That is fine. Since home is simply where all of us are. His grandmother said. Giving him a soft smile. One which Pyotr returned in kind. Then after he did, he looked at Victor. King Victor, I have made my decision. I will take you up on your offer. He spoke. Excellent. Victor replied. He and his Doombots then got to work. They visited all the farms in the area, and with the Rasputin family's help got them all to agree to head to Latveria and begin new lives there. Once this happened, Victor began the process of transferring everyone there. Eventually finishing. Leaving his country with new citizens. As well as him having recruited the future Colossus and Magic to his side. Cuba. Entering his current home, Richard Parker closed the door, and then began setting all the locks he had on it. Insert image of Dr. Richard Parker here. Once that was done, he began heading for his bedroom. Only to stop in his tracks when he walked past his living room and saw a man standing right in the middle of it. Wearing some strange kind of armor and a green cape and hood. Seeing this man, Richard instantly felt fear and prepared to run. Dr. Parker, I only came to talk. However, the moment the man spoke, Richard stopped in his tracks. Shocked. Since the man in his living room was facing away from him. So Richard began wondering how he knew he was about to run away. I have my ways, Dr. Parker. The man spoke. A moment after that particular thought crossed Richard's mind. What? That's impossible. Unless this person is somehow reading my very thoughts. But that's ludicrous. Richard thought. Oh, I can assure you, Dr. Parker, it is not as ludicrous as you think. Hearing this, Richard widened his eyes. You can read my mind. He exclaimed. I can. The man simply stated. Who are you? Richard found himself asking. When he did, the men turned around to face him. "My name is Victor von Doom, ruler of Latveria," he explained. "As well as the man who is going to save our world," Victor added. "But we can discuss that particular subject at a later day. Right now I wish to speak to you about the reason I tracked you down, Dr. Parker. Simply put, I want you to come and work for me." "What? You can't be serious," Richard replied. "Oh, I assure Dr. Parker I am quite serious," Victor retorted. "I wish to employ you. And should you agree, not only will I offer you complete protection from the faction within Oscorp Industries that is after you, but I will also make so that one day you can reunite with your family. Wouldn't you like to see your son Peter again?" "Don't even think of touching my son," Richard exclaimed, the moment Victor mentioned Peter's name. But it didn't faze him in the slightest. "I am not going to, Dr. Parker. I never had any intention of doing so," Victor calmly explained. "I was simply pointing out the fact I could help you be a father to your son again, given how much of his life you've already missed due to the circumstances you found yourself in," he spoke. "And what could you possibly know of my circumstances?" Richard exclaimed. "I know that you simply wanted to use your work on cross-species genetics to help make the world a better place. But the greed of some of those at Oscorp caused them to want to pervert your work and only use it as a tool to serve themselves. But being the men you are, you couldn't allow that to happen. So you sabotaged as much of your research as you could, and then to keep it from falling into the wrong hands, you and your wife decided to disappear. Only in the process of doing so, those after you managed to catch up, and due to this your wife Mary lost her life. That about summed things up," Victor said, his words just now causing Richard to become speechless. "Yes," he admitted. "That's exactly right," Richard said. "But how did you come to know all of this?" "It was easy to learn for one such as Doom," Victor replied. "Now about my offer. Will you take it?" I. Richard kept starting and stopping, thinking about the offer Victor had just made him. It sounded good. Too good to be true, in fact. But something about Victor made Richard think he could make good on his word. Though was it a risk he was willing to take? The last time he had made such a big decision, it had cost his wife her life, him his own in a sense, and deprived his son Peter of his parents. Peter, Richard thought, suddenly remembering the face of his little boy, who definitely wasn't so little anymore. And he hadn't been there to witness that growth. But with this deal Victor had offered him, he could one day have a chance to make up for all the time he had been away. So with that, and a few other reasons in mind, Richard finally gave Victor a firmly reply. "All right. I accept your deal, King Victor," Richard said. "Excellent," Victor replied. "You've made the right choice, Dr. Parker, I assure you," he spoke. Victor just having secured Dr. Richard Parker to his side. Making another recruit down. Chapter 37, Recruitment Drive 3. University of California, Berkeley. Having just finished his final lecture of the day, Dr. Bill Foster headed to his office, so he could collect a few belongings before heading home for the day. Insert image of MCU Bill Foster here. Reaching his office, he opened up the door and entered it, only to stop in his tracks when he saw a man sitting behind his desk the moment he stepped inside. Looking at him, the man smiled. "Hello, Dr. Foster. A pleasure to meet you. My name is Victor von Doom, and I've come to speak with you about a job opportunity." "Well, breaking into my office certainly wasn't a good way to make a first impression," Bill spoke. "Now leave. Or else I'll call campus security and have them remove you by force." "Come now, Dr. Foster. No need for such threats. Especially because if you agree to come and work for me, you'll be able to finally cure Ava Starr," he spoke, the smile never leaving Victor's face as he did, unnerving Bill Foster even more than he already was. Especially now that the men had mentioned Ava. "I'm sorry, Ava who?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Bill spoke, trying to blame Doom. Hearing Bill's reply, Doom lightly chuckled. "Marvelous, Dr. Foster. Truly. Your acting skills are quite good, and against any normal person they would work," he spoke. Victor then put a serious expression on his face. "Unfortunately for you, I am no ordinary person. So please don't insult my intelligence any further with your lies. For I know the truth. About Ava Starr. About her parents. About your work with Dr. Hank Pym and Project Goliath. I even know how Ava is basically a slave in all but name to S.H.I.E.L.D. Keeping her on a leash with the promise of a cure I can assure you they are never going to create. But if you and her come and work for me, I promise you, she will get that cure she is longing for," he spoke, stunning Bill Foster. "Of course I know you cannot decide anything without speaking to her first. So go ahead and do that. Then once you have both come to a decision, please contact me. Victor spoke. He then reached into his suit jacket pocket and placed a white card, with nothing except a single phone number, atop Bill Foster's desk. "My card," Victor said. He then stood up. "Well then, Dr. Foster, good day." Victor then opened a portal, stepped through it, and then closed it in seconds. Bill Foster completely and utterly at a loss at what he has just witnessed. But the men knew one thing for sure. He had to contact Ava immediately. Since they had just been given a lot to consider and discuss. Sitting leisurely in a chair that had been provided for him, Victor stared down Bill Foster and Ava *Ghost. Insert image of Ava *Ghost here. The three of them inside of the same cabin from the Ant-Man and the Wasp film Victor had watched in his previous life. A week had passed since Victor made his proposal to Dr. Foster in his university office, and now here the three of them are. Bill and Ava ready to give Victor an answer to his proposal. "So, what have you two decided?" Victor asked. The two of them then shared a quick look before focusing their attention back on him. "We've decided to take you up on your offer," Ava spoke. This bringing a smile to Victor's face. "Excellent. But if you don't cure Ava, then we walk away. No ifs, ands, or buts." Bill Foster spoke. "Of course," Victor replied. "That was part of the deal in the first place and I shall honor it." For Victor Von Doom is nothing if not a man of his word. He explained. Victor then worked out a few more details before leaving Ava and Bill. Ecstatic he had secured 2 more recruits. Alkali Lake, Alberta, Canada. As the VTOL they were in landed 20 miles away from their target, Zemo and Lucia finished the last of their preparations before they, and the men and Doombots, who had accompanied them, set out to complete the task given to them by their king. Image here. To attack and destroy the base of one Colonel William Stryker. A sociopathic ex-United States military officer who had started his own rogue operation. Whose sole purpose was to experiment on and kill those formerly known as mutants. At least in Latveria. Since Victor had created a new term to describe mutants and those with superhuman powers. Whether they gained their abilities from scientific experiments or through their genetics. The term being EVOs. Which was short for evolved humans. A term Victor had stolen from a television show he watched in his previous life called Heroes. Though only he knows that. Anyway. Once their final checks were complete, Zemo and Lucia looked at each other and nodded. They then stood up and walked to the rear of the VTOL, whose rear ramp had already fully lowered. Coming to a stop, the pair turned and faced the soldiers and Doombots who had accompanied them. The former, like Zemo himself, wearing Victor's newest invention to help strengthen the LDF forces. Power armor. Image here. Which Victor based off the designs of the armored exosuit schematics and data his Doombot had acquired from Oscorp. You all know your missions. So let us go and complete them. Lucia spoke. Yes. For Latveria. But most of all for our glorious leader. For His Majesty the King. Zemo exclaimed. For the King. The human soldiers exclaimed. Once they did all, those in the VTOL set out and started heading towards their target. Each ready to fulfill their assigned duties. Zemo and the human soldiers tasked with rescuing the EVO's Stryker was currently holding inside of the base. While Lucia and the Doombots were to eliminate Stryker himself, retrieve any and all useful data, and lastly acquire the rare metal adamantium Stryker was in possession of. A task Lucia would not fail at accomplishing. Zemo feeling the same way about his own task. Since they did not want to diminish the trust Victor had placed in them. In no time at all both groups reached the lake. Once they did, their mission began in earnest. Stryker having no idea what kind of shit was about to rain down on him. His gun held out in front of him, Zemo expertly shot down any enemies in his path. His men backing him up. After entering the base, they split off from Lucia's group and began carving a path to their own target. Which they were very close to. Based on the schematics of the base they had been supplied with for the mission. Putting a bullet between the eyes of the last enemy soldier, Zemo lowered his gun. He and his men then advanced forward to the door straight ahead of them without any impediments. Upon arriving at it, Zemo and his men opened it and then walked through. Finding the holding cells of the base. Along with the prisoners of Strykers they had been tasked with rescuing. Of which there were 6. Jubilation Lee. A young female EVO with the ability to generate, and partially manipulate, energy plasmoids, or lomokinetic explosive light blasts. Sonia Simonson. A female EVO with the ability to scan, implant, remove, and manipulate memories. Tabitha Smith. A female EVO with the ability to generate balls of highly concentrated plasma energy. Marco Diaz. A male EVO with the ability to absorb and manipulate photons. A/N, Marco and Sonia aren't OC characters. They are from the Fox X-Men show The Gifted, for any who didn't know. Julio Richter. A male EVO with the ability to manipulate the various energies of Earth itself, allowing him control over plants, lava, and even seismic energy. Finally there was Armando Munoz, a male EVO with the ability that gives him a physiology capable of adapting and evolving to meet virtually any kind of situation he finds himself in. The moment Zemo and his men entered the room, the 6 prisoners aimed their gazes at them. "Who are you?" Marco asked. "We're here to rescue you," Zemo spoke. Then immediately after he did, he and his men got right on that. Standing in front of the base's main computer, a hard drive connected to it, Lucia downloaded all information on the base's servers. The corpse of Stryker, a laser-blasted hole in his chest and a bullet hole in his head, lying right behind her. Since the man has been pathetically easy to dispatch. The real problems were his son Jason and bodyguard Yuriko Oyama. Since Victor had instructed them to be brought back to Latveria alive if possible. Given that he learned Stryker was employing mind control and those two might be victims of it. So that meant Lucia and the Doombots had used capture instead of kill methods. Yuriko being trouble. Given her adamantium nails, she was able to take out 2 Doombots before putting subdued. As she was, Lucia now understood why Victor wanted adamantium for himself. The metal was something else. Moving on. As for Jason, given his condition it was easier. The Doombot simply handles him. Lucia making sure to avoid any and all contact until he was out. Given the report she read on Jason's telepathic abilities, and what the boy had done to his own mother. Honestly, she didn't want to bring him back to Latveria. But her king had ordered it, so she would comply. A few more minutes passed before all the files finished downloading onto the external hard drive. Once they did, Lucia disconnected it from the main computer and contacted Zemo over the comms. "Zemo. I've got the data. Stryker is dead and we've secured both his son Jason and bodyguard Yuriko," she quickly explained. "How are things on your end?" "Good as well. We've secured the prisoners and are making our way back to the ship," Zemo replied. Hearing that, Lucia nodded. Once she did, she and her remaining Doombots moved out. Locating the adamantium on site, they secured it. They then placed explosive charges all across the base before exiting and returning to the VTOL, where Zemo's group was already waiting for them. Getting on board, and then after a quick headcount, the ship took off. Lucia activating the explosive charges in the Alkali Lake base right after they did, blowing it to Kingdom Come, successfully ending the mission to eliminate William Stryker and demolish his plans, along with obtaining valuable information in the process. So overall a resounding success. Knowing this, both Zemo, Lucia, and all the other soldiers knew their king would be pleased. Very pleased indeed. Chapter 38, Recruitment Drive 4. Happy 4th of July. The facility. Sierra Nevada Mountain Range, California. Asterisk beep. Beep. Beep, asterisk. The security klaxons going off all around her. Dr. Sarah Kinney didn't know what to make of the situation. Insert image of Sarah Kinney here. Since as long as she had been AF the facility, first as one of its members and then as one of its prisoners, this had never happened. Mother. Something is coming. When Sarah heard her daughter say this, she turned in her direction to see the 12-year-old girl she birthed, that was only seen as a living weapon by everyone else at the facility, unsheath her claws and take a fighting stance. Then the second after Laura did this, the wall to her and Sarah's shared room, where the door was located, was literally blown apart. Insert image of Laura Kinney/X, 23 here. Yet none of the debris created from the explosion hit them. For a force held it back and then moved the debris into the hallway. Once this happened, Laura and Sarah saw an unbelievable sight before them. A person in a suit of armor, wearing a green cape and hood, floating in the air with their arms crossed. While Xander Rice, Kimura, and Adam Harkins floated in the air beside the mysterious armored men. All of them trapped in floating clear bubbles. Yelling, thrashing, and trying to get out of said bubbles. Yet all their efforts proved futile. Even Kimura's. On top of that, despite the fact all 3 of them were shouting at the top of their lungs, no one could hear them. Looking at the mysterious armored figure floating in the air, Sarah swallowed a lump in her throat before speaking. Who are you?" she asked. "My name is Dr. Doom. You and your daughter's savior, Dr. Kinney." The person revealed. "Our savior?" Sarah questioned. "Yes." Victor easily replied. "Don't worry, this is not some sort of sick joke. I am here to save you both and destroy this disgusting facility." He spat. "All of which is already in motion." "You aren't lying," Laura said, speaking up for the first time. When she did, Sarah turned her gaze to her. "Laura, are you sure?" Sarah asked. Laura gave a curt nod in response to the question. "His heartbeat is steady. He is telling the truth," she spoke. After she did, Sarah turned her gaze back to Victor. Well, there you have it, Dr. Kinney. Now you know the truth behind my words. Given that your daughter just verified it with her abilities. Victor spoke. You know about them? Sarah exclaimed. I do, Dr. Kinney. And so much more. Victor spoke. I mean, how else do you think my attack on the facility has gone so well in the first place? Right. Yes. Of course. Sarah quickly spoke. It's just dash. Sarah began. Only for Victor to raise up his left hand and silence her. Believe me, I know. Victor replied. Though you can rest easy. For now you and Laura's living nightmare is over. He said. Now then, before we depart this place, there is just one more thing we must attend to. The fifth who orchestrated this abomination. Turning his head to the floating bubbles, Victor flicked his wrist, and when he did, the bubble housing Kimura moved to the center of the room for all to see. Once this happened, Victor snapped his finger. The second after he did, Kimura's voice could be heard. Fucking shove that cloak up your metal ass. Kimura spat. No, I think not. In fact, in a few moments you won't be doing anything anymore. Victor said in a tone of finality. What the fuck are you babbling on about, Tin Man? Kimura asked. Oh, you will see. Victor replied. Fuck you. Kimura cried. She then began hitting the bubble, trying to break free of it. But just like earlier, her efforts proved futile. Though there was one difference. As Kimura continued to try to break free from the bubble, her actions began to slow. She also started finding it hard to breathe. What the fuck? Kimura raggedly spoke. Wait, is not getting enough oxygen? Sarah questioned. Since Kimura was beginning to display the signs of oxygen deprivation. Correct, Dr. Kinney. Victor spoke. When he did, Laura, Sarah, and Kimura all turned their gazes to him. I told you I know many things. Including how the little hypocrite Kimura's powers function. Victor spoke. So Kimura, I wonder how much you can beg me to spare your life with the air you have left access to. Let's find out, shall we? You may begin when ready. What? No. No, no, no. Let me out. Kimura frantically shouted. Please, let me out. Let me out. She continued to cry. Banging against the bubble and looking at Victor with pleading eyes. But he simply gave her a gold gaze in response. Which only made Kimura begin to plead for her life even harder. Seeing this, Sarah and Laura couldn't believe what they were seeing. The woman who had taken pleasure in sadistically torturing them for years had now been reduced to a groveling and pathetic mess. It was surreal. The sight also gave mother and daughter some pleasure. Laura in particular. Since she didn't even realize a smile had formed on her face as she watched Kimura suffer. Suffering which continued for 5 more long, and in Kimura's case agonizing, minutes. Until finally she stopped struggling and her body went entirely limp. The light having faded from her eyes. Seeing this, Victor nodded. Well, that's 1 down. Now, 2 to go. He spoke. Turning his head in the direction of Rice and Harkins. Who were both now wearing looks of absolute terror on their faces. But Victor cared not. Instead, he snapped his fingers once again. When he did, the bubble holding Kimura's dead body came back over to him. While the bubbles holding Rice and Harkins moved forward. They then disappeared. Depositing the 2 men on the ground. Right at Laura and Sarah's feet. But despite being free from their bubble prison, neither men could move. Courtesy of Victor, who was using his telekinesis to hold them in place. Well then, Laura. Have at them. Victor said. Upon hearing this, Laura then looked at Victor. She then shifted her gaze to Rice and Harkins before back to Victor again. A curious expression on her face. Are you saying I can kill them? Laura asked. Yes. Go ahead. Victor replied. That's why I placed them at your feet in the first place. All right. Laura said. She then unseated her feet talons and got ready to kill Rice and Harkins. Wait a moment. Only for Sarah to speak up. Are you really asking Laura to kill these men? Sarah asked Victor. I am. Victor replied. No, rather it is her right. But she's just a 12-year-old girl. Sarah replied. That she is. But we both know, Dr. Kinney, that Laura is not any ordinary 12-year-old girl. Victor retorted. She's not even a normal child. And by that I mean her innocence was taken from her practically the moment she was born. Despite your best efforts to keep it intact. She has suffered things no child should experience. And the ones responsible are now at her feet. So she can claim her vengeance, her justice. Because to deny her, that would deny the things that were done to her. And to you. So please, stay silent and let your daughter do what needs to be done," he said. Hearing this, Sarah wanted to retort. But she couldn't. Since what Victor said made sense in a way. So with that she shut her mouth. Upon seeing this, Laura resumed her walk towards Rice and Harkins. "Hey X-23, stop right there," Xander spoke. "You think you can kill us? Defy us, you wepo," he exclaimed. Only for Laura to reach him and kick him square in the face. Her foot talon slicing open his left cheek in the process. As blood sprayed everywhere, Laura gave Xander a cold look as he screamed in agony. "My name is Laura Kinney. Not X-23. Laura shouted at the top of her lungs. She then started tearing Rice and Harkins apart. Their blood, guts, and entrails flying everywhere. Laura shredded them. In doing so she cursed them, and even began crying a bit without even realizing it. Sarah and Victor simply watching her from the sidelines. Until finally Laura had finished the deed. Rice and Harkins a bloody pile at her feet. "Now it is done. So let us take our leave of this place," Victor spoke. He then gathered up Laura and Sarah and took them away from the facility, blowing it sky high afterwards. Victor also vowed to make sure the place never rose from the ashes. Wilderness. Ontario Province, Canada. Stopping in his tracks, the man known as Logan aka Wolverine turned his attention up to the sky above him. Insert image of Logan/Wolverine here. Just as he did, a portal of some kind opened up and a man in armor, with 2 robots, accompanying him, floated through it. Before it slammed shut. The moment the portal did, Wolverine unsheathed his claws and prepared for a fight. Since he was always up for a good brawl. Looking down at the Wolverine, who thankfully looks exactly like Hugh Jackman, Victor had to retrain himself from fanboying. Since he had important business to conduct. Then when it was done he would fanboy over Wolverine to his heart's content. Moving on. Descending a bit, Victor got closer to Wolverine so they could speak properly. But made sure to stay out of the man's reach. Since Logan looked ready for a fight and Victor wanted to avoid that unnecessary matter at the moment. "What's the matter, bub? Afraid to fight me like a man?" Logan snarled. "No, Mr. Logan, I am not. I simply staying out of your range since I did not come here to fight but to talk," Victor explained. "About what, bub? Since I'm pretty certain we've never met before," Logan said. Though given the current state of his memories he isn't entirely sure of his words. "About your daughter," Victor said. When he did, Wolverine's eyes went wide in shock. "I don't have a daughter," he replied. "Actually you do," Victor said. "Technically," he added. "Huh, what the hell are you saying? Either I have a daughter or I don't. Simple as that," Logan spoke. "Oh Logan, if only it were," Victor thought. "It's not," Victor replied. He then opened a small portal next to him and pulled a shirt out of it. Victor then closed the portal and tossed the shirt at Logan, who caught it. A second after he did, his eyes went wide. "What? This smells similar to me, only female," Logan said. "Because it belongs to your daughter. Though some bastards would only refer to her as your clone," Victor said. "See clone?" Logan shouted. "Yes," Victor replied. "Your clone," he said. Victor then produced a picture and floated it down to Logan, who then grabbed it and examined it. Seeing 2 people in it, which were Sarah and Laura. "That is your daughter Laura and her mother Sarah," Victor spoke. He then began to explain the circumstances of Laura's birth to Logan, along with all she had endured until he rescued her and Sarah and shut down the facility permanently. As Logan listened to Victor speak, he could tell he was telling the truth, which only increased his anger at the entire situation. So when Victor finished speaking he let out a primal, animalistic roar, which Logan did so until he felt satisfied. "Feel better now?" Victor asked. When he did, Logan gave him a pointed look. "Not fucking really. But it felt good," he admitted. "So Laura, this kid, I want to meet her. That was always the plan from the moment I decided to contact you," Victor said. "On that note, I also wish to offer you an opportunity. You see, I'm opening up an institution and I want you to become a member of the faculty of it," he explained. "But even if you don't, I'll still allow you to see Laura. Not only that, I'll help you with your memory issue. Unlike your friend Charles Xavier." Since Logan was already affiliated with the X-Men, though none of the most recognizable members of the group like Cyclops, Marvel Girl, Rogue, or Iceman were members of it yet. Since just like Pietro and Wanda Maximoff, they were all still teenagers, which Victor learned upon doing his research into them, leading Victor to conclude the X-Men of this universe will be like they were in X-Men Evolution when canon begins. "Teenagers. You know about Chuck?" Logan asked. I know many things, Mr. Logan. Victor replied. So, what do you say? First off, stop calling me Mr. Logan. Just Logan is fine. Logan began. Secondly, I'll have think on your second offer. Chuck and the X-Men have given me a lot. See? Of course. I understand. Victor said. Anyway, let's go. You don't want to be late for your first father/daughter day now, do you? In response to Victor's question, Logan gave him a deadpan look, which Victor completely ignored as he took Papa Wolverine to see his little girl, laughing his ass off the entire time. Chapter 39, Warner Academy Inaugural. September 10, 2007. Latveria. A proud smile on my face, I stood off to the side as Kristoff practiced his combat skills against two Doombots at once. All of us situated on one of Castle Doom's training grounds. His movements looking good. Not only in the way he used his newly enhanced body, since I gave him a dosage of my personalized version of the SS serum, but also in the way he used his newly created, and first highly sophisticated, invention in his combat training. The invention itself being a Force Lance, which Kristoff recreated after I did my duty as his father and introduced him to Gene Roddenberry's Andromeda television series. Since it exists in this world. Because I will not allow my son, nor any children of mine, to be uncultured. Hence I took it upon myself to introduce him to some of the greatest works, series, and fictional universes that exist in this world. Star Wars, Star Trek, Babylon 5, Farscape, Andromeda as I just stated, Stargate SG-1, Thundercats, Transformers series, Power Rangers series, the anime Yu Yu Hakusho, Dragon Ball Z, Hunter x Hunter, Ghost in the Shell, Pokemon, Digimon, Naruto, Bleach, One Piece, etc. All in a day's works for Daddy Doom. Plus it was a way for me to spend more personal time with Kristoff in a relaxed setting. Time will we have less of in the immediate future, considering the start of the MCU canon is only a few months away. A fact I know to be true since I've been checking and everything lines up. So in just a couple of months Tony should get his ass kidnapped in Afghanistan and then be put on the path to becoming Iron Man. Then after he does, the ball will truly get rolling. That's not even taking into the account all the actions I myself am taking. Like beginning to implement some of my more drastic plans. So yeah. Shit is getting real. Which is one of the reasons I gave Kristoff my SS serum and stepped up his combat training. For as my son he will have a target on his back. A fact which both he and I have come to accept. That's why I am preparing for the challenges he will face as a member of the Doom family. Besides, no son of Doom will be not have the knowledge to defend himself and stomp out his enemies should the need arise. 10 more minutes passed before Kristoff's combat training session for the day came to an end. Once it did, his Force Lance retracted in length. When it finished doing so, he walked over to me. So, how did I do, father? He asked me. Good. I replied. But here's how you could have done better. I began. I then told Kristoff all the mistakes he made during his training session. He listening intently and noting every single word I said. Understood. He said. Once I finished giving him my review of my actions. Thanks, Dad. Anytime, son. Anytime. I replied. I then gently patted his back. So that Force Lance of yours. Think you could make one for your old man? I already did. Kristoff replied, putting a smug grin on his face. Ah, he really is becoming a chip off the old block. I'm so proud. Good boy. I told him. Now go and get cleaned up. After all, we still have much to do today. Yes, father. Kristoff replied. He then ran off to get ready, while I went to do the same. Exiting my room, now fully presentable, I went to collect Kristoff from his own. He having gotten himself presentable as well. Even though he looks ready to bounce off the walls, given his barely contained excitement. Though with what is about to happen I can understand why. Since it will not only directly affect Latveria as a whole, but Kristoff personally. Someone looks ready. I mused. Oh, I am, father. Kristoff replied. Well then, let's go. I told him. He nodded at my words. Once he did, the two of us set out from Castle Doom, our security detail surrounding of course, and swiftly made our way to our destination. Which only took 15 minutes. Since our destination was right in the capital, Doomstadt itself. Our destination being a school. But not just any school. No, this school was none other than the project I've had Torvald working on relentlessly ever since I named him the Minister of Latverian Education. The school in question being Warner Academy, which I've set up to be the most advanced education institution in all of Latveria, and eventually the entire world. Soon Kristoff and I eventually arrived at our destination. As I looked at Warner Academy I couldn't stop a smile from having my face. Image here. It's beautiful. I took a few moments to admire it, Christoph doing the same beside me, before we headed inside. Past the crowd of Latverian citizens who were gathered outside. Since today is the inaugural for Werner Academy. Which is why Christoph is so excited. Since he will be attending the academy. Along with his friends. Once inside of the school, Christoph immediately went off to join his friends. Which not only included the Maximov twins, but also the other kids who've been brought to Latveria over these past 3 months. From Ruri Hansen, to the kids we saved from Stryker, to even Laura. Christoph has pretty much clicked with all of them in some way or another, and they him in return. Which I'm glad. Because in this world having true friends you can rely on will take you a long way. As Christoph joined the other children, I went to check on the adults. Which included the likes of Bill Foster, Sarah Kinney, and Maya Hansen. All of whom are now teachers at the Werner Academy. Though they are still allowed to work on their own personal projects and research. Just like college/university professors. Which is basically what they are. In sense. For the way I have had Werner Academy set up is that the school is open to students from all age groups. Possessing classes from primary school level all the way up to college/university courses. Though unlike a regular school here at the Werner Academy, students can actually build their education plan themselves. What I mean by that is those students with enough smarts can actually create their own individualized learning plans. Save for a few core classes everyone is required to take each year. Meaning sky's the limit for some. Though the academy also has generalized classes for regular students. It all depends on the individual in question. Oh, did I forget to mention the Latvian government is footing the bill for the entire academy and its necessities and resources. So that means anyone can attend Werner Academy for free. Whether they are human or an EVO. Since I see no reason to discriminate against people with superhuman abilities. No matter how they manage to acquire them. Especially since it's those very people who saved the world and galaxy multiple times in the comics and films. Yet despite all they do, sometimes those people, mutants and the X-Men being prime examples, get the short end of the stick. Well, not anymore. Now that Dr. Doom is here. Reaching the group, I looked around. Greetings. Everyone doing okay? I asked. Jeeting a round of replies back. Good, good. I said. Well then, let's get this show in the road. I spoke. I then rounded up everyone important before heading outside where a podium had been set up for me to speak. Going up to it, I leaned in towards the microphone. Then once I was sure the cameras aimed at me were on and broadcasting without any issues, I began. Greetings, my citizens. Today is a good day for Latveria. For on it we take a huge step forward in regards to our future. And by that I mean the education of our children. The next generation. Since education is the foundation of which most of life is built on. No matter its form. Though formal education is still highly important. Which is why today I am proud to present to you the most advanced education institution Latveria has ever seen, and what one day the world will see. I give you Werner Academy. I spoke. I then presented the academy. Earning a round of applause and cheers from the crowd present. Once they settled down, I took a few questions. I then bid everyone a quick farewell and returned to Castle Doom. Leaving Christoph with his friends. But not before he gave me my very own force lance. A weapon I think I will make my personal one. Once back at the castle, I headed down to my personal lab. Then pulled up several holographic screens and began working on multiple projects at once. Because now I had many more given all the material I had acquired over their past few months. From samples of adamantium. To the actual formula to create the metal itself. To the DNA of Richard Parker. Which allowed me to easily break the genetic lock he placed on the spiders he created during his time at Oscorp, some of which I had acquired. There was so much to go over. So I decided to kick things up a notch. As well as create a few more projects. Such Project Spartan and Project AI Companion. The former of which is coming along rather well. As well as Project Primarchs. Given all the research I've acquired from Dr. Hansen, Dr. Kinney, and once again Dr. Parker. All of whom specialize in biological science in one form or another. Thanks to them and their work, a massive amount of time to completion has been shaved off those 2 projects. Continuing to work, I was interrupted when Lucia contacted me. When she did, I stopped my actions and answered her call. Yes. I asked. The meeting with Romanov has been set. She spoke. Excellent. I spoke. I then ended the call with Lucia before closing all the holographic screens, so I could focus all the attention on the upcoming meeting with Natasha. After all, it would be a disservice to the legendary Black Widow if I didn't meet her at my absolute best. Chapter 40, Movement in the Background. September 12, 2007. Triskelion, Washington, D.C. Third person, POV. Leaning back on his office chair, Fury had his left hand on his temples, rubbing them, which he usually didn't do. But the last few months had just been that stressful for him. And all because of one big reason. Victor Von Doom and his country Latveria. First there was the war of annexation. The country, and their ally nation Simcaria, launched against Sokovia, which now no longer existed since Latveria had annexed it. Second, there was Doom's little speech at the United Nations, which they brought on themselves, what with strong-arming Doom to show up in all but words, but you would never hear Fury say that out loud. He would think it, but never say it. But back to the point. The speech did not go over well. Though the United Nations did the smart thing and decided not to make a big fuss about the matter. No, the shouting came from his bosses. The World Security Council. More specifically Pierce and his buddy Malik, who ordered Fury to infiltrate Latveria and get as much intel as possible on the nation, and specifically what Victor Von Doom had planned. However, that was easier said than done. Since after months of trying, S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't made any headway in getting any solid intelligence on Latveria. Satellite scans were useless. So we're trying to hack into their communications. Don't even get him started on human assets in country. Because there were none. For every single time S.H.I.E.L.D. tried to get human intelligence assets in Latveria, their plans were stopped before they even started. Put simply, Latveria was now a goddamn fortress. The same can be said for their neighbor, and long-time ally, Simcaria. And Fury knew the reason for these two nations' sudden leap in security and the like. Victor Von Doom. The man was making Fury's bad eye itch more and more each day. Especially given that fact that two people S.H.I.E.L.D. had been keeping tabs on Dr. Maya Hansen and Dr. Bill Foster, had suddenly resigned from their jobs and headed to Latveria because they had been offered jobs there. If that wasn't bad enough, after Dr. Hansen left the country, her boss Aldrich Killian, and most of the Sanewar leadership of the think tank AIM ended up dying. Their deaths attributed to the explosion of their Miami headquarters. Due to an experiment gone wrong. But Fury knew that was some bullshit. He just didn't have any evidence to prove otherwise. Oh, but he knew. It was likely Doom and Latveria. Doom, just what are you planning? Fury thought. As he did, a report marked urgent appeared on his computer screen. Opening it, Fury read it and then slammed his hand stop his desk. Motherfucker. He cried. Since the report Fury just finished reading informed him one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s special operatives, codename Ghost, was entirely off the grid. And not for a mission. Meaning they had gone rogue. This is the last damn thing I needed. Fury muttered. Then a moment after he did so, he got a contact request from Maria Hill. Insert image of MCU Maria Hill here. His deputy director. A request which Fury accepted. A moment after he did, the image of Hill appeared on the screen at the back of his office. Go ahead, Hill. Fury said. Sir, you said you wanted to know the second anything changed with the Latveria situation. Well, it has. Hill spoke. Her video call then cropped to the right side of the screen. At it is on the left side, a news report appeared. Specifically from Latveria. Giving details of a new education institution that was being sponsored and funded entirely by the state, known as the Werner Academy. Which would even accept individuals from outside the country to study within its halls. Seeing this, Fury sat up ramrod straight in his chair. Motherfucker. He said. Going back to rubbing his temples. Since Latveria and their leader was seriously trying his patience. He was definitely going to have a stiff drink tonight. Sitting in his home office, Alexander Pierce watched the international news report on Latveria and its new Werner Academy. Doing his best not to clench his fists. Since Latveria was quickly becoming an issue. Specifically their leader Victor Von Doom. Since ever since he had become ruler of that nation, too many things had taken place. First, Baron Strucker vanished when Latveria and Simcaria attacked Sokovia. Then any and all Hydra agents were eliminated from both countries. Whether they were already there, or being sent in. It didn't matter. This had caused concerns among Hydra's ruling council. Whom Pierce at first brushed off, but was now beginning to agree with. Latveria was becoming a problem. More specifically their leader Doom. So maybe it was time to correct that problem. Permanently. New York City. Sitting in a private room in their New York headquarters, 3 members of the Hellfire Club watched the news report coming in from Latveria. Specifically 3 leaders. Which were as follows. The Black King, Sebastian Shaw. Insert image of Sebastian Shaw here. The White Queen, Emma Frost. Insert image of Emma Frost here. Finally the Black Queen, Celine Gallio. Insert image of Celine Gallio here. As the report continued to play and images of Victor came up, Celine licked her lips. MHM. He looks tasty. She purred. Found yourself a new target to be your plaything, I see. Emma commented. Though I have to admit, Celine, you do have good taste. She spoke, finding Victor very attractive. Can you please keep your tongues in your mouths, ladies? Sebastian asked. Honestly, acting like schoolgirls simply because a man is just a little good-looking. Better he be good-looking than prone to petty jealousy. Emma spoke, angering Sebastian. That's enough, you two. But before things could escalate, Celine spoke up, forcing both Emma and Sebastian to back down, since neither one wanted to incur her wrath. You're right, Celine. Sebastian spoke. Anyway, let's get the main point. Do we think this Doom is now suitable for the ranks of the Hellfire Club? He asked. Since the Hellfire Club had been watching Victor for a while. Watching his actions. Since they found him a suitable candidate for their organization. He's all right with me. Emma spoke. But we still need to see what the others think. I think we should hold on making a decision about this Doom for a bit longer. Celine mused. Why? Sebastian asked. Just a feeling. Celine spoke, living her lips, never taking her gaze off Doom on the screen, like a predator watching her prey. Which was the real reason she didn't want the club to make contact with Doom yet. She wanted him to ripen a bit more before devouring him. A day Celine couldn't wait for, but would end up very different than what she is expecting. September 20th, 2007. Germany. Walking past the dead bodies on the ground, Zemo opened the door in front of him. In doing so, finding exactly what he had been looking for. A young woman he had been sent to rescue by his king. Her name Jessica Drew. Who was an EVO with spider-related powers apparently. She was also undergoing brainwashing to be an assassin by one Otto Vermis. 4HYDRA. Which was apparently still around. But Victor wanted to eliminate them. No, he made it a mission to eliminate them. Which Zemo was more than happy to help with. So once he got a dose of Victor's SS serum, and got used to his new enhanced body, Zemo went to work. Clearing the earth of Hydra scum. As well as saving people. Like the girl Jessica in front of him. Who he was going to transport back to Latveria. Where she would be safe and protected. All thanks to the efforts of Dr. Doom. A/N, so yeah, slower chapter. With a bit of foreshadowing. But one I feel is no less important. Given it moves the story along. Since not everything can be focused on Doom all the time. I'm showing his actions have consequences. Chapter 41, Black Widow. A/N, I'm not dead and I will finish this story. Just might take me some time. September 27, 2007. Mexico City, Mexico. Third person, POV. As she walked through Alameda Central Park, Natasha Romanoff surveyed her surroundings. Looking for anything out of the ordinary. Insert image of Natasha Romanoff / Black Widow here. But she couldn't find it. Though that didn't mean it wasn't there. Which is why Natasha was certainly not dropping her guard. In fact, she never did when engaging in a mission. Because it's what kept her alive to take another one. After walking a bit more, Natasha found the location where she had been instructed to meet her client for this job. A park bench. One that was off the main paths, but still close enough to them for people passing by to see its location. The park bench was also surrounded by trees on all sides. Which would make it almost impossible for a sniper to take out anyone seated on it. Seeing this setup, Natasha had to give a hand to her upcoming client. She could tell they were an experienced operative, or had been in the game for a while. Though this realization only made her even more wary than she already was. Honestly, Natasha training and instincts were telling her not to take this job the moment it was offered to her. But the payout was just too much for her to pass up on. So she ignored the voice in the back of her head, and now here she is. Walking over to the park bench, Natasha took a seat on it. Then she began to wait for the client as instructed. Though Natasha only had to wait a moment before someone sat down on the bench next to her. The person in question then spoke. Natasha Romanoff, likely the most famous Black Widow alive. How I have been waiting to meet you. A male voice said to her. The second after they finished, Natasha whipped her head to look at them. Finding herself staring at someone she never expected to see here. The king of an Eastern European nation who had been making big waves across the entire world in the past couple of years. Victor Werner von Doom. What's the matter? Something on my face? Victor asked as Natasha continued staring at him. No. Natasha replied. Victor noticing her entire body tense up as she did. Ms. Romanoff, there is no need to be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you. Victor spoke. I simply want to talk about a few things. And what might those things be? Natasha asked. Oh, just about the Red Room, the Black Widow program as a whole, and a certain Jen Dash. Before Victor could say any more, Natasha pulled a hidden knife from her left sleeve and moved towards him. intending to slit his throat wide open. But all of a sudden Natasha found herself stopped in her tracks. And no matter how much she tried to move she couldn't. Now, Ms. Romanoff, that's not very nice. Victor spoke, berating Natasha like a child. You shouldn't play with sharp objects, you could hurt yourself or others. And on another note, if you were likely anyone else you would be dead right. He said, the smile dropping from Victor's face. Seeing this, Natasha instantly noticed his change in demeanor, and just looking at it made her feel fear. Telling her she had messed up in a big way. As Victor continued staring at her, Natasha suddenly deathed the cold of touch. But then as quickly as the touch happened it was over. Well, it's not like I can really blame you for reacting the way you did. Given the subjects I mentioned are near and dear to your heart. Victor said. He having removed his gaze from her. When this happened, Natasha released an enormous amount of tension from her body she didn't even notice she had until then. Just who is Victor von Doom? Natasha thought. Since he was not like any other ruler she had ever met. While she began pondering her own question, Natasha suddenly stopped when she noticed the knife she was holding slip out of her grasp and begin hovering in the air. Right in front of Victor. The same thing then began happening with all the other weapons she had hidden on her person. One by one they came out from their hiding places and moved to hover in front of Victor. Leaving Natasha absolutely stunned. What? She exclaimed. This being the first time in a long time she had been truly shocked by anything. How are you doing that? Natasha couldn't help but ask. She also wondered why the people she noticed waking by weren't seeming to pay any attention to what was going on with her and Victor. Telekinesis. Victor easily replied. Quite the handy ability. He said. And might I just say you are quite impressive storing so many weapons on your person at once. Having counted 20 in all. Natasha didn't know how to respond to this. Since none of her training, nor any other experience up until now, could compare to right now. Well then, enough with the pleasantries. Let's get down to business. Victor spoke. Placing his left elbow stop the park bench. The reason I worked to arrange this little meeting between us, Natasha, is because I want to offer you a job. But more than that, I want to offer you a chance. A chance to take back everything that was taken from you by the Black Widow program, the Red Room, and General Dreykov. He explained. Looking her dead in the eyes. Natasha getting a shiver across her entire body due to this. Since it felt like Victor was staring directly into her soul. But despite that she worked to keep her reasoning intact. You must really want to die, huh? Natasha mused. Taking about such things in public. Oh, don't worry, no one is paying any attention to us at the moment. Victor said. Thanks to the magic barriers I put up which cover a 3-meter radius, 9 feet, around us. To the outside world the two of us right now just look like we're having a normal and pleasant chat. Which is essentially what we're doing anyway. So in a sense what they're seeing is not technically a lie. He spoke. Wait. Magic. Magic is real. Natasha said. Yes. Victor replied. But let's not get off topic. He said. Now as I was saying, if you come and work for me I'll not only help you destroy the Red Room, but let you have your fill of vengeance against Dreykov, restore your ability to someday become a mother, and help you rescue your fellow widows. Including your sister, Yelena. Don't you dare say her name. Natasha shouted. But Victor ignored it. Given what he knew thanks to his meta-knowledge. So he waited for Natasha to calm down. Then once she did he resumed speaking. So, what do you think of my offer? Victor asked. I think it's bullshit. Natasha sharply replied. And even if it isn't, why are you offering it to me? Seeing as how you already know so much, you definitely know the things I've done. I've got so much blood on my hands. So why me, huh? Why me? Tell me why. She shouted. Natasha not even noticing she was beginning to cry. But even when she could, since she was still frozen in place, courtesy of Victor telekinesis, she couldn't even wipe away her tears. So instead she was stuck there crying. Until suddenly Natasha felt herself able to move again. Wipe your tears. Victor said. Handing her a handkerchief he had taken out of his pocket. Looking at it then looking at Victor, Natasha thought about it for a moment before making her decision. Gently she reached out and took the handkerchief, and then began using it to wipe away her tears. Once Natasha was done she attempted to hand it back to Victor. Only for him to raise his hand up and deny it. You keep it. He said. And as for your earlier question of why I am offering you this deal instead of any of the other widows out there, it's because I know you so well. I know what you've been through, and how much you've suffered. But despite all that, you've never completely given up hope or given into despair. That is a trait I admire in you, Natasha Romanoff. And I know this deal sounds like bullshit, but believe me when I say I can make it happen. Victor spoke. So I ask you again, will you accept my offer? Hearing Victor's earlier question again, Natasha quickly thought through all her options, the pros and cons, and eventually came to a final decision on the matter. I do accept your offer. Natasha spoke. She of course knew it was crazy to do so, relying on a man she had just met. But something inside her told her to. So on this the Black Widow was going to trust her instincts. Okay then, Victor said, letting a smile from on his face. He then offered his hand to Natasha, which he took and shook. For Victor this meant she was formally entering his employ. A joyous day for him. Since now he not only had one of the deadliest femme fatale/spies in all of Marvel working for him, but he could now ogle Scarlett Johansson as much as he wanted. Since Natasha looked exactly like her. So in this matter Victor didn't lose anything at all, making it a great day for Dr. Doom. Chapter 42, Spider Doom. September 29, 2007. Latveria, Doomstadt. Victor, POV. Exiting the Gulfstream G150 I started heading towards the SUV that would take me home to Castle Doom. Natasha following right behind me. After she agreed to the deal I offered her, we immediately left Mexico and made a beeline towards Latveria, having arrived without any issues. As I got closer to the vehicle, one of the security personnel opened the rear door for me and I slipped on first. Natasha then coming in right after me. Once inside of the vehicle the door was then closed. It then a quick trip from the airfield to my home. As we got out of the vehicle Natasha examined Castle Doom with her gaze. Huh, so you really do live in a castle? Of course. Doesn't most royalty? I said. From what I've seen it's usually 50-50. Natasha explained. Plus most of the royalty that do live in castles usually live in ones much larger than this. No offense. None taken. I replied. And on another note, those castles of other royals having nothing on mine. I said. Right. I'll believe it when I see it. Natasha said. I'll hold you to that. I replied. The two of us then entered into the castle, where we found the entire castle staff, Boris, Christoph, Lucia, Zora, and Zemo waiting for us. Father, welcome back, Christoph said as he walked up to me and gave me a hug. One which I reciprocated. You have a kid? Natasha questioned. Yes. I replied. Christoph, introduce yourself to Natasha. Okay. He said. Christoph then walked up to Natasha and looked her straight in her eyes. Greetings, I am Christoph Renard Doom. It's a pleasure to meet you. He said. You too. Natasha replied. Once she did, Christoph returned to Boris' side, and after exchanging pleasantries with him, and introducing Natasha to the castle staff, they all left, leaving Natasha and I alone with Zora, Lucia, and Zemo. So, where's Christoph's mother if you don't mind me asking? Natasha asked me. She passed. I replied. I see. Sorry. Natasha said. Thank you. I told her. It must be hard with her gone. Natasha spoke. Yeah, it's hard for Christoph every day. I said. When I did, Natasha gave me a weird look. I then realized why. Oh, Christoph isn't my biological son, I adopted him. Though in my eyes he's my son in every way that counts. I quickly explained. Oh, I see. Natasha replied. Yes. I spoke. Now then, on to introductions. Natasha, I would like you to meet Latveria Prime Minister, Lucia von Bartas, our Minister of Defense Zora Vukovic, and finally one of our generals Helmut J. Zemo. I spoke, pointing to each one as I called their names. Once I finished, they and Natasha exchanged brief greetings. After they did, I had Zemo take charge of Natasha, Lucia, Zora, and I then split up with them. While we walked, Zora spoke up. My king, is it wise to give Romanov such freedom of movement? It's fine, Zora. I replied. She accepted my deal because she wants to change from what she was made into. Besides, who do you think you're talking to? Because I'm not foolish enough to trust Black Widow just like that. Right now I have her under surveillance, and if she makes one move I don't like, then, well, let's just hope she doesn't. My point is, Zora knows how cautious I am, yet she still asked me such a question. That's not like her at all. So to see what the issue was, I scanned her surface thoughts and emotions, finding something I didn't expect. Jealousy. Zora was jealous of Natasha. She's also a little jealous of Sable. But mostly she's jealous of Lucia. Not only because I have given her powers, but also because she alone is getting a dose of my vitamin D, which Zora has never gotten. Well, seems I'll have to rectify that. Especially if she's gotten this jealous. Though I must admit it's kind of cute. Yes, you're right. Forgive me, my king. I just wanted some reassurance, considering the background of the person you've recruited this time. Zora said. Completely understandable, Zora. I replied. So, since Zemo is back, I take it his mission was successful. Yes. It was. Zora answered. Otto Vermis has been successfully eliminated, and we were also able to rescue the woman known as Jessica Drew you informed us about. She explained. Good. I said. Also keep her as she currently is until I can attend to her. I ordered the two of them. Jessica's current situation being her in a medically induced coma, which she will stay in until I can get around to her and remove all the brainwashing Hydra began putting in her head to make her loyal to them. So I can then implant my own information and make her loyal to me and Latveria. Since her talents would be wasted by Hydra and by extension S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, my king. Both Zora and Lucia immediately replied. After they did so, we walked the rest of our way to our destination in a comfortable silence, which was the state-of-the-art medical lab I had built in one of the castle sub-basement catacombs. Entering, we found Sarah and Maya waiting for us. Ladies, I said to them. Good to see you both. The same to you, King Victor. Dr. Kinney replied. Yes. The same. Dr. Hansen added. How have you both been? Everything going well? I asked them. Everything is fine. Maya said. Yes. Everything is well. Sarah spoke. And Laura is truly enjoying school. Same goes for Riri. Maya spoke. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Truly I am. Now, then, let's get this show on the road. I said. I then walked over to one of the medical beds and sat on it. I then removed my shirt without any hesitation, not even trying to keep a smirk from forming on my face as all the ladies in the room started staring at me like a piece of meat. See something you like, ladies? I asked them. I certainly do. Zora said without any shame. Same for me. Lucia added, licking her lips. Ahem, Maya faked coughed. Before you three start humping each other like rabbits, can we please do what we came here to do? She said. Right. Business first before pleasure. I said. Let's get to it then. I spoke. Yes. Dr. Kinney spoke. She then walked over to a small cart and wheeled it over to me. Once she did, she picked up the only object sitting on it. A syringe filled with a dark red liquid. The liquid itself being a formula I synthesized from the genetically engineered spiders that Richard Parker created, after I obtained his DNA and broke the genetic lock he placed upon them. Since I have plans to give several individuals spider-based powers, myself included as you can see, and with that being the case, I didn't want each person I wanted to bestow these powers upon to have to get bitten by one of the radioactive spiders in my possession and suffer through the same stuff Peter Parker goes through almost every time when he obtains his powers. A serum is much simpler. So I made one. Me about to be its first human test subject. Which is why both Dr. Kinney and Dr. Hansen are present right now. Since even though I have run dozens of simulations and calculations about how the spider serum will interact with my already enhanced physiology, I truly don't know what will happen. Which is why I have two of the best medical professionals I know, who also have experience in dealing with enhanced individuals, here in front of me. Just in case shit hits the fan. Stepping up to me, Dr. Kinney found a vein on my arm. Once she did, she injected the spider serum into me, then stepped back. After she did so, we waited for the serum to take effect. Which it did seconds after Sarah injected me with it. Feeling dry mouth, and my internal temperature start to rise, I lied down on the table. Maya and Sarah moving closer to monitor my condition. Which stayed exactly the same for 5 minutes before I felt myself return to normal. Once I did, I jumped to my feet, then slipped my shirt back on. So, did it work? Maya asked. In response to her question, I leapt straight up, managing to reach the ceiling, touch it with both my hands, and then simply hung in the air as my hands basically stayed glued to it. Yes. I think it worked. I replied. I then dropped back down to the floor, feeling no pain whatsoever in my body from the action. Looks like the serum was a success. I spoke. For now I am Spider Doom. After making sure this was true, I sent Sarah, Maya, and Lucia on their way, but asked Zora to remain behind. Standing in front of me, she had her hands clasped behind her back. Yes, my king. She asked. You know there's no reason for you to be jealous, right? I spoke. I'm sorry, my king, I do not know what you are dash. Before Zora could continue spotting her lies, I closed the distance between us, forces her back in the wall, then slammed my left hand against the wall near her head. Victor, what are you doing? Zora asked. Just letting you know that I haven't forgotten about you at all, my dear. I said, looking Zora in her eyes. All I need is a little more time and you will have your own powers, I promise. And until then here's a little something to tide you over while you wait. I spoke. I then leaned down and captured Zora's lips with my own, giving her a small taste of what's to come. But only after I've given her her powers. Since the way my body is right now, if Zora and I went at it, I would cause her death by SNU. Using my tongue I dominated Zora's, making her moan. Then after a few moments I broke our kiss, leaving Zora panting. So, do we have an understanding? I asked. We do. My king. Zora replied. And thank you for the gift just now. Well, it's only a taste of what's to come. I replied. I then gave her ass cheeks a little squeeze. Zora entire body shuddering in response. Telling me my business with her was concluded. So upon seeing this I opened the door and the two of us went out separate ways. Me heading straight for the dungeons. Arriving I headed straight for a cell, where I found two Doombots safeguarding a stunningly beautiful woman lying on a medical bed, hooked up to an 4, as well as machines that were monitoring her vitals. The woman in question being none other than Jessica Drew / Spider-Woman. Insert image of Jessica Drew / Spider-Woman here. Just looking at her I couldn't help but feel the flag in my pants start to rise a bit. Damn. Why do all women in comic book universes have to be so hot? I thought to myself, while also quickly squashing my lustful urges. Since it's like I said earlier, business before pleasure. Seeing me, the two Doombots opened up the cell. Once they did I stepped inside. Then I got straight to work turning Jessica Drew into a loyal follower of Latveria, but more importantly Victor Von Doom. Also known as me. Chapter 43, Finalized Harem. Hey readers. So I'm posting a new chapter today, but before I do I wanted to give you all my final and last revision for the harem for this FIC. I thought long and hard about this and now I'm sure. Here are Doom's queens. Susan Storm / Invisible Woman. Lucia von Bardas. Celine Gallio. Medusa, Queen of the Inhumans for the uncultured ones. Natasha Romanoff. Zora Vukovic / Victorious, she isn't going to cuck Doom like in the comics, that's for sure. Jessica Drew / Spider-Woman, one in my FIC is the comic book version naturally. Kelsey Naramani / Deathbird, member of the Shi'ar royal family. Chapter 44, Chapter 43, Valentine's Day Surprise. February 14, 2008. As the chemical synthesizer in front of me finished running its course I stood up from my seat and walked over to it. I then collected the vials I had placed inside of it earlier. Each one of them filled with a pure golden liquid. The liquid being my latest personally created serum. Which name is the Ambrosia Serum. A serum I created combing the data and other research material from Extremis, the Super Soldier Serum, and GR27. Which, if my calculations are correct, and I know they are, will give anyone who takes it increased vitality and stamina, extend their lifespan by at least 3 times its natural length, cure any diseases they may have, genetic or otherwise, and make them immune to toxins, poisons, etc. Though it won't give anyone superpowers. Oh no. I am not that irresponsible. No, this serum is for ordinary people. Namely the citizens of my country for now, and in the future my entire domain. Which will be the entire world. But again for now, just my citizens and especially those closest to me. Like Boris. Since the man is already 69 and I don't intend to lose him after just getting him back in my life. Taking the vials I placed them on a vial rack. I then placed them in the room's laboratory freezer before exiting it. Stepping into the main area of my newly built personal lab. Image here. One which is housed inside of a pocket dimension I created myself near the end of last year. Since that is the time I decided to pull my new lab. Because with the kind of ideas and plans I have rolling around in my head I needed a bigger, and even more secure, space to work and bring those ideas and plans to fruition and reality. So bossman, looks like the Ambrosia Serum can be crossed off the to-do list. That voice being another one of the ideas I wanted to bring to fruition and make a reality. Well, not the voice itself, but the being it belongs to. My personally created artificial intelligence. Who is my assistant / friend. His name being Brainiac. Yes, Brainiac. Though unlike the being he is named after, which I can do since DC Comics doesn't exist in this universe, he is not a homicidal AI whose goal is to wipe out all life in the universe. Wait, scratch that. He is homicidal. But only to my enemies. For he is completely loyal to me. I made sure of it during his creation process. Since I did not want to deal with a Skynet or Ultron situation. And I know, it's dangerous to create an AI. But I don't really care since I wanted one. Not to mention all the best characters in fiction generally have an AI/robotic companion. Master Chief had Cortana in Halo, in Mass Effect Shepard has EDI, in Star Wars the Skywalker family has R2, D2 and C3PO, Tony Stark as Jarvis, and my boy Revan as -47 Hong Kong dollars. Even that walking disaster Richards created Herbie for the F4. So yeah. No regrets on creating Brainiac, who I made to sound exactly like Machine Head from the Invink cartoon. Which sadly also doesn't exist here. Oh well. Have to today the good with the bad. That is can Brainiac, that is can. I replied, walking to my main office and taking a seat behind my desk. I then leaned back in it. Now then, give me an update on your progress, I told him. Ever since he came online I've assigned Brainiac to several projects I needed to get done, given he has the capability to complete them. Understood, he replied. First off, our satellites have finally pinpointed the location of one of the places on the list of high-priority targets you have gave me. The Savage Land, he spoke, bringing a smile to my face. Since now I finally have confirmation it exists here. Meaning I can now acquire Antarctic Vibranium or Vibranium B. But with the Savage Land's existence it also means that fucker Sauron might exist here too. Which I don't need. So if I encounter him I'll make sure he goes permanently existence. Oh, and speaking of extinct, I can't wait to see the Savage Land's real-life dinosaurs. I can't wait to experience a version of Jurassic Park, which thankfully does exist here. Also in regards to the satellites Brainiac mentioned, Latveria launched their own last month at the beginning of January. Since I, and by extension my nation, needed its own eyes on the sky. Excellent, I replied. Continue. Second, I've pinpointed the location of the Inhumans on the moon. But no matter how many times I've attempted to contact them I've just been given the cold shoulder. Radio silence. The bastards. Brainiac spat. Now, Brainiac, there's no need for that. Perhaps the Inhumans aren't responding to your signals simply because they can't, I said. Though I'm sure you've activated the security protocols in case that's not what's going. Because I am not yet prepared to deal with the Inhumans in a head-on confrontation right now. Especially if they are more in line with their comic book versions than their MCU versions. Black Bolt and Maximus likely to be the most troublesome if that is indeed the case. No, I need more time before I am ready to fight them. Which of course I don't wish to do, but with what I have planned I'm not holding out hope violence can be avoided. Since there can only be one king of Earth in the old all system, and that man is I, Doom. Of course boss, who do you think I am? C-3PA. Brainiac retorted. Me having shown in Star Wars. The two of us shared a laugh. We then focused back on the business at hand. Next up on the agenda, I've managed to track down Eric Stevens. Along with Dr. Tony Ho, and even Lorna Dane. Brainiac revealed. Good, I said like Palpatine. Keep monitoring them for now, and alert me to any sudden changes in their movements. Yes sir, Brainiac replied. Once he did, the two of us discussed a few more things before we ended our conversation. After we did I left my office and headed to one of the different labs inside of it. Arriving I moved over to a laboratory freezer and retrieved a dark green vial from it. Along with a medical injection gun. Loading the vial into the chamber of the gun I then left that particular lab and walked to the portal located at the center of my lab. Coming to a stop in front of it, magic runes began glowing along the portal before it activated. Once it did I walked through. Arriving in what used to be my lab inside of the Castle Doom. Where another portal machine was sitting. Guarded by several Doombots. Since it is the entrance to my personal lab. Though even if someone did defeat all the Doombots protecting the portal machine they wouldn't be able to activate it. Since the machine won't activate unless a person enters their unique magical signature into its systems. So simply put, unless one knows both science and magic on my level, or I allow them access, they are not getting into my lab. Save for Brainiac. Since that's where his servers are stored. But since he would never betray me, things are all good. The Doombots in the room took notice of me for a second before returning to their guard duties. As they did I exited the room I was in and headed out to one of Castle Medical Lab. Where Zora was waiting for me. Zora, glad to see you, I said. Oh, and happy Valentine's Day, I told her. Thank you, Victor, she replied. So, what is the reason you asked me to meet you here? She asked. To keep the promise I made to you a few months ago, I said, holding up the medical injection gun for her to see. Today is the day you get your powers, I told her. Truly? Zora asked. Yes, I replied. Now then, take off your shirt, I told her. Zora then without any hesitation took off her shirt. Once she did I stepped up to her, placed the tip of the gun against her left arm, and then pulled the trigger. Injecting the green serum into her body. The green serum in question being a combination of GR-27 and a perfected goblin formula. So whoever I inject with this formula doesn't end up like Jack Torrance from The Shining of the Green Goblins themselves. Which haven't appeared yet in this world, and I'll see that none of them ever do. Because if I even see one hint of any goblin, my ass is going to become the Goblin Slayer faster than those fuckers can blink. But back to my main point. The new serum I created combing those two will not only give its taker superhuman physical capabilities, but decelerate their aging process, give them full disease immunity, and also unlock their genetic potential. By that I mean it will give them other superhuman abilities along the lines of flight, invisibility, etc. Though it's completely random. Put simply, I made my own version of Compound V from the boys. Though mine works on adults. However, I can't call it Compound V since the boys is a thing in this reality. Thankfully. As the serum vial emptied, I took a few steps back from Zora. Ready to jump in should anything crazy happen. So, how do you feel? I asked her. Good. She replied. Clenching and unclenching her hands. Stronger, faster, bet wow. Zora suddenly exclaimed. But I can't blame her. Since she just started levitating into the air. So, self-propelled flight, huh? I thought. Victor. I'm flying. Zora said. Yes. I can see that. I replied. Haha. This is amazing. Zora said. A happy smile on her face as she did several loops in the air. She continued doing so for a while before landing back on the ground. Where Zora's hands started sparking with electrical energy, along with her eyes. Zora. I spoke. I'm good, Victor. So good. Zora said. A grin on her face as she worked to control her electrical-based powers. Seeing this, I couldn't but put a wry smile on my face. Since my first test of my personal version of Compound V turned Zora into a version of Stormfront. But you know, without being a Nazi. So that's just fine with me. Once Zora calmed down again, we did a few medical tests, and I got a sample of blood to study. Which took us no time at all. Okay. Well, that takes care of all the business. I spoke. Now then, time for pleasure. I said. That is until I heard a scream. Which caused me to stop moving. Once I did, I looked in the direction the scream came from. Zora following suit. The two of us soon finding ourselves staring at none other than Jessica Drew. Who is now my personal assistant / bodyguard. Even though I don't truly need one. But Zora, Lucia, and pretty much all my closest advisors suggested I get one. So I could have someone watching my back at all times. So after listening to them, and thinking about myself, I agreed the proposal. Selecting Jessica to fill the position. Seeing as how she had nothing else to do. Plus I know she will never betray Latveria or me considering what I did to her mind. So yeah, she was the perfect choice. Plus she's great eye candy. And it truly never hurts to have that around. Silence filled my room as Jessica continued staring at Zora and I, the two of us staring right back at her. Watching as the woman stuttered. Trying to find words to speak but none coming out. I also couldn't help but notice she kept glancing at my crotch, and I sensed thoughts of arousal beginning to fill her head. When I did, I smirked. Why, Jessica, see something you like? Yes. I mean no. I mean, huh? She quickly spoke. Her face going bright red. Victor. Zora said. Okay, no teasing right now. I got it. I said. Now seriously, Jessica, what is the reason you barged into my room and disturbed Zora and I? Is there an emergency? Sort of. She replied. The briefing you scheduled for today is about to start and you and Minister Vukovic aren't there. Jessica replied. What are you talking about, Jessica? I asked her. The briefing isn't scheduled until the morning of the 16th. I said. But today is the 15th, my king, today is the 16th. Jessica spoke. When she did, I looked at her for a few more seconds before Zora and I then shared a curious look. Both of us definitely wondering if we really had been going at it for a day and a half without even realizing it. Well, there's one way to find out. Brainiac, is today truly February 16th? I asked him. Since although his servers are located in my pocket dimension lab, he's connected to the outside world. Especially in Latveria and all throughout Castle Doom. It sure is, Victor. Brainiac immediately replied. Boy, you and Minister Vukovic sure have been going at it. He spoke. I see. Thank you. I replied. No problem. He said. Once he did, I turned my attention back to Jessica. Well, thank you for coming to get us, Jessica. Now then, if you'll excuse us, Minister Vukovic and I have to prepare for the briefing. I said. Opening the doors to find conference room we were using for the briefing, I entered it. Jessica and Zora trailing behind me. After Jessica came and informed us of the situation, Zora and I really did get ready. Now here we are. As the doors to the room closed behind us, Zora and I took our seat at the circular table in the middle of it. Jessica taking up a standing position behind me. Where everyone else who was a part of this meeting was already seated and waiting. Those people being Lucia, Boris, Torvald, Zemo, Dens, who is now a general in the Latvian army, and finally the head of our nation's newest intelligence/assassination organization, which is known as Irenes, Natasha Romanov. Natasha now fully invested with me and mine. Seeing as how I kept all my promises to her. We helped her save her fellow widows, including her sister Yelena. All of whom are now citizens of Latvia. Most of whom are now serving in Irenes, and those that aren't have been set up nicely within my country border. She was able to get her revenge against Drakov, who was put through hell on earth before being sent to actual hell. I restored her and her fellow widows' ability to have children biologically. Not to mention for Natasha and all those within Irenes I made into EVOs. Bestowing them all spider powers. Using the serum I created from the second spider I acquired from Oscorp a few years ago. A/N, Doom got 2 spiders from Oscorp. Refer back to chapter 21. Which ended up giving Natasha and her sisters the powers of Miles Morales. My favorite spider person in all of Marvel. So yeah. Everything is good. Okay, now that we're all here, let's start the briefing. I spoke. Before that, I would like to know what took you two so long to get here. Torvald asked. Zora and I were having a very intimate moment in my bedroom. I spoke without shame. One which I will not share the details of. Since I am not a man who kisses and tells. Now then, any more questions? Oh, and before I forget, yesterday I turned Zora into an EVO. Really, what are your powers? Natasha asked. After the briefing all will be explained. I spoke. Once I did, the briefing truly began. It finishing up in no time at all. Once it did, Zora began explained her powers. After which I formally introduced everyone to the ambrosia serum, us having discussed it during the briefing, and gave a shot of it to Boris, Torvald, and Dens. Amazing. Boris spoke. Doing jumping backs. A smile on his face. I feel like a man in my 20s again. Well, physically and biologically you are. I replied. Oh, thank you for this, Victor. Boris spoke. Yes, thank you, my king. Dens said. What they said. Torvald added. Do not mention it. I spoke. It was my pleasure to gift this all to you. Just as it will be to gift it to all of Latvia citizens. I said. Us having discussed a plan to do so during the briefing. Once that was over, we went our separate ways. Getting the day off to a great start. February 20th, 2008. New York City. Looking at Jessica, I couldn't help but lightly chuckle as she looked out her window with a super curious expression on her face, exactly like a child would. Then again, considering how she spent basically her entire childhood and formative years locked away in a variant of a medically induced coma, I can understand her wonderment. Especially since this is her first time seeing New York City in person. The place had the exact same effect on me when I visited it the first time in my previous life. Actually, it still has a little bit of that effect on me. Now as to why Jessica and I are in New York, it's so I can handle some business. As the SUV we were in came to a stop, I got out. Jessica doing the same. While the rest of my security detail set up a perimeter around us. As this happened, Susan and Johnny walked out of the building we had stopped in front of. Which is fine, Baxter Building. Since some of the business I have to take care of on this trip involves the F4. Putting a smile on my face, I walked up to Susan and Johnny, Jessica right behind me. Who Johnny practically started drooling over the moment he laid eyes on her. While I sensed a spike of jealousy from Susan. Making me grin internally. Since it means she's ripening nicely. And I can't wait for the day to come when I can pluck her and eat her. I'm certain her taste will be worth the wait. Susan, Johnny, good to see you both again. I said to them. Getting the brother and sister's attention back on me. Hello again, Victor. Susan said. Yeah, hey Vic. Johnny said. His gaze then immediately returned to Jessica. So, who's your friend? He asked. I'll let her answer that, Johnny. I spoke. Jessica, go ahead and introduce yourself. She nodded at my words. Jessica then looked at both Susan and Johnny. Greetings, my name is Jessica Drew. I'm Victor's personal assistant and bodyguard. A pleasure to meet you both. Victor has told me so much about the both of you. She spoke. Finishing with a charming smile. Nice to meet you too, Jessica. Susan replied. My name is Susan. But if you want, you can just call me Sue. And the idiot making googly eyes at you is my younger brother Johnny. Why, hello there. Johnny said in a flirtatious tone. Yes, hello Jonathan. Jessica replied, giving Johnny a cold and somewhat harsh look, which made him immediately deflate upon seeing Susan, and I chuckled at this. Sorry Johnny, but a girl like Jessica is out of your league. Plus she wants some vitamin D, so sorry not sorry. So now that introductions are out of the way, let's get down to business. I spoke. Susan, have you and the others had a chance to review the proposal I emailed to you last month? I asked. Since Susan and I regularly email each other. Yes, we have. Even Reed. Susan replied. Despite the fact he's been so obsessed with Dash. Boom. Before Susan could finish, an explosion went off. Its source, the top of the building where the four lived. Immediately noticing this, Johnny and Susan rushed inside. Jessica. We're going to. I said. Understood, sir. She replied. The two of us then followed Johnny and Susan, while I sent a message to my security team to put themselves on high alert, in case they needed to help deal with any bullshit caused by Richards. Though I'm hoping that the explosion came from a simple lab accident. Arriving at the elevator, we all stepped in. Whereupon, seeing me and Jessica following them, Susan and Johnny got ready to protest our involvement. But before they could, I raised my left hand in their direction. No. I instantly spoke. Both Jessica and I are accompanying you, and that's final. And before you ask, we can take care of ourselves. Trust me. With that, any protest Johnny and Susan were going to make died in their throats. So with that, the four of us quickly rode the elevator up to the four's residence and then headed straight for Reed's lab. Whereupon, arriving, we found him and Ben on the ground, in front of a portal gate, where an army of Bellurians was filing out of, being led by none other than one of the worst tyrants of the Marvel Universe, and one of the top dogs of the negative zone, Blastar. Image here. Fucking Richards. Chapter 47, Chapter 46, Beating Back Blastar. A/N, 3 chapters for you, my readers. Surprise. Third person, POV. To say Victor was angry seeing Blastar lead his Bellurian army out of the portal in front of him, which he knew was definitely connected to the negative zone, was an understatement. He was fucking livid. Considering he was now face to face with a being classified as a universal threat, having had no preparation time at all in order to face him and his followers. That's not even mentioning the fact Victor was sure this was all Reed's doing. Honestly, the only silver lining he can see at the moment is that neither Blastar nor his followers have managed to make it outside of Reed's lab yet. Meaning they can be sent back to the negative zone through the portal before they cause any lasting damage. Which Victor is going to make sure of. Reed, Ben, what the hell is going on here? Johnny questioned. I think that should be obvious, Jonathan, we're being invaded. Jessica spoke. Okay, seriously Reed, what is going on? Susan asked. Like Jessica just said, Sue, we are being invaded by a fucking extra-dimensional species. Victor said. But not for long. He spoke. Victor then summoned his armor to him. Now even tougher since he reforged it into a blend of vibranium and adamantium. Seeing Victor's armor, Susan and the others were surprised. Save for Jessica, who as soon as she saw Victor summon his armor used her earpiece to contact the security detail waiting outside. Code R. I repeat, we have a Code R full alert status. She spoke. Code R referring to a Code Richard situation, which Victor came up with himself, since he knew one would definitely occur before he could end Reed's existence. Understood. One of the security detail replied. Do you require assistance, ma'am? Not at the moment. Jessica replied. Copy that. The security detail agent replied. Once he did, Jessica cut off communications and quickly stripped out of her clothes, revealing the combat suit Victor had made and given her for situations just like the current ones they found themselves in. The suit itself being composed of a vibranium/adamantium microwave mesh. The design itself Victor based off the red and black spider suit Jessica wore in the comics. Image here. In no time at all, Jessica was ready for battle. Victor, that armor is Dash. Shut the fuck up, Reed. Victor shouted, interrupting Richards. Look at the goddamn situation we're in, he exclaimed. Now all of you listen up. Susan, create a barrier around the lab, so that none of those humanoid creatures can escape it. Johnny, protect Susan. Everyone else, push them back through the portal they're coming out of. Victor ordered. As he did, Blastar began chuckling. Foolish inferior beings. Do you truly believe you can stand against the might of Blastar and his Ladash? Raising his hands in the direction of the Bellurians, Victor fired off kinetic force blasts, pushing them back and interrupting Blastar villain monologue, which Victor wasn't even paying attention to in the first place. Seeing some of his soldiers pushed back, Blastar got an angry expression on his face. Warriors, destroy them, he exclaimed. This snapped the Fantastic Four out of their stupor. Once this happened, Susan threw up a barrier around the entire interior of the lab. Let's go with Victor's plan. She spoke. What Susie said. Ben agreed. He then jumped to his feet and punched a nearby Bellurian back. Before slamming that same fist into his other hand. It's clobbering time. He exclaimed. Flame on. Johnny exclaimed. His entire form becoming engulfed in flames. He then took to the air and began hurling fireballs at the Bellurians. Meanwhile, Reed began stretching like a snake, joining the battle as well. Jessica doing the same. Her hand sparking with electrical bioelectricity, she ran up to the nearest Bellurian and gave it a left uppercut, sending it off its feet and back in the direction of the portal gate. Moving on to the next target, Jessica delivered a 2-feet, spear-like kick to the chest of another Bellurian, which sent it barreling into its comrades, knocking them all off their feet. Throwing one punch after another, Ben sent the Bellurians that came at him on their asses in the direction of the portal. Irritated at this, the Bellurians released a series of roars and charged at Ben. All bark and no bite, he said, putting a smirk on his face. Ben then slammed his hands together, creating a shockwave that sent the Bellurians charging at him back and towards the portal gate, some of them going back through it. Unleashing blast after kinetic force blast, Victor put the Bellurian army on the back foot, sending them all back through the portal gate as quickly as he could. Noticing the others were doing the same, even Reed, he nodded. As Victor punched another Bellurian in the chest, he suddenly noticed kinetic force blasts heading towards him. So in response, he summoned a force field around himself for protection. As the force blasts hit Victor's force field, they did no damage at all, leaving him entirely unharmed. Lowering his force field, Victor turned in the direction of the one who fired at him. Blastar himself, who was wearing a pissed-off expression on his face. Insolent wretch. You dare stand against Blastar? He exclaimed. Yes, I dare, Victor replied. He then rushed at Blastar and delivered a kick to his chest, making the tyrant skid back, but only a little. Soon Blastar stopped and then fired more kinetic force blasts in Victor's direction, which he deflected by generating a force field around himself. When the blast stopped once again, Victor rushed forward, his hands coated in electrical energy, and delivered punches to Blastar. The added electricity in the punches making him cry out in pain. But that only lasted for a moment before Blastar attempted to kick Victor in the stomach. Key word attempted. Since before Blastar could make contact with his kick, Victor jumped back. He then summoned forth a magic circle and blasted Blastar with a pure magical beam, sending him flying back towards the portal gate, where all remaining Bellurians inside of the lab were located, the rest having been sent back through the portal by Susan and the others. Though as Victor looked in that direction, he saw more Bellurians attempting to use the portal gate on their side, telling him he had to end the battle here and now. So with that on his mind, Victor generated a massive amount of electricity on his hands and flung in the direction of Blastar and his Bellurians, making them all cry out in pain. Susan, push them back through the portal, Victor told her. Right, Susan replied. She then dropped the force field she was using to protect the interior of the lab and then created a large bubble around Blastar, his soldiers, and the portal gate, which she then began to shrink rapidly, forcing Blastar and his soldiers back through the portal, until none remained. Upon seeing this, Victor nodded. He then used his technopathy to shut down all systems in Reed's lab, which in turn cut off the power supply to the portal gate, shutting it down, marking the end of the battle. It is done, Victor said, breathing a sigh of relief, since that could have turned out much worse. Though on the flip side, now Blastar has knowledge of Earth and this universe, which was not good in Victor's book, especially since he was now back in the negative zone where Annihilus could potentially learn of their universe, who is by far worse than Blastar. Just thinking of that winged bug-eyed conqueror makes Victor recall the Annihilation events from the Marvel comics in his previous life, where Annihilus led his forces from the negative zone into this reality and ravaged almost entirely the known galaxy. Well, Victor is certainly not going to let that happen here. Seems I need to accelerate my plans even further now, Victor thought. But first things first. Turning to Reed, Victor walked up to him. Then seeing Richards was about to speak, Victor raised up his left hand. Don't say a word, Reed, Victor said in a cold voice, which thankfully kept Reed from opening his mouth. Good, Victor said. Now then tell me, how did that Blastar and his people bypass your portal and enter your lab? Oh, because I invited them, Reed easily replied. I see, Victor said. Yes. But you have to understand, Victor, it was simply an opportunity one couldn't pass up. I mean, to study life born in a universe composed entirely of A-. Before Reed could continue speaking, Victor, without any hesitation, backhanded him using his left hand, sending the so-called Mr. Fantastic crashing into a nearby wall, giving Victor quite the cathartic release. Chapter 48, Chapter 47, Dressing Down. A/N, so another new chapter here. I know I'm all over the place, but I can't give you a set update schedule since I'll only write this FIC when I'm on the mood. Otherwise I'll suffer burnout. But if you want advanced chapters then go to my Patreon account. Victor, POV. Ignoring the stunned looks on everyone's faces, except for Jessica, even Reed's as he picked himself up off the ground from where he landed after I hit him, I savored the absolute bliss I was feeling at the moment. From having just slapped Reed. Man, that felt even better than I was expecting. I wish I could do it again. No, scratch that, I wish I could put my hand through Reed's chest and rip his heart out and crush it in my hands. But unfortunately that isn't an option at the moment. Though I can't wait until the time is right that becomes one. Victor. What the hell? Susan yelled at me. Yeah man, why'd you do that to Reed just now? Johnny questioned. Because it was his fault that Blostar and his army entered our dimension in the first place. I angrily retorted. Not caring how I sounded at the moment. Because again, if things had gone any differently we might not even be having this conversation right now. Since this may be a world based on a comic book franchise but the people in it are very real. They can die. Which is exactly might have happened if Blostar and his army had gotten any farther before we halted them. Yet Reed doesn't seem to understand the weight of that. All he's interested in is studying my armor, which will never fucking happen, and explaining why he allowed Blostar and his followers passage through his portal gate in the first place. He doesn't even seem the least bit remorseful for his actions. The fucker. What? Stretch, that ain't true, is it? Ben asked Reed. No, it is. Reed easily replied. As I was trying to tell Victor before he suddenly hit me when I completed my portal gate to the antimatter universe, which I have since discovered it known as the negative zone to its inhabitants, I encountered Blostar and his people. Which are known as Balurians, by the way. After this happened we began chatting and they told me so much about the negative zone but never asked for anything in return. Except to explore our universe themselves. So I decided to grant them their request. He explained. Though I had no idea they would turn out to be so hostile. Truly. Then you should have investigated them more. I spoke. Or at least installed defenses around the portal gate. I spoke. Since because of your carelessness, Reed, we had to fend off a fucking extra-dimensional invasion. Like I said, I'm sorry for that. But the opportunity was just too great to pass up. Reed spoke. Sounding like a broken record. Reed. Susan shouted. Not cool, Reed. Johnny added. Stretch, you messed up big this time. Ben spoke. Like I said, I'm so dash. Sorry doesn't fix anything, Reed. Susan interrupted. A pissed off look on her face. Victor is right, what you did is reckless. Not to mention you didn't even tell any of us about Blostar and his people. Why, Reed? They asked me not to. They said they wanted to meet you all the day they crossed over into our world. Reed explained. Finally beginning to look dejected. Good. So they knew about us but we didn't know about them. Ben said. Right. Reed said. Now finally looking sad. Excellent. He's finally getting what he deserves. Reed. That's wrong on so many levels, bro. Johnny said. Yes, I understand. Reed said. Do you, Reed, truly? I asked him. I do. Reed said. Though I'm pretty sure he doesn't. But that's exactly the way I want it. Since it ties into my plans to rid the world of him. All right then. I spoke. I think Reed understands, guys. Now then, about our business. I said. Once I did so, everyone decided to move on. But now the seeds of Richard's reckless and less than remorseful personality have been implanted within the rest of the four. Meaning now it's only a matter of time before I can execute the bastard. Oh, what a glorious day that will be. Anyway. Heading into the living room we got ready to discuss business. But before we did I sent my armor away, and Jessica redressed in her clothing. Not saying to Reed about her battle uniform no matter when he asked. Since I will not give him any insight into my technology. That's a recipe for disaster. After we got settled I began discussing my business with the four. Which was settled in no time at all. Once it was we bid them farewell and Jessica and I left their home. Returning to the security detail. Who Jessica had not only put on alert using code or during the start of the battle, but also instructed to stand down when it was over. What a good assistant she is. Getting into our SUV, the Latverian motorcade started moving. As it did I activated my earpiece comm and contacted Brainiac. Brainiac, is it done? I asked him. Yes, Victor, it is. I am now inside all of the Fantastic Four systems. He answered me. Since I just didn't stop by the Baxter building to handle business with the F4 today, I also did so I could insert a way for Brainiac to access their systems. Considering Reed keeps them on an air-gapped network. Meaning there is no way to access them externally. At least that proves he has some sort of sense. But back on topic. The reason I did this is so I could keep an eye on the four. Namely the shit Reed Richards is working on. To make sure he doesn't destroy the entire fucking planet or universe. Excellent. I replied to Brainiac. I then disconnected our call before getting comfortable in my seat and worked to take a nap. Since after dealing with Richards I needed it. Well, I don't actually need it considering my body no longer needs sleep, food, or even air to function given how much I've enhanced it, but you get the idea. So soon I was off to Dreamland. February 24, 2008. Typing away on a holographic screen in front of me, I stopped when I heard a knock on my office door. The one at the Latvian embassy, since Jessica and I are still in New York. Yes, who is it? I asked. Jessica, sir. Here with your 10 o'clock appointment. Jessica spoke from the other side of my office doors. Understood. Come in. I said. Shutting down the holographic screen. Just as I did so, the door opened and Jessica stepped in. Followed by my 10 o'clock himself. Norman Osborn. Insert image of Norman Osborn here. Good day to you, Mr. Osborn. I said to the men. To you as well, King Victor. Norman replied. He then came and took a seat in one of the two chairs situated in front of me desk. Once he did, I looked at Jessica once more. Thank you, Jessica, that will be all. I said. Understood, sir. She replied. Jessica then left the room, closing the door behind her. Once she did, I used my technopathy to activate all of the office's counter-surveillance equipment. I then focused all my attention once again one of the most well-known individuals in all of Marvel. So Mr. Osborn, let's get down to the busyness. I spoke. Yes, let's. He replied. Since I was quite shocked when the king of a nation that has been making waves across the entire world requested a meeting with me. So, what is it I can do for you, sir? Actually, Osborn. It is what I can do for you. I replied. Earning myself a curious look from the men. I'm not sure I understand what you mean, King Victor. Oh, it's simply really. I spoke. I then leaned back in my chair and clasped my fingers together. I can help you save your wife and son from the disease that is slowly killing them both. I revealed. Since Norman's wife is still alive at the moment. Oh, and speaking of Norman, although he looks like William Dafoe, his background is that of Norman Osborn from the Insomniac Spider-Man games. Which suits my needs exactly. Hearing my words, Norman was surprised for a moment, then he put a hard expression on his face. What do you know? He asked. More than you could ever imagine, Mr. Osborn. I replied. But in regards to you, everything I need to. I said. Ready to start the real meeting with the real Norman Osborn. Chapter 49, Chapter 48, Cabal is born. I. Third person, POV. A silence and tension filling the air of the office. Norman and Victor stared at each other. That is until Victor decided to break it. Before we begin, can I offer you a refreshment? Some water perhaps? He asked. I know long conversations can make people quite thirsty, and I wouldn't want our talk to be interrupted by you getting a dry throat. No. Norman replied. And don't patronize me. Now tell me, how do you know about the disease affecting my wife and son? Simple, I hacked into your personal files and also examined your family's medical records. Victor easily replied. You know I could have you arrested by the authorities given what you just admitted to me. Norman said. Victor snorted upon hearing the threat. A bit of advice, Mr. Osborn, don't make threat you can't follow through on. He said. Besides, I've got a little something called diplomatic immunity, and you have absolutely no proof to back up your claims. Whereas I on the other hand have quite the mountain of evidence pertaining to a certain number of your business dealings over the years, which were definitely not above board. He explained. Victor then put a cold expression on his face. So let's dispense with such talk for the remainder of this conversation. That's quite something coming from the men who just threatened me. Norman spoke. Well, turnabout is fairy play. Victor replied. But it seems we're getting off topic here. So let's get back on it. Your wife and son, I can save them. He spoke. Victor then reached into the top left drawer of his desk and pulled out a small metal case. He then placed it on the middle of the table between him and Osborn and opened it, revealing 3 vials of ambrosia serum sitting inside of it. Upon seeing the vials, Norman looked at them. What's that? He asked. A serum I developed myself which I have chosen to name the Ambrosia Serum. Victor explained. Like the magical food and drink of the Greek gods, which grants those who consume it immortality or longevity. Norman spoke. Victor nodding at his words. The very same. Victor replied. And just like that mythological item, my serum has a similar effect. It doesn't make people immortal, of course, but it will cure and all diseases a person is afflicted with, including genetic ones, and has other benefits as well. He explained. Which is why I am giving you 3 doses of it. One for you and the others for your wife and child. Do you really expect me to believe you've created a serum that does what you're suggesting, King Victor? Norman asked. And even if you have, why are you giving it to me and my family? No, the better question is what is taking and using this so-called Ambrosia Serum going to cost me? To answer your first question, the serum is absolutely real and it truly does work. Of course I know you don't believe me, but as a fellow scientist it should be simple for you to run some tests on yourself after taking it and verify if I am telling the truth or not. Victor said. As to your second question, I already answered it. I want you to be able to save your wife and son. Your wife in particular doesn't have much time left if I'm remembering correctly. And yet there isn't a cure in sight. Not even your GR-27 that you've been developing for years can help her. What? Norman exclaimed. How do you know about GR-27? Since it was a project only a select few at Oscorp has knowledge of. There is no way the king of an Eastern European nation should have access to that kind of information. Yet Victor did. Setting off all of Norman's alarm bells. Which is why he wanted answers. In response to Norman's question, Victor put a soft smile on his face and looked Norman directly in his eyes. Why didn't I tell you earlier, Mr. Osborne? I know more than you could ever imagine. He spoke. Norman's entire body shivering at those words. As this happened, he broke eye contact with Victor, since he felt as if the man was staring directly into his soul. Don't look away from me. Victor spoke. Norman hearing authority lacing his voice. So much so that before he realized it he was looking Victor in the eyes once more. Good. Victor mused. Now, as I was saying, I know many things. I know how you have been working on GR-27 for years in a desperate attempt to save your wife and son. I also know your board of directors is plotting to push you out so they can sell your company. What? Norman exclaimed. Yes, it's Tuesday. Victor replied. But I can help you prevent this. Why? Norman asked. Why are you doing all these things for me? Do you want money, my company's research, what is it you want? He finally asked. Wanting to know Victor's motives. The truth is I want you, Norman. Victor said. Well, specifically I want your help. With what? Norman asked. Saving the world. Victor replied. Hearing this, Norman was about to ask Victor if he was serious. But seeing the look on the man's face made any words he was going to say dead in his throat. Since the look Victor was sporting told him he was deadly serious. Saving the world? Norman questioned. Yes. Victor replied. He then stood up from his seat and turned to gaze out the window directly behind his desk. Placing his hands behind his back like Morpheus from the Matrix. This world we call home, Norman, is beautiful. Filled with wondrous things. But also wrought with many, many dangers. More than people realize or care to acknowledge. Victor spoke. What do you mean? Norman asked. When he did, Victor turned back around to face him, a smile plastered on his face. I'm glad you asked. He spoke. The dangers I speak of involve people I have collectively bestowed the term EVO. Which stands for Evolved Human. People who gain extraordinary abilities either through experimentation or naturally. I'm sure you've heard of mutants. Norman nodded. Well, they would fall into the EVO category. Along with the likes of Captain America. Along with many others who call Earth home. Whose numbers are increasing every day. Whether governments or the public would like to admit it or not. And while most of these EVOs just want to live in peace, there are some who would seek to destroy the world. Not to mention the governments or organizations that seem to turn EVOs into nothing more than living weapons. Then there are those EVOs who have been alive for centuries, hiding in the shadows just waiting to do away with humanity. And that's not even adding in the other threats out there. Such as the extradimensional and extraterrestrial ones. Aliens are real? Norman questioned. They are. Victor easily replied. Along with so much more. There are beings out there who consider themselves gods due to the power they wield. There are also actual gods out there. Along with vast interstellar empires. He spoke. Though the more he did, the more Norman's fear rose. You're scared. Victor stated. Watching Norman's reactions to his words. Good, you should be. He said. Sometimes I even find myself frightened by all that is out there. Wishing on some level deep down they didn't exist. But they do. As such I am facing my fear and preparing to deal with the threats out there, which could ground Earth and the entire human race to dust in an instant. Believe me. I do. Norman replied. I do. Though you still haven't explained exactly how you're going to save the world from these threats. By uniting it under one banner. Victor replied. When he did so, Norman got a shocked expression on his face. You can't mean, are you saying you want to take over and rule the entire world? Well, yes, but also no. Victor replied. I think that's either a yes or a no question. Norman retorted. It depends on how you look at things. Victor said. And how exactly should I look at the fact you just admitted to me you want to rule the world? Norman questioned. Because I know you're thinking I'm going to launch a bloody campaign across the entire globe and begin dominating the planet through fear and with an iron fist, right? Victor asked. Yes. Norman replied. Well, I'm not going to do that. Victor replied. For the most part. At least if I can avoid it. Which is in part of what I want your help with. You see, to help me unite the world, I'm putting together a remarkable group of people. To do the things necessary and who share my vision to see the human race survive and thrive. For now, let's call it a cabal of sorts. One which I found you a good candidate to become a part of. Why? Norman asked. Because you know how to live in the gray. You do what you need to do to survive. But more than all that, you're a man who's willing to go to any lengths for his family. Which I greatly admire. Victor explained. That's why I want you as a member of my cabal. Well, also because of your reputation, connections in the business and political worlds, and your brilliant mind. Victor also wanted Norman in his cabal to make sure he, and no one closely related to him, never became the Green Goblin in this universe. Though of course he couldn't say that out loud. What you're suggesting? Many throughout history have tried it. Alexander the Great, Genghis Khan, Attila the Hun, Napoleon. Tell me, how do you think you'll do any better than them? Norman asked Victor. It's simple. I am Doom. Victor said. As he did so, Norman suddenly felt a pressure he hadn't felt before. The pressure of a king, a ruler. I see. I understand. Norman replied. I'm glad you do. Victor replied. Oh, and as for an answer to my proposal, you don't have to give me one right now. I'll be in New York for the rest of the month and all of March. So take that time and think on it. He explained. I'll do that. Norman replied. Good, that's all I ask. Victor spoke. Once he did, he closed up the case contained the 3 vials of ambrosia serum and handed them to Norman. Oh, and please, don't forget these. A gift from me to you. Even if you don't join my cabal. Though if you don't, then you better stay out of my way, Mr. Osborn. He said. Giving Norman a cold look. Because none shall stand in the way of Dr. Doom. Victor spoke. Yes. Norman replied. But you are awfully trusting, giving me the serum. It's fine. Since you'll never be able to recreate it. Not because I don't think you're smart enough, but because I've already taken measures against such things. Victor explained. Since he had encoded not only the ambrosia serum but all other serums he had created to date, with a genetic lock. One that would make it impossible to recreate them, whether it to be from a pure serum sample or from a serum taker's blood. The key to the lock being Victor's own DNA and unique magical signature. So unless someone knew enough magic and science like he did, they were shit out of luck. Since Victor would never be that trusting. I see. Norman replied. Well, this meeting has been very informative. Goodbye. Same to you. Victor replied. Norman Osborn then took his leave from his office. Once he did, Victor returned to looking out the window. Wondering what Norman's decision would be. Now only time would tell. Chapter 50, Chapter 49, Cabal is Born 2. March 5, 2008. Osborn family residence. Sitting in his home office, Norman Osborn was deep in thought. The thing occupying his thoughts being Victor Von Doom, and the proposal he made to him a week ago. As well as the fact everything Victor had told him during their meeting was the absolute truth. Because the moment he returned home, Norman began quietly looking into Oscorp board of directors and discovered they were eventually planning to box him out and sell the company. To say Norman was angry was an understatement. For those people to think they could just take away what he had spent most of his adult life building, pouring his blood and sweat into. It made Norman fucking livid at his board. Which is why as soon as he discovered their little plot, he had begun taking steps to see it never came to pass. He was also preparing for a purge within his company. To make sure nothing like what his board was plotting ever happened again. Norman was going to make examples out of them. Since he is not a man to be crossed. Moving on from that, Norman also investigated the ambrosia serum Victor had given him, and found his claims regarding that to be true as well. From the effects of the serum, which he discovered firsthand since he tested it on himself, to the fact he couldn't even replicate it in the slightest. Both facts which were insane to Norman. Yet they were true. And that's why Norman was so deep in thought about Victor's offer to join his cabal. Just the benefits he has received already from being offered membership were immense. So Norman could only imagine what benefits he would receive if he actually joined Victor's group. The thing is, Norman knew if he accepted Victor's offer he would then start helping the men to take over the world. To bring it under his rule. And Norman wasn't sure he could do that. Since he isn't afraid to admit to himself he is a man with loose morals, but that and world domination are two very different things. Or as Victor called it, uniting the world under one banner to keep it from being destroyed. What should I do? Norman asked himself. As he did, his office door opened and his wife Emily stepped inside. Seeing her, Norman couldn't stop a smile from forming on his face, as well as immense relief and happiness from springing forth in his heart. Since thanks to the ambrosia serum Victor gave him, Emily no longer had the threat of death hanging over her head from her disease. Because after Norman confirmed the serum effects, he went ahead and injected Emily with it. The serum curing her, making Norman cry tears of joy. It also proved Victor wasn't lying to him. Yes, dear. Norman asked his wife. Just wanted to let you know that dinner is ready and that Harry and I are seated and waiting. Emily spoke. Thank you, dear. Norman replied. I'll be out in a moment. He said. Okay. Emily replied. She then closed the door to his office. As she did, Norman couldn't help but think what would have happened if Victor hadn't given him the ambrosia serum. Would he still be able to have family dinners? Emily's condition had only been getting worse. The GR27 research has come to a standstill. Then there was Norman's complicated relationship with his son Harry. The two of them had never been particularly close, Emily being the glue that held them together. If she had died, where would that have left them? Such thoughts swirling around in his mind, Norman finally made a decision in regards to Victor's proposal. One he felt deep down he wouldn't regret. March 8, 2008. New York Latvian Embassy. So, have you made your decision in regards to my proposal? Victor asked Norman. The two of them back in the same office they were in just a few days ago. I have. Norman replied. But first allow me to thank you. Not only in regards to informing about the treachery being plotted against me by my company board, but also for saving the life of my wife and son. He spoke. It's no problem. Victor replied. Especially since I want you as a friend, Norman. Well, now you do. Especially since I have decided to accept your offer. I am joining your cabal. Norman spoke. Good. Victor replied. Not even bothering to stop the smile forming on his face. Since he had finally taken his first step in forming his own version of the Cabal/Dark Illuminati from the comics that would do things the right way and achieved all the group desired. I promise you, Norman, you won't regret this. Victor spoke. No, I don't think I will either. Norman replied. The two men then shook hands. Becoming the first in a group that would play a monumental role in the fate of Earth and all those who called it home. Victor, POV. After Norman agreed to join the Cabal, we discussed a few more things before he took his leave. But not before I gave him an untraceable cell phone which we would use to contact each other, and a tablet containing several plans and ideas I had for the future. Along with a bit of information on the threats I told Norman about during our first meeting. Since I want him to have some idea of exactly what he's going to be dealing with now that he's agreed to become my ally. The first of many I plan to gather. Leaning back in my chair after Norman left, I put my feet up on my desk. So, I take it your meeting with Norman went well? Brainiac asked me. Since the counter-surveillance equipment I have installed in this office is even capable of keeping AI like him out. Yeah, I'm that paranoid. But again, this is a version of Marvel Universe, so it's not truly paranoia when you think about it. Did. I replied. He's agreed to join the Cabal. Cool. Brainiac said. Right. I said. So, got anything new to report to me? I asked him. Since the two of us haven't talked business in a few days. I always like to give Brainiac some time to handle it, so I make sure our chats are always a few days apart. Unless we have something of extreme importance to discuss. No, not at the moment. Brainiac told me. Okay. I replied. Though I do have something to tell you. We're ramping things up. I take it this is because of Blastar and his Bellurians? Brainiac asked. It's like you're reading my mind, my friend. I replied. Yes, that is exactly the reason we're accelerating things. Because I do not wish to be so unprepared ever again. I said. That's why I think now is the perfect time to awaken them. The Spartans and Primarchs. Are you absolutely sure, Victor? Brainiac asked me. I mean they're all ready, but I thought you wanted to take that slow because of the reactions your citizens might have. Don't worry. I'll handle my citizens, and I hear you. But if we are accelerating things, we'll need them. So we're bringing them online, end of story. Understood. Brainiac said. I'll begin making preparations in regards to them then. Excellent. I spoke. But only in regards to the Spartans. I'll handle the Primarchs personally. Yes. Brainiac replied. We then ended our conversation. Once we did so, I informed Jessica I was going to go do some work in my lab. I then opened a portal to it and stepped through, closing it behind me after I did. All ready to take the first step of transforming myself from a simple king to an emperor. Chapter 51, Chapter 50, Spartans and Primarchs. After entering my lab, I first went to go and change my suit into some more comfortable clothing. I then grabbed myself a medical injection gun, along with a vial of the ambrosia serum, and my personalized Compound V serum, which I have formally decided to name Compound D. The D of course standing for Doom. Boy, it truly is good to be Doom. The serums and injection gun in hand, I headed to my lab's state-of-the-art medical room. Which it has because spatial manipulation and subdimension magic are so busted it's not even funny. Anyway. When I arrived, 2 Doombots were waiting for me. Since I had called for them. For they would assist me in case anything went wrong as I injected myself with both serums. Why, you ask? Because I need more power. I know I'm strong already, but that battle with Blastar truly reminded me what could be out there. That's why I need to surpass my current limits and go beyond. Not only for my own sake, but for the sake of all those who trust and rely on me. So with that in mind, I loaded the vial of the ambrosia serum into the medical injection gun, and placed it against my right arm. Victor, are you sure? Brainiac asked me. Since he's monitoring my situation right now as well. Yes. I replied. I then pulled the trigger of the injection gun without any hesitation and the serum flowed into my body. Once it did, I placed the gun on the counter and took a seat as my body began to incorporate it. 5 minutes passing before the ambrosia serum incorporation was completed. When it was, I loaded the Compound D into the injection gun, placed it against my left arm, and pulled the trigger. Placing that serum inside my body as well. Ack! Immediately seizing up and falling to the floor afterwards. When I did, the Doombots immediately sprang into action and moved me one of her medical beds. Sir, your vitals are all over the place. Allow me to bring in assistance. Brainiac spoke. No. I managed to grit out. Given my body was in immense pain. I could feel my bones literally breaking and resetting themselves. But my king dash. I said no. I shouted with authority. Enduring the pain. Since it will not stop me from achieving what I want. Nothing will. I swear it. After 10 long minutes, the pain in my body finally subsided. When it did, I easily sat up. Feeling better than I ever have in either of my lives. Brainiac, what do the scans say? I asked me. Your body seems to have stabilized, my king. He replied. As he did so, I held up my right fist, and the second after I did, it became engulfed in a dark green energy. Whoa, Victor, the room's radiation sensors just spiked. Brainiac told me. Interesting. I mused. I then stopped the dark green energy surrounding my right first. Once I did, I got up and began running a battery of tests on myself to make sure my body was truly okay. Which it was. After confirming that, I moved on to see what new abilities I had. Though other than another increase in my physical capabilities and my regeneration factor, the only new power I gained was the ability to produce that glowing green energy. Which, as it turns out, is atomic energy. Yeah, apparently my Compound D gave me the power to convert my bioelectricity into atomic energy, which I can project outward as powerful blasts. Just like the first Atomic Skull from DC Comics. Except without a computer chip in my head. To say I wasn't disappointed would be true. Since I just got another amazing power in my arsenal. The medical tests done, and me learning what my new abilities were, I left the medical lab. The Doombots following behind me. We then walked through my laboratory facility until we came to a door and walked through it. After doing so, the Doombots, who are accompanying me, and I found ourselves surrounded on both sides by men and women floating in clear tanks. Image here. The men and women in question being genetically engineered soldiers I created. By pulling a Warhammer 40k and using my own DNA as a base. They are Project Spartan. They will be the main soldiers of my army. All of them having been given the ambrosia and my personalized SS serum on top of everything else I have bestowed them with. My warriors. None of whom will ever betray me. Since when I was creating them, I literally embedded within their DNA an unshakable and unbreakable loyalty to my kingdom, but above all to me. Their creator. As I walked past the Spartans and their tanks, I couldn't help but feel a sense of joy and pride. for they are one of my greatest achievements to date. But honestly, they come in second to those I have created to lead them. Moving through the tank area containing the Spartans, I arrived at a set of doors. When I did, a red beam quickly passed over and scanned my entire body. A second after this happened, the doors in front of me opened up and I, and the Doombots with me, stepped forward. Into a room containing only 5 cloning tanks. Which housed my first 5 Primarchs. The generals who will lead my armies. The best of the best in every single way. From strength, to intelligence, cunning. All of them having been given the Ambrosia Serum, my personalized SS Serum, and most recently Compound D. Walking over to the control terminal within the room, I checked on the vitals of the 5 of them. Seeing they were all stable, I nodded. Alright then. Let's get this show on the road. I muttered to myself. I then initiated the Primarch's awakening procedure. Once I did, the fluid inside each of their tanks drained out until they were entirely dry. Then the front of each tank slowly opened up. After which each of the Primarchs slowly but surely opened their eyes and climbed out of their pods. As they did so, I opened a portal and pulled out 5 robes. 1 for each of them. Since they were entirely naked while inside of their gestation tanks. All 5 robes in my hand, I closed the portal. I then walked over to the Primarchs and handed a robe to each of them. Which they took without any hesitation and put on. For just like the Spartans, I embedded an unwavering loyalty to my kingdom and me within their DNA during their creation. I also implanted within their brains massive amounts of information. Such as battle tactics and strategies, numerous languages, the names of everyday items like forks and knives, etc. As the Primarchs covered up their important bits, I took note of each of them. The first is a 6 feet 5 inches tall African-American male with a full beard and short black hair, while sporting deep brown eyes. Oh, and as to why he's a different race than me despite essentially being created from my DNA, as I stated earlier, I only used my DNA as a base for the creation of the Spartan and the Primarchs. Though I manipulated and altered it in various ways during their inception. Since I didn't want exact clones of me running around. I've read enough comics and seen enough anime to know that shit never ends well. The second is a 7-foot-tall Caucasian male with short black hair, and a handlebar mustache covering his face. Sporting deep black eyes. The third is a 6 feet 3 inches tall Caucasian male with shoulder-length dirty blonde hair and deep green eyes. With a clean-shaven face. The fourth is one of the 2 females of the group. She is 6 feet 3 inches tall in sports, and I'm not kidding here, green skin. Her hair is a deep shade of red, and flows to her mid-back, while her eyes are the color of emeralds. The fifth and final Primarch is the only other female of the group. She is also the shortest, standing around a cool 6 foot. Though like her fellow female Primarch, her appearance is unique in that she sports red skin. But she has shoulder-length short black hair and deep blue eyes. As I looked at the 2 female Primarchs once again, I can only assume their outward physical appearances are the result of being injected with Compound D. Since none of the other Primarchs, of Spartans, have exhibited such outward physical appearances. At least not yet. This definitely requires further testing. But that can wait until later. After the Primarchs out on their robes, they all came and stood before me. They then each got on one knee and bowed their heads in my direction. Then in unison they all spoke. All hail Emperor Doom. Music to my ears. Thank you, my Primarchs. Now, arise. I told them. Which they did. Good. Now, follow me. We have much work to do. I spoke. I then turned and began waking. My Primarchs following right behind me. Their Crestor and Emperor. Chapter 52, Chapter 51, Names and Future. A/N, won't post tomorrow, so here's 2 chapters to tide you thirsty thoughts over. After leaving the Primarchs, birthing chamber as I have dubbed it, I took them to one of the rooms of my laboratory facility that held proper clothing. I then had all of them get dressed. Once they did, I took them to medical lab where I ran several basic tests on them to make sure none of them had any issues. They didn't. Still, I had to make sure. Since as their creator they are my responsibility. So once that done, I took them to one of the facility's training rooms to see their superhuman abilities in action myself, and get a handle on the additional and unique powers each one of them was granted by the Compound D. Which took 2 entire hours. But it was a 2 hours well spent. Since I was able to determine each one of the Primarch's individual power sets. First, the African-American male got self-sustained flight, heat vision, X-ray vision, and self-sustenance. Second, the 7-footer also got self-sustained flight and self-sustenance. But he also has become a biochemical fusion reactor. Meaning he can absorb, generate, and manipulate energy. He also becomes more powerful the more physical damage he takes. Making him just like Grant Emerson/Damage from DC Comics. Nice. Third, the blonde got telekinesis and telepathy on the level of what this world refers to as Omega-class mutants. Along the likes of Jean Grey and Emma Frost. Fourth, the green-skinned woman got pheromone production, toxikinesis, toxin immunity, and chlorokinesis. Her powers also seem to be tied to magic from what I sensed. So I'll definitely start training her property in the mystic arts the first chance I got. Finally, the red-skinned woman can freely alter her size, becoming as tall as 25 feet or as small as something only visible under a microscope. Looks like all 5 of my Primarchs have been blessed with great and diverse powers. A fact I love, since I don't want any of them, or any more Primarchs I create in the future, to be exactly same. I want diversity, since that can breed excellence and the best. Which is why I created the Primarchs in the first. Because if I simply wanted uniformity I would simply stuck with my Doombots. Oh, and as to what I'm referring to the Primarchs by their physical features, it's because none of them have proper names, which I am just about to rectify. All of you, gather around, I commanded my Primarchs, who were scattered about the room. But when I called out for them they instantly stopped what they were doing and lined up in front of me. From your medical tests to your physical ones, all looks well, I told them. And now with those out of the way I feel it is fine I bestowed you all proper names. I spoke. I then turned my attention to the African American Primarch. When I did he kneeled. From now on you shall be known as Zod, I told him. Because given his powers I feel it's one of the only natural choices of a name for him. Thank you my Emperor, Zod replied. And following that I make you this declaration here and now. All those who stand against you, or those you direct me towards, shall kneel before Zod. Before they kneel before Doom. He spoke. I'll hold you to that Zod, I replied. I then shifted my gaze to the 7-footer Primarch. Your name shall be Thrag. Thank you Emperor Doom, he replied. Thrag then kneeled before me. Once he did I shifted my gaze to the blonde. You shall be known as Thaddeus. Thank you my Emperor, Thaddeus replied. He too then kneeled before me. After he did I looked at the green-skinned woman. Your name will be Ivy, I told her. Considering she has exactly the same powers and appearance of Poison Ivy from DC Comics. Why thank you Emperor Doom, Ivy replied. She too then kneeled, leaving only one remaining. I turned my gaze to the red-skinned woman. Your name shall be Katma, I told her. Since she's the spitting image of Katma 2A from DC Comics. Just like Ivy resembles Poison Ivy. Both of whom I did not create on purpose. I'm serious. This was all completely random. As you have decreed my Emperor, Katma said. She then kneeled. All 5 of my Primarchs now kneeling before me. I can definitely get used to this, I thought. I then made a motion with my left hand. Arise, I told them. When I did they all stood in unison. So my Emperor, what is our next move? Thaddeus asked me. Well right now all of you will remain in this facility for the time being and get better acclimated to the world itself, I told them. Which Brainiac will assist you with? That I will. Brainiac spoke up. The Primarchs already knowing about him. Currently I am taking care of some matters in New York in the US and will be until the 1st of April. That is when I will officially return to Latveria. Then once I do when we can truly begin to move forward. But until then you are all on standby. Any further questions? No one spoke up. All right then. Well then good day, and remember should you encounter any big issues know that I will be here to assist you at a moment's notice, I told them. I then took my leave of my laboratory facility and returned to my office at the New York Embassy. Extremely happy how well my first Primarchs turned out. What a glorious day this has been. March 18, 2008. Third person, POV. Her brow furrowed. Susan Storm paced back and forth across the floor of the waiting room she was in. The white heels she was wearing making an audible clacking sound on the floor as she did. Stop it Susan, you'll tire yourself out that way. Victor spoke. Since he was also in the waiting room. But he was seated on one of the room's sofas, wearing a calm expression on his face. As to why the two of them were together. They were waiting to be called to speak in front of a press concert that Victor had put together in order to make a big announcement. Which also concerned the Fantastic Four, who had sent Susan as their representative for today's event. Stopping in her tracks Susan turned to look at Victor. However before she could say anything there was a knock on the door. They're ready for you both, Jessica said from outside. Understood. Thank you Jessica, Victor replied. He then stood up and moved closer to Susan. He then offered her his left arm. Susan Storm, would you do me the honor of escorting you? He asked. Fine. Susan grumbled. Though she did so with a smile on her face. Interlocking her arm with Victor's they exited the room and then headed outside. Where they then stepped onto a makeshift stage that had been set up right in front of the Latvian embassy, which was currently being crowded by reporters and news personnel, as well as many civilians, all of whom directed their attention to Susan and Victor the moment they appeared. The pair ignored them as they got into position on stage in front of the podium, where a microphone was situated. Once they did, Victor lightly tapped on it, which silenced all voices in the area. Seeing this, Victor nodded. He then moved his finger from the microphone and spoke into it. "Thank you for that," he said. "Now then, allow me to welcome you all here today. Most of you likely already know who I am, given my actions during the last couple of years. But for those of you who don't, my name is Victor Werner von Doom, the head of state and king of the nation known as Latveria," he said. "And the lovely woman by my side is sure I'm someone you all know. Susan Storm, aka the Invisible Woman, a member of the Fantastic Four." After hearing her name spoken, Susan smiled and waved at the crowd, eliciting cheers from them, which Victor waited to settle down before speaking again. "Okay. With the introductions out of the way, let Susan and I explain the reason we call you all here today. It's to talk about the future. Specifically the future of the next generation. You see, when I was a young boy growing up in Latveria, I did not have the tools nor the resources available to me to match my potential. I had to struggle and go through many trials and tribulations to get the tools and resources I needed to reach my full potential. But by then I was basically an adult. One who, not to brag or anything, has made quite something of himself. But despite my many achievements, I can't forget my past. I always wondered what I could have become if I had the tools and resources I needed to reach my potential during my youth. That's one of the reasons I created the Werner Academy in my home country of Latveria. And why I am here, standing before you all today to announce the creation of an organization that is specifically geared towards helping the next generation achieve their full potential, and then some, like I never had the opportunity to do. Its name: the Future Foundation." Victor spoke. He then stepped back and let Susan take up position in front of the podium and the microphone. The Future Foundation is a non-profit organization that will be specifically geared towards supporting underprivileged youths in the areas of science, math, technology, and mathematics, or STEM for short, by providing them grants to work on projects they submit and are approved of by the foundation. They will even in certain cases be provided scholarships by the foundation. A foundation all of us in the Fantastic Four fully support. Which is why we are working in concert with our friend and colleague Victor von Doom to see it made into a reality. Because like Victor just so well put, some people out there just don't have the same resources and opportunities as others. Well, we of the Fantastic Four and our partner Dr. Doom wish to do our part and close that gap just a little. Susan spoke. Then the second after she finished speaking, the crowd erupted in both cheers and questions, which Victor let Susan handle, while he was busy savoring the fact another one of his ideas went exactly as planned. The Future Foundation was now a thing, which would give Victor access to numerous smart and talented individuals, many who were definitely going to be characters from Marvel. But he also knew there would be many who were not. Though that made things even better in Victor's eyes, since he would have access to so much untapped and unknown potential, which he knew those pestering him wouldn't like, making one of the many reasons he got the Fantastic Four involved with his foundation. Given their hero status, general popularity, and respect from within the scientific community courtesy of Sue and Richards, anyone would be hard-pressed to fuck with the foundation with them involved, since it might draw the wrong kind of attention. So once again, for Dr. Doom, everything has gone according to plan. Eventually Susan called out to Victor. Once he did, he stepped back up to the podium and answered a few questions of his own. Then after he did, he and Susan left the stage and returned to within the embassy. After doing so, Victor led Susan to a sitting room, just as Jessica was dropping off a tray with 2 glasses and a bottle of scotch on it. "Thank you, Jessica," Victor told her. "Of course," Jessica replied. She then excused her, Victor picking up on Susan's jealousy as she did. This woman, Victor thought. "Susan, there's no need for you to be so jealous of Jessica," Victor spoke. When he did, Susan whipped her head in his direction. "What? I'm not jealous of her," she denied, Victor giving her a deadpan look in response. "Really? Then what's with that ice-cold glare you give her every time you're in the same room?" he asked. "I don't do that," Susan denied. "Do I?" "You do," Victor replied. Though it was a lie. Susan never did that. He just wanted her to admit her jealousy. "I see," Susan mused. "Well, I'm sorry, it's just..." She trailed off. "Just what?" Victor asked, stepping closer to Susan. "Nothing." "Really?" Susan said, suddenly feeling her face heat up, given how close Victor was to her. "Oh come on, I think we both know it's nothing." Victor replied. He then gently grasped Susan's face using his right hand and turned her head in his direction. Their eyes meeting as a result. Victor the first, I think I should go. Susan managed to say. Despite hearing her heartbeat in her ears. No, stay. Victor said. Since we both know it's what you truly want to do. And what I want as well, Susan. He said. Then before Susan could say anything else, Victor gently leaned down and kissed her. As this happened, Susan wrapped her hands around Victor's neck and pulled him deeper into the kiss he had started without even realizing it. They stayed in that position for over a minute before Victor broke the kiss. Susan slightly panting as he did. So, still want to go? Victor asked. No. Susan replied. Then that means you're prepared for what's about to happen? Victor asked. Oh, Victor, just shut up. Susan said. She then pulled him down and initiated another kiss. One which led into Reed Richards never getting a shot with Susan Storm ever again. Not after she got acquainted with some vitamin D from Doom's now 10-inch-long injection tool. Chapter 53, Chapter 52, A Visitor from the Final Frontier. Third person, POV. In the void of space all was the same. Until suddenly it wasn't. Out of nowhere a spacecraft appeared in the void. The trajectory it was traveling on putting it on a direct course with Earth. Victor, POV. Beep B. Before the beeping of my phone could continue, I shut it off using my technopathy. I then sat up in bed, careful not to disturb Susan, who was lying right beside me. Though considering the workout I gave her earlier, I don't think she'll waking up at least until noon tomorrow. Not that I'm bragging or anything. Okay, I am a little. But finally being with Susan was everything I imagined and more. Even if I had to severely hold back. Because although Susan is superhuman physical capabilities she does not have. And I didn't want to cause her death by SNU. Anyway. Using my technopathy I accessed my phone and found it was Brainiac contacting. Yes, Brainiac. I asked him using my technopathy. Sorry to disturb the night you've been waiting for with the lovely invisible woman Victor, but this couldn't wait. Our satellites picked up a craft of unknown origin entering Earth's atmosphere a few seconds ago, and you specifically asked to be alerted should that ever happen. Brainiac spoke. Doing his job as excellent as always. Since I asked for just that when I first brought him online. Given how many hostile alien species exist here in Marvel. I wanted to be the first one to know if they ever arrived on Earth. Because I don't trust any of the other players out there to deal with them accordingly. That I did. First off, good job as usual, my friend. Secondly, has anyone else picked up the craft yet? I spoke. No, the moment our satellites detected it I began masking the craft's signal from all other sensors except our own. And before you ask, I have already calculated its trajectory and landing zone. Which is actually right next door to your location. Since it will touch down in Essex County, New York. Specifically the Adirondack Mountains. Brainiac explained. Good again, good work. Now then, prepare one of hangar bays for containment in the laboratory facility, dispatch a contingent of Doombots to the ship's landing location. Also, tell Zod to meet me there. I ordered. Since I want to salvage anything of that ship should it remain intact after its landing. As for why I'm asking Zod to coming along, I think this is the perfect opportunity to see how one of my Primarchs performs in the field. Understood, my Emperor. Brainiac replied. We then ended our conversation. Once we did, I stood up and then quickly slipped into some comfortable clothes. I then made sure Susan was comfortable in bed before taking my leave. To go and greet our extraterrestrial visitor. And determine if I needed to go Predator on their ass. Upstate New York, Essex County. Adirondack Mountain Range. Stepping out my portal, in my full armor, I closed it. Just as I did so, Zod landed on the ground on my right side. Dressed in the special adamantium/vibranium battle armor I had designed for all my Primarchs to wear. Image here. Shortly after he did so, the Doombots Brainiac had assigned to this mission for me arrived as well. Zod. I said to him. My Emperor. He replied. Are you well? I asked him. I am. Zod replied. And I am honored you chose me to assist you in this endeavor. I promise I will not fail you. See that you don't. I retorted. I then used my technopathy to relay my orders to the Doombots. Who spread out and contained the area. To make sure nothing got in and nothing got out. Once that was done, Zod and I simply began waiting. Then before I knew it, 30 minutes passed before my sensors picked up the craft closing in on the position. As it did, both Zod and I turned out gaze to it. Then followed it with them until it made landfall. Though the ship didn't crash, it actually landed. When it did so, I took to the air and began flying straight towards it, Zod following right behind me. In no time at all we reached the craft and landed outside of it. We then got ready to approach it. But the moment we did so my spider sense went off, and the second after it did I found a spear sailing straight towards me from a suddenly receded section of the ship. Though with my abilities it was easy to catch. Once I snapped the spear in two, letting it fall to the ground. I then held up my free hand to keep Zod from moving, which I noticed he was about to do. Not yet, Zod. Let's wait and see for a bit longer. I ordered him. Yes, my emperor. He replied. He then stood down. As Zod did, a figure exited the spacecraft and then turned their attention towards the two of us. When they did do, I noticed instantly I looking at a female Shi'ar. Image here. Confirming their existence in this reality for me. Not only that, but this particular female Shi'ar looks familiar to me. I just can't place her. Quickly looking between me and Zod, the female Shi'ar sneered. So, looks like this planet isn't as primitive as I thought after all. She haughtily spoke. This planet you are speaking about is known as Earth, and it is under my protection. Now, who are you and why have you come here? I spoke. You dare to speak to me like that, you primitive backwater backworlder. The female Shi'ar spat. A look of anger suddenly marring her face. It seems you do not know with whom you speak. So I will educate you. My name is Kalsi Naramani. A member of the Naramani family, and the rightful heir to the throne of the Shi'ar Empire. There, now you are no longer ignorant on whom you are dealing with. So I'll forgive you earlier foolishness. But do so again and your life is forfeit. Do you understand, primitive? Ah, so she's Deathbird. I thought. That explains why she looks so familiar. My emperor, shall I end the avian woman's life? Zod asked me. No, Zod. I replied. Because if what she claims is true, then she is just as valuable as her ship. Which is why we'll be taking her alive. I explained. As you say, my liege. Zod replied. When he did, Deathbird expression became even more twisted. You dare blatantly ignore me. She seethed. But before Deathbird could say anything else, I closed the distance between us, coated my left fist with electrical energy, and delivered a punch straight to her gut. My attack landing, sending a jolt electricity all through the princess's body. Ag. She cried in pain. But surprisingly she didn't pass out. Staying conscious, she grabbed hold of my armor and began clawing at it. Surprising me just a bit. But then I remembered she was not only a Shi'ar but a Shi'ar mutant. One who also a mighty warrior that led legions of starships, S&D members of the fearsome Shi'ar Imperial Guard. So with that now in my mind, I acted accordingly and upped the voltage of my electric shock. Ag. Deathbird crying out in seen more pain in response. But this time she did pass out. Once I was certain of this, I tossed her over my left shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Allowing myself to cop a feel of her toned ass. Since ass is first class and I'm an assman at heart. After I was done savoring the feeling of Deathbird, but I turned around to face Zod, who had walked up to us. Once he did, I snapped my fingers and opened a portal under Deathbird's ship, sending it to the hangar bay Brainiac had intimated containment protocols on when he contacted me earlier. As soon as the ship was through, I closed the portal shut. Lead the Doombots on a search of the surrounding area to make sure we didn't miss anything. I'm going to deal with our prisoner. I told Zod. He nodded at my words. Zod then took to the skies. As he did so, I opened a portal and stepped through it. Preparing myself to have a chat with Deathbird. Who is actually quite easy on the eyes. In fact, touching her but made me little hard. So yeah. As Palpatine would say, it was a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Seems I might just stick my dick in crazy. Especially when doing so will allow me to bring the Shi'ar Empire under my rule. Man, tonight just keeps getting better. Chapter 54, Chapter 53, Dominating Deathbird. A/N, turns out I felt like giving out a chapter today. You can thank me by giving me power stones and good reviews. Also, I've decided to start doing a contest like my fellow fanfic writer Alien Warlord. Post GIFs of Aurora Monroe/Storm here. I'll announce the winner when I post the next chapter. Third person, POV. Stirring awake Kalsi Naramani, also known as Deathbird, slowly but surely opened her eyes. Then a second after she did so, she remembered everything that had happened to her. Which made her anger spike. Though before it could get any higher, a voice drew Deathbird's attention. Looks like you're finally awake. Turning her head in the direction of the voice, Deathbird saw a man sitting in a chair in front of her. Who are you? And where am I? Deathbird demanded to know. But in response to her questions, the man in the chair only put a soft smile on his face. Come now, you're saying you don't remember me from earlier. That hurts me a little, you know. Especially given how up close and personal we got. He said. When he did so, the pieces clicked together in Deathbird's head. You. Deathbird exclaimed. You're the one in the armor who attacked me earlier. Yes, that's me. The men replied. And since I didn't do so earlier properly, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dash. You will pay for attacking me. Deathbird suddenly screamed, interrupting Victor. She then got ready to lunge at him from the bed she was on. But before Deathbird could move 1 inch, Victor raised his left hand in her direction and blasted her with several bolts of electricity. Ag! Stopping Deathbird in her tracks and making her cry out in pain. Which she continued to do as Victor continued blasting her with electricity. Until he felt she had had enough. Once he did, he stopped attacking her, leaving Deathbird twitching on the bed, a small bit of smoke rising from her body. So rude, Victor said. Now, as I was saying earlier, my name is Victor Werner von Doom, the king and ruler of the Earth nation of Latveria, as well as the soon-to-be emperor of the planet Earth and the entire Sol system. He explained. And you, my dear Kelsey Naramani, are now my prisoner. You dare imprison me, back, worlder. Deathbird managed to spit out, struggling to speak due to the minor paralysis the electrical blasts Victor had hit her with induced. Do you have any idea of whom you're truly dealing with? Yes, you've made that quite clear, Victor retorted. You dare patronize me, primitive? Deathbird shouted, the paralysis now having fully worn off. I am the rightful heir to one of the most powerful empires the galaxy has ever seen or known. You keep saying that, and yet here you are on some primitive backwater world, as you put it, the captive of one of its natives. So really, what does that say about you? Victor spoke, putting a sly grin on his face. Seeing Victor's grin made Deathbird see red. She then lunged out of her bed toward Victor, her claw-like hands aimed towards his throat, ready to rip it out. But before Deathbird could even touch Victor, he stood up out of the chair he was sitting in, closed the distance between them, and wrapped his left hand around her throat. He then moved and slammed Deathbird face first into the right side wall of the cell they were in, which didn't crack at all, since the entire cell was fashioned from adamantium. Gah! Deathbird cried. But before she could do anything else, Victor slammed her into the wall again. This time back first. He then began holding her in that position. When this happens, Deathbird began struggling, attacking Victor's arm with her claw-like nails, doing anything and everything she could to break out of his grip. But it was to no avail. Victor's grip was iron-tight on Deathbird's throat, and nothing she did even fazed him. She couldn't even injure him in the slightest. What is this primitive? Deathbird thought. Since in her entire life she had only ever encountered a handful of people as strong as Victor. The first one coming to her mind, the leader of the Shi'ar Imperial Guard, the mighty Gladiator. Don't tell me he's as strong as Gladiator, Deathbird thought. Hey! Which she was knocked out off the moment Victor spoke. Look at me, he said. No, commanded. Then before Deathbird realized it, she was following said command and looking at Victor, who now wore a cold and hardened expression on his face. It seems you truly can't grasp the situation you are in, so I'll explain once more to you slowly. So perhaps you can come to understand it. You are not in charge here. Your title means nothing. Your power means nothing. You are my prisoner and I can do with you what I please. Your life is in my hands. Victor spoke, slowly tightening his grip on Deathbird's throat. Now, do you understand things as they have been explained to you? I said, do you understand me? Victor asked once more, his grip on Deathbird's throat getting even tighter. So much so black spots began to appear in her eyes from the lack of oxygen. Don't make me repeat myself again. Why, yes. Deathbird managed to squeeze out of her mouth. Yes, what? Victor asked. I understand you. Deathbird spoke. I understand you what? Victor asked. Go on and say it. What's my name? Doom. Understand, you Doom. Deathbird spoke. You're goddamn right you understand me, Victor said. He then released his grip on Deathbird's throat, allowing her to fall to the floor, where she began gasping for air. As she did, Victor looked down at her, a disgusted expression on her face. Pathetic, he said. And you claim to be the heir to the throne of the Shi'ar Empire. If that is the case, then I worry for your civilization, he spoke. Upon this, Deathbird clenched her hands and grit her teeth, wanting nothing more to rip Victor to pieces. But she didn't even try, since she knew it truly be a futile endeavor now. To think I would encounter such a powerful being on a no-name planet like this. Deathbird thought. No, wait. This is an opportunity. If I can get this powerful primitive warrior on my side, then I can take back what is rightfully mine from that pathetic brother of mine. Now the only question is, how do I sway him to me? Deathbird quickly searched her thoughts of a way to get into Victor's good graces. Then one in particular crossed her mind, bringing a small smile to her face. Yes, that's it. Deathbird thought. She then moved to put her plan into action. Crawling on her hands and knees she arrived in front of Victor. When she did so, Victor looked down at Deathbird. What are you doing? He asked her. Offering myself to you, O mighty warrior. Deathbird spoke. What do you mean? Victor asked. Since he has no idea where Deathbird was coming from. As a part of our culture, we Shi'ar are taught to marry other cultures in order to grow stronger. We are also taught to submit to those who prove themselves to be greater warriors than us. You, Victor Werner von Doom, have met both qualifications. Thus I submit myself to you in mind and body. As per Shi'ar law. For if I, a member of the royal family, does not follow our laws, then what fight do I have to rule my people? Deathbird spoke. She then looked up at Victor, a cramped submissive expression on her face. If you have no issues accepting me, then please go ahead. She spoke. Victor finally understanding what Deathbird was up to. She was trying to honeypot him. Since although what he knew her to be saying is true, since he remembered that about the Shi'ar thanks to the memories of his past life, he also knew Deathbird would never follow such traditions and rules unless it would benefit her. Because from what Victor could recall from her personality in his previous life, besides her anger issues, was that Deathbird was cunning and ruthless and would pounce on anyone the instant she saw them show any weakness. That's why Victor was trying to show her he had none. But it seems she still wasn't getting the moment. Though he does admire her determination. And since she's offering herself to him. This is a really bad idea, Victor thought. Recalling exactly the type of intergalactic Game of Thrones bullshit the Shi'ar royal family gets into, and knowing that if he sticks his dick in Deathbird he would become involved whether he wants to or not. Not to mention the fact that she's certifiably crazy. But for some reason to Victor that makes her even hotter in his eyes, and makes him want her even more. So. Chapter 55, Chapter 54, Otto Octavius. Victor, POV. A refreshed smile on my face, I climbed out of Deathbird bed. The latter still in it, covered from head to toe, a look of pure bliss on her face. Despite the glare she is trying to send my way. Which makes no sense, since I simply gave her what she basically asked for. It's her own fault for not being prepared for what was to come. But that's what she gets for trying to honeypot me. Which would never even work on me in the first place. Since woman will never be Doom's downfall. Moving on. Using magic I cleaned myself up. Then Deathbird as well, since I am nothing if not a courteous lover. Once I finished doing this I got dressed and left her cell. Which is located in my laboratory facility, housed in my created pocket dimension. After this I headed to a meeting room where I found my Primarchs waiting for me. Since I had told them to assemble here and wait until I finished my interrogation of Deathbird, so I could relay all I learned to them. The moment they saw me all of them put wet smiles on their faces. What's wrong with all of you? I asked. They heard you all last night. Brainiac spoke up. Oh. I mused. Ah. I didn't think either of us were that loud. Then again my mind was focused on other things than the volume of our voices, so yeah. My liege, I mean no disrespect, but was having relations with the captive the wisest move? Katma asked me. Possibly not, but she offered in the first place and I don't regret my actions. I replied. Especially given why she offered herself to me in the first place. I said. I then used my telepathy to connect to the minds of my Primarchs and shared with them all the information I had obtained from Deathbird's mind when I was with her earlier. Since I definitely had more on my mind than impressing upon her the reality of her situation, and dicking her down when she offered. As I always say, business before pleasure. Upon learning with Deathbird offered herself to me, all my Primarchs became visibly angry. But they quickly reined it in and dismissed it, once they realized I understood her plan the moment she intact it, and then immediately turned the tables on her. My Emperor, please forgive my earlier statement. Katma spoke. I waved her off. It's fine. Just focus on the information I am sending you. Of which there is a lot. From the entire history of the Shi'ar Empire, to their technological and other scientific achievements, to their status in the known galaxy. As well as information on the other members of the royal family. Which, as far as Deathbird knows, includes only 3 others at the moment. The current Emperor and all-around fuckboy 10. Charles Xavier Alien Sugar Mommy Liliandra. Finally there is 10 adopted son, Gabriel Summers aka Vulcan. So, that asshole does exist in this reality. I thought. Good to know. Once I got through all that I gave my Primarchs a rundown of the Shi'ar military capabilities. Specifically in regards to the Shi'ar Imperial Guard and their centuries-old leader, one of the only guys in comics I knew to be able to rock a mohawk, and one of Marvel's many parody characters of DC Comics Superman, Gladiator. That finishing off all information I got from Deathbird in regards to her people and home. Then after doing so I related to my Primarchs the only other important information I took from Deathbird's mind. Which was in regards to the other galactic superpowers known to her. Which are as follows. The Kree. The Skrull. Who in this reality are in line with their comic book versions and not their MCU versions. Good to know. Now I know I must enact my plans I made in regards to the Skrulls to make sure I don't end up dealing with either a Super Skrull or any secret invasion bullshit. Thanos territory. Galactus territory. Yeah, Galactus has actual territory. Which I find to be both a good and bad thing. The Nova Empire. Then finally there is the Spartacian Empire. Which makes me wonder which version of Star-Lord will appear in this reality. The one from the MCU or the one from the comics. Though in all honesty I prefer the latter to the former. But that's just me. After giving all this information to my Primarchs I closed my telepathic connection with them, and allowed them a few seconds to process what they all now knew. Wow, I knew the galaxy was a big place but it seems I was limiting my imagination. Thrag spoke. You can say that again, Thrag. Thaddeus spoke. To think such mighty empires and beings who rule them exist. Ivy muttered. That just means we must prepare even more for if and when the time comes that we must face them. Katma spoke. Katma speaks the truth. Zod added. Especially since it seems our Emperor has already set his sights on the Shi'ar this Deathbird hails from. He said. Am I right to assume that my Emperor? You are Zod. I replied. But of course that will be several years from now. Since we are nowhere near ready to go up against the Shi'ar. They currently beat us in all categories that matter. But only for now. Soon that will not be the case, and once it isn't their empire shall belong to Doom. Well, that's all I needed to inform you all of. I'll be taking my leave now. I spoke. Oh, and if Deathbird should give you any trouble while I am gone you have my permission to smack her around. Since I don't want her thinking she can get cocky just because I am not around. Yes, Emperor. All 5 of them replied in unison. One more thing, Zod, did the search you and the Doombots conducted at the site of Deathbird landing zone turn up anything? Nothing at all, my Emperor. Zod replied. Which is good. Since I don't want Shi'ar technology of any kind falling into the hands of anyone else here on Earth. They wouldn't even truly know what to do with it anyway. Okay. I replied. I then took my leave. Heading to my person chambers in Castle Doom using a portal. Where I quickly showered, and changed into some pristine clothing. Since I had a meeting scheduled for this morning. Once I was prepared I headed back to my office at the Latverian Embassy in New York. Checking the time immediately after I did. Which read 8:50 a.m. Meaning I had still had 10 minutes before my meeting was set to begin. It also meant I was fucking Deathbird for several hours. Oh well. Taking a seat in my chair I telepathically reached out to Jessica and informed her I had returned. Since I informed her of my departure last night. In case I needed her to run interference with Susan. Since although what we shared last night was amazing I am not delusional enough to believe I can trust her with half the things I have in motion. At least not yet. Last night being a good first step to making that a reality. The next 10 minutes passed by quickly. Then once 9 a.m. came I heard a knock on my office door. King Victor, your 9 o'clock appointment is here. Jessica said from outside my doors. Excellent. Please, send him in. I said. Yes. Jessica replied. She then opened the door and my appointment stepped inside my office. One Otto Octavius. Insert image of Otto Octavius / Dr. Octopus here. After he did Jessica closed the door and Otto walked up to my desk. When he reached it I stood up and offered him my left hand, which he shook. Dr. Octavius, a pleasure to meet you. I said. The same to you, King Victor. Especially since I hear you're a scientist yourself. Otto said. That I am. I replied. The two of us then broke our handshake and took our seats. So I'm certainly curious as to why a man of your stature requested a meeting with a man like me. Otto asked. Getting straight to business. I like that. Well, I heard about your work. Your plan to build a sustainable fusion reactor from some contacts of mine. I think it's a brilliant and wonderful idea and I invited you here today to tell you I personally wish to fund the project. I spoke. Partly because I don't want this version of Otto to end up as Dr. Octopus, and partly because having his technology under my control would be a huge boon. As well as having the man himself in my corner. Truly? Otto asked me. I nodded my head. Yes, I truly wish to fund your research. Because if you can make vision a reality it can change the world as we know it. It could solve humanity's energy crisis and make the use of fossil fuels obsolete, not to mention how it could expand our knowledge of physics in general. To have the power of the sun in the palm of our hands. It would be glorious. Yes, exactly. Otto said. No Dr. Doom, it's like you're heading my mind. Why thank you, doctor. I replied. But I'm not reading his actual mind at the moment. It's meta-knowledge for the win here. So in regards to my offer, I do have some stipulations. Namely that you and your wife relocate to Latveria to conduct your research and become teachers at the Werner Academy. I spoke. I see. Otto replied. I'll have to discuss this with my wife. I completely understand. I replied. The two of us then discussed a few more things before we ended the meeting and Otto went on his way. After he did, I couldn't help but begin humming the spectacular Spider-Man theme song. Chapter 56, Chapter 55, Camartage again. After my meeting with Otto ended, I did some quick work. That is until I could sense Susan awakening, due to the many surveillance spells I have placed all over the embassy. The moment I sensed this, I stopped what I was doing and headed back to my personal bedroom. Susan having fully awoken just as I arrived and entered the room. Hey, good morning. I told her. Yeah, good morning, Victor. Susan replied. She then used her left hand to stifle a yawn. You're up early. Yeah, I had an early morning meeting. The life of a monarch. I spoke. Right. Susan replied. So about last night. Yes, I enjoyed it. I instantly replied, putting a smug grin on my face. Susan lightly blushing when she saw it. Which makes no sense considering what she did to me last night using her mouth. Seems she's a freak between the sheets. So this proves what my father told me in my last life to be true. It's always the quiet ones you need to watch out for. So did I. But that's not what I was going to speak on. Susan said. I was going to ask you if what happened between us is alright. We're two consenting adults, so yeah. What happened between us was just fine. I said. No, I mean you're a king. Susan spoke. True, but I'm still a person. A person with wants and desires. And for the longest time for me you've been a subject in both those categories, Susan. I told her. I then walked over to her, took her face gently in my hands, and then leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her lips. So there's no reason to fill that pretty, and wonderfully intelligent, head of yours with any unnecessary thoughts. I said. Now, are we good? I asked her. Yes. We are. Susan replied. Putting a smile on her face. Glad to hear it. I said. Once I did, Susan got refreshed up and put her clothes from yesterday on. After she did, I escorted her to the dining hall for some brunch. Which I had already had prepared. As we ate, we chatted about numerous things. Until eventually breakfast came to an end and Susan got ready to take her leave. Well, I guess I'll be seeing you. Susan said. Yes, you definitely will. I replied. I then gave Susan another kiss. After which she took her leave of the embassy. Then once she did, I returned to my office and began reviewing my Reed Richards extermination plans to make sure they were completely and utterly flawless. Since there's no telling what he might do when he's discovered I've taken Susan for myself. Keeping her out of his worthless hands. I don't want, or need, to deal with a version of the Maker in this reality. After I made sure the plans were flawless, I made a couple more just in case. Since when it comes to Richards, I need to make sure he is absolutely gone for good. There can be no mistakes when it comes to taking him out. Because if I give that cockroach even an inch, he'll take a mile. When my new plans for dealing with Reed were completed, I leaned back in my chair and took a short reprieve. I then informed Jessica telepathically I was heading out again. Once I did, I opened up a portal and stepped through it, arriving at Camartage. I figured since I'm in New York I'd visit it. Considering it was one of the places that helped me become the man that I am today. Plus I want to see my master the Ancient One and catch up a bit. Closing my portal behind me, I ignored the looks the newer members of the Order were giving me. It's alright everyone. He is welcome here. Which stopped as soon as the Ancient One walked into the courtyard and basically told everyone to stand down. So they went back to what they were doing. Meanwhile I walked up to the Ancient One and gave her a slight bow of respect. Master. Victor, or perhaps I should call you Dr. Doom now. The Ancient One spoke. Whatever you prefer. I replied. So, how have you been? The same as always. She replied. Though it seems the same cannot be said for you. It certainly cannot. I said. Anyway, may we move our conversation somewhere a little more private? There are many things I wish to discuss with you of a personal nature. Of course. The Ancient One replied. She then started walking and I followed behind her. The two of us eventually ending up seated in a private meeting room. Once we were, I conjured forth a teapot and 2 teacups on saucers. Tea. Yes, thank you. The Ancient One replied. I then prepared her a cup of tea before preparing one for myself. After I did, the two of us simply sat in silence for a moment, both enjoying our drinks. Until the Ancient One spoke up again. It seems you have been quite busy since the last time we conversed. Yes, I have. I replied. I even now have one of my children like you said I would. His name is Christoph. And I'd love for you to meet him. I spoke. In fact, I have several people I would like you to meet. Including two young ladies whose innate magical potential, if properly trained and nurtured, would allow them to take up your position as Sorcerer Supreme of Earth one day. Well, they certainly sound interesting. Now I more than ever want to meet them. Along with your first child. The Ancient One replied. Excellent. I said. Then when you have a chance, please come to Latveria. You always have an open invitation to visit my country. On that note, I wonder if I might ask you if any members of the Order would be interested in becoming instructors at the Werner Academy. Since right now the school only has one magical teacher and he's unique to say the least. But he knows his magic. Still, with things growing as they are, the school, and by extension by domain, need more experienced users in the mystic arts. Especially since I am far too busy to teach. Unless it's private and personal lessons. Like I have begun doing with Christoph. Since it turns out he has an aptitude for the mystic arts. Looks like I'll make a mini Doom out of him yet. First off, thank for the invitation and I will take you up on it. Secondly, as to your request, I will make some inquiries. The Ancient One spoke. But Victor, those that I send to assist you will only be there to teach and defend the innocent. They will not aid you with any of your other plans. She said. The Ancient One revealing she knows about my machinations. But I expected nothing less from her. That's fine. I wasn't going to ask them to be involved with those matters anyway. I replied. On that note, what do you truly think of my plans? I asked. Looking the Ancient One directly in her eyes when I did. Ignoring the subtle tension that appeared in the air. For I need an answer to this question. Since I don't feel the Ancient One and the Order would stand against me, but I cannot be too careful. So depending on how she answers my question, steps may have to be taken. For as I always say, none shall stand in the way of doom. I won't stand in your way. She easily answered. Truly? I asked. Yes, truly. She replied. For although I have seen much bloodshed occurring due to the path you have chosen, Victor the First have also seen the bright future you create as well. That is why I will never stand against you. Unless you fall too far. I see. And what do you consider too far? I questioned. I'll leave that up to your imagination. The Ancient One replied. Giving me a smirk. The tension in the air disappearing. Well, that's good to know. I said. Now then, let's continue. I have a gift for you. I spoke. I then reached into my pocket and took out a vial of the ambrosia serum. This serum will bring your aging process to almost a complete standstill, and give you a few other boosts. Allowing you to live for a few centuries. It will also keep you as you are now. So you no longer have to draw energy from the dark dimension to stay as you are. I explained. Since I want the Ancient One to understand exactly what I'm saying. I want to save her life. She's been good to me, and is someone I've come to care for. So there's no way I'm letting her fall on her sword just because she's foreseen it. Yeah, fuck that shit. Strange can still be great, even if the Ancient One doesn't die. Not to mention now she has many more candidates to choose from to take up her position should she ever truly fall. So that future she saw is no longer set in stone. Thank you, Victor. Truly. The Ancient One spoke. You're not going to ask me how I know about your connection to the dark dimension? I asked her. I've foreseen you won't tell me no matter how I ask you. Even if by force. So I'll just take your gift. She explained. I see. I replied. Good. So that only leaves one last thing on the table. If you will allow me, I would like to study the Eye of Agamotto. Since it's one of the only things I know of in existence that can contain the power of an infinity stone and allow a person to wield it without being consumed by said stone's innate powers. Which is definitely something I will need. Since I have already decided to collect all the infinity stones to keep them out of Thanos and any other psychopaths' hands. You may. The Ancient One replied. Thank you. I replied to her. The two of us then discussed a few more things before our talks came to an end. Once they did, I injected the Ancient One with the ambrosia serum and then returned back to the New York Latverian embassy. Where I got back to work. Since there is no rest for the wicked. Chapter 57, Chapter 56, more background action. A/N, yesterday winner is Shadow. Namely because I grew up watching X-Men Evolution and fell in love with Goth Rogue. Anyway, insert gif of Remy LeBeau/Gambit here. April 28, 2008. Beep beep beep. Hearing her alarm go off, Lucia reached out from under her covers and turned it off. Once she did, she then took a few moments to truly wake up, enjoying the comfort of lying in bed during the PCOS. Though she was fully awake, Lucia climbed out of bed and got ready for her day, which included washing up, getting dressed, and enjoying her morning cup of coffee out on her apartment balcony. One which gave her a full view of Latveria capital city Dumstat. A place that had drastically changed ever since Victor had become the nation's sovereign ruler close to 2 years ago. It had become better than Lucia could have ever imagined, even during her wildest dreams. Image here. Dumstat was now the shining beacon of Latveria. A city of hope, of progress, which made Lucia felt honored to live in it every day, as well as work to keep running and growing. Given her job as the Latverian Prime Minister, leisurely Lucia finished her cup of coffee. She then made a quick breakfast for herself before leaving her apartment to start her day. The 2 Dumbots that accompanied her everywhere she went, since Victor had assigned them as her bodyguards, joining her. Exiting her apartment building, Lucia found her usual hover car waiting outside. Image here. Yes, a hover car. A vehicle that used anti-grav technology to function and maneuver, which Victor had ordered into production when he returned from his last trip to New York in the US at the beginning of the month, since he wanted to start ridding Latveria of anything that relied on fossil fuels, including vehicles. The car Lucia is using is one of the first off the line. As Lucia walked over to the hover car, its cockpit shield rose up, revealing the Prime Minister's pilot/assistant/organic bodyguard, Yelena Belova. Insert image of Yelena Belova here. The younger sister of the head of the Iranese, Natasha Romanov, who was assigned to work with Lucia on orders from Natasha, after Victor had requested she supply Lucia with a bodyguard. So when Natasha asked her people, Yelena was the first to jump at the opportunity, and now here the 2 ladies are. Morning, boss lady. So, where to today? Yelena asked Lucia, who had gotten into the hover car and strapped herself in. We've got a full plate today, Yelena, Lucia replied, having gotten used to the antics of the younger woman during the past month, ever since they had been put together. Which at first Lucia didn't like at all. But after Victor explained his reasons for doing so, which was because he was going to begin some of his more aggressive plans into action, Lucia didn't protest anymore, since she knew just what sort of danger Victor's drastic plans might incur. Understood, Yelena replied. Once she did, the 2 got on their way. The cockpit shield of the hover car lowered. Then Yelena put it into drive, so to speak, and took off. The 2 Dumbots using their jets to fly and trail behind them. Eventually the trio reached their first destination, a large greenhouse facility. Exiting the hover car, Yelena and Lucia entered it, along with the 2 Doombot bodyguards. As they moved through the facility, they passed numerous individuals working. Some scientists, some not. Until eventually they arrived at an office, where they found one Maya Hansen working inside, since she was in charge of the entire greenhouse facility, due to the fact it was the key to a project Victor had assigned her after helping her complete her version of the extremist serum, which was known as Project Demeter. A plan that involved using the extremist serum to engineer crops that could grow in any sort of environment, allowing people to grow food anywhere in the world where they lived. Put simply, Project Demeter was a plan to end world hunger, as well as a way to provide Latveria with a steady and limitless supply of food, should they need it in the future. Dr. Hansen, how are you today? Lucia spoke up, turning Maya's attention away from the holographic screen in front of her, which showcased an article about the still missing Tony Stark. Since back in February, while performing a weapons tests in conjunction with the US military in Afghanistan, Tony's convoy had been attacked on their return trip. Now he was missing and presumed dead, which had placed Maya on edge these past few months. After all, despite Tony's personality, he was still the father of her child. A child he doesn't even know he had, Maya thought, having started to feel guilty about not telling Tony about Maya. So she promised herself that the moment she found out he was okay, she was going to contact him and tell them the truth about having a daughter. Letting the chips fall where they may. Oh, I'm okay, Maya hastily replied. Sorry, was our meeting today? It is, Lucia replied, her gaze noticing what was on Maya's holographic screen. But I can see your mind is preoccupied with other things, so we can reschedule for another day. Really, thank you. Also, sorry, Maya spoke. It's fine, Maya. Truly, Lucia replied. I mean, the father of your child is missing and presumed dead. It would be strange if you weren't a little disorganized over that information. But since your overall work hasn't suffered, all is well. She spoke. Once she did so, Maya and Lucia quickly set a new meeting date to discuss the progress of Project Demeter. Then she and Yelena left the facility to continue on with the rest of their rounds for the day. Her eyes darting back and forth, Lorna Dane couldn't believe what she was seeing outside of the window she was sitting next to, on the bus she was on. Insert image of Lorna Dane / Polaris here. She also couldn't even really believe her own situation. Because just 3 days ago she was sleeping on the streets. Having run away from home after having enough of her and lying to her about where she came from. Specifically who her biological father was. Since she had revealed her mother's husband, Arnold, was not. But no matter how much Lorna asked her aunt for her true father's name, she wouldn't give it. Even when she gained powers, like those mutants she had heard about. So with it being the final straw, Laura left to search for her father on her own. Quickly finding herself homeless. That is until a group of mysterious strangers had approached her and displayed abilities like her own. Telling her they could take her to a safe place where her gifts would be accepted and she wouldn't have to hide. Not that Lorna could hide anyway, given her hair was naturally green. Though she loved it, it made it obvious to everyone she was different. But now, here in his place, which she learned was known as Latveria, she knew that wouldn't matter. Since she saw people with powers using them outside of the bus windows she was on, and no one was looking at them in disgust or harassing them. Did she forget to mention the bus was floating? This place is incredible. Lorna muttered to herself. Then a few moments after she did, the hovering bus she was on came to a stop in front of a large building. Okay, everyone off and inside. Their driver said. So all those in the bus, who were either kids like Lorna, or teenagers, got off and headed inside of the building in front of them as their bus driver instructed. After doing so they were met by more people who split them up into even smaller groups. Until only Lorna was left standing next to a boy her own age. Who sported red skin and blonde hair. Hey there. Name's Alex Summers, and you are? The boy asked. Insert image of Alex Summers / Havoc here. Lorna Dane. She replied. So any idea why they separated us from the others? I can answer that. A woman walking up to them said. Drawing both Lorna and Alex's attention to her. Do you both remember that medical checkup you went through upon being brought to Latveria? Both of them nodded. As soon as they arrived in country they were taken to a hospital and given full medical checkups. While also being infected with a golden-like serum everyone called ambrosia. Well, that wasn't to make sure you were in good health, but we also took samples of your DNA to put it into our system and see if you both have any relatives in country. Turns out you do. What? Alex shouted. We have family. Lorna questioned. You do. And if you'll both please follow me, I'll introduce you to the family members we've located for each of you. Both groups being quite small. Which is why you two were put together. The woman explained. She then started walking. Alex and Lorna following behind her. Both nervous. Lorna in particular. Since she might be about to meet the father she has left home to find. The three walked for some time until they reached a door. When they did so the woman opened it and stepped inside. Alex and Lorna following her. Finding themselves inside of a rec room where 3 kids about their own age were seated at one of the tables. Who were Pietro, Wanda, and Scott? Alex shouted. His eyes landing on the last kid in the room. Who was a boy, with brown hair, wearing red-lensed sunglasses. His name Scott Summers. Insert image of Scott Summers / Cyclops here. Alex. Scott cried. Running up to him and engulfing him in a hug. I thought you were dead. He muttered. As tears began streaming down his face. Me too bro, me too. Alex replied. Tears streaming down his face as well. The 2 brothers getting lost in their reunion. Meanwhile Lorna was approached by Pietro and Wanda. So, I'm Lorna. Lorna told them. I'm Wanda. Wanda spoke. Pietro. Pietro said. Seems like you're our sister. He said. Apparently we all share the same dad. Is he around? No. In fact we actually don't know who our father is. Wanda replied. Making Lorna dejected. Oh. She murmured. But even so it's nice to meet you. And if you want we can be family. Wanda said. Yeah, what our sister said. Pietro spoke. Our sister, huh? Lorna muttered. Feeling a warmth in her chest. Sure she still may not know who her father is. But at least now she knows she's not alone. And that's the best feeling of all. So a quick rundown of some of the characters' ages. Current year. Lorna Dane, 12 years old. Alex Summers, 13 years old. Scott Summers, 14 years old. Pietro and Wanda Maximoff, 14 years old. Christophe Renard Doom, 12 years old. Chapter 58, Chapter 57, more background action 2. Kentucky, United States of America. May 2, 2008. Third person, POV. Get out here, you filthy mutants. It's all his fault. Come out, muties. If only he had listened. Then his family wouldn't be in danger right now. There wouldn't be men with guns and torches outside his house. Disgusting freaks. Get out here right now. His siblings wouldn't be crying in the corner in fear. And his dad wouldn't be aiming the barrel of the family shotgun at the door to their house. Just waiting for the angry mob outside to enter. So he could shoot them and protect them. These, and other thoughts, ran through Samuel Guthrie's mind as he looked in between the closed blinds of one of the front window of his house. Insert image of Samuel Guthrie / cannonball here. Watching as an angry mob stood before it. A group of men from an organization known as the Friends of Humanity. Who hated and hunted mutants. Which he, and many of his siblings, were. But their parents, and even their siblings without powers, didn't care that Sam and some of his other siblings had powers. They loved them anyway. Though Sam's parents always told him and his siblings with powers never to use them in public. Which is a rule Sam broke the other day. When he was walking home from school and saw a little girl run out into the street and about to be hit by a truck. He used his powers and saved her. But then afterwards the looks he got made Sam feel like he was some kind of monster. Immediately when he got home he told his family everything that happened. And while they praised him for saving that girl he couldn't help but notice the fearful look in his parents' eyes. Tonight, right now, he understood why they got that look. And it's all because of me. Sam muttered to himself. Maybe if I give myself they'll let everyone else go. Sam spoke. Mustering up his resolve to sacrifice himself for his family. But before he could, red beams suddenly shot down from the sky and carved up all the angry mob outside of his home. Leaving the once scream-filled air deadly silent. Along with the once clean ground littered were blood and body parts. What the hell? Sam shouted. Only to get a slap upside the head from his mom. Language, Samuel. But honey, he's right. What just happened out there? Thomas Guthrie spoke. Then right after he did, a figure descended from the air and landed on the ground right in front of the Guthrie family home door. The figure then walked up to the door and gently knocked on it. Stunning the entire family. But that didn't last long as the mysterious figure outside knocked again. Bringing the Guthrie family out of their stupor. When this happened, Thomas carefully approached the front door and then opened it, instantly aiming for barrel of his shotgun at the person on the other side. Who was Zod? That will not be necessary, Mr. Guthrie. Zod said. How do you know my name? Who are you? Thomas asked. My name is Zod. Zod replied. And like several of your children I have special abilities. He spoke. Zod then began floating in the air. Are you the one who saved us? Jay asked. I am. Zod replied. And if you all come with me I can take you to a place where men like the ones who just stood outside your home, and hated you because of a few simple differences, do not exist. He explained. Oh, and what might be the name of this place? Thomas asked. My home country. A place called Latveria. Zod replied. A smile on his face after he did. Mississippi, United States of America. Ag. Irene Adler suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs. Twisting and turning in her bed. Insert image of Irene Adler / Destiny here. Eventually she began flailing uncontrollably, until suddenly she stopped. Sweat covering her entire body, she panted heavily. Having just had one of the strongest visions of her entire life. Since Irene is no ordinary woman. No, she is one who possesses the ability of prophetic dreams and visions. The one she just turned pertaining to a signal individual. A man named Dr. Doom. After recovering from her vision, Irene sat up in her bed. The moment she did so, the bedroom door opened and her daughter / legal ward entered it. A 14-year-old goth girl by the name of Anna Marie. But most people refer to her as Rogue. Insert image of X-Men Evolution Anna Marie / Rogue here. Ma, is everything okay? Rogue asked Irene. Yes, my dear. Irene replied. However, I must inform you that we are going on a trip. What, why? And where? Rogue asked. Because, going to this place will ensure a bright future for us both. As to where, it is a place known as Latveria. Irene spoke. Hoping her lover would see reason in her decision. Since it would very well mean the difference between her living and dying. Kunar, Afghanistan. May 5, 2008. Moving through the tunnel, in his armor, Tony came to a stop when he noticed Ensign lying on several sacks. Bleeding. Ensign. Tony shouted towards his friend. As did the 10 Rings leader, Wazir got ready to fire a rocket at Tony. Only for a bullet to go right through the back of his head, and come out right between his eyes in the front. Noticing this, both Tony and Ensign looked in Wazir's direction, just as his body hit the ground. While just outside the cave, several people in strange armor, carrying strange weaponry neither Tony nor Ensign had ever seen before, descended from the sky using ropes and started killing all members of the 10 rings in sight. "Who the hell are they?" Tony asked. "No idea," Ensign replied. Just as he did so, several of the strange soldiers ran into the tunnel towards Tony and Ensign, putting Tony on guard. He readied his weapons, only for the soldiers who ran into the cave to stop. While one of them stepped forward, the others training their weapons on Tony. "My name is Master Chief John Shepard of the Latverian Defense Force." The one who stepped forward quickly spoke. "On orders from our king and sovereign, we've been sent here to aid and assist both Tony Stark and Ho Ensign," he explained. "Now then, Mr. Stark, please stand down. I really don't want my men to shoot you." "Okay, how do you know it's me in the armor?" "Better question is, how can we trust anything you people are saying?" Tony asked. When he did so, John reached into his armor and pulled out a phone. He then turned it in the direction of Ensign and Tony, revealing none other than Tony Ho on the screen. Tony," Ensign shouted in utter shock. "You know her, Ensign?" Tony asked. "She's my daughter," he admitted, though he hadn't seen her in years. He and Tony's mother drifted apart. Then he started a new family and never got in touch with either of them again. Though after the rest of his family had been killed and he had been captured, he promised himself he would reconnect with Tony if he got out alive. "Hey Dad," Tony said. "Listen, I don't have a lot of time, but I can tell you these people are here to help you and Mr. Stark. I swear it. So you can trust them." She spoke. "Okay," Ensign said. "Tony, stand down." Ensign sputtered. "Ensign," Tony shouted. "Medics, in here now," John shouted over his comms. The medics then rushed inside the cave and began working on Ensign, Tony deciding to trust his friend's judgment. Suddenly recalling why Latveria sounded so familiar. It was run by the genius Victor von Doom. Makes Tony wonder if he could become king of a country as well. Chapter 59, Chapter 58, More Background Action 3. A/N, okay. The winner from the last contest was Sin_Virgil. Insert a gif of Catherine Pride/Shadowcat here. North Salem, New York City, United States. Sitting in a wheelchair, on an extended platform in the middle of a spherical room, was a man wearing a helmet with wires connecting it to the terminal situated directly in front of the man, whose name is Charles Francis Xavier. Insert image of Charles Xavier/Professor X here. One of the most powerful telepaths on planet Earth, as well as a man who gained his powers through the awakening of his X gene. Fascinated by this, Charles decided to dedicate his life to the study of those with X gene-based powers, which he has termed mutants, as well as helping those like him learn to control their abilities, and work to make a world where mutants can live however they wish, without being hated or feared. Those, and several other reasons, are why he created a school and formed a team known as the X-Men. Now as to what Charles is doing at the moment, he is using a device that amplifies his already incredible psychic powers, which makes it easier for him to track and locate mutants. The machine's name, Cerebro. The reason? It's because in the past month Charles has noticed several mutants he had been observing, and oftentimes their families, completely and utterly disappearing, making the men worried. Since if someone was actively targeting mutants and their families, they needed to be stopped immediately. That's why Charles was once again using Cerebro to try and locate those missing mutants and their families. But no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find them. Just what could I be missing? Charles asked himself, racking his brain, trying to figure out a solution to the problem in front of him. That's when he recalled a particular detail. After doing so, Charles removed his Cerebro helmet, then left Cerebro's chamber. He then moved through the halls of the X-Men underground facilities to get to the elevator that would take him back up to the main mansion, which also functioned as the school. Entering the elevator, he rode it up, then got off when it reached his destination. Charles then began wheeling himself around, until he found the person he was looking for. Logan. The man being outside, laying in a hammock, which he stopped doing the moment Xavier rolled up in front of him. "What do you need, Chuck?" Logan asked. "You told me some time ago about how your daughter, and several other mutants are attending a school on the nation of Latveria, correct?" Charles asked. "Yeah," Logan replied. "But like I told you before, Chuck, I can't talk about the details." That was the one stipulation Victor had made to Logan in regards to his visits to Latveria to spend time with Laura, which would immediately be cut off should he violate the term he was given. Logan knew Victor was serious, so he never violated it. But he gave Xavier what details he could. When he revealed to the men he had a daughter. "The details don't concern me," Charles replied. "Truthfully, I've come to ask you to see if you could set up a meeting between me and the monarch of Latveria." What, why? Logan asked. As you well know, several mutants and their families have gone missing, and that number is growing every day. And I'm not close to find any leads to the cause. But I figured if the King of Latveria is a friend to mutants, then he may be able to aid me in my investigation. Charles explained. Evo. Huh? Charles questioned. In Latveria, people like us are referred to as EVO. Which stands for Evolved Human. Logan explained. A term created by the monarch, Victor von Doom. He spoke. The men you want to meet, Chuck. Who actually wants to meet you too? He does. Charles asked. Logan nodded. Yeah. Told me to set up a meeting between you two the moment you asked. Logan revealed. I see. Charles replied. His mind wondering exactly how his meeting with this Victor von Doom would go. He could only hope it was a fruitful one. Unknown location. Staring out at the landscape before him, the unknown Magneto was lost in his thoughts. Insert image of Magneto here. That is until he sensed someone approaching him from behind. Turning, Magneto saw it was his second-in-command, and one of his most dedicated followers, Fabian Cortez. Insert image of Fabian Cortez. Fabian. Magneto mused. Magneto, sir. Fabian replied. Getting on one knee and bowing his head to Magneto briefly. Before lifting it up. I have obtained the information you have been seeking. The location of the missing mutants. He said. Since Magneto and his followers had suddenly noticed mutants going missing in large numbers over a month ago. When they did, Magneto vowed to get to the bottom of this. Since he would not allow his second people to suffer the indignities of his first. No more. Never again. Magneto thought. Cleaning his fists. Where are our missing brethren? Magneto asked. We've traces them to a small Eastern European country. The one that has been on the news quite a bit on the last few years. Latveria. Fabian spoke. I see. Magneto replied. Thinking that once again another European country was going after his people. Not on my watch. Magneto muttered. Fabian, prepare our forces. We're heading to Latveria. Yes, sir. Fabian replied. A smile on his face. Along with a crazed and worship-like glint in his eyes that Magneto failed to notice. Unknown location. Standing in a sophisticated laboratory, a man stood in front of a screen with an angry expression on his face. The man in question didn't even look human. He had pure white skin, a red gem in the center of his forehead, and his body looked almost metallic in several areas. The name of this man is Nathaniel Essex, though for a long time he has gone by another name. Mr. Sinister. Insert image of Nathaniel Essex / Mr. Sinister here. Due to certain circumstances he encountered. Moving on. The reasons Mr. Sinister was angry was due to the fact several mutants he had been monitoring just disappeared. Including one that was a big part in one of his greatest plans. A boy by the name of Scott Summers. For years Sinister had been carefully molding Scott to suit his needs, without the boy himself even realizing it. But now all that was in jeopardy. Since he couldn't find a trace of Scott anywhere. Not to mention Sinister felt someone had removed the telepathic suggestions he had implanted deep in Scott's mind. A/N, yeah, that actually happened on the comics. Sinister, is that horrible? Damn it. Sinister shouted. Who cares, interfere with me? He asked. Then after Sinister did, the computer terminal in front of him pinged. When it did, he began looking at the results. Since he had put together a search algorithm to try and determine the location of Scott and the others he was observing. As he finished reading the results of his algorithm, Sinister couldn't help but grin. Since now he had the most likely location of his subjects. A place called Latveria. To think a third world country would step into my business. Sinister mused. Since he didn't really think that highly of Latveria. Inferior Homo sapiens. Sinister shouted. Time for them to learn what happens when you get in the way of Sinister. He said. Chuckling to himself afterwards. Sinister having no idea the shitstorm he was about to create for himself. Chapter 60, Chapter 59, Reports and Trespassers. Latveria, Dumstat. May 8, 2008. Victor, POV. My holographic screen active in front of me, I sat in my personal office within Castle Doom. Reviewing several reports from the past week that I had put off doing, since I was working on personal projects in my laboratory facility. But now I am all business. Which is usually how I do things. 1 week of personal time, 1 week of business time. Unless something major happens during either time period. It works for me. Plus I can do it since I'm in charge and basically make the rules. Boy, it's good to be emperor. Trailing through the reports, I quickly got through the most boring and routine ones before moving on to the good stuff. First up, the status of Project Safe Haven. A project I had been planning to implement for some time, but finally did upon the return from my last trip to the United States. The project itself involving locating EVOs all across the globe and bringing them, and in some cases, their families here to Latveria. Making them citizens of my country, as well as allowing them to live their lives properly and train them to use their powers. As I looked through last week's report on the project's ongoing efforts, I find one section in particular very interesting. The fact that Zod not only saved Samuel Guthrie aka Cannonball, but also his entire family from an angry mob composed of members from the so-called Friends of Humanity. More like the cockroaches of humanity. Those ignorant, bigoted, fuckers. I can't wait until I'm able to purge the entire earth of people like them. Reading the report to the end, I saw Zod manage to get the entire family to relocate here to Latveria. Good. With that report out of the way, I moved on to the one detailing the status of the various scientific projects currently being worked on in country. Such as Project Demeter being headed by Dr. Hansen. Along with the likes of the fusion reactor project being headed by the Octavius couple. Who accepted my offer to come work in Latveria before I left the US, and have been in country since the beginning of April. The couple slowly but surely falling in love with the place. I've seen it when I've had a chance to chat with them. This makes me extremely happy. Since it means the Octavius couple is almost firmly in my corner. Finishing up that report, I moved on to the one concerning the production and distribution of adamantium and vibranium A in country. Both metals Latveria now has abundant access to. All thanks to me cracking the PIM particle formula, and then using said particles to grow small chunks of both metals into giant chunks that are being used to meet my country needs. Along with my personal ones. Everything on that report looking to be in order, I moved on to the next one. Which was a list of names of EVOs who had arrived in Latveria. One I always look at if nothing else. To see if I recognize the names of anyone mentioned in the comics. The list I'm currently looking at containing 3 such names. Lorna Dane, Alex Summers, and finally Scott Summers. Meaning I now have Polaris, Havoc, and Cyclops on my side. Nice. Especially in regards to Lorna. Since she has the potential to become as powerful as her dear magnetic daddy, Magneto. Though Alex and Scott are no pushovers either. Oh, and speaking of Scott, I saw a notation by his name. Saying that he had to have some telepathic suggestions rooted deep in his subconscious removed during his checkup. I'll give you one guess who put them there. It looks like that fucker Sinister does exist in this reality, and if that's the case, then it probably means Apocalypse is more in line with his comic book version than his live-action version. Though I would like proper confirmation of that. Well, I can always ask Sinister before I put him on the ground, permanently. Since that biological butcher has to die. Not just for all the lives he's already taken, but for all the things he's done to Scott. All simply because he wanted him and Jean Grey to jump like rabbits and produce a kid that could take down Apocalypse for him. Since he's too much of a pussy to find a way to do it with his own hands. Pathetic. Oh, and speaking of Jean Grey, it seems Xavier has already recruited her. So that likely means she and Scott won't get together. But you ever know. And speaking of couples, I'm curious to see who Lorna will end up with. Given that both Havoc and Marco Diaz exist here. I mean, I know I shouldn't be wondering about the love life of kids, but as a die-hard shipper I can't control myself. Especially around people who were the subjects of my favorite ships in my previous life. Anyway. After reviewing the list of new EVO arrivals, I began checking to see who was requesting access to my country. By that I mean who was requesting travel permission from other parts of the world to Latveria. Because ever since I took over, that shit is basically non-existent. Since I am not yet ready to reveal the new and improved Latveria to the entire world. Something a few bastards don't understand, since they continually keep trying to sneak a peek at my goodies. The biggest one's S.H.I.E.L.D. and HYDRA. The elements of it not tied and hiding within S.H.I.E.L.D. You know, after Latveria has so easily fended off all their information gathering attempts, you'd think both organizations would take a hint. But no. They just keep at it. Which is starting to annoy me. Perhaps it's time I had a friendly chat with Fury. Food for thought. But back to my main point. As I looked to see who wanted to come to Latveria, I became shocked when I saw 2 names and pictures. Which belonged to Irene Adler aka Destiny, and a young girl named Anna Marie. Who is more commonly known as Rogue. Leaning in, I examined their pictures just to be sure if was them, and my eyes weren't deceiving me. I also noted both Irene and Rogue look exactly like they did in X-Men Evolution. So that means this universe has goth Rogue. Yes. Don't get me wrong. Regular Rogue is great. But as someone who grew up watching X-Men Evolution, goth Rogue really does it for me. In fact, that's why my first girlfriend in my previous life was a goth chick. Good times. Though I do wonder why the 2 of them want to come Latveria in the first place. Especially without Mystique. I also wonder if Irene is actually Nightcrawler biological mothers here, like in the comics. Given they retconned his origins before I died in my previous life. Which I still find a little bit strange, but whatever. Regardless, I approved Irene and Rogue's travel plans to Latveria. Since I can't simply let such two immensely important characters slip through my fingers. Rogue in particular. Oh, I wonder if we'll get to see Scott X Goth Rogue here. My shipping juices are flowing now. Having approved the mother/daughter travel plans, I moved on to the last, and definitely the most important, report in my opinion. The fates of Tony Stark and Johansson. As I read the report, I saw both were in stable condition before being handed off to the US military. I nodded at this. Having expected nothing less from the Spartans I sent to save them. Yeah, I said Spartans. After returning from New York, I began awakening them and indicating them into Latveria as a whole. I also introduced the Primarchs. Naturally, my people were a bit frightened of all of them at first. But during this past month, that tension has eased immensely. Since other than been genetically engineered superhuman warriors programmed to serve me, even at the cost of their own lives, the Primarchs and Spartans at their cores are just like everybody else. They have their own emotions, wants, and desires, hobbies, etc. Like I keep saying, if I had simply wanted a cold and efficient army, I would have stuck with Doombot's production. But I don't. I want the best, and things made of flesh and blood generally are in most cases. Closing out the reports, I leaned back in my chair. Until I noticed Logan emailed me. Which he never does. Meaning whatever he wanted was important. So I opened the email he sent me, and found he was trying to set a meeting between myself and Professor Charles Xavier. Which I have been expecting. Especially since I've been deliberately recruiting EVOs he's been observing. I wanted to get the man's attention. But also test how strong his powers truly were. And this email on front of me gives me my answer. Even with Cerebro, Charles' powers aren't strong enough to penetrate the telepathic blanket I've placed over all of Latveria. Which simply put puts out false telepathic signatures, making my country seem completely normal to any outside telepathic observer. Moving on. I moved to reply to Logan's email. Only to stop when Brainiac suddenly spoke up. My Emperor, we've got a code red. He told me. When he did, I got utterly and completely serious. Since a code red means a situation where the entirety of Latveria itself is under threat. What's the situation? I asked Brainiac. Our satellite scans have picked up a massive distortion within the electromagnetic spectrum heading straight for Latveria from the northeast. Can you get me images of this distortion? I asked. Yes. They are coming through now actually. Brainiac replied. Right after he did, several real-time images appeared on my holographic screen. Showcasing the master of magnetism himself, Magneto, flying through the air right towards my country in one of his magnetic force fields. While right behind him floated several other magnetic force fields, each of them filled with people. Some of whom I recognized. Amelia Vaught. The psychopath who would literally suck Magneto's dick if he asked him to, Fabian Cortez. Then finally Exodus. Yet another reason to suggest the apocalypse that will appear here will be more in line with the comics. But disregarding that for now, it's clear what's happening. Magneto and his forces means to launch an attack against my country. Most likely due to the EVOs we've been bringing in. To think they would locate us so quickly. I mean, I expected Magneto to eventually, since I wanted to chat with him and I thought this would be the quickest way. But never this fast. It's my mistake this time. But that will be the only one. Brainiac, take the entire country to red alert status. Move all Doombots out of the direction Magneto is traveling, and inform the Primarchs and a contingent of Spartans to join me at this location. I ordered. Giving Brainiac a specific location. Yes, my Emperor. Brainiac replied. Once he did, I summoned my armor and cracked my neck. More than ready to show Magneto and his followers when you trespass in my country. Third person, POV. Coming to a stop in the air, Magneto also stopped the force field containing his followers. Since there was an obstruction blocking their path. Specifically people. The people in question being Victor in his armor, his Primarchs, and several squadrons of Spartans. Who are you? Magneto asked them. I am Dr. Doom. The ruler of this nation, of which you and your people are now trespassing in. Victor replied. Now, you have two choices before you. Stand down and surrender or face the prospect of death. Make your choice. You would give me orders, dictator. Magneto shouted. I am no dictator but an emperor. And you are in my domain now. So again, make your choice, Magneto. Victor replied. You know of me. Good. Magneto said. Then it seems introductions are not required. Now hear me, Doom. Return my brethren you have taken or we will take them back by force. I see. Victor replied. So you have chosen death? He said. Very well. Moving Victor was before Magneto before he could blink. Once he suckered punched the men, kicking off their battle. Chapter 61, Chapter 60, Battle of Two Minds. A/N, the winner is Blue Ranger. Insert a gif of Jean Grey/Marvel Girl here. Madeline Pryor/Goblin Queen is also acceptable considering they're basically the same person. Third person, POV. A stunned look on his face. Magneto couldn't believe he had just been punched in the face. The same for his acolytes. Yet before anyone had time to process what had just happened, Victor grabbed Magneto's cape, spun him around once, and tossed him through the air. Away from his people. Victor flying after him. Since he wanted some one-on-one time with the master of magnetism. No, Lord Magneto. Fabian shouted, getting a slightly deranged look on his face. His gaze directed at the Primarchs and Spartans. All of whom Exodus decided to hit with a telepathic blast. But before he could, he had to defend himself from one. What? Exodus thought. Not expecting to be hit with such an attack. But more than that, he could sense it was on the same level of power as his own psionic abilities. No, that shouldn't be possible. Exodus thought. Since he could count on his hands the number of psionics powerful enough in the world to engage him in combat, and as far as he knew none of them were present. Meaning there was a new player on his field. But before Exodus had any more time to think on the matter, he suddenly found himself flying through the air. A fist in his stomach. The fist belonging to Thaddeus, who was wearing an excited expression on his face. Since he found that Brainiac, and his Emperor's, intelligence was correct. Magneto did have a psionic on his level among his group. And with that being the case, Victor had assigned Thaddeus to take him on, and take him down. A job he found himself getting ready to enjoy. Since he finally had an opponent on his level he could go all out against. Finally, a worthy opponent. Thaddeus thought excitedly. Meanwhile, Exodus had a look of realization on his face. So, you are the psionic who attacked me? That's right. Thaddeus replied. I am known as Thaddeus. A Primarch who serves the one and only Emperor Victor Von Doom. He explained. Now I have been instructed to give you one last chance to surrender by my lord. Please don't. I will not yield. Exodus spoke. Putting an angry expression on his face. Which only made Thaddeus grin even wider. Music to my ears. He replied. Thus the battle of the psionics was on. As Thaddeus took Exodus somewhere where the two could really let loose, Magneto's remaining followers now focused all their attention on the remaining Primarchs and the Spartans standing with them. You know, good animals. Fabian shouted. You dare to stand against us? Do dare to stand against the power of my dash? We do. Zod spoke. Interrupting Fabian. Now then, all of you be silent and listen. Our Emperor instructed us to give you one more chance to stand down and surrender. If you do, your lives will remain intact. But do not, and we will end them without mercy. Make your choice. He said. Hearing this, Fabian's entire face turned red with rage. Fucking cretin. He spat. Fabian then raised his arms in the direction of Zod, getting ready to unleash his powers. Ack. But before he could, Zod had crossed the distance between in an instant and put his right arm straight through Fabian's chest where his heart was located. His arm now jutting through outward the back of Fabian, Zod holding the man's heart in his right hand. Looks like you have made your choice. Zod said. He then squeezed his right hand and crushed Fabian's heart like it was nothing. Zod then pulled his arm from Cortez's chest, allowing his corpse to hit the ground. The moment it did, Zod turned his gaze in the direction of the rest of Magneto's remaining followers. I give up. Only for Amelia to shout out here surrender the moment he did. Since she didn't want to die. Because the moment she saw Fabian's heart crushed, her life flashed before her eyes. Me too. I'll surrender, don't kill me. Me as well. After Amelia spoke up, one by one the rest of Magneto's followers surrendered. A wise choice, all of you. Zod replied. Spartans. He exclaimed. Yes, Primarch Zod. The Spartans shouted in unison. They then moved towards Magneto's forces and began placing power-dampening cuffs on all of them. An invention Victor created some time ago for situations exactly like the one today. In no time at all the remainder of Magneto's forces had been secured. All right, you all know the rest of the plan. Zod spoke. Move it. He said. Yes, Primarch Zod. The Spartans replied in unison. They then got ready to escort the prisoners to a secure location. Ivy and Thrag accompanying to make sure no one got any funny ideas. While Zod and Karma were remaining behind to aid Thaddeus and Doom should they need it. But both Primarchs knew their fellow leader, and especially their Emperor, would not. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. Crashing noises filled the air, as Thaddeus and Exodus clashed in it, matching each other blow for blow. Both doing so while using telekinesis to maintain flight, and both employing tactile telekinesis to increase their already augmented strength. As the two psionics clashed their fists together again, Exodus lashed out with a kick from his left foot. Immediately floating backwards, Thaddeus dodged it. He then quickly threw up a telekinetic barrier as Thaddeus launched a powerful telekinetic blast in his direction. The attack hitting Thaddeus' shield, which easily held. Seeing this, Exodus increased the power behind his blast. He also took hold of several large rocks on the ground and brought them up into the air, morphing them into giant spears, which he then sent flying straight at Thaddeus. Each of the rock spears slamming into his shield, which combined with the telekinetic blast was finally enough to cause it to shatter. But before Thaddeus could take any damage, he moved and dodged Exodus' attack. He then fired off beams of powerful telekinetic energy from his eyes at Exodus, his attack scoring a direct hit on his fellow psionic. A/N, the I-beam thing is real. Exodus can do it in the comics. Look it up on the Marvel Wiki if you don't believe me. And since Premarch Thaddeus has the same powers as Exodus on the same level, he can do it too. Though the attack of course didn't do any damage. It simply stunned Exodus for a moment. But that was all Thaddeus needed to launch a telepathic assault on Exodus' mind. Thaddeus managed to smash through several of Exodus' mental barriers before the centuries-old psionic regained his bearings and went on a counterattack. You're 100 years too young to best me in the battle of the minds, you test tube creation. Exodus spat, having managed to glimpse some of Thaddeus' thoughts when he entered his mind. Tough talk coming from a guy who is basically the same as me, Thaddeus replied. He too having been able to glimpse slightly in Exodus' minds, the same way his opponent did to him. Which is how Thaddeus learned Exodus has been enhanced centuries ago. But not by who. That knowledge was apparently buried deeper in his mind. You know not of what you speak, Exodus roared after Thaddeus spoke. He then upped his power, and Thaddeus responded in kind. The two entering a raging telepathic battle, which eventually took their minds/spirits to a place that was simply a void of colors. To think you would be powerful enough to force me onto the astral plane, Exodus spoke. I'll commend you for that. But this is where our battle ends. You took the words right out of my mouth, Thaddeus replied. Right after he did, two giant ethereal hands materialized on either side of him and then quickly slammed together, sandwiching Thaddeus between them. But a second after this happened, both of the ethereal hands were forced back by a powerful barrier surrounding Thaddeus. After this happened, Thaddeus conjured forth several giant wolves, which he sent to attack Exodus. His opponent not moving an inch as the wolves got closer and closer to him, eventually reaching him, where they were then crushed in the palm of a hand, belonging to a giant Exodus, who then reached out and tried to grab hold of Thaddeus, only for his hand to be hit with a powerful telekinetic blast. Just give up, boy, Exodus spoke, finally capturing Thaddeus using his other hand. You are out of your league. Plus, even if you are victorious against me, you cannot possibly hope to stand against my creator. For he is eternal, he said. A being who truly embodies the word apocalypse. So give up. Never, Thaddeus replied. So be it then, Exodus replied. He then squeezed his hand around Thaddeus, crushing him out of existence on the astral plane. I see. So is that all you've got? Or so Exodus thought, until he heard Thaddeus' voice coming from behind him. When he did, he turned around. In doing so, he was met with a giant figure even larger than himself. But it wasn't of Thaddeus. No, it was of his creator and emperor, Dr. Doom. I'll admit you've been a good challenge. But it's time to put an end to this. Thaddeus' voice spoke from the Dr. Doom construct. Then before Exodus could even make another move, he found himself encompassed by the hands of Doom and being crushed. No, this is impossible, Exodus cried, trying and failing to free himself. No, it is possible, Thaddeus replied. And on another note, even if what you say about your creator is true, I am not worried in the slightest. For I stand with a man and serve even greater. My emperor, Victor von Doom, who even this so-called apocalypse is not ready for. He spoke. Thaddeus then finished crushing Exodus, destroying him on the astral plane, which in turn basically destroyed his mind. When this was done, Thaddeus returned to his actual body. Ag! Exodus releasing horrid screams as he did, which Thaddeus ignored as he simply smashed his way past any of Exodus' remaining mental defenses and absorbed all of the man's knowledge. Finding out Exodus wasn't exaggerating. His creator truly was the apocalypse. Still, Apocalypse had never faced one such as Dr. Doom. After taking all the information he found relevant, Thaddeus pulled himself out of what was left of Exodus' head. He then took hold of the men with his telekinesis, since his body has gone limp, and started flying back towards his comrades. having thoroughly enjoyed his battle. Chapter 62, Chapter 61, Doom vs. Magneto. Third person, POV. Stopping himself in the air, Magneto aimed a glare towards Victor, who stopped right along with him. "You dare to face me alone knowing who I am, Metalman?" Magneto asked. "Yes, I dare," Victor replied. "Then you are a fool," Magneto said. He then raised his left hand in Victor's direction and began using his powers to pull his armor apart. At least he tried to. Until Magneto realized his powers weren't affecting Victor's armor in the slightest. "What? Impossible!" Magneto exclaimed. "Oh, is someone having a little performance anxiety?" Doom asked, watching as Magneto put a stupefied expression on his face as he realized his powers couldn't do anything to his armor. But that's to be expected, since Victor had prepared his armor for this exact situation a while ago. He had made it so that whenever his armor was going to be affected by any sort of magnetic field, it would generate a magnetic field along the same lines of force and frequency, trying to affect his armor. Thus, just like with two magnets who had their same poles facing each other, the magnetic field generated by his armor would repel the magnetic field trying to affect it, making Victor immune to magnokinetic abilities. "Don't worry. I hear it's very common in men of a certain age," Victor spoke, which only infuriated Magneto even further. "So I cannot rip your armor off of you. No matter. I can still make it your coac," Magneto suddenly shouted, as Victor closed the distance between them and delivered a punch to his chest, sending him flying into the ground. Not caring one bit that he interrupted Magneto's little monologue. Since Victor is not some sort of shounen manga or anime protagonist who is going to let his enemy finishing speaking before attacking them. No, his thinking is in line with number 17's from Dragon Ball Super. Attacking his opponents no matter what they are doing. Especially if they are in the middle of powering up or some shit like that. That's why he loved 17 during the Tournament of Power arc. Magneto shouted, as he flew up from the ground and back into the air. A force field around his body. Once he did, he raised both his hands on Victor's direction and fired off magnetic rays at him, which Victor easily blocked by summoning his own force field. After he did, he summoned two small portals near his fists, their openings near Magneto's stomach. Without hesitation, Victor punched through the portals near his hands, nailing Magneto in his stomach repeatedly. So much so it made him drop his force field. When this happened, Victor dropped his own force field and then quickly closed the distance to Magneto. After he did, he delivered a left uppercut to the man's chin, sending his head flying upward, the rest of his body following right along. Though that only happened for a few seconds before Magneto stopped his ascent, spitting up a small amount of blood from his mouth after he did. "So, are you ready to give up now?" Victor asked, floating up to meet Magneto at eye level, his hands behind his back like Morpheus from the Matrix. "As you can see, despite your power you cannot hope to defeat me. So give up and come along peacefully. That way you can even meet your fellow EVOs on good terms." Victor spoke. "Never. I'll never surrender to you," Magneto angrily replied. "And what do you mean by EVOs?" he asked. "I mean people like you and me. Those who have superhuman abilities. Either through natural development or through various other methods. Like scientific experiments," Victor replied. "Evolved humans. A term I think fits those like us far better than the horrid term mutant. For when I hear that word I can only imagine some grotesque monster. Don't you agree?" "Don't think you can distract me," Magneto spoke. He then fired off some concentrated and faded rays at Victor, leading the men to sigh and raise his force field to defend himself. "I see you want to do this the hard way then. So be it," Victor said. He then created a large magic portal in front of him, which opened up behind Magneto. Once the portal was opened up, Victor quickly removed Magneto's helmet before locking the men into a sleep chokehold, as well as begin to telepathically assault his mind. "No. Stop," Magneto shouted. He also struggled. But it was no use. Victor had him under his complete mercy, which in no time at all had Magneto out cold. Once he was, Victor took hold of the men using his telekinesis, came through his magic portal beside him, and closed it. Victor then caught Magneto's famous helmet with his telekinesis and brought it up to his hands, where he took hold of it. After he did, he started heading back to regroup with his people, slightly disappointed that that was all the Master of Magnetism had to offer him in the way of a battle, leaving Victor to wonder when he would get an opponent that could truly challenge him. Chapter 63, New Chapter and Poll. Hello there, readers. I'm not dead. But like I said before, I might take long breaks here and there. However, a new chapter is going to be out by the end of this week. On another note, I just came up with an idea for a new story. Don't worry. This is my main work. Now, as the other story, it's going to be an OC who becomes Black Lightning in the Marvel Universe. Which will be a mix of the MCU, Earth 616, and the Ultimate Universe / Earth 1610. As for his love interest, I've already selected her. It's Rogue. Though I might add a second one. But just two. However, I need some help in that regard. Which is why I'm doing a quick poll. Here are the choices. 1. Felicia Hardy / Black Cat. 2. Lorna Dane / Polaris. 3. Crystal of the Inhuman Royal Family. 4. Your choices. Chapter 64, Chapter 62, You Are the Father. A/N, alright, the last winner was Overlord BG's. Now for the next gift, put an image of Scott Summers / Cyclops here. Third person, POV. NHN. Magneto softly moaned. Slowly but surely opening his eyes. After he did, he immediately remembered what had happened to him. How he got knocked out and taken down by Victor. Upon recalling this, he began taking in his surroundings. When he did, he found himself lying on a cot, inside of a cell, a collar secured around his neck. No. Magneto whispered, upon realizing his situation. That of a prisoner. But before he could dwell on those thoughts, he heard a familiar voice speak to him. Well, looks like you're finally awake. Turning his head in the direction of the voice, Magneto noticed Victor seated in a chair right in front of him. The two of them separated by a clear wall. Seeing Victor before him, Magneto found his anger bubbling to the surface. So he then began calling upon his powers. Only to find that he couldn't. Magneto couldn't feel his powers at all. Making the men put a surprised, and at the same time horrified, look on his face. Let me guess, you tried to access your powers and found that you couldn't. Victor mused. Magneto said nothing in response. But the look on his face told Victor all he needed to know. I thought so. Victor said. Well, that's to be expected. Given the collar around your neck is a power-dampening one. So no powers for you. He explained. A dampening field is also being generated continuously inside of your cell as well. So don't get any ideas about removing your collar and planning some great escape. Not that you could remove anyway. Consider all the security measures installed within it. He spoke. I see. Magneto replied. Yes. Victor said. Now then, with the most important things out of the way for now, let's you and I have a friendly chat. A chat. Don't patronize me. Magneto spat. If you're going to kill me, just hurry up and do it. Hearing Magneto's words, Victor couldn't help but snort. Magneto raising a brow at his actions. Something you find amusing? He asked. Yes. What you just said. Victor replied. He then put a devilish smile on his face. For you see, Max, if I had wanted to kill you, I could have done so already without any trouble. He explained. Magneto finding himself feeling fear for the first time in a long time. Not only due to the smile Victor is currently wearing on his face, but also because he used his first real name. A name Magneto has closely guarded ever since his days in the camps of the Nazis as a young boy. A name not even those closer to him knew. Yet Victor did know it. Scaring him. You, how do you know that name? Magneto asked. Simply Max. I took it from inside your head. Victor replied. Lightly moving to tap the left side of his head with his left finger. Indicating to Magneto he has probed his mind while he was unconscious. Where Victor managed to learn many things about the master of magnetism. Including the fact Sinister was the one who tortured and experimented on during his time in the concentration camps. That, plus the knowledge Thaddeus had shared with him and the other Primarchs that he retrieved from Exodus Mind, told Victor not only Sinister but Apocalypse were their comic book First Johns in this reality. Which he was happy to know. Especially in the case of Apocalypse. Sinister was nothing special, a minor nuisance. But Apocalypse was a different story. That's why Victor had already begun his plans for dealing with the men when he tested his ugly head. Ones that would put him on the ground, permanently. I see. Max replied. So is that the reason I am in this cell? You wish to make me relive the suffering and torment I experienced as a boy for your own amusement? Again, no. Victor replied. You are in this cell as a punishment for your actions against my nation, and a precaution to make sure you do not cause any more trouble. Though depending on how you behave you might not be in there for long. What do you mean? Max asked. Before I answer that, allow me to give you a glimpse of the Latveria my people and I have worked to create. Victor said. He then snapped his fingers. When he did, two Doombots came to stand on either side of him. While the clear wall separating the two of them moved up into the air until it was entirely gone. After it was, Victor stood to his feet. Come Max, allow me to show you the world as I see it. He said. Hearing this, Magneto was tempted to be stubborn and remain in his cell. But knew this was too good an opportunity to pass up. Especially if he could gain valuable intelligence against Victor and Latveria. Not to mention on the whereabouts of his followers. So with that in mind, Max stood up and walked to Victor's side. "Thank you," Victor replied. "Now then, let's go," he spoke. Victor then started walking, Max, and the two Doombots, following right behind him. The small group moved through some twists and turns until they arrived on a launch pad, where a hovercar was waiting for them. Victor's personal one, which he headed straight for as soon as they arrived. The rest of his group following behind him. Reaching the hovercar, Victor and Max climbed in. Once they did, and were secure, Victor started up the craft and put it on autopilot. Having plotted a course into it that would take them on a tour of Doomstadt itself. As the vehicle maneuvered through the air, the Doombots flying behind it, Max couldn't help but marvel at the things he saw. Especially the fact mutants and ordinary humans were mingling and getting along without any animosity. "This is..." Magneto mused. He then turned to look at Victor. "This is really your country?" "It is," Victor replied. "A place where EVOs and humans coexist peacefully," he explained. "And so much more. But I'll save that for later." "EVO. You used that term before," Magneto realized. Remembering when Victor used it during their earlier fight. "Yes. A term I came up with, and one I hope that one day the entire world can employ. Erasing words such as mutant, like I stated earlier during our first meeting. Since I truly find that term, and others like it, deplorable. Because people like you are still human, Max. You just happen to have extraordinary abilities due to the genetic lottery. Which is certainly not something you should be ostracized for." Victor spoke. "You know, King Doom, when you speak like that you remind me of my oldest and dearest friend," Magneto said. "Who I'm sure would love to visit your country. Since it's a place both he and I have always dreamed of creating. Though I wonder how the rest of the world will react to the status of Latveria. They'll become just like it, or they shall know the wrath of Doom." Victor spoke plainly. Sporting the same devilish smile on his face from earlier. "You mean to go to war with the world?" Max asked. "If it comes to that, yes," Victor answered immediately. "Though I'm hoping I don't have to. But with all the idiots and bigots in positions of power across the globe, that scenario is not likely to occur. Though if it does, I'll be very happy. Since that means the world can peacefully transition into one united front under my rule without too much bloodshed." "You seek to rule the world?" Magneto asked. "No, I seek to save it. But that can only be done if I unite it and take command of it," Victor replied. "Because as you well know, Max, humanity is cruel, vicious, and selfish. They reject things they don't understand without a second thought. They commit the greatest atrocities against each other. Based on nothing more than skin color or ethnic background. Well, I seek to end all that. Not only for the world itself, but for the people who call it home. Whether they are an EVO like you or me or not." Big words. But can you truly follow through on them? Max asked. Only for Victor to give him a deadpan look in response. "I think my actions earlier against you and your people should answer the question you just asked me." "I suppose it does," Max admitted. "Anyway, about my people. They are all alive and well and be treated humanely just as you are. Save for two. Fabian Cortez and Exodus. Who are dead." "Why?" Magneto asked. "They were both given several warnings to stand down and did not need them. So my people acted in accordance with my orders and put them down," Victor replied. "Since, as I told you earlier, you try to invade my country and you will suffer consequences," he said. "They simply got what they brought upon themselves." "Yes, you kept me alive," Max retorted. "Because you are different from those two, Max," Victor replied. "Unlike them, you actually care about the rights and well-being of EVOs. Though your methods leaving something to be desired. But given what you endured in your youth and since then, I don't blame you. However, I am hoping you will stop all that and come and work with me. To bring about the world and future I speak of." "You wish for me to work with you?" Max asked. "Yes," Victor replied. Especially since he wanted Magneto to stand by his side one day. For he was a person Victor admired a lot in his previous life. A man who saw the truth of things and wasn't afraid to do something about it. Even if it caused his hands to run red with the blood of his enemies. "I think we could do great things together. Plus, it would make your children happy." Hearing this, Magneto got a shocked expression on his face. "Children, no. I have no children." "You're lying." "I'm not," Victor replied. He then pulled up a holographic screen and directed Magneto's attention to it. which displayed images of Wanda, Pietro, and Lorna, along with a picture of Magneto, and the children's mothers Magda and Susanna. Not to mention a DNA match confirming Magneto was the father of all three of them. A thing Victor made sure to do as soon as he took Magneto into custody. As you can see from the information displayed, you are a familial paternal match to the twins Pietro and Wanda Maximoff, and their younger half-sister Lorna Dane. Victor explained. So Magneto, you are the father, he exclaimed. Magneto getting a Homer Simpson look on his face at the revelation he had 3 children. Seeing this, Victor took out his phone and snapped a quick picture. He then slipped it back into his pocket. As he did, Magneto finally came out of his stupor. These are my children, he asked. Do you still not believe me? Victor asked. No, I do, Max replied. The girls. Both of them have my mother's eyes, and the boy looks exactly like I did in my youth, he explained. I just can't believe it. Well, it's the truth, my friend, Victor replied. Tell me, are they doing well? Magneto asked. They are, Victor replied. In fact, all 3 of them are residents of Latveria. Truly. Truly, Victor replied. Upon hearing this, Magneto couldn't help but smile. He then asked a question that suddenly came to his mind. Can I meet them? Actually, you're about to, Victor said. Just as he did, the hover car landed and the top opened up. Having landed on the same launch pad they took off from when they began their tour of Doomstadt. But this time Lorna, Wanda, and Pietro were standing on it, waiting for them. Victor having arranged this meeting the moment he confirmed Magneto was the biological father of all 3 of them. Not only to give the children the father they had been longing to meet, but also to strengthen Magneto's loyalty to Latveria overall. Seeing his children, Magneto was shocked. But that shock was quickly replaced by fear. Still, he fought through it and got out of the hover car to walk over to his kids. Hello there, Magneto said. Hello, Wanda said. What's up? Pietro replied. Hi, Lorna spoke. So, you are our father? Yes. It seems I am, Magneto said, putting a soft smile on his face. Then before he knew it, he even found himself crying a little bit. As this happened, Victor simply stayed quiet and watched on, allowing the first meeting between a father and his children to go on without any interruption. Chapter 65, Chapter 63, Star Wars and Fishmen. A/N, so the results are in and the winner of yesterday's contest is Juhiko. Though there was another one that got just as many votes. So when that happens, it becomes my discretion to pick the winner, if anyone has any complaints. Also, if you don't want that to happen, then more of you guys need to vote for your favorite GIF. Since when it comes to the winner, there can only be one. Now then, for today, insert a GIF of Emma Frost here. Victor, POV. I continued to let Magneto have a few more uninterrupted minutes with his children, before I stepped in and interrupted them. But only to escort them to a room inside the building, where they could sit down and relax as they got to know each other a bit more. Once I did this, I took my leave, not worried in the slightest Magneto would attempt any sort of escape. Especially since I had left Jessica to supervise the entire meeting. Plus, given the security I have installed throughout my country, if Magneto even so much as blinks the wrong way, his ass will be taken down faster than the booty warrior gets the booty he wants. But again, I don't think anything along those lines will take place, given the look I saw in old Max's eyes the moment he actually came face to face with his children. It's the same look I'm sure I get when I look at Kristoff. That of a parent admiring their child. So I'm sure old Buckethead will be a good little boy. I mean, he better if he wants to keep getting quality time with his kids. Since if he takes one wrong turn, I will cut off all contact between the 4 of them. For I will not allow Max to infect those 3 with his highly extremist views, and have them turn out anything like they did in canon in the comics. Namely, because they are citizens of my country, and no one shall lead astray those under Doom's protection, lest they wish to forfeit their life. Moving on. Having concluded my only major meeting for the day, I returned home. I then went to see what Kristoff was up to. Since with all that's been going on these past few months, I haven't had a chance to spend as much quality time with him as I wanted. I mean, I knew this would happen once I started ramping up my plans, but still. I let those thoughts linger for a moment before I dismissed them. Once I did, I had Brainiac inform me of Kristoff's location, which was one of the training fields surrounding the castle. Heading to his location, I arrived in no time, only to find quite the sight. Kristoff sparring against 3 Doombots using his Force Lance, dressed in an exact copy of Revan's armor from Star Wars. Image here. Seeing this, I used my technopathy to contact Brainiac. Brainiac, please tell I am not imagining things right now. Tell me my son is currently wearing a replica of Revan's armor from Star Wars, I said. You're not imagining things, boss. That is Kristoff wearing an exact replica of Revan's armor. One which he made all by himself at that. Brainiac replied. I see. Thank you. I replied. I then cut off our connection and continued to silently watch as Kristoff continued his spar against 3 Doombots. Just like his friends off to the side. Which included Laura, Riri, and Julio. Who have become some of Kristoff's closest friends ever since they arrived in Latveria. Pietro and Wanda being on that list as well. A few more minutes passed before Kristoff's spar came to an end. With him as the victor. The moment this occurred, the Doombot stepped back and Kristoff removed his helmet. Where he then immediately noticed me, putting a smile on his face. Dad. Hey son. I replied. Finally walking up to Kristoff and his friends. All of whom greeted me and me them. So, nice armor you got there. And you chose to build Revans of all the ones out there. Looks like someone's been playing Koter. I spoke. Yeah. Kristoff happily replied. Good boy. I said. Giving him a pat on the back. So, wanna tell me the reason you decided to make yourself some Revan armor in the first place? I asked. Since I am very curious. Because I wanted armor like yours, father. Kristoff revealed. It's also because he wanted to impress you, Mr. Victor. Laura bluntly spoke. Laura. Kristoff exclaimed. Getting a hint of red on his cheeks in embarrassment. What? What is the matter? Laura asked. Tightening her head slightly. Ah, did I not understand social cues again? If so, my apologies. She said. Which caused both Riri and Julio to burst out into laughter. Even I stifled a chuckle. Despite the fact Laura not understanding social norms is currently normal for her. Given how she grew up until coming to Latveria. Of course she's in therapy to help her develop it, and interacting with others her own age definitely helps. But if that just now was any indication, she still has a long way to go. Though I'm sure she'll get there someday. Soon the laughter died down. Well, I got. Anyway, have fun all of you. I said. We will, father. Kristoff replied. In fact, I'm just about to take everyone to watch this new anime I found called Fate/Stay Night. Oh, that's a good one. I replied. Proud that my son is becoming a man of culture right before my very eyes. Since I didn't even tell me about Fate/Stay and the Naceverse yet. He discovered it all on his own. Though that does make me a bit worried. Seeing as how Kristoff has developed a habit of turning things in fiction into reality, and given how the Naceverse is, I just hope I don't see him trying to recreate any noble phantasms. At least, not until he's a bit older. I made a mental note to make sure Brainiac was on the lookout for that. Then once I did, I finally took my leave. Not wanting to interrupt Kristoff times with his friends. After I did, I went to my personal laboratory facility. Though before I could even sit down, Brainiac spoke to me. My Emperor, I have news I must share with you. He said. And why did you not do so earlier? I asked him. The setting you were in was not optimal. Brainiac replied. Translation: the information Brainiac had to share with me was not something just anybody could hear. Telling me it was important. Understood. Now then, what is the information you wish to share with me? I spoke. When I did, Brainiac shared the information with me. Which made me smile. Once I did, I began making a plan surrounding the information Brainiac just shared with me. Since it would lead me to a location I had been searching for some time. Atlantis. Unnamed island, Atlantic Ocean. May 14, 2008. In my armor I stood on the beach of the island, whose location Brainiac had provided to me a few days ago. Thrag and Katma standing on either side of me. Dressed in their combat armors. While a contingent of Spartan warriors, outfitted in water-capable combat armor, stood behind us. All of us waiting for the target Brainiac had tracked to this island to appear before us. While he did, I listened to Bye 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 by NSYNC inside of my helmet. Since I suddenly felt the urge to. A/N, my MC died and reincarnated before Deadpool and Wolverine came out. So he doesn't know the significance of the song. We continued waiting until my armor sensors picked up several fast-moving objects in the water converging on our group's location. Upon noticing this, I stopped the music and then spoke up. They have arrived. I said. The moment I did, I could sense Thrag, Katma, and the Spartans, preparing themselves for combat. Just as they finished, the objects I had been tracking in the water suddenly burst out of it and landed before my group on the beach itself. The objects in question being Marvel Atlanteans. Which in my opinion pale in comparison to DC Comics Atlanteans in every way possible. One big fact of note is that Marvel's Atlanteans can't breathe air. That's while all of them currently standing before us are wearing devices filled with water, to keep them alive as they faced us on land. All except for one of them. Their leader, and one of the few Atlanteans born in the Marvel Universe that can breathe air without any troubles and not die after only a few minutes. The Atlantean who I am sure knows the location of Atlantis, and who I hope to work with to bring it under my umbrella. Since the Atlanteans, and by extension their ruler Namor, are exactly like they are depicted in the comics in this reality. So that automatically put the fish boy with wings on my shit list. Since I will not allow his lecherous gaze to ever touch Susan. Now, only I am allowed that right. But I'm getting off topic. Back to the individual I am hoping to ally with. I speak of none other than Atuma. Insert image of Atuma here. Surface dwellers, do you know whose island you have stepped foot up on? Atuma cried. That of the mighty Atuma. He exclaimed. Gaining a few cheers from his soldiers. Greetings Atuma. I am Dr. Doom. I said to him. And I know exactly whose island I and my people have set foot upon. If you know, then why? Atuma asked. Because I have come to talk to you and hope to forge an alliance between us. I said. Oh, and what could a surface dweller like you possibly offer the mighty Atuma? He asked. Something I know you have sought for a long time. The rule of Atlantis. I spoke. When I did, all arrogance left Atuma face and he finally put a serious expression on it. Which means the negotiations can now truly begin. Excellent. Chapter 66, Chapter 64, it's time to curb stomp, duel. The moment I mentioned Atlantis, and knowing how Atuma has long sought to rule it, the Atlantean warlord and his soldiers currently with him shifted their postures ever so slightly. Which most people wouldn't catch. But I am not most people. The same applies to my warriors. So we all knew the moment Atuma and his warriors shifted their positions it meant they might attack us any second moving forward from this point. Though it matters not. Let them come. For they are no true threat to any of us. Surface dweller, tell me, what do you know of Atlantis? Atuma demanded. First of all, my name is not Surface Dweller. It is Doom. And you will address me as such. I told Atuma. Not frightened in the slightest by the glare either he, or his soldiers, are sending my way. After all, I've got a Thrag. Who was ready to slaughter everyone standing in front of us Viltrumite style, should I make a simple flick of my wrist. Secondly, I know that Atlantis exists. But at the moment not much more than that. Since I am certain all records I have pertaining to the underwater city are useless, since they are decades old. I spoke. Though I am not sure. For instance, is its ruler still a man by the name of Namor? I asked. Even though I knew it to be the truth. Though like I just told Atuma that is likely the only real piece of concrete information I have on the Atlantis at the moment. Since that city, and its people, have done a bang-up job of staying off the radar overall. All the records I've managed to find on the underwater city don't give much details about it. Even the masters of Kamartaj don't know that much about the place. I even made inquiries with the Ancient One about Atlantis, and even she had little to offer me in that regard. And finding the location of the city itself was proving to be difficult, even with all the resources at my disposal and my meta-knowledge. That's why I shifted a portion of the resources dedicated to locating Atlantis to locating someone who knew of its location, that person being Atuma. Who I am now in the middle of trying to make an alliance with. Which I hope works out. Since I had already tapped Atuma as a possible candidate for my cabal. After all, I'll need someone to take command of the world's oceans when I bring the planet under my rule, and there's no way I'm trusting that disgusting, arrogant prick Namor with the job. Especially since I loathe the men. Seriously, I found Namor absolutely revolting. That's why I'm making sure his ass gets turned into fish sticks at the soonest possible moment. A/N, yeah, I really don't like Namor's character at all. That's why he's getting bashed a bit. Though it won't happen too often. Do not dare mention that worthless half-breed's name in my presence. Atuma exclaimed. Getting a slightly angry expression on his face. So I take it that information is accurate? I asked. Yes. It is. Atuma admitted. Good to know. I replied. Now then, Lord Atuma, would you mind confirming if the other information I have managed to collect in regards to Atlantis is accurate or not? I asked him. To what end? Atuma asked me. So that our two peoples may forge an alliance and conquer it. I retorted. I think I made myself perfectly clear earlier. I said. Surely you jest. Atuma asked me. I do not. I replied. Not when it comes to matter of such importance. Do you surface dwellers honestly think you stand a chance at conquering the jewel of the sea, Atlantis? Atuma asked us. Well, I'm sure we'll do better than someone who has failed to conquer it numerous times. Katma spoke. A smirk on her face. You dare speak to me to the great Atuma that way, surface woman? Atuma angrily spoke. Enough. I exclaimed. releasing some of my magical power. This in turn got both everyone to back down. Once I saw this happen, I turned my gaze to Katma. You were out of line. I coldly spoke to her. Since I was certainly not happy by what she just did. The moment after I spoke, Katma got on her right knee and bowed her head. An apologetic expression appearing upon her face. Forgive me, my emperor. I meant no disrespect towards you, nor to bring any upon you. She said. I know. Still, do not let it happen again. I told her. Yes, of course. She replied. Katma then stood up. Once she did, I turned my attention back to Atuma. Forgive my subordinate. She spoke out of turn. Even though what she said was the truth. I said. Not caring about the angry glare Atuma began sending me. Face facts, Atuma. As you are now conquering Atlantis and deposing Namor is impossible for you. Besides, even if you did succeed, how much would it cost you? How much of your army would you lose in the process? Then, how long would it be until those still loyal to Namor began to plot to overthrow you? Or better yet, how long would it be until someone just decided to overthrow you just because? You dare speak that way to the mighty Atuma? Atuma shouted at me. Yes, I dare. I easily replied. Because it seems everyone else around you is too scared to tell you the truth. Which is that you're putting yourself in a never-ending cycle. That will either end up with you dead, or mutually assured destruction on both sides. However, if you agree to an alliance with me, that won't happen. Should you accept my offer to work together, I can not only promise you Atlantis, but rule over all the world's oceans. So long as you agree to the terms of the offer course. Which would be? Atuma asked me. That you abide by the rules I set, when I become the sovereign of this planet we all call home. I spoke. So you would have become your subordinate? Atuma exclaimed. Yes, but also no. I immediately replied. You would not be a subordinate, but a partner in a group that would lead Earth to greater heights. All under your command. Atuma asked me. Naturally. I replied. I mean, I am the one who had the idea in the first place, and founded the group you will be a part of. Should you choose to accept my offer? And if I don't? Atuma asked me. Then me and my people will let you and yours go on your way. You can go back to trying and failing to conquer Atlantis. While me and mine actually one day achieve what you are currently striving for. And when that day comes, and if you choose to stand against us, Atuma, then you will be shown no mercy. For all those that stand against doom shall fall. I spoke. Looking Atuma directly in his eyes. You truly believe you surface dwellers can stand against us Atlanteans? Atuma asked me. As my people and I have said many times since this conversation started, yes. We can. I said. Interesting. Atuma mused. Well then, let us see if you can back up these claims you so proudly make. Dr. Doom, I Atuma challenge you to single combat. He proclaimed. Oh, and what do I get if I win? I asked him. Name your price. Atuma spoke. The worst words he could have said. Though I'm not going to tell him that. Okay, if I win, I want you to pledge your fealty to me. You will become my body within the oceans of the world, and carry out the will of Dr. Doom within them. I spoke. Fine. Atuma agreed. But should I win, you will remove your designs from Atlantis, and aid me and people in conquering it and never set foot in the city itself, or any territory surrounding it. Deal. I easily replied. So then, where do you want to do this? Land or sea? Which again doesn't matter to me. Since just like Kaido from One Piece, whether it's on land, the sea, or the air, I won't lose. Especially if it's one-on-one. At least against someone of Atuma's level. Huh. Never thought I'd be saying that, but here I am. Life is so strange at times. Oh well. I'll give you a fighting chance, Doom. Land. Atuma declared. Works for me. I replied. Once I did both Atuma's soldiers, and my own entourage, gave the two of us a wide berth. After they did, Atuma raised his sword and pointed it in my direction. Your weapon, raise it. He said. When he did, I summoned my personal force lance to me, and then extended both ends outward to put it into staff mode. I then spun it around a few times before placing it against my left shoulder. Is that really the weapon you will go with? Atuma asked me. Yes, it is. I replied. Especially since any and all force lances created are done so with adamantium. So all it will take is one whack from it and someone's head will cave in. Well, normal people. Enough talk, let's get this show on the road. I spoke. Very well. Atuma replied. He then got ready to begin the battle. As he did, I decided to start up bye again in my helmet again. Since the damn song is stuck in my head for some reason and I can't get enough of it today. While the music began, Atuma charged at me, swinging his blade downward. But with my skills and abilities I easily dodged his attack by moving to the right. After I did, I slammed one end of my force lance into Atuma's gut. My attack sending him backwards, falling to his knees in the process. Seeing this, his soldiers got shocked expressions on their faces. But I really didn't pay them any mind as I closed the distance with Atuma and then smashed him across the face with one end of my force lance. My attack knocking out several of the Atlantean's teeth, and sending some blood flying out of his mouth. It also sent him into the water, where I followed him without any hesitation. My suit configuring itself into underwater mode the instant I was entirely submerged. Seeing Atuma's sinking body, I flew straight toward him using my suit's mini feet thrusters, jamming to my tunes in the process. Upon reaching the Atlantean warlord instantly moved back as he tried to kick him. The men having been playing possum, or in this case I suppose red herring. Nice try. But not good enough. I spoke to Atuma, who only looked at me with bloodshot eyes. Arg. Releasing a scream, he swam at me, slashing. Yet none of his attacks ever landed. I dodged each and every single one, which only made Atuma angrier. Though I get why. I mean, the water is supposed to be an Atlantean's home turf. Yet here I am owning his ass in it. If I was in his shoes I'd be pissed off as well. Good thing I'm not. Dodging another slash from Atuma, I decided it was time to end this. Especially since my song was almost over. So with that in mind, I quickly moved under Atuma and delivered a punch straight to his gut, sending him flying upward. So much so he broke the surface of the water, me following right behind him as he did. Atuma kept flying higher into the air as he broke through the water, and I followed him, eventually reaching him. Once I did, I used my free hand to grab him, and then I tossed him over my shoulder toward the beach where our duel first began. Atuma landing on it with an audible thud, creating a nice-sized crater. Seeing this, I nodded to myself. I then flew towards Atuma as he tried to stand up. But before he could entirely, I reached him. I then delivered several blows to his body using my force lance, hearing cracking noises in the process, which were definitely Atuma's bones breaking. But he'll be fine. For all, I'm not trying to kill him. I'm just showing him his place, which I continued doing for another minute until I noticed Atuma had blocked out. Upon seeing this, I stopped beating him with my force lance. I then moved over to him and grabbed his neck with my free hand, where I then lifted his battered and broken form high in the air for all to see. As you all can clearly see, I, Dr. Doom, am the clear victor of this duel, I proudly declared. Just as bye ended. A perfect way to complete my victory. For now Atuma and his forces serve Dr. Doom. Looks like my dream of turning Namor into fish sticks will come sooner than I expected. Chapter 67, Chapter 65, Armor Brothers. A/N, yesterday's winner was a new contender whose name is Solderian. Now for today, insert a gif of Kurt Wagner / Nightcrawler here. After my declaration of victory, I placed Atuma back on the ground. As I did, both his and my forces converged on our position. After they did, the Atlanteans lined up in front of me. Kneel, I commanded them. Which is exactly what they did, bringing a smile to my face under my mask. Good. It seems you are an honorable lot, I spoke. I just hope your leader shares your values. He does, Lord Doom. One of the Atlantean soldiers spoke up. We shall see, I spoke. I then snapped my fingers at the Spartans and pointed to Atuma. See to his injuries. Yes, Emperor. They all responded at the same time. The Spartans then began attending to Atuma, quickly tending to any major damage I had done. Which is why it only took the big Atlantean only 15 minutes to regain consciousness. After he did, he looked right at me, and I stared right back at him. A silence encompassing the entire area. I was beaten. So as agreed, I will honor the terms of our duel. Atuma spoke. He then kneeled before me. I am now in your service. I am your body in the seas and will carry out your will in them. Dr. Doom. Atuma spoke, and thanks to my telepathy I knew he was telling the truth. That still doesn't mean I'm not going to keep an eye on him. Good to hear, Atuma. It seems just like your people told me you are an honorable man. I spoke. That will get you far with me. But know that if you should ever attempt to turn against me in any way, I will erase your entire existence. Are we clear? We are, Atuma replied. Still kneeling. Again, good, I retorted. Now then, heal and rest up. For there is much to be done. Though one thing can be handled right now. Katma. When I called her name, she immediately came to stand before me. Yes, Emperor Doom, she asked. From this moment forward you are now the official liaison between Atuma and his Atlanteans and Latveria, I declared. Both Atuma and Katma looking at me like I had grown a second head after I spoke. Atuma, Katma has already apologized for her earlier folly and I assure you it will not happen again. In addition she is one of my most trusted subordinates, and one of my most powerful generals. There is no doubt in my mind she will be an invaluable asset to you. On the flip side, Katma, this is a chance for you to learn and watch from an experienced general. As well as a chance for you to prove to me that folly earlier with your words was a one-time incident. I explained. Any questions? I asked. No, my emperor. Katma replied. I have none. Atuma said. Good. I replied. After I discussed a few more things with Atuma. Namely turning the island we were on into a forward base of operations for our future joint Atlantean/Latverian operations in regards to the world's oceans. Once this was completed my group took our leave back to Latveria. Having done a good day's work. Latveria, Dumstat. May 18, 2008. A stupid grin on my face I sat in my personal office within Castle Doom. Watching the satellite footage we captured of Tony completely wrecking those terrorists in Afghanistan in his Iron Man armor. I guess even with an ensign alive Tony still decided to suit up. Which I am glad about. Since it certainly wouldn't be a Marvel universe without an invincible armored Iron Man, plus now the two of us can be armor brothers. Maybe I can even give him the pushes in the right direction to invent his nanotech armor earlier than he did in the films. Given how many more threats there are in this reality. I mean I could deal with everything myself, but where would be the fun in that? Besides, heroes need some adversity if they are to learn and grow. That's the exact reason I won't be babysitting all the future heroes. Since they need to go through certain events to become who they are meant to be. Like Tony's kidnapping in Afghanistan. Of course I could have easily prevented it. But I didn't. Since that experience has turned him to a relatively better man. So yeah. However, there are certain events that I will never allow to come to pass. You can fucking count on that. Moving on. After the footage Latveria's satellites captured came to an end I used my intercom system to call Jessica into my office. Yes, Emperor Doom. She asked me upon her arrival. I need to schedule another trip to the United States for within the next week. And not just for me this time either. I spoke. Since this time I'll be bringing a few others along. Very well, sir, and who would these other individuals joining us on this trip be? Jessica asked me. Christoph, Doctors Hansen and Kinney, and both their daughters. Laura and Riri. I spoke. Christoph because I think it's time I introduced him to the world at large. After all, from what I've observed of his training myself, and the reports I've read compiled by Brainiac and others, I feel he's ready for the responsibility of being known as a son of doom. Sarah and Laura are coming since I replied to that email Logan sent him and have set a meeting with Charles Xavier, also known as Professor X. And I'm bringing the two of them along so they can see Logan. Well, mostly Laura. Since he hasn't visited Latveria in months. As for why Maya and Riri are coming along, it's obviously for Tony. Boy, I can't wait to add a picture of his stunned face when he finds out he's a father to my collection. Which I'm surprised hasn't happened before, given how Tony acted before he became Iron Man. I guess protection in the bedroom is one of the only things he took seriously, huh? Good for him. Understood, sir. Jessica replied after I finished speaking. I'll make the arrangements and we'll be back in the United States within 3 days' time. Perfect. Good work as always, Jessica. I told her. Thank you, sir. Jessica replied. She then left my office. After she did, I then started working on a little presentation I would be putting on in a few days. I hope people like that. United States of America, Los Angeles, California. May 24, 2008. Third person, POV. Crashing into one of the many highways within Los Angeles, Tony in his Iron Man Mark III armor, skidded to a halt on the ground. Yep, definitely going to feel that one in the morning. Tony muttered to himself. As he stood back up to his feet. Just as he did so, the person who sent him into the street in the first place landed before him. Obadiah Stane, in his ironmonger suit. Give up, Tony, you can't win. Stane spoke through his armor speakers. Sorry, never know when to quit. You should know that. Tony retorted. Shame. Well then, welcome to your funeral. Stane replied. He then raised up his left arm in Tony's direction, which was equipped with a machine gun. Though before Stane could fire, his ears were suddenly filled with music. Specifically the song Hell's Bells by AC/DC. What the hell? Stane questioned. Really, Tony, is this the song you want to die to? Stane asked. First off, this isn't me. Tony immediately replied. Though whoever chose it has great taste in music. He said. Why, thank you. A new voice suddenly spoke up. When it did, both Tony and Stain looked in its direction. In doing so, they saw an armored individual wearing a green cape and hood descending in the air towards their location. A cape, huh? Cool. Tony mused. Okay, who the hell are you supposed to be? The name's Dr. Doom. Your end. Doom spoke. This being the exact reason he wanted to get back to the US before the end of the week. So he could assist Tony in dealing with Ironmonger. All of it being a part of his greater plans. As for the AC/DC song, well, Victor decided to take a page from Megamind's playbook. If he was going to make an entrance, he was going to do it in style. Dr. Doom. Like the king of that country, Latveria? Stain questioned. Actually, I am him. Victor declared without any hesitation. Which is exactly why I can't let you kill Iron Man here. Seeing as how my people saved him, and it would undo all our hard work if he died at the hands of a cheap knockoff, who can't compete with his genius nor could compete with the genius of his father. Ain't that right, Stain? Hearing this, Stain got incredibly angry. Fuck you, Doom. Stain roared. He then raised his machine gun-equipped arm and began firing at Victor, who didn't even move as the bullets began hitting him. Seeing this, Stain started to smirk, only to stop when he realized his bullets had done absolutely nothing to Victor's armor. They didn't even dent it like they had with Tony's. Is that all? Victor asked. Once Stain stopped firing at him. If so, then it's my turn, he said. Then before Stain could even respond, Victor appeared before him, almost as if by teleportation. But it wasn't this time. Victor had just used his speed to close the distance. Moving on. Before Stain could even blink, Victor punched him right in the center of his chest, his fist easily going through the Ironmonger suit and piercing through Stain inside of it. What? Stain managed to say. But then he coughed up blood. Like I told you, Stain, I am your end. Victor repeated. He then removed his hand from Stain's chest and flicked the blood off it into the street. After Victor did this, he blasted the Ironmonger with electrical energy, frying Stain and the suit without any hesitation. Which he did for a few minutes before stopping. Leaving the suit, and definitely Stain inside of it, a black and charred mess. Once this was accomplished, Victor moved over to Tony, who had been rendered speechless by what he had just seen. More so over the fact his armor scanners couldn't get any readouts on Victor's armor. It was like nothing he had ever seen. Seeing that Tony wasn't going to speak, Victor decided to break the silence. Hey Stark. Nice armor you got there. Hearing this, Tony snapped back to reality. Yeah, thanks. Yours is nice too. Tony replied. Why, thank you. Victor said. So, what you say we get out of here? Yeah, sure. Tony replied. Once he did both, he and Tony used their thrusters to take off into the night sky. But not before people captured images of them flying away together using their phones. Thus the next morning on the internet both were trending. The duo having been named Armor Brothers Chapter 68, Chapter 66, A Chat with Fury. Victor, POV. After finishing of Stain, I followed Tony as he flew towards the Stark Industries Central Headquarters. Though once we got close enough for it to be in actual visual range, I stopped in the air. When I did, Tony turned to face me. Why'd you stop? He asked. I'm not really feeling up to joining the party down there. I spoke. Since right now Stark Industries HQ is swarming with LAPD, FBI, and most importantly SHIELD. The agents being led by Philip J. Coulson. Insert image of Philip J. Coulson here. Who I certainly want to meet. Since I liked Phil. Both in the films and in the television show Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Though not right now. Considering Coulson is one of Fury's most trusted agents, and one of the only people in the world the eye-patching wearing king of paranoia, that likely even puts Batmans to shame, can call a friend. So I know if I go down there right now, Coulson will immediately call Fury and inform of my presence. Then I'm sure he'll drop whatever he is doing and arrive here faster than I can say, motherfucker. Considering the cat and mouse game I've been playing with S.H.I.E.L.D. over the past few years ever since I became ruler of Latveria. Which I certainly want to end. But on my terms. Tonight going a long way to making that a reality. Understood. Tony replied. So I guess I'll be seeing you later. Yeah, you most definitely will, Stark. I told him. For you finish all your business here, come to New York and we'll talk. Yeah, sure. Wait, what? Tony spoke. Then before he could say anything else I took off, smirking as I'm sure Tony is watching me fly at speeds he only thought his own armors, and those based off their designs, were currently capable of. Well, he's dead wrong. Which is what I am showing him right now. I just hope Tony gets the message. Anyway. After leaving him I made it back to the East Coast in just under 2 hours. Of course I could have portaled back. But I wanted to take the scenic route. Which led to learning that flying over North America at night is truly a beautiful sight for the eyes. One which I happily soaked in. Until I arrived back at the Latvian embassy. Once I decided to watch some anime, Mobile Suit Gundam 00 Season 1 specifically, until the new day began. After it I went online and found exactly what I had suspected. All the news and media websites, as well as the entire internet in general, talking about the events that took place in Los Angeles last night. I even found some photos people took of Tony and I. The internet having dubbed us Armor Brothers. Which I had no hand in, I swear. But whoever did come up with that label, I want to shake their hand. Since thanks to the label the connection between Tony and I has strengthened even further. Which is exactly one of many reasons I intervened in his battle against Abidia last night. Since now, given my association with Iron Man and the Fantastic Four, as well as my known actions last night, it will bring the ordinary citizens to my side. That being an integral part to completing Project Sovereign. For those who have the people on their side can accomplish many things, if they use their influence over said people correctly. Which I absolutely intend to do. As well as my friendships with the heroes of this world. Which I will continue to develop. Not only with the current ones, but those who will appear in the future. Yes. As Hannibal from the A-Team would say, I love it when a plan comes together. Leaning back in my office chair, I couldn't help but begin chuckling. I then decided to celebrate. So I conjured forth a bottle of scotch and a Cuban cigar and partook in both like a James Bond villain would. Which felt great. Now I get why they do it all the time. I continued reveling in my success until I got a notice of a special press conference that was going to be held by Tony. The moment I saw this I tuned in, and because I saw one of the most iconic moments in the entire MCU. Where Tony revealed to the world he was Iron Man. It was even better in real life than in the films. After the revelations, reporters began peppering him with questions. Some about Stain, some about himself, and even some referencing me. Tony just took it all in stride. That is until he decided to pass the baton to me. Listen, if you have questions about the guy in the other suit, then just ask him yourself. I mean, he's not hard to find, considering he's the king of Latveria after all. Tony spoke. He then winked directly at the screen. Me knowing that was meant for me. Probably him getting me back for flying off on him last night. Well, joke's on him, since I've already prepared to deal with this shit. Turning off the screen in my office, I called Jessica into it. Yes, sir. She said. The moment she stepped inside. Yeah, looks like Stark just outed me to the entire world, even though I totally saved his ass last night. I spoke. I see. Jessica mused. So that means we must enact the plans in regards to your identity going public. Correct as always, Jessica. I replied to her. I honestly don't know what I'd do without you. Sir, we both know you'd manage perfectly fine. Jessica retorted. A smile on her face. Sure, but then who would I have these witty banter sessions with? I asked her. Brainiac. Up yours, Victor. Brainiac spoke. Yes, yes. I spoke. Chuckling. Jessica and Brainiac soon joining me. Ah, it's always good to share a few good laughs with friends. May 27, 2008. Third person, POV. Moving through the halls of the Latvian embassy, Nick Fury kept on his toes. 3 days has passed since the incident in Los Angeles involving Tony Stark. Where he threw the cover story Coulson gave him out of the window and announced to the world he was Iron Man. That gave Fury one of his biggest headaches in recent years. Which is why that very night he decided to have a chat with Stark. Though Fury has no doubt Stark wouldn't listen to a single word he had said. But that was an issue for another day. Right now Fury was focusing on likely the biggest issue that had been causing him headaches in the past few years. Victor Von Doom. Who Stark had outed on live television as the man in the other suit of armor that had aided him in defeating Stain. Which did not make Fury's bosses happy. Especially since S.H.I.E.L.D. had been failing to get any solid intelligence on Latveria ever since Victor Von Doom became its leaders. Add to that the fact the opening of Doom's school, his hiring of notable American scientists like Otto Octavius and Tony Ho, the fact soldiers from his military managed to rescue Stark from captivity when S.H.I.E.L.D. and no one else could, and his actions the other night in Los Angeles, and Fury was sure the World Security Council was close to initiating a bit more drastic actions against Doom. Which Fury told them point blank was a horrible idea. Considering the man's financial and political status. Not to mention his close personal friendship with the now world-known and beloved Fantastic Four. So say nothing of his new burgeoning relationship with Tony Stark. Then again, there was the Armor Doom War during his intervention into the battle against Stain and Stark. Which Stark even admitted his own suit sensors couldn't analyze. And Fury knew that even Stark couldn't get any sort of data off Doom's armor, then he was a bear that was better left unpoked. Which thankfully Fury's bosses agreed to do for the time being. Though they still wanted something on Latveria. Hence the reason he is currently in the Latvian embassy right now. After Stark revealed Doom was the man in the third armor that night in Los Angeles, his embassy had been swarmed by not only reporters and every media outlet you could name, but also US government agents from every acronym agency you could name. All demanding some of the good kind and ruler's time. But Doom promptly ignored them all. Instead, he simply released a prepared press release statement to the media, and let his lawyers and other people deal with the government. Which led to the King of Latveria agreeing to be interviewed in regards to his actions in Los Angeles by a pair of agents from Homeland Security. But only them. A deal the US government agreed to, given Victor's status in many circles. So when Fury got wind of this deal, he decided to go in undercover, as one of the Homeland Security agents Victor Von Doom had agreed to have an interview with. Fury bringing along one of his most trusted agents as backup, posing as the other Homeland Security agent. Barbara Bobby Morse. Codename, Mockingbird. Insert image of Barbara Morse/Mockingbird here. Now here they are. Soon Fury and Bobby arrived at the door to Victor's office, having been led there by his assistant Jessica. Who both Fury and Bobby could tell was not simply a normal assistant the moment they had met her. They both knew the woman was highly trained. From the way she moved, to her other mannerisms. But they said nothing about it. Especially given she was the assistant to the monarch of a foreign nation. Though they both made a note of it for the file on Latveria Shield had. Even though it now contained hardly anything useful. Just through here. King Victor is waiting. Jessica said. Yes, thank you. Bobby replied. What my partner said. Fury added. He then opened the door and entered the office, Bobby following right behind him. When both of them were inside, Fury closed the door. As he did, he then focused, along with Bobby, on the King of Latveria, who was leisurely sitting behind his desk. Victor Von Doom. Taking Victor in, both Fury and Bobby immediately felt tingling sensations on the back of their necks. They instantly could tell Victor was more dangerous than he appeared. Thanks to their years of training and experience as members of S.H.I.E.L.D. Well, to think I would get the big boss of S.H.I.E.L.D. himself. This is a nice surprise. And a welcome one. Since I've been meaning for us to have a chat for a while. Victor spoke. Though neither Bobby nor Fury reacted. Sorry sir, I don't know what you mean. Fury said. My name is Dash. Colonel Nick Fury. Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Victor interrupted and finished for Fury. And I can only assume that woman standing next to you is one of your agents. He said. Even though Victor knew exactly who he was looking at. Bobby Morse aka Mockingbird. Upon seeing her, he used his technopathy to instruct the nanites in the room to obtain a blood sample from her, like they were doing with Nick Fury. Since Victor wanted to see if this reality's version of Mockingbird had a mix of the Infinity Formula and a super soldier serum flowing in her veins. That's also the reason he had his nanites collect blood from Nick Fury. To see if he had either the Infinity Formula or a super soldier serum in his veins like his many incarnations did in the comics. Though it's not like Victor needed either serums, given the many he has created. He simply wishes to sate his curiosity in regards to them. Hearing Victor so blatantly call him out, Fury decided to drop any and all pretenses. Yes, you're right. I'm Nick Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. And this woman standing next to me is one of my agents. You can call her Mockingbird. He said. Oh, Mockingbird, does that mean you mimic voices or something? Victor asked. Ha ha. Bobby responded with a dry laugh. Very funny. She deadpanned. It was just a question. Victor mused. Yeah. So how about we cut the bullshit and you tell us what you actually want? Bobby spoke. What my agent said. Fury added. All right then. Victor replied to them. Let's cut to the chase. I know S.H.I.E.L.D. has been trying to gather intelligence on both me and my country ever since I liberated from the rule of its previous governments and the idiotic ruling family, the Fortunovs. Put simply, I want you to stop doing that. Since no matter how hard you try, or what method you use, you'll never be able to get the results you desire. You sound so confident, but you never know. Bobby spoke. No, Agent Mockingbird, I do know. Victor replied. For you are talking about my country, my homeland, the place that I rule. Latveria. So when I say you will get nothing on it, unless I allow it, then take those words to be the truth. He spoke in a tone of finality. Both Bobby and Fury, realizing Victor was dead serious. The look in his eyes told them he wasn't lying. We hear you. But unfortunately we can't just stop doing what we are doing. Fury said. Ah, no, I know. Your boss is on the World Security Council, not to mention the pressure you're getting from elsewhere. Most likely from the United Nations. Victor casually spoke. Revealing exactly what Fury had been dealing with over the past couple of years. Just how far does his reach go? Fury thought. I do not envy your job, Director Fury. Victor said. All those people giving you orders, expecting you to carry out impossible tasks at time. I guess that's why all the hair atop your head has fallen out. He spoke, wiping a fake tear away from his eye. Fury's one good eye twitched at that comment, while Bobby stifled her laughter, since she had to admit that was funny. But have no fear, since I'll help you keep from losing any more hair and get all your bosses off your back. Victor spoke. How? What could you possibly do? Fury asked. When he did, Victor put a devil's grin on his face. Why, I'm glad you asked. Simply put, I'll give you access to resources that will make your overall job easier. Technology, intelligence, even actual assets that will help your agency in completing some of its most difficult missions. And what do you want in return? Fury asked. Since he had been around long enough to know a deal like this didn't come without some sort of catch. We can work that out later. Victor easily replied. After all, I don't want to overwhelm the both of you too much in one day. Instead, let's table that discussion for now and let me tell you why I assisted Tony Stark against Abidia Stain in Los Angeles 3 nights ago. Now that I would like to hear. Bobby spoke. Why did you do it? Because I didn't want Stark, nor any innocent people to get hurt. Victor spoke. You're joking? Bobby asked. Oh no, I assure you. I am quite serious. Victor replied. As a friend of the people, I couldn't simply sit by and watch as they got caught in the crossfire of that battle. So I stepped in and ended it before any real casualties could occur. Including Stark's. Given that it was members of my military that rescued him. And how exactly did they accomplish that when on one else, even S.H.I.E.L.D. could? Fury asked. All in due time, Nick. Once you accept my deal, of course. Victor replied. Though I don't need an answer today. Take some time, think about it. Then get back to me. He spoke. Victor then threw a card at Fury, who caught it. Once he did, Fury looked down at the card and saw a phone number on it. A number you can reach me at when you decide about my offer. Victor said. Well then, good day to you both. He spoke. After he did, Fury and Bobby took their leave of his office, and then were escorted out of the Latverian embassy entirely. Both of them still thinking about that meeting they just had with Victor. Bobby wondering how much of it she should tell her husband, Clint, about. While Fury was busy mulling over Victor's offer. As well as elevating the men as the most dangerous threat in the entire world at the moment. The meeting they just had having sealed the deal in his mind. Chapter 69, Chapter 67, X-Men. Victor, POV. As I used the exterior surveillance equipment installed across the entire embassy grounds to make sure Nick and Bobby actually took their leave, I began planning what I would give Fury once he accepted my deal. Which I know he would. Since unlike his bosses, Fury doesn't have his head up his hard, or is part of that tentacle worship-on cult. Meaning I feel we can accomplish great things together in the future. Plus, having the true S.H.I.E.L.D. in my corner will go a long way to making sure Project Sovereign succeeds without too much unnecessary bloodshed. Well, the blood of those that matters. As I continued contemplating the future, I was interrupted as Jessica entered my office. Yes, Jessica. I asked her. Sir, sorry to disturb you, but your second meeting of the day has arrived. She explained to me. They're early. I spoke. Yes. So, what will you have me do? She asked. Having them shown to a meeting room, and let them know I'll be there momentarily. I said. Of course. Jessica replied. She then left my office. After she did, I took a moment to center myself and prepare mentally for my second big meeting of the day. Once I did, I left my office and headed straight for the room where my guests were waiting. Arriving, I entered it. Finding some of the most iconic Marvel characters enjoying some snacks and refreshments. I'm speaking of the X-Men. First we have the founder of the group himself, and one of the most powerful naturally gifted telepaths to ever be born on Earth, Charles Xavier. Also known as Professor X. Who thankfully looks nothing like Patrick Stewart. Given that the man still played Picard in Star Trek. Second, we have the weather mistress S&D chocolate goddess, both literally and figuratively, herself Ororo Monroe. Who is also known as Storm. Who is the spitting image of Halle Berry. Insert image of Ororo Monroe/Storm here. Third, we have the big blue furball, and one of the smartest men in the entire Marvel Universe, Henry Hank McCoy aka Beast. Insert image of Hank McCoy/Beast here. Then finally there's Logan. Who obviously needs no introduction. Hello to you all. You might already know me, but I still feel introductions are in order. I am Victor Werner von Doom. The King of Latveria. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I spoke. Then right after I did, both Sarah and Laura entered the room. The latter walking right up to the couch Logan was sitting on and took a seat beside him. Ah, so this little one must be the Laura you've told us about, Logan. Ororo said. Yeah, she is. Logan replied. And you must be Dr. Sarah Kinney. Hank spoke to Sarah. I have to say from what little I've been able to find of your work before your unlawful imprisonment began has me very intrigued. He said. Why thank you. Dr. Henry McCoy. Hank finished for Sarah. But most people simply refer to me as Hank. Understood, Dr. McCoy. Sarah replied. She then took a seat on the couch Hank was sitting on and the two of them suddenly began a scientific discussion, getting lost in their own little world. While Aurora was focused on teasing Logan about Laura. Seeing this I turned my attention to the only other unoccupied man in the room. Charles. Who thankfully I haven't since trying to get into my head. But that doesn't mean I'm letting my guard down around the men. Oh no. Especially considering about what I know about the various versions of him. That's also the reason in preparation for his visit today I gave everyone who is currently staying on the embassy grounds a bracelet I invented, which emits a psychic dampening field around the wearer that not even an Omega-level telepath can break through. I know since I did several tests runs with Thaddeus. So if Charles is a mind rapist he isn't forcing his way into anyone's heads here today. Though I really hope he's not. Since I have plans that involve the men I want to see come to fruition. But today's meeting will determine if that is going to be possible. I moved to sit in the chair next to Charles. So Charles, what has Logan told you about me? Not much. Charles replied. Simply that you found him and informed him of Laura's existence. But not before rescuing her from the people who had been holding her captive. Along with her mother. He explained. He also told me how you are a friend to mutants. EVOs. I immediately replied. Me and those around me use the term EVOs, Charles. Because honestly the word mutant leaves a bad taste in my mouth. It also makes my mind think of grotesque monsters featured in horror movie films or horrible diseases. Which should definitely not be used in application to people like you, Charles. Since you are still human. You have just evolved in a sense. I spoke. Making sure to get my point across to Charles. Because I'm serious about turning the word mutant, when referencing those with active X gene, into nothing but a derogatory slur. Right. Charles replied. Anyway, to tell you the truth, I asked Logan to arrange this meeting between us because I require your assistance on a very time-sensitive manner. Oh, and what might that be? I asked. Even though I already know. For the past few months many young Mu EVOs and their families have been disappearing and I fear for their safety. So I was wondering if you could help me locate them. I can't. I replied. Why? Charles asked. Bet I already know where the world are you are talking about. In my country, Latveria. I revealed. Why are they there? Aurora suddenly asked me. Seems she finished teasing Logan about Laura and decided to jump right into my conversation. Not that I mind. For their protection. I replied. Protection you say? Yes, Professor Xavier. For their protection. I spoke. For your school is nowhere near big enough to house all the young EVOs and their loved ones who need protection. From the ordinary citizens who lash out against them, simply because they do not have a good understanding of what EVOs are. To the hate groups that actively hunt them down. Like the Friends of Humanity. Not to mention the threat some EVO may pose to themselves or others around them. Depending on what powers awaken within them once their X gene activates. These and other reasons are why I am actively having those loyal to me search the globe for EVOs and bring them to Latveria. Where they can some semblance of a normal life. At least until the world learns to accept them. Or until I become its ruler. But I'm not saying that out loud. You are doing a good deed, King Victor. But how are these EVOs supposed to be accepted in the world if you are hiding them away in your own country? Charles asked me. That is something I wish for you and your X-Men to assist me with. I spoke. Shocking all the X-Men present. Of course I don't accept an answer today. Take some time, think about it, and then get back to me. I spoke. All right. I can at least do that. Xavier agreed. Glad to hear it. I replied. Once I did, I began discussing a few more things with the X-Men. Before eventually they all left. Though not before I offered them an open invitation to come and see Latveria in the future. Which I'm sure all of them will just fall in love with after they do. All according to my plans. As always, it's good to be Doom. Chapter 70, Chapter 68, Iron Daddy. June 2, 2008. Leaning against the SUV I had ridden in, I waited and watched as Tony's private jet landed on the tarmac. The man having finally arrived in New York, having handled all his business in Los Angeles surrounding his coming out as Iron Man to the entire world. As well as that minor nuisance once known as a Bidia stain. The plane soon came to a full stop. Once it did, the cabin door opened and Tony stepped out. Quickly followed by 3 other people. Ho Insen. Happy Hogan. Insert image of Happy Hogan here. Then finally the Miss Pepper Potts. Insert image of Pepper Potts here. As they started walking toward their own SUV, I began walking towards them. Reaching them in no time. Where once I did Tony and I shared a man's handshake. Doom. Tony said. Stark. I replied. Thanks for outing me on television. I really enjoyed that. I sarcastically told him. No need to thank me, just doing a favor for a friend. Tony replied. You mean like how I saved your ass from getting beaten into the ground by Stain? I retorted. The two of us then shared a laugh. Oh no, now there's two of him. Pepper muttered. As she did, I turned my attention to her. I then walked up, took her free hand, and gently placed a kiss on it before flashing her a charming smile. A pleasure, Miss Potts. Victor Von Doom, at your service. And you have my utmost respect. Anyone able to have up with the shenanigans of Mr. Stark deserves at least that much. Hey! Tony cried. But I ignored him, in favor of watching Pepper blush a little bit at my words. Why, thank you. And it's a pleasure to meet you as well, King Victor. Please, no need for such formalities. I get enough of that if it is already. If you wish, please simply address me as Victor or Mr. Doom. I told her. Okay. Pepper replied. Thank you. I said to her. I then turned my attention to Happy. Mr. Hogan. Mr. Doom. He replied. Once he did, I turned to Insen. Dr. Insen, glad to see you're doing well. I told him. Yes, thank you. I am. He replied. I'm sure Tony is very happy. I said. Someone call me. Tony asked. Not you, Tony, I'm referring to Insen's daughter who is currently in my employ. I said. Oh, you mean the chick those soldiers of yours showed us when they saved our asses? Tony questioned. The very same. I replied. Cool. Tony said. Once he did, I focused my attention back on Insen. So, I hear Tony has hired you. I asked. He has. Insen replied. That's good. I said. Very good. Since now no other terrorist organization will be able to get their hands on Insen without going through Iron Man, meaning his genius is safe. Well, that remains to be seen. Insen replied. Hey, is this National Bash Tony Day or something? Tony asked. Or something. I replied. Earning a laugh from everyone except Tony, who is giving me the stink eye, which I am promptly ignoring. Moving on. After the laughter died down, we gotta move on. Everyone got into their respective vehicles and we headed to our destination. Arriving in no time. Our destination being the newly constructed skyscraper that will serve as the main headquarters of the future foundation. Image here. After months it's finally completed, and it looks magnificent. Whoa, nice building. Tony said. Looking at the future foundation HQ, thanks. I replied. Now then, allow me to show you all around. I said. I then started making my way inside of the skyscraper. Whose grand opening party was this weekend? Which I invited Tony to, since he was going to be in town anyway. An invite he accepted. Norman being the same. Man, this party is shaping up to be quite something. As I walked, the others followed behind me. Then once all of us were inside of the building, I began showing them around just like I promised. Everything from the conference rooms, to the state-of-the-art labs the building houses for those accepted into the foundation to work on their projects. Tony practically drooling when we got to that part of the tour. Thankfully Pepper was there to smack him back to reality. Literally. Since she slapped him on the back of the head to knock him out of his stupor. Boy, Tony is lucky to have a woman like that by his side. Now he just needs to get his shit together enough to seal the deal. Good luck, buddy. Anyway. In no time at all the tour came to an end. Once it did, I lead everyone back down to the main lobby, where I had a surprise waiting for our guests. Tony. Insen exclaimed, the moment we returned to the main lobby. Since his daughter was there waiting for us. Arranged by yours truly. She also wasn't alone. Maya, Riri, Christoph, Jessica, and the Fantastic Four were also all there. Since I wanted all of us to meet and mingle before the party. For various reasons. Yeah, Dad. It's me. Tony replied. She then ran up to Insen and wrapped him in a hug, which he reciprocated. So that's the other Tony, huh? Tony mused. She's quite the looker. She also plays for the other team. I whispered to him. Tony simply nodding at my words. He then focused his attention on Maya, who walked up to him, Riri by her side. the latter sporting a cramped expression on her face, while the latter wore a bright smile. Since Riri is one of Tony's biggest fans. Which is a huge irony. "Hey Tony," Maya said. "Hey," he replied. "Sorry, but do I know you?" he asked. When he did, Maya gave him a flat look, while Pepper face-bombed. Happy, the knowledgeable man that he is, decided to immediately step away from the situation and go mingle with the F4. Bern, Switzerland. 1999, New Year's. "Ringing any bells?" Maya asked, with slight anger in her voice. Though if I were her I would be a little angry as well. Tony didn't reply for a moment, until I saw he got a lightbulb moment. "Ah, yes. Dr. Hansen. Weird formula." Tony muttered. "Yeah, that's me," Maya replied. "And this is my daughter, Ruri," she said. Riri stepping up to Tony. "Hello Mr. Stark," Riri said to him. "Hey there kid," Tony replied to her. He then stared at Riri for a few moments, before he got a slightly cramped expression on his face. He then quickly turned his attention back to Maya. "Sorry, you said this is your daughter?" "Yep," Maya replied. "Born in the year 2000. She spoke. "Why?" "Well, she sort of looks like my mother." Tony trailed off. A look of realization passing over his face as he finally put all the clues together. Pepper getting the same look. While Maya sent Tony a smirk and a nod. Likely confirming the man's own thoughts that Riri is his kid. When this happened, Tony suddenly got an "oh shit" look on his face. Click. Which I immediately captured as a picture using my phone. Once I did, I quickly moved away from the group of four. Not wanting to be around for the mess that happened next. Since shit was definitely about to hit the fan. So instead of stepping in it, I joined the F4, Happy, and Christoph. The four suddenly giving me a strange look as I joined their little group. "What's up guys, something on my face?" I asked them. "No. But why didn't you tell us you had a son?" Susan asked me. "Oh, I didn't tell you that." "I'm sure I did," I replied. "You didn't," Johnny said. "Yeah, Doom, we would have remembered something like that." Ben added. "So, where's his mother?" "Dead," I immediately replied. "But before you all start getting any strange ideas, let me tell you Christoph is my adopted son," I explained. When I did, the four dropped the strange looks on their faces. While Susan breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, please don't tell me you guys thought I got together with Christoph's mother and then abandoned her," I asked the four. Since that was likely along the lines of what they were thinking about me. When none of them answered my question and worked to avoid eye contact, I knew my guess at their thoughts was correct. Upon realizing this, I leveled a deadpan stare at the then. "Wow, really guys? Do you all truly think so little of me? Even you, Susan?" "It's not like that, Victor," Susan immediately replied. "It's just, you show up with a boy who says he's your son, and you never mentioned him before, so." "It's all right, I understand," I replied. "But talk to me before jumping to conclusions next time." "Okay." All the four replied in unison. "Excellent," I said. I then walked up to Susan and placed my arm around her waist, before planting a quick kiss on her lips. "Now then, let's stop with all the doom and gloom. We've got a party to plan," I said. Only to start earning strange looks from the rest of the four again a second later. Meanwhile, Susan was blushing like a schoolgirl. "Don't tell me. Susan dear, did you not tell the rest of them about us?" I asked her. Only for Susan's face to get even redder at my question. Confirming she did not. Well, it could be worse. I could be in Tony's shoes at the moment. Who is looking like he would rather be anywhere else right now. So in this regard I win. Sorry not sorry, Iron Man. Third person, POV. Susan and Victor. Susan and Victor. Susan and Victor. Reed continued to think. As the two of them told him and the rest of the four they had taken a new step in their relationship. A more intimate one. Listening to this, Reed couldn't help but feel a tightening in chest. Looking at Susan in Victor's arm, he couldn't help but start to think. That should be him holding her. Susan, why? Reed suddenly began to think. He wanted to know why she had chosen Victor over him. In that moment, Reed Richards started to experience an emotion he had never felt before. Jealousy. Chapter 71, Chapter 69, Double Injection Plus. Victor, POV. Opening the door to my private bedroom at the embassy, I entered it. Susan following right behind me. Since she decided to spend the night. Now that everyone knew of our new relationship status. Which they all took quite well. Except for Reed. I could sense the jealousy coming from him, despite how he attempted to hide it. And don't even get me started on the man's thoughts, which I read earlier. They painted Richards as the textbook version of a male Yandere in the making. Though considering how most version of Reed Richards turn out if they don't get together with Susan Storm, that doesn't surprise me. It also means the time to eliminate him is drawing nearer. Meaning I'll need to finish all my preparations in that regard as soon as possible. But not tonight. No, tonight I am going to enjoy some long-awaited quality time with Susan. Unlike Tony, whose only company in bed tonight are going to be his left and right hands, considering how exhausted he looked after Maya and Pepper got through with him earlier. Though on the bright side, Riri now has her father on her life, and he's one of her idols, so silver lining there. Moving on. Chapter 72, Chapter 70, Party Crashers. June 5, 2008. Standing in front of my bedroom's fully body mirror, I made sure my clothing, which was my iconic green suit, was pristine. For tonight was the night of the grand opening party for the new HQ of the Future Foundation. All the preparations had been completed. Now, it's party time. But more than that, tonight is also the night I will formally introduce Christoph as my son to the rest of the world. Along with reveal my new relationship status with Susan. Which she agreed to do just the other day. Seeing that my suit was pristine, along with the rest of my appearance, I stepped away from the mirror. I then headed outside of my room and then toward where the vehicles were parked that would usher me, and everyone else that was joining me tonight, to the Future Foundation HQ. Arriving, I found everyone else who was going with me to the party tonight had already arrived. Which was Chris Roth, of course. Maya and Riri, since Tony was still coming tonight despite what had happened the other day, and Dr. Hansen wanted Riri to get some more personal time with her father. Jessica, who is currently rocking a strapless black dress that leaves nothing about her body to the imagination. Then finally there were Zod and Thrag, who I had called over from Latveria to provide extra support for tonight. Since although this party has security up the wazoo, and both Tony and the F4 will be present, I still feel better having some big guns around. For again, this is a Marvel universe, and generally when you think shit can't go wrong is exactly when it does. So yeah. Plus this is a perfect chance to see how well the cover identities I crafted for Zod and Thrag, as I did for the other Primarchs, holding up under high public scrutiny. The reason I did so is that so my Primarchs can move around freely outside of Latveria without their origins being looked into. At least until Project Sovereign is fully realized. Then they will throw their fake names away. But until then, for most of the time outside of Latveria, Zod will be known to the public as Connor Kent, while Thrag will be known as Nolan Grayson. The moment I arrived, everyone looked in my direction. Well, what are we waiting for? There's a party happening with our names on it, I said. Once I did, everyone got into the vehicles and started heading towards the party. As the vehicle I was in came to a stop outside of the entrance to the Future Foundation HQ, I stepped out of it. Christoph getting out right behind me, dressed in his own green suit. The moment we did this, camera flashes assaulted us, along with questions shouted at us by reporters, which are being held back by security and several Doombots. Ignoring all of them, I smiled and waved and began walking. Christoph mirroring my actions. The two of us being a father and son bullshit combo. Which we did until we were inside the building. Then immediately after we were, I saw Susan approaching me, wearing a stunning dark blue dress that matches her eyes. You look lovely, I told her. Why, thank you, Susan replied, taking my left arm. Then a few seconds later Jessica appeared and took my right one. The spider-powered woman having been showing me a lot more affection over the past few days after I gave her a shot of vitamin D. Which Susan isn't taking too kindly to. But I'm not worried. After all, since I'm going to have multiple queens, I can manage this easily. Susan, Jessica said. Jessica, Susan replied. Ladies, please. We're here to enjoy ourselves, I spoke, ignoring the glares both of them sent me. Since I am not beta male harem protagonist, but Victor Von Doom. Enough said. Seeing that their glares weren't affecting me in the slightest, both women backed down. Once they did, I nodded. After which our entire group entered the conference hall where the party was taking place. All eyes falling on us as we did. Then after they did, I started hearing whispers, which I promptly ignored, instead choosing to start mingling with all the guests present tonight, which ranged from scientists to major players in the business world to even several movie stars and talk show hosts, etc. All of whom have expressed public support for the Future Foundation. As I chatted with the likes of Oprah Winfrey, Jimmy Kimmel, Conan, and even Elon Musk, I stopped when I noticed a group in the room that was definitely not on the guest list, being led by a dead man. At least in my previous life. Since the person I am looking at right now is none other than Chadwick Boseman, aka Prince T'Challa of Wakanda, aka the future Black Panther. Insert image of Black Panther here. He is currently surrounded by a small group of Dora Milaje, being led by none other than Okoye. All of whom are heading right towards me. Oh, they are definitely being subtle about it, but I can tell I am their main objective by the small glances they are sending my way. Taking note of this, I contacted Brainiac using my technopathy. Brainiac, mind explaining to me why I am currently looking at the price of Wakanda and members of his personal guard/harem at the Future Foundation grand opening party? I asked him. What? No. That's actually one moment. Brainiac replied. My deepest apologies, Emperor. It seems the Wakandians added themselves to the guest list by taking the place of another. Which I didn't manage to notice until now. Shall I contact security and have them escort them out? No, that's all right. I will handle them and their prince myself. I replied. Having some idea of why the Wakandians have gone through all this trouble to get to me. And as for the Wakandians getting into the party, don't beat yourself about it, Brainiac. You know their technology is almost as advanced as Latveria's. Just make sure this never happens again. Yes, sir. Brainiac replied. I then cut our communication before contacting Zod and Thrag telepathically to join up with me. Since we've got some party crashers to deal with. Chapter 73, Quick Poll. A question for you readers. If I were to do another Marvel transmigration story like this one right now in the future, which character would you most want to see a story about? 1. T'Challa/Black Panther. 2. Tony Stark/Iron Man. 3. Peter Parker/Spider-Man. 4. Hank Pym/Ant-Man. 5. Reed Richards. Making him a competent and sane one. 6. Your recommendations. Chapter 74, Chapter 71, Confrontation and Familiar Faces. A/N, yesterday's winner was Alter04. Now today put a gif of Hank McCoy/Beast here. After contacting Zod and Thrag telepathically, I slowly began making my way towards the Wakandian party. But just like they were subtly making their ways towards me, I decided to subtly make my ways towards them. Which gave Zod and Thrag plenty of time to arrive at my side. Then once they did, only a few seconds passed before our two groups finally came face to face. When this happened, I put a stupidly big, and fake, smile on my face and extended my left hand in T'Challa direction. The men taking it and shaking it. Prince T'Challa of Wakanda. Nice to meet you. I told him. The same to you, King Doom. T'Challa replied. Once he did, we ended our handshake. I must say, your reputation precedes you. Since you aren't like what I imagined at all. T'Challa said to me. Why, thank you. I get that a lot. I replied. Now then, while I am glad to see a fellow small nation supporting the Future Foundation, I am curious as to what you and your people are doing here tonight. Since I myself helped craft the guest list for tonight and I don't remember there being a delegation from Wakanda on it. I spoke. Ah, maybe it slipped your mind. T'Challa suggested. No. It definitely would not have. I replied. I then dropped the fake smile adorning my face. So let's dispense with the foreplay, Prince T'Challa, and get down to business. Why are you and your people here tonight? Upon hearing me, and seeing my change in demeanor, T'Challa and all the Dora Milaje with him also ever so slightly shifted their own. Very well, King Doom. We shall dispense with the foreplay as you said. T'Challa replied to me. Good. I retorted. Now, why are you here tonight? Your armor. We learned it contains vibranium. I said. Finishing T'Challa's sentence for him. It also belongs to me. So before you ask, no, you cannot have the vibranium back. Not that I would hand it over to you and your people even if you did. I spoke. Despite the fact you think you have the rights to all vibranium in the entire world, simply because your nation was lucky enough to be blessed with an abundance of it ages ago. I whispered. Only loud enough for those in the immediate vicinity to hear. I'm sure I don't know what you're Do not insult my intelligence, Prince T'Challa. I interrupted him. And don't you interrupt our nation's prince like that, King Victor. Okoye said to me. I will. For as you just stated, miss, I am a king and the one you are following tonight is nothing more than still a prince. Our stations are currently different. Remember that. I spoke. Only for Okoye to send me a nasty glare and take a step forward. But when she did, Zod stepped up and got on her way. Don't. He simply said to her. My subordinate is right. We wouldn't want to cause a scene here in front of all these people now, would we? I asked. Okoye. T'Challa said. When he did, she stepped back. Zod doing the same. Great. Now then, as I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, do not insult my intelligence, Prince T'Challa. For I know the truth of Wakanda. I know it is not the third world African nation it claims to me. I know it is one of the most advanced countries in the entire world. Decades ahead of everyone else in technology, medicine, etc. I know it is all thanks to the vibranium your nation works to tirelessly keep secret. And I know how the rest of the world would react if the truth of your nation was revealed in the wrong manner. Especially to the rest of the black population worldwide. I wonder how many would react, knowing Wakanda had the power to prevent the slave trade and even colonization and didn't. I mean, as a ruler of a small nation myself, I can understand your ancestors' actions. But you know people. They aren't as understanding as me. I spoke. T'Challa getting a look of anger on his face, his Dora Milaje as well, as I spoke. You dare to threaten Wakanda? T'Challa asked me. Yes. I dare. I easily replied. Now then, kindly take your leave of this place. Otherwise by tomorrow morning some governments might get actual satellite scans of your nation and some major media outlets might get information packets about Wakandian activities. I spoke. T'Challa getting angrier as the seconds passed as I did. But he didn't do anything. We're leaving. He spoke. He then turned and started walking away. His Dora Milaje following behind me. Good. The big kitty knows his place. Though now given the confrontation we just had, I need to accelerate my plans in regards to Wakanda. Because if this reality's T'Challa is anything like his Earth 616 counterpart, then I need to take care of him early. Otherwise he'll become a pain in the ass. Becoming the champion of Bast, becoming the king of the dead, combining alchemy and science to create a new branch of science known as shadow physics. Yeah, I do not want to deal with that Black Panther if I can help it. Especially since there's room for only one badass small foreign nation monarch, with a mastery of both science and magic. Yours truly. And I have never been good at sharing. Once T'Challa and his people took their leave, I dismissed Zod and Thrag from my side so they could continue enjoying the party. Then right after I did, I found Norman approaching me. His family with him. Harry looking like a young James Franco. Insert image of Harry Osborn here. Seeing them I smiled. Norman, good to see you. I told him. The same to you, Victor. Norman replied. The two of us then shook hands. After he did, I turned my attention to Emily and Harry. Oh, and you must be the lovely Miss Emily Osborn and the little Spitfire Harry Norman has told me so much about. A pleasure to meet you both. I said them. The same to you, King Doom. Emily told me. A real king. Cool. Harry said. Yes, young man, being a king is cool. I told him. Getting a laugh from the entire Osborn family. We then mingled for a bit more, and I even briefly discussed Emily's project concerning bacteria that could dissolve plastic in the ocean. A plan which we agreed to talk more about at a later date. Though after a few moments the Osborns got on their way. After they did, I got ready to go back into full mingling mode. Only to stop when I spotted yet another familiar face. A young Warren Worthington III. Also known as Angel, and then Archangel in the comics. Insert image of Warren Worthington III/Angle here. The boy is with his parents, and from the looks of him he hasn't awakened to his powers yet. Though given the look of his age I'm sure it will happen soon. And when it does he'll have a good support system to fall back on. Given what I know about his general history. After his powers developed, his father spurned him. Then down the road, after he finally found acceptance, he ended up becoming a pawn of Apocalypse. Well, not in this reality and certainly not on my watch. As I made this mental note, I decided to go introduce myself to the future winged men. Only to stop in my tracks when Brainiac contacted me via technopathy. Since I built him to be able to. Sorry to disturb you, my Emperor. But I wanted to inform you I have located another uninvited guest to tonight's events that I thought you should be aware of. Considering this particular guest's set of skills. Brainiac explained to me. Very well. I replied. Point me in their direction. I said. When I did, Brainiac did just that. After which I found myself looking at none other than Betsy Braddock aka Psylocke, disguised as one of the party's servers. Insert image of Betsy Braddock/Psylocke here. As I stared at her I wanted to groan. Given that she's a mercenary/assassin for hire. Meaning she is likely here tonight to try and complete a job. Men in Marvel, when it rains it fucking pours. Oh well. Nothing I can do. Now then, time to stop a potential assassination attempt. Chapter 75, Chapter 72, New Employee. A/N, yesterday winner was Overlord BG's. Now today insert of gif of none other than Logan/Wolverine here. After getting Psylocke in my sights I got ready to start along my way towards her. Only to stop when I noticed she was heading towards me just like the Wakandians were earlier. So seeing this I stopped what I was doing and just waited to see how the next few minutes played out. Which eventually led to me feeling Psylocke trying to influence me telepathically. Telling me I was likely her target. Though I'm not surprised. Considering all the waves I've been making. In fact, I was starting to feel a little insulted no one had hired a top-grade assassin to take me out. Not that said assassin would ever succeed in their mission, but still, it's the thought that counts. Moving on. I decided to play along with Pysloc's game and started moving where she was directing me telepathically. Which was to one of the room's set of doors, which she had me exit. The woman herself then joined me a minute later. Once she did, the two of us headed to one of the building's many unused offices on its 5th floor. After our arrival, Psylocke turned to face me. She then created one of her iconic psychic energy constructs in her left hand. Which was her favored weapon of choice, a katana blade. Very nice, I said. Betsy getting a shocked expression on her face the moment I did. Which is to be expected, since this whole time she had thought she had me completely under her telepathic control. But now she knows that was nothing more than a lie. Upon realizing this, Betsy quickly reacted, and attempted to sever my head from my body using her weapon, marking her as a true professional of her craft. Too bad for her, she picked the wrong one to target today. Easily dodging Betsy katana by stepping back, I then stepped forward and wrapped my left hand around her throat. After I did, I slammed her back first against the door, and then shocked her a bit with some electricity, before extending my pincers and digging them all slightly into her neck, drawing blood. A hardened expression on my face, I looked her directly in the eyes. Don't speak. Listen up. You move an inch, you die. You attempt to use your powers in any way, you die. Blink once if you hear and understand my words. I spoke. Betsy then blinked once. Good, I said. Now then, who sent you to kill me? I asked her. Only to be met with silence. When I grabbed Betsy's right wrist with my right hand and then squeezed it until I heard an audible pop, telling me I had broken it just as intended. Ag. Betsy cried in agony. But I ignored her cries and asked my question once more. Who sent you to kill me? I asked, placing my free hand on Betsy's other wrist. No, wait. Only for her to begin begging me. I'll talk. Just please, don't. She pleased. Go on, I told her. No one specifically sent me to kill you. She spoke. I just took this job so I could be set for life. Explain, I commanded her. Someone, I don't know who, a few days ago put out an open contract. $5 million goes to the person who can kill the current Latverian monarch, Victor von Doom. Betsy explained. I see, I mused. As I took in the information Betsy just relayed to me, I used my telepathy to determine the truth of her words. My cursory scans proving the validity of her statement. Someone had put a bounty on my ass. Quite a big one too. I'm actually sort of touched. Even though the person, or persons, responsible for the putting out of the bounty have just signed their own death warrants. Since no one is allowed to make such move against Doom and not accept to end up a corpse. Thank you for sharing that with me, Ms. Braddock, I told her. Betsy getting another shocked expression on her face at me using her name. How did you dash? You're not the only one with psychic powers, Ms. Braddock, and compared to me you are nothing in that regard. I truthfully spoke. Now then, time for you to be on your way, I said. I then pulled Betsy away from the door and opened it, revealing Thrag standing on the other side, who I had contacted telepathically as soon as Psylocke made her move against me and instructed him to follow us, just in case I needed backup. For I am nothing if not careful. Placing Betsy in front of Thrag, I removed my hand from around her throat and retracted my pincers. Thrag, meet Betsy Braddock, also known as the EVO mercenary, Psylocke. Betsy, meet Thrag, one of my best employees and one of your new co-workers. I spoke. Wait, what? Betsy said to me. Co-worker? And what the hell is an EVO? She asked. To answer your second question first, EVOs are a term I created for people with powers like you and me. Of course there's a lot more to it than that, but that's all you need to know about the subject right now. As for your first question, yes, Thrag is your new co-worker. Since you work for me now. I spoke. For I would have to be a fool to let someone like Psylocke get away. And if I refuse? She asked me. Well, that is an option, but I wouldn't recommend taking it, since it will lead to your immediate death, I said. Because if I didn't think you could be of some use to me, you would have been dead the moment I was sure we were alone. I spoke, looking Betsy in her eyes, putting a sinister smile on my face. Seeing this, she took a step back. Right then. So Betsy, what will it be? Come and work exclusively for me or die right here and now, I said. The former. I'll work for you. She spoke. Excellent, I replied. Well then, Thrag, you know what to do with her now. Yes, my liege, Thrag replied. Oh, and if Betsy here tries to escape you can break her but don't kill her. Unless she goes too far. Understood. Yes. Thrag replied. Good man. I said, ignoring the look of horror on Pyslok's face as she switched her gaze between me and Thrag. Now finally realizing the depth of how much she just fucked up. Well, too bad for her, it's too late for regrets. Now her purple-haired ass in mine, and I don't intend to let it go. Ever. Chapter 76, Chapter 73, Friendly Advice. After I gave my final instructions to Thrag, he and Betsy headed off. Thrag going to take her back to the embassy, where he would use a magical teleportation gate I had installed there to take Psylocke back to Latveria, where she would then be fully debriefed about anything she knew, before being out to work. Most likely under Natasha. Then again she could end up working under Zemo or one of the Primarchs. I'm not sure. Since I really don't like to micromanage my people unless absolutely necessary. I'll check in on her case when I return to Latveria. Since I'm sure no matter where Betsy ends up she'll end up doing good work and furthering my causes. Then again she could fick up and get herself killed. Either way I don't lose. Anyway. Once those were gone I waited a few moments before exiting the office myself. I then started making my way back towards the party. Only to encounter Tony in the lobby, drinking straight from a bottle of champagne as he sat at the front desk. A haggard expression on his face. Seeing them like this I decided to see what was up. For seeing a depressed-looking Tony Stark is just so strange and uncomfortable I can't leave it alone. Arriving at his side I sat in the open chair next to me. Which made Tony look at me. Doom. Stark. I replied. So, mind telling me the reason you're getting shit-faced in the lobby alone? Oh, I don't know, maybe it has something to do with Pepper treating me like I'm worse than a cockroach ever since you introduced me to my daughter the other day. He exclaimed. Right. That's right, buddy. I replied. So, what do you think of Riri? I asked him. Honestly, she's like a young female version of me. Tony admitted. She's a great kid. Maya did a good job raising her. Much better than I would have done if I had met her before this. He spoke, tapping the arc reactor in his chest. I mean, I don't think you were that bad a person before you became Iron Man. Sure, you were a manwhore, a showboater, a flake dash. Gee. Thanks for trying to cheer me up. Tony interrupted, and sarcastically remarked. You didn't let me finish. I replied. Sure, you weren't the best, but you weren't the worst either. And who knows? If you had known about Riri in the beginning, then maybe the Tony right now would have shown up years ago. I explained. Maybe. He admitted. Still, I mean, all of a sudden I'm a dad. A father. Yeah, and let me tell you it's not easy. I told him. But I'm sure you'll do all right. Actually, I'm surprised there aren't more little Starks out there given your former behavior. Well, protection in the bedroom was one of the only things my old man drilled into my head. Tony admitted. So I guess that's something I got from him. Even though the bastard never even told me he loved me. I'm sure he did. I replied. No, I know he did. Yeah, well, who knows? He muttered. Right. So anyway, Stark, get over yourself. I spoke. What? Tony asked me. You heard me. I replied. Get over yourself. You've got a daughter who needs you now. Plus Pepper. Listen, my friend, it's obvious you two would be great together. So as a wise man once said, either but up or shut up. I mean, you're Tony Stark, but more than that, you're Iron Man. I spoke. I then patted Tony gently on his shoulder. Good talk. Then before he could retort, I got up and returned to the party venue, where I enjoyed myself the rest of the night. Mingling, eating, drinking, and even dancing with both Susan and Jessica. Thus I ended the night on a good note. But then the next day I was all business again. Sitting within my personal office within the embassy, I was having a conference call with Zora, Lucia, Zemo, Natasha, and all of my Primarchs. Explaining to them all the events that transpired the previous night at the Future Foundation's grand opening party. A bounty, who cares commit such an act against our king? Katma asked. I don't know, but I'm going to find out. Natasha spoke. Thank you, Natasha. I said to her. But we must remember the bounty on my head is not out only immediately concern. I said. Wakanda. After last night's incident, I have no doubt they will ramp up their efforts on regards to us. I'll make sure the borders are entirely locked down. Zora spoke. Excellent, Zora. I told her. I then turned my attention to Zemo. Zemo, it's time for us to move in on both Clow and Eric Stevens. I told him. Yes, my emperor. The men replied. All right then. Anything else of importance we need to discuss before this meeting ends? I spoke. Emperor. Thanks to Atuma information we now have the exact location of Atlantis and have already entered preliminary steps in regards to the Underwear Nation. Katma informed us. Good. I replied. Anything else? I asked. When I did, no one spoke up. So with that I adjourned this meeting. I spoke. I then ended the conference call. After I did, I immediately mentally prepared myself for my next meeting. Because there can be no room for error once it begins. One mistake could cost me dearly. I kid you not. As I finished my mental preparations, I heard a knock on my office door. Come in. I said. When I did, Jessica opened the door and admitted the individual I was about to have my next meeting with. Reed Richards. For the time has finally come for me to enact my plan and save the world from this man. A task Doom will most certainly not fail at. Victor. Reed said to me. Reed. I replied. The man stepping into the room as I did. Once he did, Jessica closed the door behind him, leaving us truly alone. Meaning everything starts now. Chapter 77, Chapter 74, Eliminating Reed Richards. A/N, the last contest's winner was once again Overlord BG's. If some of you others want to win, then you need to step up a bit. Plus more people need to vote. Since I know some of you read but don't vote in the contest. Which is why some of the winnings have been such close contests. So yeah, vote more please. Today, insert a gif of Warren Worthington 3/Angel here. Oh, and in regards to that future SI, I have chosen to do Hank Pym/Ant-Man. Because I have never seen a fanfic about him and I think it would be really interesting. I'll let you all know when the first chapter comes out. Third person, POV. After Victor and Reed exchanged greetings, they continued simply staring at each other for several seconds. Until Victor sat down on his chair. Please, have a seat. He spoke. Gesturing to the two chairs situated in front of his desk. Why thank you. Reed replied. He then moved to sit in one of the chairs in front of Victor's desk. So, I must admit I was a bit surprised when you requested I meet with you today last night at the party. Reed spoke. Well, I had matters I wish to urgently discuss with you. One's better done in private. And I wanted to do it sooner rather than later. Hence the request I made to you last night. By the way, thanks for agreeing to it. No problem. Reed replied. So, what matters do you wish to discuss with me? He asked. First off, it's about me and Susan. Victor spoke. Reed resisting the urge to scowl, and engore the slight tightening on his chest, as Victor brought up the two of them. What about you two? Reed asked. In regards to how you found out about our new relationship status. I'm sorry. Victor spoke. Surprising Reed. You're sorry? Reed asked. Victor gently nodding his head. I am. For I already thought Susan had informed the rest of you in the fore about it. And then when I saw yours and the others' reactions the other day when I kissed her, I knew she hadn't. A matter we had a long chat about afterwards. Why? Reed asked. Because I know of the history between you and Susan Reed and I didn't want you to be blindsided, like you were, by the fact that she and I are now a couple. Victor spoke. Since I consider you a colleague and more importantly a friend. He said. Putting a fake smile on his face. While on the inside Victor was evilly laughing his ass off. Since most of what he is saying to Reed is S-grade bullshit right now. But looking into Reed's eyes, Victor can see he is believing him. Good. Victor thought. Everything is proceeding as planned. Victor the First, thank you. What you just said means a lot. Reed spoke. Putting a small smile on his face. You're welcome. Victor replied. Now then, onto the second matter I asked you here today to discuss. Reaching for his keyboard, Victor typed on it for a moment. He then turned his monitor to face Reed. The second after this happened, Reed looked at Victor's computer screen, where several windows displaying designs and schematics had been opened. After taking a moment to review said designs and schematics, Reed returned his gaze to Victor. Victor, is this what I think it is? If you mean the beginnings of what I hope to be the world's first fully functional teleportation device, then yes, Reed. It is what you think it is. Victor replied. And I want your help on the project. So, what do you say? I'd be delighted too. Reed immediately replied. Excellent. Victor said. Once he did, he and Reed began delving into matters concerning the teleportation project. All the while Doom was still laughing evilly on the inside. Since both Phase 1 and Phase 2 of his, Richard's extermination, plan had gone off without a hitch. Now all that was left was to execute Phase 3. The final phase. Which would end with Reed Richards meeting the Grim Reaper from Family Guy. June 13, 2008. Smiles on their faces. Victor and Reed stood in the latter's personal lab within the Baxter building. Right in front of their newly completed teleportation machine. Which, if it functioned correctly, was another invention that could revolutionize the world. Beautiful, isn't it, Victor? Reed asked. Yes, it truly is. Victor replied. Though we still need to make sure it works. Otherwise it'll just mean we spent the past week simply creating a paperweight. Don't worry, Victor. We've both done the math. We know it works. Now the only question remains is who gets to use it first. I think that honor should go to you, Reed. Victor spoke. Really? Reed asked. Yes. Victor replied. After all, we built this device in your personal lab. And I think that should mean something. So go on and get in there so I can send you to a beach in Hawaii. He spoke. All right then. Reed spoke. He then walked forward and stepped into the teleportation machine. Meanwhile, Victor headed over to the machine control terminal, dropping the smile from his face. Brainiac. Phase 3 of the Richards extermination is about to enter its final phase. Victor spoke to Brainiac. Using his technopathy. Understood, Emperor. Everything is in place, just as you requested. Brainiac spoke. When he did, Victor smiled and then stopped speaking with him. Just as he did, Reed closed the door to the teleportation machine. Once this happened, Victor began controlling the machine using the terminal. As it powered up, Reed couldn't hide his excitement. He had a smile on his face. One which quickly began to fade as the seconds went by. Since Reed still had not teleported. But that doesn't make any sense. Reed thought. During this past week he and Victor had run hundreds of simulations to see how the chamber would react organic matter. All of which came back in the green. This telling Reed something else was going on. Upon realizing this, he got ready to try and signal Victor. Only for the man in question to walk up to the machine himself, his hands folded behind his back. Oh good, Victor. Hey, you need to turn off the machine and get me out of it. Something has gone horribly wrong. Reed quickly explained. Only for Victor not to move an inch. Victor, what is wrong with you? I said we have a problem here. Reed spoke again. Problem? I see no problem. Victor retorted. Yes, there is. Reed said. Now seriously, turn off the machine and pull me out. I'm starting to feel strange. He said. Reed feeling like his body was being pulled in several directions at once. Ah yes, that would be the teleportation machine pulling your body apart at the atomic level. Victor casually spoke. What? Reed shouted. If that's the case, then Victor, you need to get me out of here. Now. No, Richards, that will not be happening. Victor replied. He then put a triumphant look on his face. For that machine shall be your final resting place. He spoke. Wano, don't tell me. Reed spoke. Yes. It is as you're thinking. I made the teleportation machine act in its current manner, *, Victor spoke. When he did, Reed got a furious expression on his face and began pounding on the door to the machine. You bastard. When I get out of here I'll kill you, you hear me? I'll fucking kill you, Victor. You woman-stealing bastard. Ah, and so we come to the heart of the matter. Susan. Victor said. The lovely woman you took for granted, Richards. Who is now mine. A choice she herself made. And then you have the gall to obsess over her and think that she belongs to you. Pathetic and disgusting. But then, you always were. Victor. Reed snarled. A bit of spit flying out of his mouth in the process. So, you are finally releasing your true nature. That of a rabid animal. Good. Fitting you should do so in your last moments in life. Victor spoke. Oh, and don't worry about Ben, Johnny, and of course Susan, I will take excellent care of them. Now then, Richards, goodbye. I could say it was a pleasure knowing you, but then I would be lying, he said. Then with that Victor walked away. Reed glaring at him the entire time. All while trying to escape the teleportation chamber before it finished what Victor had set it to do. But no matter what, Reed couldn't figure a way out of the chamber. Even his powers were useless. But of course they were, since Victor had accounted for them. As such, Reed was truly helpless as his body was pulled apart. Ag. Eventually Reed began screaming in agony. Falling to his knees as the pain inside of his body got worse and worse. Until eventually Reed Richards disintegrated into nothing but his atoms. Leaving not a single trace of his body behind. Taking note of this, Victor smiled. For he had just eliminated one of the most annoying gnats buzzing around him. Making it a glorious day. Chapter 78, Chapter 75, A Dynasty Begins. A/N, yesterday winner was Hellfire 45. Now, insert an image of Robert Drake / Iceman here. P.S. He will be gay in this FIC like in the comics. For anyone wondering when I introduce his character. Also post a Pokemon GIF for a tribute to the recently deceased Pokemon VA Rachel Lillis who passed from breast cancer. You will be missed. Doom, POV. As I saw that Reed Richards was well and truly gone, I savored the moment. I then stopped for a second and used both the technological and magical means at my disposal to make sure for certain there was no chance of Reed having survived. Since, as I have said numerous times before, this is a Marvel universe, where shit can creep up on when you least expect it. Even when you accept it, you still might end up fucked. Hence my actions at the moment. After a few minutes I stopped checking. Since all the results I got came back the same. Negative. I couldn't find any single trace of Reed Richards anywhere, cementing his death as a permanent fact. When I was absolutely sure of this, I raised my hands in the air and waved them like I just didn't care. That is until Herbie began floating towards me, a glass of red wine in his grasp. Seeing him, I stopped my actions. As he reached me, Herbie handed me the glass of wine. An excellent accomplishment, my emperor. Here is a drink to celebrate, the little robot told me. Since he, like all other technology within the Baxter building, from the security systems to all the devices in Richard's lab, are under my control. Since when I inserted Brainiac into the F4 systems, during what I am now calling the Blostar incident, I wasn't just having him feeding me information from their computers and spying on the 4. I also tasked him with slowly hacking everything in the building and turning it to the side of Doom. All in preparation for this day. Why, thank you, Herbie, I said. I then accepted the glass and drank from it, savoring the taste of the wine as it traveled down my throat, eventually finishing it. Once I did, I handed the glass back to Herbie and walked over to one of the many terminals in the lab. Since there was still one more thing I needed to do to make sure none of the remaining F4 ever discovered I was responsible for Reed's death. Blow myself up. Third person, POV. Leaning her head against the window of the SUV she was in, Susan was lost in her thoughts. Are you okay, Miss Susan? That is until Chris Roth called out of her. Since she was currently with the boy, along with her brother Johnny. Victor had asked the two of them to take him out and show him New York today while he and Reed finished working on some big project they had been collaborating on for the past week. A request neither Johnny or Susan had any problem fulfilling. So they took the boy out, where Christoph had a marvelous time. Though now they were heading back towards the Baxter building. Yes, I'm fine, Susan replied. Though truthfully she wasn't. For there was something she needed to urgently discuss with Victor in regards to their relationship. Geez sis, you're a bad liar, ow, Johnny shouted, as his face was pushed forward into the back of the seat in front of him. Courtesy of one of Susan and force fields. Johnny, maybe for once you could learn to keep your mouth shut. Susan spoke. Yeah, whatever, Johnny replied, picking himself up and seating back in his seat. Just as the SUV they were in pulled up to the Baxter building. Boom. Only for Small's explosion to go off just as they did. Hearing this, Susan, Johnny, and Christoph all jumped out of the car and turned their gazes in the direction the smoke created by the explosion was coming from. The same with their security detail. Seeing that the explosion came from Reed's lab, Susan didn't hesitate. She created a force field disc under her feet and started flying upward. Flame on. Johnny flaming on and doing the same thing. In no time at all the pair of siblings reached the lab, and found a big hole in the side of it. Looking inside, they saw much of the lab had been destroyed. Victor, Reed, Susan shouted out. Susan, Victor replied. Hearing him, Susan manugied herself into the lab, Johnny following right behind her. The two of them getting inside, just as Victor threw a destroyed computer terminal off his body, his clothes in tatters. Landing in front of him, Susan ran up to hug him. Victor, I'm so glad you're okay. Thank you, Susan, Victor replied, wrapping his arms around Susan and reciprocating her hug. So, what happened here? Johnny asked. After he landed. Once he did, Susan and Victor parted from their hug. Something was wrong with the machine Reed and I were working on. We're not sure what, but all of a sudden energy just started to build up and we both knew it was going to cause a devastating chain reaction that would take out possibly half of New York. We did all we could to stop it, but nothing worked. Then Reed found a solution, which he then tried all on his own, sacrificing himself in the process. Victor explained. Johnny and Susan get looks of horror on their faces as Victor's words. No, Victor, you can't mean. Susan trailed of. I do. And I'm sorry to say, but Reed is dead. Victor spoke. No, that can't be true. It just can't, Johnny exclaimed. But it is, Victor said. And once more, I am truly, truly sorry. I tried to stop Reed. I tried to save him. But I just wasn't able to, and for that you have my deepest apologies. He spoke. Which of course was a load of shit. But if anyone checked any remaining security footage, or data from any of the machines left in the lab, it would fully support Victor's story. Just as he planned. Since there was no one left around to say otherwise. Susan and Johnny had been out with Christoph, while Ben had taken the day to visit Alicia. Victor having made sure he and Reed were the only two ones in the lab at the time of the accident. So with this, his murder of Reed Richards was complete. What are we going to tell Ben? Johnny asked. The big guy's going to be devastated. If you wish, I can tell him. Victor spoke up. I think it's only right. Considering I'm the one who failed to save his best friend. No, Victor. Don't blame yourself. Susan suddenly spoke up. You did everything you could. I know you did. Because you're a kind and caring man. She said. Thank you, Susan. Victor said. He then wrapped Susan in his arms and pulled her into another hug. Though this time when they hugged, Susan whispered quite the revelation into Victor's ear. I'm pregnant. She said. Victor suddenly learning he was about to become a father again. A prospect he found terrifying, but also found himself loving. Since this was the first step to starting the dynasty of Doom. Chapter 79, Chapter 76, Progress on multiple fronts. A/N, yesterday winner was Ace_03. Now then today insert a gif of Pyotr Rasputin/Colossus here. Doom, POV. Pregnant. Susan is pregnant. With my children. The moment she whispered this to me, I focused all my senses on her body. Sensing more than just her own life force, but the faintest traces of not just one but two others. Telling me I'm about to have twins. Who are most likely going to be Franklin and Valeria. But instead of being known as Richards, they shall be known as Dooms. Truly, this is wonderful. On another note, I'm glad I eliminated Reed when I did. For I knew if that man found out Susan was having my babies, he would have instantly turned into the maker right then and there. No question. But now that possibility will never come to pass. For I have eliminated that threat. Permanently. Breaking my hug with Susan once more, I then pulled her into a quick kiss, before placing one of my hands on her stomach and gently beginning to rub it. Susan, this is wonderful news. I spoke. Huh, what are you guys talking about? Johnny asked. Walking up to Susan and I, the fact you're about to become an Uncle Jonathan. I told Johnny. When I did, his eyes went to where my hand was on Susan, before going to his sister's face and widening in shock and realization. Sue, are you pregnant? I am. Susan replied. Sis, that's great. Johnny happily said. I can't wait to let Ben and Reed dash, he began. Only to stop when he remembered Reed was now dead. That's right. Reed is, sorry. I just forgot for a moment there when I heard the good news. Johnny told us. Johnny, it's all right, you have nothing to apologize for. I said. Victor is right, Johnny. Even I would have done the same if I were in your situation. Susan spoke. Thanks, you guys. Johnny said. Then just as he did, the broken doors of the lab were forced open by a Doombot. After they were, Christoph entered it, his security detail following behind him. Father, are you okay? Christoph asked me. I'm fine. I said. Though unfortunately the same cannot be said for Dr. Richards. I spoke. For he sacrificed himself not only to save my life, but countless others. He did. Christoph questioned. Yes, he did. Including the life of your new siblings. I told him. For you see, Miss Storm is pregnant. I revealed. Christoph, and his security detail, becoming extremely happy when I revealed the news of Sue's pregnant status to them. Wait, siblings. What do you mean, Victor? Susan questioned. We're having twins, my dear. I can sense it. I informed her. Wondering how the twins will turn out, given that Richards is their father in this reality no longer. Will Franklin still end up a reality warper? Will Valeria develop any powers? Will the twins even still be a boy and a girl? These and numerous other questions are now swirling in my mind in relation to them. But there is one thing I have no doubt about. No matter how these twins I'm about to have turn out, I will love them with all my heart. That is a promise Doom will never break. June 20th, 2008. A smile on my face, I watched Susan as she slept soundly in bed next to me. A thing she had been doing for the past week, ever since the death of Richards took place a week ago. Speaking of which, quite a few things have happened since then. First, Ben Grimm has been informed of Reed's death. To say he took it hard was an understatement. Grimm was filled with so much anguish upon learning of the death of his best friend, it's a wonder he didn't fall into a deep depression. Though I guess I have Alicia and the rest of the four to thank for that. The three of them have been there for Ben. who although is not still back up to his old self is getting there. Second, everything that was salvageable from Reed's lab was. Which when examined cemented the story I fed to everyone else. So as far as anyone was concerned, Reed Richards died a hero's death. That is the very last favor I will ever do for that man. Third, we held a small memorial service for Reed. Fourth, I helped Ben and the others become the new owners Baxter Building. Since it seemed Reed never made any arrangements in regards to ownership of the building in the event of his untimely demise. Upon learning this, I couldn't let it stand. So I put my lawyers to work on it. All of them resolving the matter of ownership of the Baxter Building easily. So now Ben, Johnny, and Susan are all co-owners of it. Though I don't think they'll be spending much time there in the near future. Given the fifth piece of information I have to share. The remaking members of the F4 have agreed to come back to Latveria with me when I return this time around. I knew Susan would, given her new pregnant status and all, but I also extended an invitation to Johnny and Ben. Along with Alicia Masters. I also offered to fund the three of them in the future should they want to continue their exploration/hero activities. But they haven't made a decision in regards to that matter yet. Which is fine. I'm not rushing them. Moving on. I continued watching Susan sleep until I heard a soft knock on my bedroom door. When I did, I gently got out of up, threw on my green silk robe, and went to the door and slightly opened it. Finding Jessica standing outside. "Yes, Jessica?" I asked her. "Sir, Director Fury is on the line for you," Jessica informed me. "Understood. Give me 5 minutes," I said. Jessica nodded at my words. Once she did, I closed my bedroom door. I then quickly got dressed before leaving my bedroom and heading to my office, where I took Nick Fury off hold and answered his call. "Hello Nicholas, how may I help you today?" I asked him. "Your offer. I've decided to accept it," Nick said. "Excellent," I replied. "I'll be in touch," I said. Though before we end this little conversation of ours, I have to ask, what made you decide to accept my offer? I weighed the pros and cons of it and decided the former outweighed fee latter. Fury spoke to me. Though I knew that wasn't the only reason he accepted my offer to assist S.H.I.E.L.D. No, it's definitely so he can make an attempt to keep tabs on me and my people. It's cute. But since that's Fury's job, I won't fault him for it. Besides, now I can become the antidote that cures S.H.I.E.L.D. of its long-festering Hydra infection. So, yay. Time to hunt some tentacle bastards. I see, I replied. All right then. Call you later. I spoke. I then ended the call with Fury. Once I did, Brainiac suddenly spoke up. Good morning, my Emperor. Morning, Brainiac, I replied. I have news for you. First off, Ms. Romanoff has managed to identify the one who placed the bounty on your head, and although she wished to inform you of this news herself, I told her I should. Since she also discovered the price on your head has been increased. Your bounty is now 25 million. And the person who put it on your head is known as Nathaniel Essex. Which you have informed me also goes by the name Mr. Sinister. Brainiac explained to me. I see, I replied. Thank you for informing me of this. I spoke. Of course, Emperor, Brainiac said. He then ended the call. Once he did, I started making plans to initiate a full-scale hunt for Sinister and his people. Since it seems that fucker really wants to die. So I'll be more than happy to grant his wish. Chapter 80, Chapter 77, X-Mansion. To think, Sinister would put a bounty on my head. Looks like I've been too lenient with that old, clone fetish having, man. Well, time to rectify that situation immediately. Though before I could start crafting my Sinister extermination plans in earnest, I got another call on my office phone. Which I answered. Yes, hello. I asked. It is me, sir. Jessica spoke. A Charles Xavier is calling for you, she said. Put him through, I replied. Of course, Jessica replied. She then put Charles Xavier through. Hello, King Doom, Charles said. Yes, I am here, Professor Xavier, I replied. So, why the sudden phone calls? I have an answer as to the proposal you made me and my X-Men, he revealed, making my already good day even better. But I would like to give it to you in person. My school, if that is all right. Perfectly, Professor, I replied. Let's have our people talk and make the arrangements, I said. Understood, Xavier replied. We then ended our call. After we did, I went back to getting ready to make sure Sinister ended up fucked up the ass without any Vaseline. Though knowing that Freak might like it. I guess we'll see. I worked on my plans for Sinister for a bit more, before handling some other matters that needed my attention. Then once I was done I left my office. But not before making a couple plans for my visit to the Great X Mansion. Westchester County, North Salem, New York. June 22, 2008. As the SUV I was in drove past the open black iron gates, I focused all my attention ahead. Simply taking in the fabled and legendary X Mansion. Insert image of X Mansion here. The home of the X-Men, and the place that basically gets destroyed every other week. Though from the way the mansion is currently looking it seems I'm visiting on one of the good weeks. My SUV coming to a stop outside of the mansion front door I stepped out of it. Finding Charles and Logan standing there and waiting for me. Along with a teenage Jean Grey. The current host of one of the most powerful entities in the entire universe, the Phoenix Force. As I glanced at the young girl I found it a bit hard to believe how much power and potential she possessed. On the other hand her looks were already shaping up to make her a real knockout in a few years. And seeing Jean in the flesh I can now understand why so many men, especially those related to the X-Men, ended up simping for her. Even I saw her from the Rule 34 perspective in my previous life. Along with many other female Marvel characters I have met since coming to this world. Which I am not ashamed to admit. Especially since none of them will ever find out I have done this. Ah, King Doom, welcome. Charles said to me. Thank you, Professor Xavier. I said to him. Logan. I said to the men. Who only gave me a brief nod of acknowledgement. But that was all I needed. Once this happened I turned my attention to Jean. Oh, and who might this lovely young lady be? I asked her. I'm Jean Grey, sir. I mean, Your Highness. Jean said. Nervousness lacing her voice. Well Jean Grey, it's nice to meet you. I told her. Jean here is one of my first students. Xavier told me. A powerful telepath and telekinetic. Oh, so you're a powerful young lady then. I said. Good to know. I spoke. Thank you. Jean replied. A blush appearing on her face. Making her look even cuter. But that's all she is in my eyes. Since I don't ever go near jailbait. After all I am a proud MILF, as well as a lifetime member of the Church of Thick. The phrase, thick thighs save lives, being one of the mottos I live by. So I'm not even thinking of trying to seduce Jean Grey. Though I wouldn't mind having a chance work her clone, Madeline Pryor. Seriously, the creators really knew what they were doing when they made her character on X-Men 97. A goth MILF. It was one of my dreams come true. So if Scott wasn't going to say her name I gladly would have. Moving on. After we exchanged pleasantries Xavier started giving me a tour of the mansion and its ground. Where I saw numerous children of varying ages, all of them with varying superhuman abilities. Though other than Jean I didn't see any other recognizable member of the X-Men, or member of the mutant community from Marvel, that I could recall. Eventually the tour ended. Xavier doing so near a tree by the lake on the grounds. So, what do you think of my school? It's a wonderful place, Charles. I spoke, truly. Thank you King Victor. Those words mean a lot coming from a man such as yourself. Who seems to be doing more for Matsari. I mean EVO kind than I currently am. Charles spoke. Don't beat yourself up. I mean you've been fighting this battle for years, decades, without giving up. It takes a lot of will to do that. Especially in the world we live in. I spoke. I appreciate your vote of confidence, truly. But as I just said I am not doing enough. Which is why I want to take you up on your offer and work with you. Charles spoke. I see. I replied. Thank you Charles, you won't regret this. I promise. I told him. No, I don't think I will. He said. The two of us then shook hands. After that we then chatted for a bit more. Then Man even showed me the mansion's underground facilities, including Hank's lab. Where we had another stimulating conversation. Though before we both got into deep I stopped it. I then did a few more things before bidding Charles, his X-Men, and the X-Mansion farewell. As my SUV headed back towards New York City I took out my phone and made a call to Jessica. Yes, my Emperor. She asked. The moment she picked up. Charles Xavier and his X-Men have agreed to work with us. So let's move forward with the plans INV-. I didn't get to say another word. Since all of a sudden two individuals suddenly appeared on the road right in front of the SUV. One of them punching down on the front end, sending the SUV up into the air and flipping. The second after this happened I summoned my armor to me. I then freed myself from my annoying seat belts. After which I kicked out one of the vehicle's rear doors and then dragged my two bodyguards out of the SUV from there. All three of us safely landing on the ground. Just as the SUV hit it and began rolling, becoming a mangled mess. Brainiac, I am under assault. Send backup to my location immediately. I called to him. Using my suit's communication system, which I found someone was trying to jam. Trying and failing. Understood, my emperor. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. Brainiac replied. As he did, the 4 Doombots I always had following me from the skies landed beside me and the 2 bodyguards. Both of whom are Spartans. Can you both stand? I asked them. Yes, we can, Emperor. They both answered in unison. Good. I replied to them. Stay with the Doombots, they will protect you. While I deal with those foolish enough to attack me. I said. My 2 bodyguards nodded. Once they did, I focused all my attention on the ones who just fucked up so badly they just didn't know it yet. When I did, I saw 2 people I recognized. Blockbuster and Vanisher. Insert image of Blockbuster here. Insert image of Vanisher here. Then before I could even make a move against them, I found myself surrounded on all sides. In back of me were Arclight and Harpoon. Insert image of Arclight here. Insert image of Harpoon here. To my right I found Ares and Hans. Insert image of Ares here. Insert image of Hans here. While to my left I found Vertigo, and Greycrow aiming 2 very large guns at me. Insert image of Vertigo here. Insert image of Greycrow here. Seeing all of them here, I knew this was Sinister doing. Since all of these people are part of the Marauders. One of the 2 groups Sinister treats as his bitches. The other being the Nasty Boys. Who are probably with Sinister giving him his final blowjob as I speak. Since after today he will not have a single moment of peace. For he has just summoned the full might of Dr. Doom against him. The fool has no idea what he's just done. But soon, he most definitely will. Chapter 81, Chapter 78, Massacring the Marauders. A/N, yesterday winner was Alter04. Now then, today insert a gif of Magneto here. Third person, POV. Taking in all the enemies surrounding him, Victor focused in particular on Vertigo. Since he knew that meant if she was already part of the Marauders, then that meant Sinister already possessed information on the Savage Land. Which in turn means he might have some operations of his ongoing on there. Realizing this, Victor clicked his tongue in annoyance. Since he didn't want anyone with their proverbial hands in the Savage Land pie, save he and his own people. But it looks like that is likely not the case. Oh well. Victor will just have removed the tumor that is Sinister from the Savage Land before taming it and making it his own. Nothing too big, honestly. Especially since Victor has now decided to make it his mission to erase all traces of Sinister from the universe. A task he is already relishing in seeing to completion. But first things first. Doom has to deal with the cannon fodder before him. So he cracked his neck from side to side. All right. Time to begin. He said. Then before any of the Marauders could blink, Victor crossed the distance to Vanisher as if by teleportation, but it wasn't, for Victor had simply used his superhuman speed to do so, and then planted his left hand straight through the man's chest. Ack. The moment this happened, Vanisher spat up blood. Then before he could do even more, one thing, Victor ripped his spine out of his body through the hole he had in his chest. Once this happened, all light disappeared from Vanisher's eyes, and he fell backwards onto the ground, dead. Seeing this, the other Marauders present got a mix of shocked and terrified expressions on their faces. Though Victor paid them no attention. Instead, he simply threw Vanisher's spine onto the ground next to his body. He then turned his attention to Blockbuster and jumped up and threw a right hook at his head. Which connected. Knocking Blockbuster onto the ground, flat on his back. His head caving in from the punch. Leaving him dead. Seeing this, Victor clapped his hands together, as if he was getting dust of them. Then once he did that, for a few seconds he turned his gaze to the other remaining Marauders. All of whom were looking even more terrified as the seconds passed by. It seems you all have finally realized the folly you made in attacking me. Victor spoke. Unfortunately, you have realized your mistake too late, and now you will pay for it with your lives. Just as your boss, know my mistake, your master Sinister will. When I get my hands on him. He explained. Shocking the Meriweters even further. Since no one was supposed to know they worked for Sinister. Yet this king of a small nation. A man that Sinister told them would be an easy target to kill, did. But as Victor spoke to them, the Meriweters finally realized just how wrong Sinister had been. That he had rung a bell he shouldn't have. One that would likely be his undoing. Fuck. Vertigo said. Then right after she did, Victor closed the distance between them, and took hold of her head with both his hands. Yes, you are fucked indeed, my dear. He spoke. Snap. Then without any hesitation, Victor twisted Vertigo's neck 180 degrees. Killing her. As her body dropped to the ground, Victor focused his attention. Greycrow. No. Fucking stay away from me, you monster. Greycrow. Beginning to fire the guns at Victor. But none of his shots did a single bit of damage. Seeing this, Greycrow couldn't believe it. But before he had a chance to come to terms with what he was seeing, Victor raised his right hand in his direction and unleashed powerful bolts of electricity, which struck Greycrow and forced him to the ground, the man dropping his guns as his body convulsed. Ag! Greycrow screaming in agony as the electricity assaulted his body. Though as this happened, Victor noticed both Ares and Hans starting to charge straight at him. But before either could reach him, Victor raised his free hand in their direction and blasted them both with atomic energy, disintegrating their body until nothing but a few pieces of bone remained. After he did this, Victor then focused his attention back on Greycrow and stopped electrocuting him, but only so he could delve into the man's mind with his telepathy and extract every relevant piece of information related to Sinister and his operations. Seeing what has happened to their allies, both Arclight and Harpoon didn't want to try their hand against Victor. So the two of them turned away and got ready to run, only for Victor to raise his hands, form spell circles on them, and then conjure up eldritch chains which went after Arclight and Harpoon and wrapped around their bodies, which caused both of them to fall flat on their faces on the ground. But they were only like this for a few seconds before they both floated up from the ground and then floated over to Victor. He having manipulated the eldritch chains he used to restrain Arclight and Harpoon to make this happen. As soon as they arrived in front of him, Victor turned his gaze on the pair. "Did you think you had permission to leave?" he asked them. "Sorry, but no. You're not going anywhere," he told the pair. Hearing this, Arclight couldn't help but start crying. Meanwhile, Harpoon pissed himself. But Victor paid this no mind. Instead, he focused most of his attention on getting past the numerous mental barriers and traps Sincifer had placed inside of Greycrow mind, which were a lot, some of which actually interfered Victor. So he copied them. He also eventually got what he was after, which turned out to be a list of locations of several of Sinister bases, one of which one of his clones was at right now. The same one who had apparently given the Marauders their orders. But not to kill Victor, no, instead it was to capture him. Also, Sinister could turn him into his puppet. Upon learning this, Victor couldn't help but laugh. "Sinister, turn me into his puppet. Now I feel insulted," Victor thought. Since he could let a lot of things go, but someone thinking they could turn him into a puppet, that was a slight he could not forgive. Moving on. After getting what he wanted out of Greycrow mind, Victor used a blast of atomic energy to disintegrate him, just like he did with Ares and Hans. Once he did, Victor turned his attention to Arclight and Harpoon. "Please. I'm sorry. I won't do anything to you ever again. Please." Only to find Arclight begging for her life. Seeing this, Victor snorted. "Pathetic. You beg for mercy even though you would have shown me none if I was simply an ordinary human. You disgust me," he said. Then with that, Victor flicked his wrist, using his telekinesis to turn both Harpoon and Arclight's heads 180 degrees, killing them both. Now all the Marauders around him dead. Once that was the case, Victor collected any of the remaining Marauders' bodies. He then returned to the side of his Doombots and his two Spartan bodyguards, waiting until the reinforcements he has requested arrived, which they did 5 minutes later. ALDFVTOL decloaking. Since Victor had already figured out cloaking technology and applied it of his people and his country, it landed right in front of Victor's group. Its rear ramp then lowered and a small contingent of fully armed Spartans came running out. When they did, they began covering the area. Meanwhile, the one leading them, Zod, who was wearing his armor, walked straight up to Victor. "My Emperor, are you well?" Zod asked. "I am Zod," Victor replied. "For those that attacked me were nothing special. They were simply the pawns of the one known as Sinister, who apparently wanted this group I dispatched, known as the Marauders from what I gleaned from one of their minds, to capture me so Sinister could put me under his control," he explained. Zod's getting a furious expression on his face, and his eyes beginning to glow red the more he heard Victor speak. "Filthy animal," Zod exclaimed. "To even dare think he could control our Emperor. No, to even attack him is outrageous," he shouted. "Sinister has just signed his death warrant," Zod spoke. Since he already knew of the men, given how much knowledge Victor had implanted in his and shared with him. Not only Zod but the other Primarchs too. "He has," Victor agreed. "But do not let your anger control you, Zod. For there is work to be done," he spoke. Victor then telepathically shared with Zod all he had learned from Greycrow mind. "We must move quickly and hit these bases. For there is no telling how much time we have left before Sinister realizes something has gone wrong in his plans to kidnap me." Victor spoke. "Yes, my Emperor," Zod said. "We're moving out," he called to the Spartans. "Yes, Primarch Zod," they exclaimed. The Spartans then began loading back into the VTOL, taking the bodies of the remaining dead Marauders with them, under Victor's instructions. since he wanted to study them at a later date. Soon everyone was loaded back into the VTOL. After the battle site had been completely cleaned, of course. Once it was, the craft took back off and recloaked. While this happened, Victor began contacting his people, quickly beginning to organize a strike against all the bases belonging to Sinister he had just learned about. Since it was time for the men to feel the wrath of doom.